Introduction asterisk. When contemporary League of Legends players traverse into the realm of Westeros, the moment they awaken the League of Legends summoning system, magic transforms from mere legend into reality, where no longer relies solely on swords and blades. Intrigue will ultimately yield to the true essence of extraordinary power. He was an ordinary youth from Blue Star, yet upon awakening, he finds himself amidst the snowy plains outside Winterfell, reduced to an anonymous foot soldier. The system's alert resonates. Ding. League of Legends system successfully bound. Heroes available for summoning. Garen, Lux, Ashe, Teemo, Brand. Skills available for learning. QWE skill tree. Ultimate unlock. Rune reforge. Level up. Experience points can be gained from minion kills, takedowns, and assists. While the Night's Watch debates the threat of the White Walkers, he has already incinerated the army of wights with Flamebrand. As the Lannisters conspire over the Iron Throne, he summons Lady Lux to illuminate the dark schemes across the Blackwater. When a Night King leads his forces towards the wall, he stands atop the battlements, unleashing his ultimate, Demacia, unleash the legions. While others vie for power through lineage, marriage, and betrayal, he relies on minion farming, pentakills, and being the focal point in team battles. From a mere foot soldier in the north to the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, from a commoner to the king of magic, in this life, he shall carve his legendary path in a world of politics and power. You claim this is a world devoid of heroes? That is merely because I have yet to make my entrance. Chapter 1. Signing in to the world of Game of Thrones. After a dizzying swirl of sensations, Huafeng is awakened by the cacophony surrounding him. Raising his gaze, he is met by two soldiers reminiscent of medieval Europe, clad in white cloaks and gleaming chainmail. One brandishing a wooden shield in his left hand and a spear in his right, casting a mocking glance at Huafeng, who is sprawled on the ground. Their words escape him, yet their expressions convey that they are not uttering kind sentiments. At that moment, a chime resonates in his mind. System loading. Common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms synchronizing. Huafeng observes a virtual panel materialize before him. Day 1 gift pack for signing in to the other world has been issued to your inventory. Weapon panel activating. Huafeng, still immersed in exploring the virtual interface, is interrupted as one of the soldiers delivers a kick to his side, exclaiming, "Damn fool, get out of the way." He then raises his spear, directing it toward the street vendors behind him. Everyone clear out. The king is leaving the city for a hunt. The street vendors hurriedly begin to pack their wares, and Huafeng scrambles to his feet, darting into a narrow alleyway to summon the panel and delve deeper into the system. The interface resembles a simplified version of a League of Legends profile, featuring equipment, runes, hero skills, summoner abilities, rewards, a novice 7A sign-in, and inventory. All sections, except for the sign-in and inventory, remain locked. Huafeng clicks on the homepage, revealing his personal profile. Name, Huafeng. Title, Leadership, 62. Strength, 55. Intelligence, 80. Health, 85. Armor, 0. Magic resistance, 0. Assistance. Leadership points can be accrued through commanding troops, training, marching, and directing battles. Strength can be enhanced through martial practice, training, and sparring. Intelligence may be increased through strategizing, offering counsel, communication, and studying texts. Health. Normal humans typically range from 1 to 150, while special beings or mutants may exceed this. Can be boosted through physical training, equipment, and enhancements. Armor and magic resistance can be elevated via equipment or special augmentations. Upon opening his inventory, Huafeng discovers only a novice gift pack and a weapon pack. Clicking on the weapon pack, an interface resembling a slot machine appears, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds before locking onto the Black Cleaver, Ghostblade, Blade of the Ruined King, and Duskblade of Drakthar. Please select 2 items to remove, then proceed to a random selection of 1, the system prompts. Huafeng selects the Black Cleaver, only to be met with a barrage of question marks, rendering its attributes invisible. The same occurs with the other items. Weighing his options, he decides to remove the 2 least appealing items. Selection complete. Congratulations, you have acquired the Blade of the Ruined King. Upon returning, Huafeng finds that the equipment panel has been unlocked and eagerly clicks to explore it. Within lies the entire inventory of League of Legends equipment, and as he clicks on the Blade of the Ruined King, it materializes in his hands. He opens the description. Strength 6, 25 agility and combat skill enhancement, 10 life steal. Mist's Edge, Inflicts additional damage equivalent to 10 of the target's current health upon hitting an enemy. Siphon. After engaging in combat for 3 rounds, steal 25 of the opponent's agility and combat skill. In a team fight, this takes the highest value from the opposing units. Huafeng then clicks on the help section. Equipment is categorized into normal, epic, legendary, and mythical. Normal and epic items are mass-produced and can be directly exchanged through the system. For instance, a longsword can be exchanged for 350 gold dragon coins, but the second requires 3,500 and the third 35,000, and so forth, with daily resets and no accumulation. Legendary and mythical items are unique within this world and cannot be mass-produced. Players may acquire them through quests, lottery, sign-ins, and other means. There are a total of 6 equipment slots. The Blade of the Ruined King occupies the first slot. Opening the Novice Gift Pack yields. You have received 10 gold dragon coins. You have received a Q skill pack. You have unlocked the lottery module. Huafeng opens the lottery module to find a spinning wheel with a 60 chance for green items, 30 for blue, 8 for purple, and 2 for gold. Help. Players can participate in a lottery every 30 natural days, which can accumulate. Alternatively, they may spend 10,000 gold dragon coins for 1 draw, 100,000 for the second, and 1 million for the third, with no resets. When a player draws an item of a certain color, that color's drop rate is halved, while subsequent items increase proportionally until all colors have been drawn, resetting the probabilities. The minimum cost is 10,000 gold dragon coins, or a wait of 29 days, prompting Huafeng to dismiss the thought. He directly opens the Q skill pack, locking onto abilities such as Rending Bite, Sonic Wave / Echo, Blade Surge, Quadra-Kill, and Shadow Arts. All blades. Let's discard Rending Bite for now. I already possess the Blade of the Ruined King, and biting seems rather uncivilized. I lack shurikens to throw, and if the opponent requires an energy bar to use them, then my Q would be rendered useless. Quadra-Kill seems more imposing with the Black Cleaver, while the Blade of the Ruined King can't spin. The Blind Monk's Q is still usable, but I can't possibly throw a wave first and then chase after kicking someone. The skills appear usable only by the duelist, yet I must remove 2. After deliberation, Huafeng decides to discard the Troll Bite and retain the Darius transformation. Selection complete. Congratulations, you have acquired Shadow Arts, all blades. Shadow Arts, all blades. Throws a shuriken at enemies within a range of strength x1, with damage determined by distance and strength, and can be blocked. Gathering his thoughts, Huafeng recalls playing League of Legends at home, engaged in a ranked match while also watching Game of Thrones, when inexplicably, he found himself transported here. Glancing around, he notes the quintessential European architecture and resolves to seek clues. Huafeng finds a tavern and engages in conversation, soon learning that he is in the realm of Westeros, not Valoran, confirming that he is undoubtedly in the world of Game of Thrones. Now, one must seek a means of livelihood. As Huafeng observed the bard in the tavern, singing the bear and the beauty, he was acutely aware of his own lack of musical talent. Thus, he chose to adopt the persona of a poet from the continent of Sithorios and began recounting the tales of Lu, Guan, and Zhang to the patrons. Time slipped away unnoticed, and a peculiar silence enveloped the tavern. Even those seated in the corners were drawn to Huafeng's animated narration of the legendary trio's exploits against the formidable warrior Lu Bu. After several chapters, Huafeng's throat grew parched. He coughed to clear his voice, prompting the tavern keeper to hastily summon a server with a brimming mug of ale. As he prepared to conclude his tale, the audience began to disperse, but the tavern keeper approached him, expressing a desire for him to continue the storytelling the following day. Huafeng, seizing the opportunity, agreed, and the tavern keeper graciously offered to cover his meals and lodging. After a hearty dinner hosted by the tavern keeper, Huafeng retreated to his room in the tower, eager to peruse the system. Upon logging in, he discovered that the following day's reward would be a protective gear package. After a thorough examination, he noted that a golden dragon would cost 30 silver moons or 210 silver deer. Throughout the day, he had not encountered anyone paying with a golden dragon, which was roughly equivalent to 20,000 Republican coins in purchasing power. Silver deer were valued around 100, while silver moons sat at approximately 800. The system, however, did not allow for a game of League of Legends, leaving Huafeng with little to do but succumb to sleep. The next morning, a server called him down for breakfast. Huafeng promptly opened the system to draw from his protective gear package, greeted by the sound of a lottery draw that revealed excited armor, berserker armor, frostfire gauntlets, the armor of the fallen, and the Sunfire Holy Shield. After a moment of contemplation, recognizing that this world of Game of Thrones was one of low magic, Huofeng opted to discard the excited armor and Sunfire Holy Shield. Selection complete. Congratulations, you have obtained Berserker Armor. Berserker Armor. Health, 100, provided by the Heart of the Berserker. 10 Skill Acceleration. 100 Health Recovery. Heart of the Berserker. If health drops below 100, it restores 100 health. If health is above 100, it increases current health by 100. After exiting combat, it restores 5 of maximum health daily, and if health exceeds 100, recovery increases to 10. Donning the Berserker Armor, Huofeng descended the stairs and surveyed the majority of the locals, each possessing around 100 health and approximately 70 in martial prowess, with minimal armor. With the augmentation from his armor, his own health reached 185, providing him with a sense of security, knowing he could withstand a few more blows. After a satisfying meal, the tavern keeper had arranged a counter in the center of the tavern, instructing the staff outside to draw in customers. Huofeng stepped forward to commence today's tale of Wang Situ's cunning schemes and Dong Taishi's tumultuous escapades at Fengi Pavilion. The narrative was gripping, eliciting a roller coaster of emotions among the audience. Having shared over 10 chapters, Huofeng cleared the stage and decided to explore the street. With a weapon system as his only remaining resource, he inquired about the locations of blacksmiths, intending to investigate further. After wandering for several hours, he discovered that the weapons at the blacksmiths were devoid of attributes, with only a scant few refined swords boasting a martial prowess of 1. However, armor generally exhibited protective attributes ranging from 5 to 10. Logically, items produced by the system, such as short swords, long swords, and cloth armor, despite their exorbitant prices starting at around 300 golden dragon coins, would likely have attributes. The renowned Valyrian steel equipment, forged in the world of Game of Thrones, assuredly possessed such attributes, but with fewer than 300 in Westeros, they were essentially priceless. A comparison with local Valyrian weapons would be necessary to discern the strength of ordinary versus epic system-generated weaponry. As dusk approached, Huofeng returned to the inn, awaiting the rewards from the third day's sign-in. Chapter 2. The Tale Captivates the Imp. With the sun high in the sky, Huofeng accessed the system to claim the third day's runic gift package. Locking in, the runes presented were Adjustment, Future Market, Bone Coating, Taste of Blood, and Triumph. 2 defensive runes must be avoided. The world of Game of Thrones is far from peaceful. The Future Market's debts are uncertain, and Triumph requires a kill to activate. Given my current health advantage, I could potentially exchange blows, but with 2, escape will be necessary. Therefore, the Taste of Blood and Triumph seem less essential. Congratulations, you have acquired the Bone Coating rune. Bone Coating. After receiving damage from a single unit, your next 3 instances of damage are reduced by 9.25, 5 of health. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Congratulations on activating the rune system. The runes are scattered throughout the realm of Game of Thrones, and can also be obtained through lottery draws. The system can automatically explore runes within a 10-kilometer radius. Each time you collect a complete set of runes from a primary category, you will earn a chance to draw from the lottery. Another survival rune, and now I've been tasked with the journey of the blue-skinned bald wanderer. Huofeng activated the rune exploration, and with a surge of unknown energy, the area within 10 kilometers was instantly mapped. Obtained the Conqueror rune location, King's Landing, Red Keep. Acquired clues for the Chop-Down rune, Gregor Clegane. Obtained insights into the Insight rune, Varys, the Mountain and the Master of Whisperers. These characters are familiar to anyone who has watched Game of Thrones. The Mountain represents the pinnacle of military might in the Seven Kingdoms, loyal to House Lannister. He is a towering figure with explosive muscles, known for his brutality, and has a twisted personality, even resorting to inhumane acts. In the series, Littlefinger recounts how his brother, Sandor, played with the Mountain's toys, leading to Sandor being burned in a fire, which left him with severe scars and a lasting fear of flames. Rumors suggest that even his father, his father's 2 wives, and his sister met their demise at his hands. In the series, he ultimately meets his end during Tyrion Lannister's trial, struck by a poison dart from Prince Oberyn Martell. Varys, known as the Master of Spies in the Seven Kingdoms, hails from humble beginnings, having started as an apprentice in a theater troupe in Lys. He was later bought by a sorcerer who mutilated him to perform blood magic. Forced to traverse to Pentos, he befriended the mercenary Illyrio Mopatis. Through a series of anti-theft operations, which involved helping victims recover stolen items while simultaneously disposing of the stolen goods. He accumulated wealth and began training little mice for intelligence work. His exceptional abilities eventually caught the attention of Ares II. Thus, Varys emerged onto the stage, presenting himself as an intelligence officer in Westeros, continuing to serve even as the Iron Throne transitioned to Robert Baratheon, maintaining his position in the small council. Now, the most pressing need was to amass a substantial amount of golden dragon coins to acquire equipment for protection. Without unexpected wealth, one cannot prosper. Although storytelling may provide for basic needs, the world of Game of Thrones is fraught with turmoil, zombies, dragons, magic, and the omnipresent surveillance of the three-eyed raven. Through conversations at the tavern over the past few days, Hwafeng learned that the current timeline marked the recent death of Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, and soon, King Robert would embark on a journey to Winterfell to invite his old friend, Eddard Stark, to assume the role of Hand. After Hwafeng finished his morning ablutions, he descended the stairs to find the tavern already bustling with patrons. The recent tales of the Three Kingdoms had captivated a significant audience, and upon returning home, these listeners had boisterously recounted the initial chapters of the saga, creating a palpable buzz in the streets nearby. The merchants in the vicinity regarded Hwafeng with a newfound anticipation, while the mercenaries, blacksmiths, and stable hands entering the tavern found themselves unable to move, standing solemnly as they ordered large mugs of ale from the servers, eager to absorb the unfolding narrative for a couple of hours. At that moment, a dwarf emerged from a nearby brothel, squinting against the harsh sunlight. He half-heartedly closed his eyes, reminiscing about the new arrivals from last night. The thought of his escapades with several ladies of the evening brought a slight smile to Tyrion's lips. After a brief interlude, Tyrion opened his eyes and resolved to satiate his hunger. Navigating through several alleys, he stepped into an inn and glanced around, noting the crowded interior. Just as he contemplated leaving for another establishment, the voice within caught his attention. Yuan Shao mustered an army of 100,000, sending his vanguard Yen Liang with 20,000 troops to seize the Bama Ferry, while he himself led the central forces to occupy Guandu. Cao Cao dispatched the defectors Song Xian and Wei Su to battle, but both fell under the blade within mere exchanges. Su Huang from Hudong engaged in combat, but after over 30 rounds, realizing his strength was waning, he retreated, pursued by Yen Liang, who was then met with a hail of arrows from the Chao army. Intrigued, Tyrion summoned a server and tossed a gold dragon onto the counter. A large cup of wine from Qingding Island and a serving of fish pie, please. After placing his order, he moved to a nearby table, tossing another gold dragon into the air. The seven gods reward the noble knight. Surely there must be a kind-hearted knight who cannot bear to see a frail dwarf standing idly, Tyrion remarked, tilting his head with a playful gesture. Several burly men, realizing the opportunity, quickly rose to seize the gold dragon as it landed. Tyrion nimbly took a seat at an empty table, redirecting his focus to the storyteller. Hwafeng, catching the commotion from the corner of his eye, continued his narrative. Upon hearing about Guan Yu's exploits, Tyrion felt a flicker of skepticism, but refrained from interrupting the tavern's lively atmosphere, instead savoring his wine and devouring the fish pie. Compared to the sturgeon pie from the Sea of Sunset, this establishment's offering is somewhat lacking, the imp muttered, while becoming increasingly engrossed in the perils faced by Guan Yu as he traversed 5 passes and slew 6 foes. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Hwafeng concluded his chapter and rose, prompting the patrons to disperse like birds taking flight, still murmuring about the protagonists, Cao Cao, Guan Yu, Liu Bei, and Lu Bu. Observing the dwindling crowd, Tyrion followed Hwafeng up to the loft. Hearing the footsteps on the stairs, Hwafeng turned to wait at the landing. As Tyrion ascended to the second floor and met Hwafeng's gaze, he hesitated before initiating conversation. The story was splendid, though I must admit I have not encountered figures like Guan Yu or Cao Cao. Are they from the continent of Essos, or perhaps from Westeros? The imp inquired, raising his hands in curiosity. Hwafeng regarded Tyrion, noting his mismatched eyes, and quickly scanned his details. Name, Tyrion Lannister. Nickname, the Imp. Leadership, 80. Combat skill, 42. Intelligence, 92. Further afield than Westeros, beyond the eastern sea of Westeros lies the continent of Essos, Hwafeng replied. Tyrion pondered this information. That is indeed quite distant. I suppose I shall never tread the same soil as Cao Cao in my lifetime. Ah, but I have not yet asked your name, he remarked, taking a leisurely step. Jellin Chris, Hwafeng responded. Will you regale me with more tales? I have a peculiar fascination with Chow Chow, Mr. Jellin, Tyrion pressed. I have shared quite enough for today. Wolfing replied. I understand, hence I offer compensation. Tyrion instinctively reached for his coin pouch, preparing to toss it to Wolfing. However, as he lifted it, he reconsidered and instead extended it towards him. I'm unsure how much this will buy, but I wish to indulge in your stories thoroughly. Wolfing accepted the pouch, peering inside to find it filled with nearly 50 gold dragons. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, why not return tomorrow morning? Bring more gold dragons, the more the merrier, and I shall ensure you are thoroughly entertained. He returned the pouch to Tyrion. Tyrion accepted the pouch with a hint of disappointment. Rest well, Mr. Jellin. I hope tomorrow does not disappoint my gold dragons. He turned and ambled down the stairs, observing the remaining patrons engaged in lively conversation, and seamlessly joined in, eager to revisit the earlier chapters he had missed. Chapter 3. The opening exchange of the first batch of weapons Ho-Phone was still lost in a blissful dream when the tavern attendant entered. Glenn. Tyrion has been waiting downstairs for an hour. He has already indulged in several rounds of drinks. Other patrons may be patient, but he is the brother of the regicide. Ho-Phone wiped the corner of his eye and leaned against the headboard, momentarily dazed, before resolutely deciding to sign in first. On the fourth day, it was time for the summoner skill selection. 5 choices presented themselves. Please eliminate 2 summoner skills and proceed to randomly select one from the remaining 3. The options before him were Weakness, Flash, Ignite, Haste, and Heal. Let us discard Weakness and Ignite. Selection in progress. Congratulations, you have acquired the summoner skill Flash. Flash. Teleport a short distance, 0 to 5 meters, to a designated area. Skill cooldown time, 50 seconds, for a distance of 10 meters. After freshening up, he descended the stairs, where Tyrion was already waiting conspicuously. Have you brought enough money? Tyrion, though visibly displeased, produced the gold dragons as agreed. Glenn accepted the 2 bulging coin pouches. 2,000 gold dragons. Can we commence? I expect you to finish the story today. Glenn addressed the patrons of the tavern. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me for a moment. I will return to narrate this afternoon, as I have some matters to attend to this morning. With that, he exited the tavern with a weary gait. Hey, you rascal. If you don't tell a story, you owe me my money back. Are you trying to bully a gnome? Tyrion exclaimed, angrily chasing after him. You little brat. Do you realize the foolish error you've made? You've provoked someone you should never have trifled with. Irritated by the exchange, Glenn tossed the broken sword back at Tyrion, who retorted, that sword is worth 2,000 gold dragons, my entire monthly allowance. Don't even think about using a broken sword to settle your debt. A gnome without the affection of ladies will surely wither. How about this sword? Glenn called out as he walked away. If you're asking about the lady, I could offer some guidance. But if you want my opinion on this sword, I'm afraid the gnome cannot oblige. The imp fiddled with the sword in hand. I am not merely a great bard. I am also a renowned blacksmith, the direct disciple of the master craftsmen Gan Jiang and Mo Yi. Today, I shall show you the level of craftsmanship that originates from Huaxia. And how does that relate to my gold dragons? Take your sword and return my gold quickly. The patience of a gnome is finite. Do not rush. Gold dragons are essential materials for forging. I will take you to a blacksmith shop to broaden your horizons. The little imp could only hasten to keep up. Filled with skepticism, gold is so soft. How could it possibly be forged into weapons? After walking for a while, they encountered a patrol of golden-robed guards. Glenn signaled one over and whispered a few instructions, after which the guard hurried off into the distance. Glenn turned to Tyrion, who had noticed Glenn's gaze after giving his orders. Let us find someone knowledgeable to verify the goods. What if my gold dragons can only be exchanged for worthless scrap? Green fell silent, leading the way until they reached the blacksmith shop he had visited a few days prior. He produced a gold dragon and handed it to the head blacksmith, explaining his intent to rent the shop for a day. The blacksmith summoned his apprentices to clear the area. Once the space was adequately prepared, Green readied to close the courtyard gate, at which point Tyrion appeared at the entrance. Pushing the door open. What? Are you planning to swindle the dwarf and flee? My sword is still in your possession. Keep it close. Wait outside. For the secrets of forging shall not be divulged. You know the guards. If you're afraid I might escape, have them secure the courtyard. Tyrion mused that in King's Landing, no one would dare bully him, especially since he had just notified his brother Jaime, who should be arriving shortly. He then found a suitable wall to sit upon. Green stepped inside, stoked the furnace with a generous amount of coal, and opened the equipment interface. With 2,000 gold dragons at his disposal, he pondered over the dazzling array of gear available. Ultimately, he decided to exchange for a storm greatsword. Magical equipment seemed of little use at this juncture. as he had yet to fathom its application. The most straightforward assessment of a weapon's quality came from its enhancements. Should he acquire a dagger or a sword of merely average caliber in this world, it would be prudent to opt for the Storm Greatsword, which boasted the highest physical attack bonus. Storm Greatsword, Strength 4. He also inquired about how to procure the shurikens from the system, which informed him that equipment with inherent skills, akin to those of male champions or blade maidens, could be purchased directly with gold dragons. Thus, he spent 50 to unlock 2 of Zed's throwing knives. Gazing at the remaining 650 gold dragons, Green decided to also exchange for a short sword and a long sword for comparative purposes. Long sword, Strength 2. Short sword, 12 agility and speed technique combat skills. A few minutes later, having completed his transactions, Green sought out Ashe's lounge to indulge in a brief nap. Meanwhile, Tyrion sat outside, envisioning the predicament he would face in the absence of gold dragons over the coming month. Just as his thoughts turned bitter, he heard someone calling his name. Tyrion. He looked up to see his brother approaching on a white horse. Jaime, Tyrion replied. Dismounting, Jaime approached the blacksmith shop and, with a teasing glance, remarked, Tyrion, this is not the you I know. When did you start mingling with ironworks? Or have you drunk so much that you can no longer discern a woman's softness? Enough with the frivolities. Tell me if this sword is worth 2,000 gold dragons. With that, he tossed the tattered blade toward Tyrion. Jaime examined the blade, swung it lightly, and began practicing in the open air. It felt lighter, and the strokes flowed more smoothly. As he spoke, Jaime turned and cleaved the wooden recruitment sign at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. The sharpness and weight were quite suitable. It was indeed a fine sword. Though he wondered how it would fare against Valyrian steel, Tyrion watched Jaime's display and recounted the earlier events. Several hours later, Tyrion sat beside the now unconscious Jaime. Why is he taking so long? Does it truly require this much time to craft a weapon? Tyrion lamented with a sense of despair. I would prefer he not emerge. That way, this sword would rightfully belong to me. I'll compensate you with 2,000 gold dragons. If you cannot wait, we can return at once. The crux of the matter was not merely the money. It was that he was a bard, spinning tales of the 3 kingdoms that I yearned to hear. Soon, he would set off for the north, and I fear I might not have the time to listen to his stories, while also wishing to behold the wall. It would be splendid to take him along to Winterfell. At that moment, the languid Green awoke from hunger, only to find another golden-haired youth at the door. Where is the weapon you forged? Tyrion inquired. Green then entered, retrieving 3 weapons and casually snatching the broken sword from Jaime's grasp. How much for this sword? Name your price, Jaime declared with an air of arrogance. This sword is not for sale. However, you may choose from the 3 upon the ground and offer a price. Green replied. Jaime picked up several swords from the floor and began to wield them. They were fine blades, yet none felt as comfortable as the one in Green's hand. After a moment of comparison, Jaime settled on the greatsword Stormbreaker and raised it towards Green, who extended 5 fingers. Jaime winced at the thought of parting with such a treasure, but felt compelled to make a deal. Very well, I shall give you a discount of 20%. Considering Tyrion's presence, Jaime then summoned the gold-clad attendant to fetch the money. It is time to exchange my 2,000 gold dragons for the tails, Tyrion exclaimed. With your gold dragons contributing a fraction to the forging of weapons, this short sword shall be yours. As for the tails, let me return to the tavern to satisfy my hunger first. Thus, the group returned to the tavern, and after a hearty meal, Green commenced another day of storytelling. Chapter 4. The journey to Winterfell. Upon arriving at the tavern, Tyrion ordered a feast and pulled his brother to join him in listening to the tales. Soon, the gold-clad attendant arrived, carrying a pouch of gold dragons, which Jaime received and placed upon the table, signaling for the attendant to withdraw. Later, I shall negotiate to purchase the other sword as well. There is no shortage of gold dragons within. With that, he stood up, preparing to depart. Why the haste? Winterfell is not nearby, and the King's Guard does not enjoy such luxuries. One must prepare for the journey, as numerous complications await. Very well. It seems I shall have to enjoy this alone. After the gathering dispersed, Tyrion handed the hefty pouch of gold dragons to Green. Within lies 5,000 gold dragons. You may sell me the other longsword you forged this morning. If the funds fall short, I shall compensate you tomorrow. Green accepted the pouch, feeling its considerable weight. This is ample. Is there anything else? Green observed Tyrion lingering, hesitant to depart. I shall be journeying north with the king tomorrow. Might you accompany me? I wish to complete the tales of the 3 kingdoms. Green pondered for a moment. Then Tyrion added, room and board shall be provided. If that is insufficient, I can offer more gold. It is a deal. I shall seek you out tomorrow. After Green ascended the stairs, he stowed the gold dragon in his system backpack. anticipating that tomorrow's sign-in reward would be a shoe pack. Through the process of forging, he unlocked additional modules. The initial exchange for common and epic items was based on their base price, while legendary and mythical items required an extra 0. Meaning even the most basic equipment would start at over 20,000 gold dragons. The road ahead was long and arduous, and he resolved to become a purveyor of equipment to amass wealth, aiming to conduct targeted assistance to the nobles in the realm. As only through consistent harvesting could he unlock the complete equipment compendium. After dinner, Green ventured outside the city in search of a forest to practice his throwing darts. Integrating the robbing skill into his character template, he retrieved a shuriken from his system backpack, aimed at a crooked tree 10 meters away, and launched it, followed by another aimed at a more distant target. From afar, Jandeli observed from the edge of a bridge pier. Today had been a momentous day for him. Earlier that morning, he had assisted his master, Tobmort, in heating the forge, and now he witnessed this stranger, accompanied by a gnome, commandeering their blacksmith shop. Master Tobmort accepted a gold dragon and generously granted several apprentices the day off. With scant coins to his name, Jandeli strolled for a while before deciding to return, only to find several golden-robed guards stationed at the blacksmith's door, compelling him to watch from a distance. Before long, the stranger emerged with several crafted weapons, and Jandeli realized that Jaime had turned their family sign into kindling, indicating that this individual's sword-making skills surpassed those of Master Tobmort. Driven by curiosity, he followed the stranger to the tavern and spent the afternoon engrossed in tales of the Three Kingdoms, growing increasingly intrigued by the green spoken of by the tavern patrons. As dusk merged into night, he noticed this person engaging with two trees, occasionally kicking them and embracing them, uttering incomprehensible words. Jandeli, perplexed, approached to assist. By the gods, how is this embedded so firmly? He exclaimed, drawing closer to see two dagger-like objects embedded in the tree. He suggested, perhaps using the sword at your waist to strike might yield better results. This is truly vexing. 2 skills consumed half an hour of my time. Green exclaimed in frustration. After a few attempts, he retrieved the 2 darts. Although Jandeli found the situation odd, he said nothing further. As Green prepared to return home, Jandeli followed closely behind, having exhausted himself sufficiently for one evening. Upon returning, Green collapsed into bed. Quickly, the little demon can wait for you, but the king cannot. It is time to depart. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the little demon yelling in the room, tossing his equipment and clothing haphazardly onto the bed. They await you downstairs, Jaime informed him. The team must reach South Point today. Green steadied himself and began to gather his belongings. He also checked in on his selected rewards: Swift Boots, Mage's Boots, Fleetfoot Boots, Mercury Boots, Berserker Greaves, Iron Plate Boots, and Lucent Boots. He chose the Iron Plate Boots. In the Chosen Realm, the Iron Boots grant an armor rating of 10 and an agility of 30, thereby reducing damage to the lower limbs by 10. After preparing his gear, Green stepped out of the tavern to find Tyrion already mounted, with the golden-robed man leading another horse. Green swiftly mounted his steed, at which point Jandrai, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, eagerly remarked, I can serve as your squire, provided you teach me the art of blacksmithing in your leisure. With a sincere expression, he gazed at Green. Contemplating the fact that he himself lacked smithing skills, Green chose silence as Tyrion spurred his horse to lead the way. Observing that Green had not declined his company, Jandrai continued on foot, following the two who had already ridden far ahead. They rode swiftly out of the city, pursuing the king's main army for over 20 miles before catching up. At that moment, Tyrion retrieved some onion rolls and cured meat from the supply wagon and promptly offered them to Green, and the two hastily began their breakfast. Just as they finished, the golden-robed man returned with the sweat-drenched Jandrai. Green truly had no knowledge of blacksmithing and was at a loss for words. Our company has no shortage of blacksmiths, lad. But I could use a groom. Do you see that wagon? You can ride along with it, Tyrion directed, pointing towards the wagon at the back of the convoy. Remember, it's merely for meals, no wages. If you can manage, you may stay. With that, Tyrion mounted his horse, ready to commence today's storytelling. Although he found the tale of Chow Chow's 830,000 troops somewhat incredulous, the narrative must persist. Jandrai caught his breath and then leaped onto the wagon. Lad, my name is Mole. What's yours? A man in his 40s, the wagon driver, nudged Jandrai with his elbow. Jandrai, he replied, is Zhuge Liang truly that formidable? An entire army reduced to ashes with a single flame. Tyrion exclaimed, the strategies of warfare are ever-changing, and water takes many forms. In this world, no general is invincible. If one were, it would signify they have fought few battles. As he recounted tales from the Three Kingdoms, a discussion about the characters ensued. captivating even the surrounding golden-robed men. That evening, the army camped in a small town and sought refuge in an inn, which soon filled with the key figures of this expedition. Leading the way, Joffrey entered draped in a crimson cloak, his arrogant visage marred by disdain. He cast a brief glance at Tyrion before striding towards the bar, followed closely by his guards clad in black armor, one of whom, wearing a dog-headed helmet, set the helm upon the table. Green noticed the man's left cheek, marred by a severe burn, presenting a grotesque sight. As he deliberately let his hair grow long on that side to conceal the scorched scalp and ear, Green could hardly imagine the horrific appearance that lay beneath the hair. Name: Sandor Clegane. Nickname: The Hound. Leadership: 78 Strength, 92 Intelligence, 72. Soon after, Jaime entered, accompanying Cersei with their 2 children, Myrcella and Tommen. Upon spotting Tyrion, Jaime approached directly, and Tommen followed suit, running towards his uncle. Tyrion scooped the young Tommen into his arms and placed him on the chair beside him. "What would you like to treat your uncle to, little Tommen?" As he spoke, he leaned in close to Norman, preparing to tickle him with his beard. But Norman quickly evaded with a series of giggles. At that moment, a rotund figure emerged from the inn's entrance. King Robert Baratheon, his ample belly leading the way. Name: Robert Baratheon. Command: 82, Strength, 87, Intelligence, 73. Following him was a figure even more imposing than the Hound, resembling a miniature deep-sea titan, the great Gregor Clegane. Name: Gregor Clegane. Nickname: The Mountain. Command: 74, Strength, 100, Intelligence, 49. The detection of the mountain triggered a quest for a rune. Quest option 1. Defeat the mountain personally to obtain the rune. Quest option 2. If the mountain perishes, extract the rune on-site within 24 hours. Gazing at his own strength rating of 61, Green promptly decided to forego the first option. However, he pondered the complications. If the mountain died and he failed to extract the rune in time, or if he were no longer present, what would happen? Without prior extraction, the rune would randomly dissipate, leading to new quests, lotteries, or locations, while the rune itself would not vanish. Having received his answer, and now approximately 70 to 80 kilometers from King's Landing, Green clicked on rune exploration once more, discovering that the mountain remained the sole target in his vicinity, indicating the absence of other significant figures. Chapter 5. The Long Road of Kings. After stretching, Green opened the sign-in feature. On the 6th day, he was presented with a choice of 5 passive skills. The options were Berserker's Fury, Death's Glory, Resilience, Night Hunter, and Granite Shield. In the world of Game of Thrones, he mused, one must be cautious not to be mistaken for a corpse if he were to suddenly rise again. He decided to select Death's Glory, followed by the Granite Shield. Upon selection, he received the Night Hunter skill. While moving towards a target in combat, it provides an additional 30 movement speed. The large party continued their journey northward, with Tyrion indulging in audiobooks by day and retreating to a secluded spot by night. After several days, he began to feel the strain in his lower back and opted to ride alongside Jandrai on the cart instead. After a full day's travel, they arrived at Harrenhal, at which point Tyrion spoke up. "Green, having shared so much, it is now my turn to introduce you to the continent of Westeros. Are there dragons in your land?" "Yes, though I have never seen one, as that era is far too distant." "Look at this fortress. What do you see?" "Devastation, a barren wasteland." "Indeed. A landscape marred by destruction, a testament to the work of dragons." The malevolent Heron, the king of the Iron Islands and the Riverlands, constructed Harrenhal to commemorate himself, intending it to be the grandest castle in all of Westeros to surpass others. He dedicated 40 years to realizing this dream. Thousands of captives from other kingdoms perished in the quarries or upon the 5 immense towers. Countless timber trees were felled to provide beams and planks. Upon completion, King Heron boasted that his new stronghold was impregnable, and indeed, it proved to be so. However, he failed to take into account the conqueror Aegon and his dragon. For dragons are not hindered by high walls or towers. Ultimately, Hurin met his demise in the tallest tower, consumed by dragon fire. Thus the tower was named the Tower of the Burning King. Tyrion gestured toward the towering structure. "Upon our return to King's Landing, I shall lead you to the dragon's lair to behold the enormity of the dragon's skull." It is said that Hurin's hold, also known as the Castle of Curses, witnessed the gradual extinction of his family. The conqueror Aegon bestowed Hurin's hold upon his old mentor, Quinenho Horus. This venerable count met his end after falling from his horse 9 years into the conquest, with his title and castle subsequently inherited by his grandson. This lord became known as the wedding guest Gorgon, for he delighted in attending weddings and reveling in his lordly right of the first night. At last, a young maiden's father, unwilling to endure such humiliation, imprisoned the self-proclaimed Red Heart Hurin within the castle. Red Heart Hurin castrated the wedding guest and allowed him to bleed to death, thus severing the Hordes bloodline. Red Heart Hurin briefly occupied the castle. But when King Aemy's forces arrived, he had already fled. Later, Red Heart Hurin was pursued by the king's hand, Count Storquath, and in a duel, he slew the count, though he himself fell to the hands of the count's retainers. The subsequent lord of Hurin's hold was of the Haraway family. The head of the family, Count Lucas Haraway, married his daughter Alice to the then Prince Maegor as a secondary spouse. This caused a considerable uproar, as Prince Maegor was already wed to Sir Hightower, resulting in his exile. After the death of Aemy's, Maegor returned to claim the throne and appointed his father-in-law, Lucas Haraway, as hand of the king. By this time, Maegor had acquired 3 wives, the last of whom was Tiana of the Tower, whom he encountered in the east. This woman served as Maegor's spymaster, with some claiming her to be a malevolent sorceress. Maegor remained childless, and upon learning of Queen Alice's pregnancy, he was filled with elation. However, the queen suffered a miscarriage of a monstrous child after 3 months. Subsequently, Maegor, influenced by Tiana, came to believe that Queen Alice had committed adultery, leading to the brutal slaughter of the queen, the prime minister, and all the sons, brothers, and nephews of Count Haraway. The king's wrath did not cease. He marched his army to Hurin's hold, annihilating every man, woman, and child tainted by the Haraway bloodline. Thereafter, Maegor granted Hurin's hold to his most formidable knight, Sir Walton Tarth. Yet the knight himself succumbed to severe injuries sustained during the struggle for this title and soon passed away. His descendants supported the lineage for 2 generations before perishing without heirs. The subsequent Strachan family was obliterated in the internecine War of Blood and Dragons. The last descendant of the Roston family, Lady Danella, became ensnared in dark sorcery, ultimately leading to her downfall at the hands of other dukes. With such ominous tales, why linger here for the night? Green glanced at Tyrion. Merely for one night. We shall set forth on the morrow. It is but a legend of curses, not a forbidden realm for mortals. Do you see those towering spires? Such grand architecture is a rarity, even in King's Landing. The wall in the north surpasses it in magnificence, which is also the purpose of my journey. As night fell, the fierce wind tugged at the flag atop the Widow's Tower, creating a cacophony of creaking sounds. Only by exchanging gold dragons for a negative cloak from the system could one hope to sleep peacefully. The negative cloak, magic resistance 50. The following morning, it was the last opportunity to sign in for the hero's ultimate abilities. In the selection phase, the options included the Dragon's Tail Strike, an unstoppable force, a breathtaking display, Mushroom Planting, and the Dust Sealing Absolute, Thought Slash. Please eliminate the Mushroom Planting and Stone Giant's ultimate ability. During the selection process, congratulations were awarded for obtaining the Dust Sealing Absolute, Thought Slash. The Dust Sealing Absolute, Thought Slash designate a path to strike a target within a range of 1 meter, strength value 0-1. Inflicting forced repulsion and damage on enemies along the path. The distance of repulsion is determined by size and strength. If no units are hit along the path, it will instantly blink to the path's end. Note, requires a 2-handed sword for release. No specific sword requirements. After freshening up, I prepared to set off with Tyrion when Jaime approached. Where did you find your new stable boy? I noticed the king's gaze upon him was somewhat peculiar. Tyrion recounted the events, and Green recalled that in the story, Gendry was Robert's illegitimate son, taken by the Red Woman to be cursed with the king's blood in the War of the 5 Kings. During the midday break, Robert deliberately approached Gendry, who was tending to the horses from behind. What is your name? Gendry, my lord. Whose stable boy are you? Forgive my ignorance, Robert said, eyeing Gendry closely. Tyrion Lannister. My lord. The dwarf. How much does he pay you? I do it willingly, my lord. I must thank Tyrion. Originally, Lord Green looked down upon me, but Tyrion came to my rescue and kept me here, Gendry said, his fists clenched in excitement. Willingly, Robert repeated with emphasis. When did you pledge loyalty? The Lannisters must truly be wealthy, able to make someone willingly serve as a stable boy. Robert then walked away, silently resolving to have Jaime guard the door while he prepared to play cards with Cersei that night. Days later, the main force crossed the Blue Fork River, arriving at the estate of the late Prime Minister Jon Arryn. King Robert and Eddard Stark had once been adopted sons, cherished as their own. Robert, feeling a wave of nostalgia, ordered the procession to slow as they passed through. After walking along King's Road for about an hour, they reached Greywater Watch. With the tales of the 3 kingdoms concluded, Tyrion ceased to pester Green and turned his attention to the local customs, particularly the more colorful aspects. As Gendry occasionally drifted past, Green found himself at a loss, for he was utterly unversed in blacksmithing, and any excessive chatter would only reveal his ignorance. Taking advantage of the days spent resting with the main force, Green engaged in trade, buying short and long swords, turning 5,000 gold dragons into 20,000. Initially planning to hold off for a significant purchase, he could not resist the temptation and spent 10,000 gold dragons on a gamble, drawing a green prize. The probability of obtaining items from the green loot box has been adjusted to 30, blue to 45, purple to 12, and gold to 3. Upon opening a green loot box, I acquired a skill package. Among the choices were Snowball Launch, Body-Piercing Strike, Elastic Slingshot, Over-the-Shoulder Throw, and Counterattack Storm. The weapon skills are indeed divine. Immunity to flat damage means I should eliminate Nunu's Snowball first. I certainly do not wish to engage in a snowball fight upon reaching Winterfell. I also decided to discard Zack's Leap, although the over-the-shoulder throw is somewhat lacking. It is preferable to Zack's method of elongating his arms to take flight. After making my selection, I was delighted to receive Body-Piercing Strike. Body-Piercing Strike. Your next melee attack inflicts additional damage equal to power 0.1 on the target and deals 50 of that damage to any target within 1 meter behind the primary target. Stored charges, 2 levels. Release cooldown, 1 second. Charge time, 10 seconds. Chapter 6. Shadows within Shadows. In pursuit of utilizing Iani's ultimate ability, Green actively engaged in trading equipment. However, as we approached the north, the impoverished locals made it increasingly difficult to sell gear. Fortunately, after a week of reselling, the Golden Dragon returned to a value just above 30,000. Green promptly exchanged it for the Spirit of the Dream. Spirit of the Dream, Power 8. Armor Penetration. When inflicting damage, ignore 18 points of the target's armor. Skill Speed, 15. Phantom Shadows. When equipped, grants a 40 increase in movement speed while out of combat. At this juncture, having equipped all items and skills, Green's profile read as follows. Name, Huafeng, Green Chris. Title, Leadership, 62 Power, 556, Rune King S Blade, 8, Spirit of the Dream, Intelligence, 80 Health, 85100, Ravager Armor Amplification, Armor, 10, Iron-Plated Boots, Magic Resistance, 50, Negative Extremity Cloak, Passive Skill Loaded, Night Hunter Skill Loaded, Shadow Arts, All Blades Skill Loaded, Empty Skill Loaded, Body-Piercing Strike Skill Loaded, Sealed Mind Severing Strike Summoner Spell Slot 1, Empty Summoner Spell Slot 2, Flash Runes, Bone Coating Equipment Slot 1, Rune King S Blade Equipment Slot 2, Spirit of the Dream Equipment Slot 3, Ravager Armor Equipment Slot 4, Iron-Plated Boots Equipment Slot 5, Negative Extremity Cloak Equipment Slot 6. Empty along the King S Road by the White Blade River. Despite it being summer, the distant ancestral mounds rose majestically, adorned with patches of white, hinting at an elevation gain. Winterfell may indeed be close at hand. The air in the north is truly invigorating. Robert dismounted, relieving himself while exhaling with satisfaction. Compared to this, King S Landing is nothing but a sty, perpetually enveloped in foul odors, particularly the stench of your Lannister gold, which only exacerbates the situation. As Robert adjusted his trousers and turned back, he saw Jandrai approaching, calling out to Jaime behind him. On the carriage, Cersei listened intently. The wealth of House Lannister is tainted, yet someone should refrain from spending it. After some time, Ser Jandrai approached. My Lord Jaime, my Lord Tyrion requests your presence. After paying his respects to Robert, Jaime mounted his horse and rode toward the rear of the procession. Jandrai was about to follow him back when Robert called out to him. Who is that green you mentioned earlier? Aware that he was addressing the king, Jandrai bowed and replied, he is the one clad in green armor and draped in a white cloak, accompanying Tyrion. He is a master blacksmith. I had hoped to apprentice under him, but he has remained silent. A master blacksmith, you say? Robert inquired. Indeed. He forged a remarkable sword just the other day in the town of Spinning. Even Ser Jaime, the royal guard, was envious and reluctant to part with it. Lead the way. I wish to behold it as well. As Jaime and Tyrion engaged in conversation, Jandrai approached with Robert in tow. Tyrion and Jaime offered their greetings. I hear that House Lannister has acquired an exceptional hound, known for forging fine iron. I have come to see for myself. Jandrai hurried to rouse Green from the cart, and Tyrion ushered Green to pay his respects. And where is the sword? Robert inquired, eyeing Green. Green promptly instructed Jandrai to retrieve the Spirit of Dreams from the cart and present it to Robert, who brandished it a few times, cleaving at the trees along the path. Impressive power. I wonder if it could match Eddard's ice in a duel. Ice is a great sword. This one-handed blade may struggle in a contest. It would fare better against a warhammer, battle axe, broadsword, or spear. Up ahead lies the City of Sevens. Have a warhammer forged for me by tomorrow. I intend to spar with Eddard. After saying this, he tossed the Spirit of Dreams back to Jandrai. Turning away, Robert added, Jaime, remember to settle the payment with the blacksmith. The king does not owe debts. That would be settled with Lannister gold, correct, Jaime? Tyrion remarked, watching Robert stride away. Perhaps your king is unaware of the blacksmith's exorbitant fees. He quoted me 4,000 for a great sword, and I fear the warhammer may exceed 10,000, Jaime responded. Green regarded the two and replied, just tell me if it is functional. The essence of trade lies in honesty. I offer a return policy. And how much do you intend to charge for the warhammer? 10,000 gold dragons, as per your pricing. With that, he climbed into the cart. At this moment, Tyrion pulled Jaime aside, and they rode a bit further away. Let the king rack up a bill of 12,000 dragons. We shall split it evenly. In these past 2 weeks, Green has thoroughly emptied my coffers. He hummed a tune as he returned to the group. After a while, Jaime sought out the accompanying scholar. Secure me 20,000 gold dragons. The king desires a warhammer forged. Though the scholar appeared somewhat skeptical, he did not voice his concerns. For the treasury's funds belonged to House Lannister, and the head of the Lannisters happened to be the king's father-in-law. After all, when it comes to their family finances, who among them does not spend? At this moment, the golden-robed man nearby was struck with immense astonishment upon hearing the news. His entire set of equipment was worth only a few gold dragons, and yet the king intended to spend 20,000 to forge a warhammer. With that sum, he could easily arm over 100 fully equipped golden-robed soldiers and even provide them with fine steeds. The golden-robed man expressed his confusion and promptly disseminated this information. That evening, upon arriving in Seawind City, Maechie's Seawind hastily dispatched a raven to inform the king of Winterfell's arrival and hosted a banquet to extend his hospitality. The following morning, Tyrion roused Green from his slumber, took the gold dragons from Jaime, and hurried to the blacksmith shop, eagerly anticipating a lavish lifestyle in Winterfell with 1,000 gold dragons. Upon entering, Green immediately secured the doors and windows, lit the forge, and even purchased a roasted chicken. He activated the system to exchange for the Warhammer of Caulfeld. The Caulfeld Warhammer, Strength 3, Skill 10, Swift Strike. The king's wealth is indeed easy to acquire. The profits from the initial sale were astonishing, far surpassing the meager income he would earn from a week of laborious selling. After deducting costs, he netted nearly 900 gold dragons. Green contemplated the necessity of being more ruthless in his dealings. The North had little wealth, and even selling a short sword was a hassle. The Lannisters and Tyrells in the West were affluent landowners, ripe for exploitation. Upon returning to King's Landing, Green resolved to organize an auction. At that moment, Jaime, feeling a genuine appreciation for wealth, recalled his recent anguish over 5,000 gold dragons. Today, with 9,000 in hand, he felt a sense of relief, even amusement. Once he reached Winterfell, he could wholesale equipment from Green. Tyrion, too, reveled in the prospect, sitting on a chair outside the blacksmith's shop, squinting at the sun while humming a tune, dreaming of the maidens of Winterfell. As Jaime inquired about Tyrion's whereabouts, he made his way toward the blacksmith shop, only to discover that a gathering of 20 golden-robed men had formed outside. What brings you here? Jaime asked. The leader of the golden-robed men replied, We heard the king is spending 20,000 gold dragons to forge a warhammer, so we came to see what a 20,000 gold dragon warhammer looks like. Jaime's heart sank. The news had spread far and wide. It mattered little to others, but if Tyrion were to learn of it, he might attempt to extort Jaime once more, jeopardizing his position as a sworn knight. How could a noble knight engage in such speculative endeavors? Furthermore, if Green discovered this, he might refuse to sell him equipment. Lost in thought, Jaime began to pace anxiously. Then, an idea struck him as he gazed at the sword of a nearby guard. He summoned several golden-robed men and drew his stormblade from his waist. Come, everyone, take a look. This sword was crafted for me by Master Green, worth 10,000 gold dragons. I believe you are curious about what a 20,000 gold dragon warhammer might look like. With that, he found a tree with a diameter of about 10 centimeters and effortlessly severed it. Then instructed one of the golden-robed men to draw his sword and engage him in a duel. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of 3 strikes echoed as the golden-robed man's sword shattered, revealing 2 conspicuous dents along the blade's edge. This is the masterpiece of Master Glenn. But one must bear in mind that the creations he forges cannot be measured by monetary value. Therefore, I implore you not to disseminate the notion of 20,000 gold dragons. For him, placing a price on a weapon is nothing short of an affront. He merely accepts a symbolic remuneration for his labor. Hearing the clash of swords, Tyrion awoke from his light slumber and rose to approach Jaime. Remember what I have told you. Do not share this information. The 20,000 is a result of my long-standing relationship with the master, allowing me to negotiate the price down. Consider that a sword alone is worth 10,000 gold dragons. Is it reasonable to think that a warhammer of such magnitude would be valued the same? Keep this to yourselves. For if Tyrion were to inform Glyn that you have spoken of his masterpiece in such a derogatory manner, you shall never have the privilege of having him forge for you. As Tyrion approached, Jaime hastily whispered, "What are you doing?" "Engaging in a duel, obviously. It is evident that this guard is lacking in skill. I will compensate you with gold dragons for your sword. I shall procure a finer blade with that gold." Jaime responded, glancing at the man in the gilded robe. The man in the golden robe beamed with delight. Even a single gold dragon would be a profit, as this sword was merely an ordinary iron blade, one that could be purchased for a handful of gold dragons. Chapter 7. The Rune Feast of Winterfell. Soon, Glyn emerged, dragging the warhammer of Carfold, and the golden-robed individuals instinctively gathered around him. Glyn summoned 2 of them and directed them to present themselves to the king. The golden-robed men conversed animatedly as they made their way to seek out Robert. "Can you still forge equipment? Money is no object," Jaime inquired as he watched the golden-robed men depart. "Indeed, if the funds are sufficient, I could remain in the smithy for a lifetime without complaint. Jaime, once we reach Winterfell, there is no rush to forge. The journey from Seawatch to Winterfell is but half a day's travel, and I am eagerly anticipating the taste of a northern maiden," Tyrion remarked as he led the way back to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. The group set forth with great enthusiasm towards their destination, with Robert also in high spirits. He had left his warhammer in King's Landing, and now wielded his newly forged one with effortless grace, feeling invigorated. Since ascending to kingship, he had never felt as content as he did at that moment, enjoying the cool breeze of the north. The warhammer did not burden him in the slightest, and he felt as if he had not aged at all. Though he carried a belly akin to that of a wine barrel, he could hardly wait to spar with his old friend Ned, having last seen him 9 years prior, after quelling the rebellion of Balon Greyjoy in the Iron Islands 6 years into his reign. With this thought, Robert commanded his troops to advance with greater speed. Approaching the afternoon, the king's entourage entered Winterfell through the southern gate. Tyrion quickly vanished from sight, and as he passed the armory, he noticed a plump girl seated atop an abandoned cart, presumably Arya. After navigating several blocks, the procession arrived at the great keep of Winterfell. The king and queen exchanged pleasantries with the Stark couple, but Glyn remained indifferent, his mind solely focused on the feast ahead. The prior night in Seawatch, he had enjoyed a splendid meal, and he anticipated that the Duke's fare would be equally delightful. At this moment, James approached, stating, "Golden Dragon, I have instructed the guards to take your carriage. Please remember to assist me with my equipment tomorrow. What will be needed? Swords or armor?" "Armor, I suppose. If funds permit, perhaps a gun or dagger as well," he replied. With that, James began organizing the team to hand over responsibilities to the servants of Winterfell. Just then, Arya approached, scrutinizing the man clad in green armor conversing with the queen's brother. "Are you the imp?" she inquired. "How did you discern my stature?" he retorted. "And where is the imp? He must be growing, for it is his smallness that necessitates constant development. May I see your sword?" "You possess 2, Arya exclaimed, fixated on the amethyst-encrusted hilt of Green's blade. "My apologies for the intrusion," Robb interjected, pulling Arya away. "You are too young to handle swords." "But I am already 9, she protested. Jon then approached, taking Arya from Robb's grasp. "Arya, I understand you are no longer a child, yet it is ill-mannered to disturb a guest of the king. I promise to gift you a sword." "When?" she demanded. "Will you say I must wait until I am older?" As she spoke, Arya broke free from Jon and dashed away. Soon, Jon murmured, watching her retreating figure. "Where is the blacksmith shop in Winterfell?" Green inquired. "It is adjacent to the armory." Cian, Robb called, summoning Cian. "Please escort this guest to the blacksmith." As Cian led the way, he asked, "What do you need from the blacksmith?" "To forge iron," Green replied. Cian glanced back at Green, noting the absence of a family crest and the peculiar green armor he wore, concluding that he must be a servant. He then pointed the way, saying, upon entering through the south gate, "Proceed straight down the street. The blacksmith shop is in the alley to the right of the armory." Green reluctantly set off to navigate the route himself. After all, forging iron did not consume much time, and finding the blacksmith was not imperative. James had provided him with 8,000 golden dragons, considering his previous transaction with the king. Now, with a total of 16,900 golden dragons, he pondered the equipment system. Green exchanged for a chainmail vest and a serrated short dagger, keeping the expenditure below 2,000, while preserving 15 revolution sparks. Meanwhile, The banquet preparations were in full swing within the great hall of the keep, where servants hurriedly carried dishes to and fro. After finalizing his equipment, Green blended into the Stark kitchen, rewarding the chef with a golden dragon before settling at the kitchen entrance, awaiting the feast. Green accessed the system and clicked on Rune Exploration, acquiring clues for the following runes: the Unyielding Rune, associated with Eddard Stark; the Guardian Rune, linked to Eddard Stark; the Predator Rune, connected to the Dire Wolf; the Zombie Sentinel Rune, related to Bran Stark; the Malicious Defamation Rune, associated with Theon Greyjoy; the Perfect Timing Rune, linked to Bran Stark. The quest for the Dark Harvest Rune leads to Arya Stark. This truly has stirred the runic pot. The runes have opened their doors, and now they have returned home. As twilight descended, the banquet commenced. Green, having already dined, sat outside the courtyard gazing at the starry sky while listening to the sound of logs being chopped from the neighboring yard. Following the noise, he discovered Jon engaged in conversation with a figure cloaked in black. "Uncle, if you merely speak up, father will surely agree. He will. You cannot fathom the difficulties involved. You cannot marry, nor can you have heirs. I care not." Clap, clap, clap. "A valiant Night's Watchman is about to be born," Green exclaimed. "Who are you?" Benjen inquired. "I am a blacksmith. If your nephew is truly prepared to journey to the wall, I can provide him with a sword." At that moment, Tyrion also emerged. Having completed his autumnal revelry, "Are you attempting to escape the disfavor of your foster mother, or do you genuinely wish to become a Night's Watchman, you bastard? Surely you are aware of your own intentions." With his true nature exposed, Jon prepared to leave, prompting Benjen to hastily follow. Detecting Benjen Stark. The Zombie Guardian Rune quest is being issued. Quest Path 1. Prevent Benjen Stark from partially becoming a wight to obtain the Zombie Guardian Rune. Quest Path 2. Extract the Zombie Guardian Rune after Benjen Stark dies from partial wight transformation, limited to 24 hours. I must make a journey to the wall. Tomorrow marks a full month, and I shall be eligible for a draw. Green resolved to enter the banquet hall to accept the quests. Discovering Eddard Stark. The Indomitable Rune quest is being issued. Quest Path 1. After the incident in King's Landing, save Eddard Stark to obtain the Indomitable Rune. Quest Path 2. Extract the Indomitable Rune after Eddard Stark's demise. Discovering Eddard Stark. The Guardian Rune quest is being issued. Quest Path 1. Gain Eddard Stark's gratitude to acquire the Guardian Rune. Quest Path 2. Prevent Eddard Stark from proceeding to King's Landing to obtain the Guardian Rune. Discovering Arya Stark. The Dark Harvest Rune quest is being issued. Quest Path 1. Increase Arya's favorability to acquire the Dark Harvest Rune. Quest Path 2. Be stabbed by Arya and fail once to obtain the Dark Harvest Rune. Discovering Bran Stark. The Perfect Timing Rune quest is being issued. Quest Path 1. Prevent Bran from climbing the watchtower and breaking his leg to obtain the Perfect Timing Rune. Quest Path 2. Heal Bran's leg injury to acquire the Perfect Timing Rune. Discovering Theon Greyjoy. The Malicious Injury Rune quest is being issued. Quest Path 1. Defeat Theon Greyjoy in combat to obtain the Malicious Injury Rune. Quest Path 2. Extract the Malicious Injury Rune after Theon Greyjoy's death within 24 hours. How to accomplish these timelines, given their disparate locations? I must first select the simpler tasks. Please assist me in scanning Theon's panel. Name: Theon Greyjoy. Title: Leadership: 78 Strength, 83 Intelligence, 74 with a personal strength of merely 69, augmented by the Ruin and Dream, and considering the skills and other enhancements. Acquiring a significant item should yield satisfactory combat prowess, alongside the necessity to amass over 10,000 gold dragons. Preventing Bran from falling is crucial. Either the child must be safeguarded or Jaime must be protected from peril, ensuring he does not ascend to the tower to engage in card games. It seems that Elia should bestow equipment to gain favor. However, obstructing someone from ascending to the position of Prime Minister proves to be a formidable task. Chapter 8. The End of Winter. Once again, the exhilarating lottery segment has arrived. Green activated the wheel, which spun for several rounds before predictably landing on blue. He opened the blue loot box. Congratulations. You have received a boost pack. Selection result. Congratulations. You have obtained red. Red. Your attacks will cause the target to slow by 5. And inflict an additional true damage equal to 2 of the target's maximum health upon dealing damage. Lasting 3 seconds, subsequent attacks will refresh the duration and cannot stack, while also dispelling camouflage, stealth, and similar effects for 5 seconds. The probabilities in the prize pool have been updated to green 30, blue 22, purple 40, gold 8. Early the next morning, Robb organized a hunting trip with old friends to strengthen bonds. Upon awakening, Green realized that by the time he finished his lottery, everyone had already departed. He exclaimed in dismay, knowing that Jaime had also been eager to reconnect with old acquaintances for a month. He hurriedly dressed, inquired about the location of the watchtower, and rushed over. Bran was already halfway up, while Summer, on the ground, tilted his head to gaze at his master, occasionally leaping with his front legs as if yearning to accompany him up the tower. Bran! Bran! Green shouted loudly, hoping that Jaime and Cersei, who were conversing about ailments within the tower, could hear him. At this moment, Bran, halfway up, turned to glance down but seemed not to recognize the shouting figure and resumed his ascent. Green, anxious, paced back and forth, while Summer observed this agitated man, barking in response to his erratic movements. In a moment of primal instinct, Summer barked. Consequently, the man seized the scruff of Summer's neck. "Ah, what a robust dog. Jaime, I shall treat you to dog meat." Green bellowed once more. Following Summer's bark, silence ensued. This was unacceptable. Green promptly lifted the dog as hind legs, prompting Summer to feel something amiss and begin barking frantically. Green, exhilarated, continued to boast about the dog meat. Upon hearing Summer's commotion, Bran turned to see this unfamiliar man tormenting his dog and threatening to consume him. Anxiously, he redirected his focus and began descending. After descending several meters, Bran shouted, "Release Summer. He is my dog. You shall not eat him." Green noticed the effect of his actions and prepared to perform an additional set of national student calisthenics while holding the dog's legs. Bran, observing the man's increasingly brazen demeanor, persisted in his descent. However, after a few more steps, he suddenly felt a void beneath him and fell. Green watched as Bran fell and hurriedly dropped Summer, rushing over to catch Bran. However, he overestimated his own strength and ended up acting as Bran's cushion. Bran tumbled down, his face scraped, a tooth knocked out, and his arms bruised. In pain, he began to cry, running while sobbing and sniffling. Summer, feeling disoriented from the chaos, shook his head for a moment before following Bran, running some distance before turning back to bark at Green. Before long, Green was surrounded by the retainers of Winterfell and taken back. At that moment, Jaime returned from his card game. Upon seeing the formidable group escorting Green, he immediately interjected, stating that Green was from King's Landing and Winterfell had no authority to deal with him. He advised that they should wait for the king to return from the hunt. Winterfell promptly dispatched a rider to summon the king. In less than a quarter of an hour, the king returned, grumbling and accompanied by his entourage. Tyrion, having heard of the commotion, was hastily summoned from the cellar. The king, queen, and the Stark couple took their seats in the main hall, ready to hear Green's account. Unable to speak the complete truth and not wishing to bear the blame, he began, "It was Jaime. He wanted dog meat. And I was merely searching for a few sturdy dogs in Winterfell. Unfortunately, I mistook a Stark direwolf for a dog, as it was roaming freely and appeared quite plump." Cersei eyed Jaime with suspicion, pondering when her brother had developed a taste for dog meat. Though Jaime was perplexed, he understood that if he took some of the blame, the situation might be minimized, so he bowed his head and refrained from contradicting Green. At that moment, Bran, cradled in Catelyn's arms, pointed at Green with his gap-toothed smile and exclaimed, "You lie? You knew that was my dog." After wiping his dried tears, he added, "Did I not call for you? Bran, I shouted your name down by the tower. Did you respond? You were the only one around, and I wanted to ask you, but you ignored me." Green declared with righteous indignation. Bran was somewhat taken aback by the outburst, beginning to question why he hadn't responded the first time he heard his name, and buried his head deeper into Catelyn's embrace. Observing this, Green intensified his protest. "Did I not catch you when you fell? Even now, my chest aches from the impact. It was not merely your fall that hurt me, but the Northmen's tendency to accuse without understanding, piercing my heart deeply. Surely, I, a man in my 20s, would not bully a child of 6 or 7. I was merely helping Ser Jaime find some dog meat." Jaime's face twitched in annoyance. He thought, "Stick to your performance, but why involve me?" He silently vowed never to touch dog meat again. The hall fell into a tense silence as the onlookers exchanged glances, with King Robert internally lamenting the absurdity of the situation, which was delaying his hunting plans. He prepared to issue a decree to disperse the gathering. The Stark couple found themselves in distress. Their child had fallen and was subjected to a barrage of reprimands. Fortunately, the lost baby tooth had not yet been replaced and would eventually grow back. This incident might even serve as a lesson for Bran, curbing his reckless climbing habits. A small consolation. Upon hearing this, Robb decided to return home, securing his siblings' direwolves and assigning a servant to oversee them. Although the identity of the dog thief remained a mystery, the possibility of their demise left him anxious about accountability. Once the crowd dispersed, he planned to release the direwolves. The residents of King's Landing were equally astonished. Logically, a master blacksmith, capable of forging a weapon worth 20,000 gold dragons, would hardly stoop to stealing dogs. A single gold dragon would suffice to employ numerous northerners to prepare a dog for the feast. With the case seemingly resolved, it was noted that the King's Guard, Jaime, had an affinity for dog meat. Tyrion, too, was vexed, while he was nestled comfortably between the arms of several lovely ladies. He was abruptly startled by a kick from Jander, who burst through the door. He remained baffled for some time as the hall emptied. It was indeed a challenge to maintain his stature amidst such chaos, particularly when he was being accused of dog theft. Green felt a sense of relief internally. In the ensuing days, Green endeavored to explore the predator runes related to the dire wolves, yet he found himself at a loss. As even a few Starks no longer accompanied the wolves, he hesitated to inquire further in matters such as these. The one who asked first would be the one to bear the suspicion. Eddard and Robert, having squandered several days, were now set to depart for King's Landing to assume their duties while also investigating the cause of Jon Arryn's death, despite receiving a clandestine message from the Eyrie. Jon's resolve to journey to the Wall intensified as he sought to fulfill his promise to Arya. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, Jon discovered Green seated inside, gnawing on a piece of meat. "Are you truly ready to become a Night's Watchman?" Jon remained silent. "I too shall uphold my promise and assist you in sourcing some dragonglass. I will forge you a sword." "I already possess a sword," Green replied. "That one is meant for your sister's training." "Very well, I can forge you two, if need be." Jon was at a loss for words. Yet he had gleaned from the King's Guard that a master blacksmith had stolen summer days prior, so he nodded in tacit agreement. Although uncertain of the purpose of the dragonglass, Jon still procured some from the market in Winterfell. "Just place it here, and please close the yard gate. I will return with 2 swords at dinner time." Just as Jon sought out the dragonglass, Green consulted the system regarding the possibility of outsourcing the forging process. Given that dragonglass was effective against White Walkers, the system provided a suggestion. While dragonglass was indeed hard, its applicability for sword crafting was limited due to its brittleness, akin to tempered glass. Thus, he was advised to invest an extra point in enchantments for his equipment. Reluctantly, Green accessed the equipment shop, enchanting his broken and ethereal dreams. He exchanged them for the Death Sentence and Stormbreaker swords. Death Sentence, Power 2. Tier, inflicts damage to the target while increasing their blood loss by 40 and diminishing their subsequent healing and recovery effects. Storm Greatsword, Force 4. Enchantment of Ashen Oblivion. When inflicting damage upon negative entities such as undead, ghosts, and ghouls of lesser divinity, an additional annihilating strike, scorching, dispelling, is rendered. Subsequently, several dragon crystal daggers were crafted with meticulous care. Chapter 9. The departure to the Wall of Despair. The king has prepared to return to King's Landing in 3 days. After delivering the Death Sentence and the Storm Greatsword to Jon, Green summoned the guards to fetch Jaime and Tyrion. "I intend to venture to the Wall with Tyrion, and I do not know when I shall return. Upon the king's and Eddard's arrival in King's Landing, a grand tournament will surely be held. Every fiefdom will dispatch knights to participate, and the nobility shall converge to pay their respects. Thus, Jaime, I require you to organize an auction." Green glanced at the seated Jaime and Tyrion. "Gather as many golden dragons as you can in these 3 days. I shall endeavor to forge a batch of equipment, which Jaime will then take to sell. The golden dragons you collect shall be treated as an investment, and once sold, the profits will be divided accordingly. Jaime, when you journey south, make sure to promote it vigorously." Jaime and Tyrion busied themselves throughout the afternoon, even persuading Cersei to authorize the use of royal funds in the queen's name. In the end, Tyrion managed to sell his own dagger through his eloquence to a local noble, bringing in over 1,000, nearly 2,000 golden dragons, while Jaime contributed 40,000. For 3 whole days, Green procured an array of ordinary and epic swords, armor, and equipment that harmonized with the realm of Westeros, including longswords, short swords, Dornish blades, Dornish shields, chainmail, and sentinel armor, amassing an investment exceeding 50,000 golden dragons. On the 3rd day, Green summoned Jandrelli, handing him 30 golden dragons. He spoke. "Upon my return from the Wall to King's Landing, I shall take you as my apprentice. For now, accompany Jaime southward, and I will later provide you with 3 scrolls. Once the events I mention unfold, open the scrolls and act accordingly." Green patted Jandrelli's shoulder. "Furthermore, change into a more suitable attire and select a sword from this array of equipment, presenting yourself as a knight should." Green observed Jandrelli's coarse garments and faded leather. At a loss for words, Jandrelli could only nod repeatedly. "As for the scrolls, you must not speak of them to anyone else, including Jaime. This matter is crucial to your potential as a master blacksmith. If funds are insufficient, seek Jaime's assistance in my name." As he exited, he called for Jaime. With tears of determination in his eyes, Jan Drelly rushed out. "For these goods, I demand a service fee of 150,000 golden dragons. How much you can sell them for is of no concern to me. The remaining profits belong solely to you two Lannisters." Jaime stepped forward, examining the weapons with one in each hand. "One more point I must emphasize. The auction house, its appeal, and public sentiment are all significant factors. Master them, and you may very well double or even triple your 40,000 golden dragons. I do not wish for you to find yourself unable to reclaim even the initial investment of 150,000. Green regarded Jaime as he continued to ponder his selections. Jaime meticulously assessed the quantity and quality of the swords before him. Some of these blades rivaled even his own great sword, the Storm. The Lannisters were never short of gold, and for a mere 15,000, one could easily dispatch a servant to present a sword to their father, prompting an immediate delivery of golden dragons. Jaime summoned the Lannister retainers to commence packing. 3 days later, various factions set forth. Tyrion, Green, Jon Snow, and Brandon Stark made their way northward. Jaime, Jandrai, and the Stark couple, accompanied by their 4 children, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon, along with several Stark retainers, marched south in grand procession. The king's entourage had swelled from over 200 to nearly 500 meters in length. After bidding farewell to Eddard, Jon rode up to join them. Green retrieved 3 daggers from his saddlebag, distributing one to each individual. Upon receiving his, Brandon Stark examined the dragon glass, deeming it of inferior quality and prepared to return it. "I appreciate the Lannisters' kindness, but I must decline. Please take it back." Green replied, "I am not of the Lannister clan. This is merely the goodwill of a smith." "Tyrion, do you believe in wights, the so-called White Walkers of the North?" Tyrion pondered for a moment, incredulous. "I perceive this as merely a tale to frighten children, passed down from the wall. If one were to indulge in imaginative musings, one might envision ragged wildlings emerging from the snow, and should their faces bear the marks of frostbite, it would not be difficult to mistake them for wights in a moment of panic." "And you, Jon? Do you believe in the White Walkers?" Green turned to Snow. At that moment, Jon was still reeling from Eddard's earlier words and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, "I do not know. If Uncle Brandon claims there are wights, then I shall believe." Jon gazed at Brandon, who, upon hearing the discussion of his younger companions, turned to meet their expectant gazes. "This indeed forms part of my mission. What was the Night's Watchman executed by your father? He was an exceptional ranger, valiant in combat against the wildlings. He must have witnessed something extraordinary. Upon reaching the wall, I intend to scout beyond its boundaries." "And what of you, Green? Do tales of wights linger in the lands of Essos? It has been far too long since you regaled us with your stories. I had almost forgotten you were a bard," Tyrion remarked. In a distant epic, the ruthless warlord Son User ravaged the northern lands. Driven by dark faith, he purged all tribes and villages that obstructed him, forging an empire through blood and death. Yet, as his life drew to a close, he relished the thought that his deeds had secured him a place among the divine in the Hall of Bones. However, upon his demise, he found not the glory of godhood or a magnificent hall awaiting him. Instead, Son User stood upon a desolate, gray expanse, with only disjointed whispers echoing in his ears, while ghostly mists enshrouded his form. Occasionally, lost souls would drift by, mere specters, adrift in their own oblivion. Son User seethed with rage. Was his faith merely a facade? Or was it that his earthly conquests were insufficient to secure the eternal life he so fervently desired? How could the present void possibly represent the culmination of his existence, even if it appeared endless? He gazed as the feeble souls gradually faded into the mist, dissipating into the annals of time. Yet, Son User refused to fade away. His will, tempered by fury and brutality, preserved his consciousness. After a considerable time, the indistinct whispers crystallized into words he could almost comprehend. He finally discerned that it was the language of Oaken, a malevolent tongue devoid of any living being. A cunning plan began to emerge within his lingering thoughts. His murmurs began to permeate the veils between realms, promising invincible power to any who dared to listen. He did not wait long. A cadre of sorcerers heeded his summons, determined to usher him back to the realm of the living. Devoid of flesh and bone, he incited the sorcerers to entrap his essence within an armor resembling the black iron plate he once wore, thus acquiring power that belittled mere mortals. Thus, the merciless armored specter was born. The power-hungry sorcerers initially intended to wield him as a weapon in their trivial conflicts, yet he swiftly executed them all. Their magic and armaments were utterly futile against him. In their despair, they cried out his name in a futile attempt to seal him once more. For Senusr had long since ceased to exist. With a fleeting whisper, he uttered his name in the Oaken tongue, Kaiser. He commenced anew his campaign against the mortal realm. His ambitions remained grand, and endowed with necromantic sorcery. His power exceeded even his own imagination. Kaiser forged a vicious mace, Nightfall, from the souls of the sorcerers. A weapon commanding the dead to rise. To his adversaries, Kaiser seemed solely fixated on slaughter and destruction. His brutal conquests nearly obliterated an entire generation. However, Kaiser's designs extended far beyond mere devastation. He erected the Fortress of Immortality at the heart of the empire. Many perceived it merely as a symbol of power. Yet some discerned the deeper secret. Kaiser yearned to seize all forbidden knowledge pertaining to souls and death, and to thoroughly comprehend the material realm and beyond. Tyranny breeds enmity. Ultimately, a coalition of the Noxian tribes, coupled with the betrayal of his confidants, managed to vanquish the armored specter. They severed the connection between Kaiser's soul and his armor, entombing the empty shell in a hidden place. Thus, Kaiser was exiled from the material realm. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this was precisely his design, a crucial step in his grand scheme. Though power and guile had brought him fleeting glory, he understood that a fate more magnificent than the Hall of Bones awaited him. On the once desolate plains, all the souls perished under his tyrannical reign stood in anticipation. The spirits, eroded by dark sorcery, would not dissipate. The mightiest among them became his devoted immortal army, while the weaker souls were assigned their own tasks. With these souls, Kaiser would forge a new empire. They shall become the very bricks and mortar of the underworld empire. It sounds more absurd than the White Walkers. What is it that fills your mind, Glenn? Last time you spoke of the three kingdoms with such clarity, yet now you bring forth tales of sorcerers. Tyrion jested. This is the continent of Asia, where legends of the eastern realm of Valoran abound. It seems the White Walkers are not so terrifying after all. Then why do you present us with dragonglass daggers? Jon inquired. Dragonglass is effective against White Walkers, phantoms, and malevolent entities. Should there truly be White Walkers beyond the wall, it may prove useful. Glenn and his companions have been traversing the Wolf Forest these past few days, and after passing through, they journeyed several kilometers to reach the final town of Hoothfire. Chapter 10. Beyond the wall in search of White Walkers, the three of them rested amidst the woodlands on the outskirts of the town, while Banyan ventured to the Hoothfire prison to select new Night's Watch recruits. As they traveled further north, the air grew increasingly frigid. Jon scavenged for dry twigs to kindle a fire. Before long, Banyan approached, leading a group of burly prisoners. Tyrion looked up, and with the instinct of a patron, he pointed at one particularly disheveled individual. A hardened criminal. Most captured would either choose to sever their own manhood or cloak themselves in darkness. Most would hesitate to part with their humanity. I am no different. Alas, they have no choice but to don the shroud of night. Jon, do you wish to say something about your new brethren? Tyrion regarded Jon with a playful smirk. Seeing Jon bow his head, Tyrion pressed on with mock enthusiasm. To join the Night's Watch is to forsake one's former family, only to gain such new brothers. Recognizing Jon's inability to retort, Tyrion retrieved a book he had brought along and began to read. Jon raised his head and asked, "Why do you read so many books?" Responding to Jon's query, Tyrion gazed into Jon's eyes, pausing for a moment. "Look at me, what do you see?" Tyrion inquired again. Jon, unsure of Tyrion's answer, prepared to lower his gaze once more. "A dwarf," Glenn replied. Noting that Tyrion had not lifted his head to seriously peruse the book, Glenn continued. "A dwarf born into a family of long-standing lineage. What chance does he have to fight as a knight on the battlefield, or to inherit the family estate peacefully? None. Those born whole have a significant advantage from the outset. It is akin to the difference between a bastard and a legitimate heir. This is why Tyrion immerses himself in literature. Within its pages lie strategies, politics, and commerce. As the saying goes in the continent of Asia, within books, there are golden houses. Within books, there are beauties. Reading is a means of elevation for a dwarf, a path to self-advancement. Jon Snow, what then is your path to self-advancement? Have you come to understand it?" Jon, feeling a mix of embarrassment and contemplation, lowered his gaze. He reminisced about his childhood, growing up alongside Robb and Theon, engaging in bird hunting, martial training, and archery. Despite his foster mother Catelyn Tully's indifference due to his father's loyalty issues, there was no overt animosity. His father continued to bestow upon him the same affection granted to Robb, and his siblings welcomed him with open arms, devoid of any animosity regarding his status. Theon, being a foster son himself, often resorted to belittling Jon to mask his own insecurities, fearing he would not fit in with the Stark children. Robb was destined to inherit Winterfell, while his sisters could marry noble lords of their choosing, and young Bran and Rickon had yet to come of age. This left Jon pondering his own uncertain future. After several days of travel, the leader, Banyon, announced, "Welcome to the Wall." The group raised their eyes to behold the grayish-blue expanse of the wall merging with the azure sky, barely touched by wisps of clouds, seemingly extending infinitely as if it were the very edge of the world. The sunlight occasionally glinted off the wall, creating sparkling reflections akin to shooting stars. As they approached the base of the wall, which towered several stories high, Green found himself wishing he had a smartphone to capture the moment for his social media. Turning back to glance at the path they had traversed, Green was reminded of the great poet's verses and unconsciously began to recite, "The northern lands are majestic. 1,000 miles frozen, 10,000 miles of snow drifting. Looking at the expanse within and beyond the Great Wall, only vast wilderness remains. The great rivers have lost their torrents. Mountains dance like silver serpents, and the plains race like wax elephants, yearning to challenge the heavens. On a clear day, behold the landscape adorned in red and white, exceptionally enchanting. Such a beautiful land draws countless heroes to bow in reverence." Tyrion, preparing to interject with a metaphor about humanity, abruptly halted upon hearing the poetry recitation, tilting his head and gesturing towards Jon. "This is precisely why a dwarf studies literature. What eloquent words do you have to describe this, Snow?" The group followed Banyon into the Black Castle, where he handed over several prisoners to the instructor, Alliser Thorne. Green inquired about the blacksmith shop and, through bribing the Night's Watch craftsman, Othel Yarwick, with golden dragons, diligently learned some theoretical aspects of smithing. Jon's experience under Alliser Thorne was far from pleasant. Aware of the implications of being Snow in the north, Thorne even bestowed upon him the moniker Lord Snow. That evening, Commander Jeor Mormont hosted a feast in honor of Banyon's expedition to seek out Waymar Royce. Naturally, Tyrion and Green were included in the invitation list. Thanks to Green's generous sponsorship, the feast's meat surpassed all previous quantities, creating a lively atmosphere. However, after several rounds of drinks, Alliser once again mocked Jon, prompting Tyrion to defend him by ridiculing the criminals in attendance. While Banyon showed slight sympathy towards Jon, the other Night's Watchmen were left seething with resentment, constrained by the presence of the commander, and the gathering ended on an unhappy note. The following day, Jon and Green rose early, accompanying Tyrion as they ascended the wall via the winch, achieving the unique experience of urinating from atop the wall alongside the dwarf. After bidding farewell to Banyon, Green followed him along with approximately 20 rangers beyond the wall. Tyrion prepared to pack his belongings and return to King's Landing. Commander Jeor Mormont, mindful of the previous night's events, instructed Jon to accompany Tyrion for a distance with a few trusted men, secretly advising him to ensure they traveled far enough. Mormont harbored a genuine concern that some careless Night's Watchman, influenced by the previous night's occurrences, might target Tyrion. He fully understood the significance of one's surname. The chill beyond the wall was more penetrating than that of the north. If the interior of the wall was merely cold, the exterior felt akin to entering a frozen vault. After marching through the afternoon, the group finally felt a semblance of warmth upon reaching the village of White Tree, nestled within the shadowy depths of Ghostwood Forest. The day's bitter cold prompted Green to question the absence of autumn trousers in the north, compelling him to barter with the local women for a rabbit fur cape and a disheveled wolfskin overcoat to keep himself warm. As dawn broke, Banyon led the rangers deeper into Ghostwood Forest. Observing Green, who was bundled up like a ball, Banyon couldn't help but smile quietly, puzzled by the young man's unwavering determination to accompany him. "Green, if you feel cold, you can simply return. I can send a ranger to guide you back," Banyon suggested. "Uncle Banyon, the same question persists. Do you believe in the others?" Green emerged from his layers, his eyes and mouth peering at Banyon. "I do not. Yet I cannot dismiss the notion entirely. No one would undertake the labor of constructing a wall merely for a fabrication," Banyon replied. "Then what is our purpose on this journey? Is it to validate the existence of the wights, or to locate Waymar Royce?" Green inquired. "Both," Banyon answered. "Searching for one person among the tribes beyond the wall with just 20 individuals is quite a daunting task. We must shift our perspective," Green proposed. Banyon gestured for him to continue. "Now, Waymar is either dead or alive. If he is alive, he is certainly not a captive of the wildlings or allied with them. In this weather, no one could survive alone in the wilderness. If he is dead, it must be either at the hands of the wights or the wildlings. To ascertain whether he is alive or perished at the hands of the wildlings, we must venture into their tribes and directly inquire. Should he have succumbed to the wights, we must recall the chronicles of Westeros that describe the dead returning to life. However, Weimar cannot simply appear before us and declare that he has become a wight. We need to search the Ghostwood Forest for the wildlings' burial sites, excavate a few, and determine whether the remains are skeletal, wights, or if the bodies have vanished entirely. If a significant number of corpses are missing, seeking Weimar becomes futile, and we must promptly return to the wall to mobilize the Seven Kingdoms for its defense. If the wildlings' graves remain intact, the situation may not be as complex. Of course, for the sake of thoroughness and workload, I still recommend a selective excavation. After all, wights do not discriminate between soldiers. Either an entire area is reanimated, or it consists solely of scattered bones. Banyang accepted the suggestion, retrieved a map, and divided the rangers into 4 groups to commence excavating within Ghostwood Forest. The other 3 groups, upon receiving Banyang's directions, also set off, while Banyang and Green began their own excavation with 1 group of rangers. After digging for half an hour, the soldiers, encountering the frozen earth, began to murmur their grievances in hushed tones. However, constrained by the presence of their leader, Banyang, they continued their toil. After a further period of labor without any sign of a coffin, complaints grew louder. The most fatigued among them even began to rummage through their saddlebags, extracting provisions to eat and drink, abandoning their work. Observing the 2-meter-deep pit they had excavated, Green exchanged for a pickaxe and resolved to dig alone. Banyang, his expression darkened, could not voice his discontent and thus joined Green in the labor. As they toiled, Banyang and Green eventually uncovered the coffin, remarkably preserved due to the cold. Both the corpse and the coffin remained intact. Green recalled the legends of the Horn of Winter from Westeros, which suggested that the Night's Watch had their reasons for excavating such graves. He began to rummage through the coffin's funerary offerings, discovering various bone necklaces and stone artifacts. Seeing the corpse still within the coffin, Banyang climbed atop it to partake of some food. Just as he stood, brushing off the ice and snow from his clothes, he exclaimed, "Uncle Banyang, look at this." He then tossed a blue crystal and a red crystal, which he had recently exchanged from the system, into the snow. The sound attracted the attention of several rangers, who turned to observe. Banyang picked up the gems and wiped away the snow and dirt. "These are gemstones," he called out. Hearing his exclamation, Green scrambled out of the pit, followed by several curious rangers eager to witness the commotion. Green took the gemstones from Banyang's hands, exclaiming with excitement, "Indeed, they are gemstones. These can be used to craft equipment. I can use them as adornments. Uncle Banyang, I will buy that one from you." With that, he produced 5 gold dragons from his pocket and handed them to Banyang, brandishing the gemstones before the eager faces of the rangers. "Which tomb shall we explore next? Let us hurry," one ranger exclaimed, stowing away his rations. Banyang then retrieved a map, and the rangers quickly gathered around him, pointing to a location several kilometers to the north. They promptly began to prepare for their journey. Chapter 11. The farewell to the wall. Banyang, munching on his rations, watched the rangers hastily set off. He had never witnessed such determination among the Night's Watch. Upon arrival at their destination, the rangers dismounted and began searching for the tomb to excavate. At this moment, Green called the rangers over, presenting them with a pickaxe. This tool makes digging significantly easier and is free of charge, but there is a condition. Anything you unearth, aside from monetary treasures, must be sold to me. Bones, clothing, and animal teeth are unnecessary. For the next 2 days, the rangers dug as if they were planting radishes, establishing digging points every 10 kilometers. On the first day, the team with Banyang and Green excavated 4 sites, while the other 3 groups managed only 2. When they regrouped for the evening, those who had unearthed 4 tombs began to boast about how Lord Banyang had found gemstones worth 5 gold dragons. One ranger had discovered a scepter that fetched a single gold dragon. The scepter, lacking any enhancements or magical properties, was merely a morale booster. And this ranger paraded the gold dragon around like a medal, sharing the excitement with his comrades. The following morning, the atmosphere was still shrouded in mist. Green, merely rising to relieve himself, was approached by a group of rangers bearing a collection of burial artifacts for him to purchase. Other teams, alerted by the commotion outside, peeked out from their tents. It turned out that a previous team had over-reported their findings, having excavated an entire site only to abandon their efforts. When they reconvened that evening and learned that others had managed to unearth 2 artifacts, they felt compelled to report the same, despite their lack of success. As they lay in bed that night, their sense of loss grew, prompting the leader to gather a few individuals to excavate the sites they had overlooked, while also assigning 2 others to revisit the initial excavation point in hopes of discovering something valuable. Witnessing this, the other teams were inspired and hastily summoned their companions to prepare meals, intending to dig for treasures after. Another day of excavation ensued, with individuals occasionally returning on horseback or calling Green over to appraise artifacts. Green felt like a collector of discarded relics, begrudgingly sifting through the meager possessions of impoverished wildlings, while occasionally offering a few golden dragons to stimulate enthusiasm. On the fourth day, Commander Banyong led the group to the fortress of Castor. Green was aware of Castor's dubious activities within the narrative, including the rearing of female infants for his harem and the sacrificial offering of male infants to the Night King as wights. Seizing the opportunity for entrapment, the Rangers directed their efforts toward the northern region of Castor's fortress over the next 2 days. Having ventured deep into wildling territory, Banyong divided the Rangers into 2 groups for excavation, one dedicated to digging and the other to keeping watch. However, having tasted the fruits of grave robbing, most were reluctant to take on the role of sentinels. Banyong resorted to a rotation system, organizing one group into 3 smaller teams. 2 teams would alternate digging while one maintained vigilance. Green, meanwhile, discreetly observed and sought to cultivate connections with Castor's wives, inquiring about any recently born male infants. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Castor had no recent births, with the last child only 3 months into gestation. On the 3rd day at Castor's fortress, the Rangers brought news that the burial sites at Qianfeng and Fengshan Gorge were devoid of corpses, with the coffin lids askew. They also excavated a nearby grave and found it similarly empty, prompting them to summon Banyong. Upon arrival, to confirm the findings, another ranger group was called to assist in excavating adjacent graves. After toiling for a while, it became evident that all bodies had been removed. One particularly ancient coffin bore a significant hole, with clear signs that it had been opened from within using a sharp instrument. The Rangers understood the implications of this discovery and fell into a somber silence, their previous enthusiasm for excavation waning. It was time to return, and on their way back, they resolved to incinerate the coffins and remains they had previously unearthed. Lord Banyong, could it be that there are indeed corpse demons? One ranger timidly inquired. Let us return to the Great Wall. This matter must be reported to the commander-in-chief, Banyong replied as he led the rangers back. Congratulations on acquiring the Rune Zombie Guardian. Due to worldview restrictions, the Eye Stone system has been automatically calibrated. The rune's effect has been altered to Guard Eye Stone. Guard Eye Stone allows for the active deployment of 3 controlled guardians. When assigning the 4th control guard, it is necessary to manually select an already deployed vision that has lost its effect. Control Guard Vision provides detailed sight within a radius of 50 meters, offering a dynamic heat map of life within a 200-meter radius. Trap Detection Traps can be detected within a 200-meter range. Invisibility rendered invisible, disregarding unit collision volumes and the laws of physics. In the Grand Hall of the Grey Castle, Commander Xiong has already listened to Banyon's report and summoned Green to the command tower. What is your perspective on this matter? Xiong inquired. I understand this is difficult to believe. Currently, apart from the Rangers who have ventured beyond the borders, others may perceive this as a prank orchestrated by a group. However, you must trust in Banyon's character. Colluding with him is no simple task. No, I am not questioning the validity of your belief. I know it is challenging to convince others. After Banyon shared his account, I dispatched numerous ravens to the local lords and to King's Landing, seeking support, be it manpower, supplies, or weaponry. Yet, I fear the response will be negligible. Even some of the Night's Watch harbor doubts, let alone those distant lords from the mountains and rivers. My point is that the Night's Watch appears to be in a passive position. Eliminating the wildlings is no longer our immediate concern. Engaging in other endeavors, relying on the strength of the Night's Watch, seems trivial. Xiong hesitated, contemplating further. There remains much to be done. After all, for every additional corpse north of the wall, another White Walker will arise. The Night's Watch should expedite the excavation and incineration of graves near the wildling tribes. Furthermore, if we can persuade outlying villages like White Tree Village to relocate south of the wall, it would be ideal. If necessary, should any wildlings wish to migrate southward, we may allow passage, provided we can restrain them. Once the Whites confirm their assault, no living being will remain north of the wall. Therefore, the Night's Watch must strive to diminish the White supporting forces as much as possible. For caution's sake, let the villages near the wall begin to implement cremation. Such is the reality. Indeed, the entirety of Westeros has forgotten for far too long, Xiong lamented. I must return tomorrow. Let Banyon accompany me. At the very least, his status can persuade the Stark family in the north to take this matter seriously, ideally sending more men to recruit for the Night's Watch from various fiefdoms. The lords may be reluctant to part with their resources, yet criminals shall always be willing. After conferring with Xiong, Green sought out Jon. who was now accompanied by his shadow, Sam. Have you truly considered this? While you have yet to take your oath, I can still help you leave. Green spoke to Jon. I am prepared. Maester Aemon has taught me much. Perhaps had you asked me this question during my first few days here, I might have agreed. But now the Night's Watch is my responsibility, Jon replied earnestly. Alas, bound by the blood of generations, you have been misled. And what of you, Sam? Can you wield a sword, or will you merely serve as fodder for the wights? Green questioned, eyeing Sam. I do not know. My father sent me to the Night's Watch because he deemed me too overweight. All I know is that Jon is my friend, and he needs me. Sam's expression was as blank as that of Jon on the wall. Green produced a dragon crystal dagger for Sam, stating, The honor of the Night's Watch rightfully belongs to you. After bidding farewell to the two, Green ascended the wall alone, relieved himself, and planted a guard flag atop it. Chapter 12. The audience. The following morning, Green and Banyong departed from Grey Castle, galloping for 3 days until they reached Winterfell. Upon entering the city, they discovered that besides Robb and Theon, Catelyn had also returned. Inquiring further, they learned that Bran, the young lad, while the troops were resting at the shores of the Bay of Carhold, had chased after Summer and ended up at the banks of the Hot Wave River on the left side of King S Road. He dashed into a herd of horses being led by a stableman. The northern horses were accustomed to the presence of dire wolves, but those from other regions panicked at the sight of a Summer approaching adulthood. Bran was kicked into the Hot Wave River by a spirited horse, and by the time the stableman rescued him, he had already sunk into unconsciousness, his legs bloodied from the hooves. Catelyn had no choice but to return to King's Landing with her 2 younger sons and, at Eddard's suggestion, brought several dire wolves back to the north. Bran had been bedridden for nearly a week without any sign of improvement. After conferring with Robb, Banyong decided that the north would first provide several carts of grain and supplies. Green had previously encountered Summer at the tower, including Jon's ghost on the way to the wall. The predator runes seemed to be present on several other direwolves as well. After successfully increasing Grey Wind's affinity by avoiding several Stark family members, he acquired the Predator rune. Predator provides an enchanting effect for footwear. Upon activation, it grants a 25 increase in movement speed, which amplifies to 50 over the next 3 seconds. Once at maximum, it adds an additional 10 physical power, 30 magical power, to the next damage or skill dealt. Note, size disparity will further enhance the effect. For every doubling of size, damage increases by 10. After spending a night, Banyong and Green continued their rapid descent southward, embarking on nearly 20 days of travel. Green also engaged in a monthly draw during the journey. Noticing that the animation had yet to complete but the odds had reset, he found the probabilities to be green 60, blue 30, purple 8, gold 2. A gold drop. Congratulations. You have obtained the Summoner's Rift. Building the map module. Loading sections. Linking sections. Synchronization complete. Please check your backpack for the Summoner's Rift map. Actively summon a 1200m x 1200m area to load the Summoner's Rift. Upon arriving in King's Landing, Banyong immediately sought out Prime Minister Eddard. Tyrion had been waiting at the city gates to escort Green to his lodgings. Did you truly find a corpse outside the wall? Tyrion inquired. Not exactly, but it was nearly the same. The bodies in the coffins beyond the wall have been largely lost, Green replied. Perhaps it was just wild beasts? Tyrion retorted. The purpose of the coffin is to defend against beasts. If the excavation is conducted by foreign savages, there would surely be nothing left of the treasures within. If it were indeed beasts, one would expect to find remnants of limbs or human bones. It seems rather perplexing. However, why are you so convinced it is the foreign savages rather than the Night's Watch? After all, the Night's Watch has its own difficulties, Tyrion jested. If you were to witness their excavation efficiency firsthand, you would not hold such a belief. After a week of digging outside the wall, the total value of the burial goods on Earth would scarcely equate to a single golden dragon. I would be at a loss of 10 golden dragons. The following morning, Eddard summoned a council of advisors. Hand of the King Eddard Stark, Master of Coin Peter Baelish, Master of Laws Renly Baratheon, Master of Ships Stannis Baratheon, Spymaster Varys, Grand Maester Pycelle, and Captain of the Kingsguard Barristan Selmy were all seated before him. Eddard called for Benjen, who began to recount the events. Once he finished, the esteemed lords began to whisper among themselves. Benjen turned to Eddard and suggested, perhaps we should summon Grell. He is more skilled in persuasion. Grell was then summoned to the Great Hall of the Red Keep. What is the purpose of my summons, my lords? He inquired. Benjen Stark and I share the same observations. Baelish surveyed the assembled lords and, confident in his eloquence, rose to speak. It is not that we do not believe, but rather that the situation is too extraordinary. After all, wights are merely the stuff of legend. I understand that convincing you all is no small feat. Yet the news of the others has already spread. If you lords are reluctant to part with provisions or weapons, surely you would spare some of the pests and thieves within your domains. Furthermore, encouraging the desperate souls in your lands to join the Night's Watch could be achieved with a mere posting of notices. Grell continued, if the rumors of wights are false, then you lords have only risked some parchment and cleared your lands of vagrants and potential criminals. If the wights are indeed real, you have already taken action, which serves as an explanation to the king and your subjects. The Night's Watch does not expect a vast bounty from you, merely the acknowledgement of your support. And you lords need only to lead the way with a rallying cry. At this moment, Grand Maester Pycelle interjected, the maester holds no lands nor subjects. Thus I shall take my leave. He then rose and exited. Baelish followed suit, stating, my domain is merely a small island, and my subjects are but a flock of sheep. Should the Night's Watch require, they may take 2 for the winter. Varys also stood, lamenting, regrettably. I too possess only a few small birds. They can only inform the Night's Watch where to recruit. Farewell. Watching the 3 depart, Benjen struck the table in frustration. I should have simply captured a wight and brought it to King's Landing. Perhaps then these thick-headed individuals would believe. Eddard gazed at the remaining 2 members of the royal family. Seeing Eddard's attention, Renly spoke up. I shall rally Storm's End to respond to the Night's Watch. The cells of Storm's End may be at the Night's Watch's discretion, but the provisions will likely be scant. Nonetheless, I personally shall donate a supply of goods in the name of Storm's End. Eddard patted Renly on the shoulder, and Stannis followed suit, stating, Dragonstone has nothing. As you know, I can only provide the Night's Watch with a few ships for the transport of food. No, Dragonstone possesses dragonglass, which can combat the wights, Gendry interjected. Then it is up to you. I can allow you to mine it, but Dragonstone will not supply craftsmen. With that, he strode out. As the others began to depart, Renly bid farewell to Eddard and exited as well. Are we to leave the north to face the White Walkers alone? Eddard exclaimed, disheartened. No, I am here as well. Although I am but a blacksmith, I must involve myself in this matter. I've ventured beyond the wall and can discern right from wrong in such grave matters, Gendry asserted. Eddard scrutinized Gendry, who continued, do not doubt my loyalty. I am merely a friend of Tyrion, which does not imply allegiance to the Lannisters. A blacksmith will forge for anyone who pays. Crafting dragonglass daggers for the Night's Watch is merely incidental, for a blacksmith's wares are meant for the living. Eddard, unfamiliar with Gendry, turned to Banyan, who nodded in agreement. Chapter 13. The Auction. Jaime, how are the preparations for the auction proceeding? Gendry inquired after exiting the meeting. Perfectly. I shall send a messenger with 150,000 golden dragons to your tavern shortly, Jaime replied. How much have you earned? Gendry asked. Jaime paused. I have not profited, the Lannisters have. Once my father learned of the equipment, he took it all. Jaime's gaze was resolute as he looked at Gendry. Very well. But the wights are a genuine concern. I will continue to forge the equipment. The auction must proceed. The Night's Watch requires funds to mine for dragonglass. Yet the Northmen can scarcely produce a few coppers, and the Southerners remain indifferent. Promotion and organization of the auction will require your Lannister associates. After all, I am merely a blacksmith. Feeling a sense of obligation, Jaime acquiesced. I shall inform Tyrion. I will handle the promotion, but let Tyrion oversee the auction. He excels in such matters. Please ensure the golden dragons arrive promptly, for I shall be rooted in my forge for the next few days. Gendry waved farewell. The king announced a tournament to celebrate the Prime Minister's appointment, and as the king arrived in King's Landing, ravens had already been dispatched to various regions. Knights and nobles from Storm's End, the Reach, the Riverlands, and the Vale had begun to enter the city. Gendry visited Jandry's former forge, where he found Jandrai still diligently hammering iron. Upon noticing Gendry's arrival, Jandrai hastily set down his work and wiped his hands on a rag. Gendry observed the soot that smeared Jandry's face, which did little to conceal his uncontainable smile. At that moment, Jandelli pondered something, slipping his hands into his pockets. I have spent 7 silver deer of your money. The remainder is still here. I did not anticipate your return so soon. As he spoke, he handed over the money. This is yours. From the moment I bestowed it upon you, it has been yours to manage. Green pushed it back. Can I start learning blacksmithing now? Jandelli inquired. Haven't you always been learning? Do you recall what I told you before we parted? Dress like a knight. Once the tournament concludes, I shall take you to Dragonstone. When the time comes, if you wish to forge, I will teach you. If you desire to become a knight, I shall equip you with a sword. A few days later, the Prime Minister hosted a banquet, inviting nobles from various regions. The king, showing his favor to Eddard, attended, seated prominently at the head table, indulging in drink. After a while of merriment, Eddard ascended the dais. Esteemed guests, Your presence today serves not only as a warm-up for the tournament in 2 days, but also for an auction organized by the Night's Watch. The proceeds will be utilized to aid the Night's Watch in mining dragonglass to combat the wights, and I hope everyone will contribute generously. With that, Eddard descended. At this juncture, Tyrion made his entrance, clad in formal attire. Good evening, noble lords and ladies. Robert's expression soured upon noticing a Lannister at Eddard's banquet. I imagine you are all curious how a Stark from the north could conspire with a Lannister. What binds them together? Tyrion continued as he walked. The Starks are undeniably tied to the wall, but what draws the Lannisters? Can anyone provide an answer? He halted, scanning the banquet hall with an expectant gaze. At that moment, a bold knight shouted, "It's money." No, 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 Tyrion retorted. The Lannisters are hardly in want of coin. If you suggest it is for the allure of a woman's charms, my father Tywin may not agree, yet I would concede that this is my answer. Some knights and lords in the hall erupted in laughter. You have all heard of weapons forged from Valyrian steel. Now, a batch of weapons that rival Valyrian steel will be auctioned. This is what attracts the Lannisters. Indeed, seeing is believing. As he spoke, Tyrion clapped his hands, summoning a gold-cloaked figure, who was soon followed by Jaime. Jaime then drew the greatsword Oathkeeper and engaged the gold-cloaked man's ordinary sword in a duel, effortlessly cleaving it in two. Several astonished lords even leapt from their seats. Allowing the audience a moment to absorb this, Tyrion continued, "Of course, many may suspect the Lannisters have played a trick. The knights present are eager to ascertain whether the sword in their hands or Jaime's is superior. Any knight harboring such thoughts may step forward to test." Just as Tyrion finished, several knights brandishing swords advanced. Hold on. To ensure fairness, what if the cunning Lannisters have bribed the knights testing the blades? Let the king designate the challengers. My king, if you please. With that, Tyrion bowed to Robert. As Robert felt the gaze of those present upon him, he immediately selected a young scion from House Baratheon to engage in a test of skill with the sword. After exchanging blows with Jaime for several rounds, the blade shattered spectacularly. Robert then called upon his companion, Barristan Selmy, the captain of the Kingsguard, who also sparred with Jaime. After a few exchanges, they paused. Jaime's greatsword remained unscathed, while Barristan's weapon bore several dents. With a wave of his hand, Robert conceded, remarking that if it was crafted by that lad Gendry, they might as well commence promptly, lest he be delayed from his drinking. Jaime then donned his golden cloak to tidy up the remnants of the contest, leaving the stage to Tyrion. Without further ado, the first item up for auction was 3 long swords, masterfully forged by Gendry. The blades were slender and appropriately weighted, lacking the imposing heft of Jaime's sword but excelling in their balance, making them remarkable one-handed weapons. Each sword commenced bidding at 800 golden dragons. The grand finale featured the fearsome Tiamat, which, to demonstrate its might, was accompanied by 3 stout wooden dummies clad in iron. The mountain of a man invited to the stage effortlessly cleaved them in two with but 2 mighty swings. In the end, Gendry garnered 200,000 golden dragons, deducting the 5,000 in crafting costs. Alongside Jaime's prior earnings of 150,000, Gendry had amassed a total of 300,000 golden dragons. The following morning, Eddard took Gendry to meet the king. Upon entering the great hall of the Red Keep, they found Robert seated upon the Iron Throne. A quest was activated. Quest Path 1. Pledge fealty to the Iron Throne to gain the title of Rune Conqueror. Quest Path 2. Claim the Iron Throne to achieve the title of Rune Conqueror. Ned, what brings you here? Robert inquired, his rotund figure shifting slightly. It is my guest who has matters to discuss, Eddard replied. My king, Gendry bowed in respect. What is it? Robert inquired, adjusting his posture. Your Majesty, I present to you a gift, my handcrafted bow and quiver. Knowing your passion for hunting, a superior bow is indispensable, Gendry said, bending slightly in offering. Robert signaled, and a nearby royal guard stepped forward to take the bow and present it to him. Robert began to examine it, but as his interest waned, he returned the bow to the guard, instructing him to take it to his quarters. Gendry then continued. There is one crucial matter to address regarding the threat beyond the wall. However, at the previous council meeting, aside from Renly who promised a few wagons of supplies, Stannis merely offered a few decrepit ships to the Night's Watch, while the rest remained indifferent. Robert shot a reproachful glance at Eddard, prompting Gendry to hasten his words. Your Majesty, do you have any idea how much I earned last night? Robert turned his attention back to Gendry. In just a little over an hour, I secured 200,000 golden dragons for the Night's Watch, and this was with only a fraction of the equipment prepared. Given a full month to craft, I could easily generate 500,000 golden dragons. If we allocate the proceeds from the sale of equipment to your Majesty, After deducting the 40,000 golden dragons for the tournament winner and 20,000 for the runner-up across 3 contests, you would still net approximately 300,000 golden dragons. And all it requires is a stage for a blacksmith. What of your terms? Robert inquired. Grant me Dragonstone. And not only will it resolve the Night's Watch's need for dragonglass to forge their armaments, but I shall also bestow upon the royal tournaments a substantial array of weapons each year, at least double the quantity of this auction. The decision to auction or to award the victor shall rest with your majesty. Yet Dragonstone is the domain of my brother Stannis, Robert replied. Dragonstone is barren. Apart from its abundant dragonglass, it yields little else. Stannis would not mind, provided he is granted a new fief. There are no suitable lands available, Robert stated. There are. Your majesty. Lady of Harrenhal has little time left and no heirs, Green interjected. Eddard, what say you? Robert turned to Eddard. The Night's Watch requires support. I may not trust others, but I trust Benjen as I trust you, and only the North can provide aid. No one else in the other 6 kingdoms is willing to part with a single copper for something so intangible, Eddard replied. Your majesty, what are the annual tax revenues from the North? Green inquired. Robert gazed at Eddard in bewilderment. The North, in its poverty, can barely yield over 300,000 in taxes for the crown each year, Eddard elaborated, to prevent a devaluation of the weapons from an influx. Even if we host a tournament biannually, Dragonstone, being smaller than Bear Island in the north, could still yield comparable revenues, Green emphasized. Very well, I agree. After the tournament, I shall grant you the title of Baron of Dragonstone, and Stannis shall be appointed Duke of Harrenhal, Robert concluded. Chapter 14. The Grant of Lands. The tournament commenced as scheduled, and Green surveyed the participants, noting that most were warriors of exceptional prowess. Starting from an impressive 85 in combat skills, the pinnacle of Westerosi martial excellence. Among them were the North's captain of the guard, Jory Castle, the Sworn Shield, Allen, and Halwyn. The Brotherhood without banners was represented by Beric Dondarrion, while the King's Guard included the likes of Ser Jaime, Ser Loras, and Barristan Selmy. King Robert began his speech for the finals, and to elevate the atmosphere, he announced that this year, in addition to the Golden Dragon for the champion, the victor would also receive a weapon crafted by Master Green, an idea suggested by Green to build anticipation for the next tournament. After a day of fierce competition, the Red Priest, Thuras of Myr, triumphed in the team combat, while the archery contest was claimed by the Dornishman, Oberyn Martell. In the final joust, Ser Loras deliberately lost to Sandor Clegane to repay the latter for saving him in the semifinals. Loras rode a mare in heat, distracting the mountain steed, which subsequently threw him and, in a fit of rage, attacked Loras, forcing the match to be halted. Sandor Clegane intervened to save Loras, engaging in a stalemate with his brother until Robert commanded their separation, awarding victory to Ser Loras. In response to the cheers of the noble ladies, Green also generously forged a weapon for Ser Loras at no cost. After the last conversation with Robert, although he had acquired a title through monetary means, he had yet to fulfill the task of the conqueror. Thus, Green was determined to make his entrance into the palace more substantial this time. Green, what brings you here today? I have already arranged with Ed for your investiture ceremony to take place tomorrow, Robert stated, as he signaled to his companion, Lancel, to refill his cup. Your Majesty, I kindly request some privacy, Green replied. After a moment's contemplation, Robert, noticing Green's unencumbered attire, commanded the royal guards and Lancel to vacate the chamber. Once they were alone, Green spoke. Your Majesty, I hope you might extend your assistance to me, as Dragonstone can offer you greater profits. He gazed intently at Robert before continuing. I have little patience for procrastination. Do not make this akin to the Lannisters. Robert, perturbed, responded, Your Majesty, given the strategic location of Dragonstone, I seek to engage in trade with Essos, thus requiring your ships. The tournament of the 7 kingdoms could yield 300,000 golden dragons annually for Dragonstone. However, I could transform Dragonstone into a year-round forge, ensuring that only a fixed quantity of weapons flows into the 7 kingdoms, thereby preventing their devaluation. The annual tournaments, accompanied by auctions, would mutually benefit from this arrangement. Dragonstone has 10 months to produce weapons for sale to the continent of Essos, and high-quality arms will procure for your Majesty's sweeter wines and more exquisite women. Hence, I implore you to supply me with numerous vessels to traverse the narrow sea on your behalf. Green knelt partially as he spoke. Do you realize that the Targaryen scion married the Horse Lord of the Plains? The weapons you sell may one day find their way back to my head. Robert bellowed, striking the table. Your Majesty, I have some understanding and a strategy. First, the weapons I sell to Essos will naturally be of a slightly lower caliber than those provided for the tournament. Second, The Targaryen's marriage to the Horse Lord is a grave miscalculation. Had she wed a wealthy slaver from a great city-state, we might have had reason to worry, for slavers possess wealth, slaves, and ample resources to hire mercenaries and ships. However, she has married a barbarian horse lord, who has not yet embraced civilization. Horses cannot traverse the narrow sea unless they can fly. The Dothraki can sail, but horses cannot board ships, and without horses, they are merely a herd of standing cattle. Your words are too nebulous. I require specific figures, Robert replied. Dragonstone will generate an annual profit of 1 million golden dragons for the crown, of which 700,000 will go to the treasury, and 300,000 will belong to the king's private purse, Green asserted. Half of the ships from Blackwater Bay will be yours, but once the soldiers deliver the vessels to Dragonstone, they will still belong to the royal fleet. You shall recruit your own sailors and craftsmen, Robert stated. Understood, Your Majesty. I require your oath, Green, Robert stood, declaring. By the 7, Green Chris, Baron of Dragonstone, shall ensure an annual yield of 1 million golden dragons for the crown. This pledge will remain in effect as long as His Majesty Robert Baratheon sits upon the Iron Throne. And Dragonstone shall forever remain loyal to the Iron Throne and to King Robert Baratheon. Robert lifted Green to his feet. Your Majesty, we must also draft a written agreement as evidence. Robert was secretly astonished to encounter such a man of his word. Green prepared 2 identical copies, stating that King Robert would receive 1 million golden dragons annually. Subsequently, both copies were signed and sealed by the king, with each retaining a copy. Congratulations on acquiring the Conqueror Rune. The Conqueror, the bearer's ordinary attacks and abilities grant them 2 stacks of Conqueror's effect, with each stack enhancing their physical or magical power, adaptive, by 1, stacking up to a maximum of 12 layers. Once fully stacked, the damage dealt to the target will heal the bearer for 8, while area damage will only provide 4. Robert effectively exchanged a desolate piece of land and half of the floating timber in Blackwater Bay for an annual income of 1,500,000. With his treasury burdened by a debt of 6 million, as long as he maintained his current extravagant and indulgent lifestyle without escalating it further, he could settle the debt in just over 4 years. The following day was the knighthood ceremony, and everyone was jubilant, except for Stannis, who had already heard he was to be sent to Harrenhal soon. Despite the rumored curse, Harrenhal's potential was far superior to Dragonstone, which made him somewhat pleased during the days leading up to the tournament. However, this morning at the knighthood ceremony, his elder brother, the king, had the audacity to bestow half of his naval minister's fleet to outsiders, all for the sake of the tournament's weapons, reflecting on the previous war of the usurper, during which he had steadfastly defended Storm's End for over a month, buying precious time and opportunities for his brother's claim to the throne. He found it galling that after the war's victory, Robert became king and awarded their younger brother Renly the title of Duke of Storm's End, relegating him to Dragonstone. While even the Starks of the North seemed to have a better relationship with his elder brother, gazing at the smiling faces of the Stark and Lannister families, whether genuine or feigned, Stannis felt a fierce urge to grind his teeth in frustration and departed the knighthood ceremony early. For the rest of the day, Green and Banyan organized a group of newly enlisted Night Watchmen, providing them with supplies for their northern journey. They busily set off with Gendry to recruit craftsmen and sailors from King's Landing, heading towards Dragonstone. Chapter 15. The Legend of Dragons. Green generously recruited 500 craftsmen and apprentices, sending Gendry ahead to return to Dragonstone. He also crafted trophies for several tournament champions, benefiting from the quality of the prizes. The Red Priest, Melisandre, expended half of the champion's prize money to have a thorned vest and crystal bracers created. After spending several days together, due to Melisandre's origins from across the narrow sea in Myr, Green successfully arranged for Melisandre to accompany him to Dragonstone for arms trade, insisting on a perfect sword for himself. Subsequently, he forged a heavy sword for the Hound, a whispering blade for Angui, and a lance for the Knight of Flowers. Through the Knight of Flowers, Green established contact with his elder brother, Garland Tyrell, negotiating an agreement whereby Highgarden could transport grain to Dragonstone under the pretense of donating to the Night's Watch, while Green could privately settle with equivalent quality weapons. Garland promptly returned to Highgarden to discuss the matter with his grandmother. In a workshop, Green encountered Tyrion. Ladies, behold, a noble lord has arrived, one who can earn 300,000 gold dragons in a single night. What are you still hesitating for? With that, he playfully patted the backsides of several maidens surrounding him. The maidens eagerly rushed toward him. Tyrion, I need to speak with you. Please don your garments and come out, he said. As he gazed at the approaching maidens, Green adjusted the tattered piece at his waist. Do you remember what I mentioned in Harrenburg? I shall be departing for Dragonstone tomorrow, and today I wish for you to take me to see the dragons. Green looked at Tyrion. Since when has our lord taken an interest in mere skeletal remains? Tyrion remarked as he walked. Tyrion, do you believe that dragons will be born again? Green asked. I certainly hope so. You are aware of my obsession with dragons. I have perused every tome related to them and learned all their tales. Yet my uncle, Gillian, would often tell me as a child, my dear boy, the last dragon perished a century ago. He reminisced. I recall when I first learned to read. I stumbled upon a book about dragons. From that day forth, the 6 or 7-year-old me could not put it down, pestering the scholars of Casterly Rock with queries about obscure phrases, much to their chagrin. My beloved uncle, seeing my fascination, lamented that dragons had vanished. And I wept through the night. Aside from the Targaryens, no one in the 7 kingdoms can rival my longing for the resurrection of dragons. I yearn merely to witness a dragon spreading its immense wings and soaring like a bird, Tyrion declared emphatically. Soon, Tyrion led Green to the dungeon, where 19 dragon skulls were arranged. Look, the giant Vagr dwarfs the dwarf. It could swallow one whole as easily as a dwarf might consume a mere nut. In a hurry, it wouldn't even need to chew. Dragon fire would suffice to incinerate the dwarf's meager spine, Tyrion said, caressing the massive skull. No, you misspeak. A dwarf might chip a tooth on a nut, but if Vagr were to consume you, it would burst with the equivalent of a small, seed-filled grape. After all, dragons do not encounter bones that are so formidable, Green jested. Observe this one, Tyrion said, touching the smallest of the lot, the last dragon, a green female. She is frail and diminutive, deformed and stunted, with a pair of withered wings. She perished after laying 5 eggs. After listening to Tyrion's tales of dragons for the better part of the day, the two prepared to part ways. Tyrion, uncertain of when he would see Green again, ventured. We remain friends, do we not? Green stared at Tyrion, puzzled. Dragonstone lies at the edge of the Greywater Bay. If you curtail your visits to the brothels, you could easily rent a swift ship and be with me in just 2 days. Or is it my status as a baron that confines you? Surely, you do not regard your father, the duke, or the king with such reverence that a mere baron would seem a chasm apart. This is not the Tyrion I know. With your words, I find solace, Tyrion thought to himself, unsure why he had posed such a question. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense that their future meetings would be fraught with difficulty. After bidding farewell to Tyrion, Green found himself at a loss for what to do and decided to visit the dragon lair. The dragon pit rises majestically upon the Rhoynar Hills, resembling a colossal sports arena, akin to the nests of birds in later generations. Prior to the establishment of the dragon pit, the renowned September of Baelor stood on the same hills, once the most significant house of worship in King's Landing. During the insurrection of the Faith Militant, the ruthless Maegor I, mounted on Balerion, the dragon known as the Black Death, incinerated the September of Baelor with dragon fire. Following the conclusion of the war, Maegor decreed the construction of a grand domed structure intended for the confinement of the dragons of House Targaryen. Although the dragon pit now lies in a state of ruin, with its dome collapsed and reduced to a mere circular wall, those who have witnessed it can vividly conjure the awe it once inspired. From the heights of the Rhoynar Hills, one can gaze upon a significant portion of King's Landing, and one can only imagine the spectacle of a dragon alighting upon its summit. Green, seeking a stroke of fortune, found the walls of the dragon pit and began a systematic scan every 50 meters, inserting false eyes into the earth. After several sweeps, he discovered only some deeply buried dragon bones and human remains. Just as he began to lose hope, he suddenly spotted a curled dragon skeleton. Although the skull was missing, presumably transported to the dungeons of King's Landing, this particular skeleton remained coiled, unlike the others, which lay sprawled. Green promptly summoned Tyrion, requesting him to gather some men for excavation. Though Tyrion was perplexed by Green's antics, he complied. Hundreds of robust mercenaries toiled through the afternoon, eventually revealing a substantial dragon bone. You have labored all day for this, Tyrion remarked incredulously. Naturally, Green could not disclose to Tyrion that his false eyes had detected several dragon eggs buried approximately 2 meters beneath the dragon's claw. As the afternoon wore on, having listened to tales of dragons all day, Green felt an irresistible urge to explore the dragon pit, pondering the possibility of an egg falling upon his head. There are no dragon eggs left. They were taken long ago by the Targaryens. Even if you were fortunate enough to find an intact egg, do you possess the knowledge to hatch it? Nevertheless, this venture may not be in vain. These dragon bones can be fashioned into dragonbone bows, yielding a tidy profit. Tyrion replied, having perused numerous tomes on dragons, can you determine which dragon this skeleton likely belonged to? Green inquired. Among those dragons that perished within the dragon pit. Some were consumed by their kin, while others were taken by the Targaryens. The skeleton, remarkably preserved and interred beneath the dragon pit, likely dates back to the Dance of the Dragons. During this tumultuous period, 5 dragons were slain by the mob that stormed the dragon pit. Locked within were Syrax, Moondancer, Tyraxes, Dreamfire, and the arriving Vagger. Historical accounts reveal that when the mob invaded, only Dreamfire managed to escape, while the other 3 were ultimately slain due to their confinement. Dreamfire ascended to the skies, attacking the mob below, yet the confines of the dome restricted its movements. Nevertheless, it claimed more lives than the combined total of the other 3 dragons. Trapped within the dragon's lair, Dreamfire was besieged by a relentless barrage of arrows from the mob. Each time it touched the ground, the frenzied crowd would surge forward, forcing the creature to ascend once more into the air. Ultimately, a crossbow bolt struck its eye, igniting a frenzy within the half-blind she-dragon. In a desperate attempt to escape the lair, she soared upward, but the dome, having endured multiple assaults from dragonfire, finally crumbled. The top half of the lair collapsed, burying both man and dragon beneath the rubble. Renly's third son, Joffrey Valerion, sought to mount Syrax and join the fray or rescue his dragon, Terex. However, Syrax struggled to adapt to the new rider, causing Joffrey to slip from the dragon's back and plummet from a height of 200 feet, meeting his demise in a flea pit. Syrax continued its flight, landing outside the lair, where it fiercely attacked the mob that had already slain 4 dragons, only to fall victim to their onslaught as well. Given the size of the dragon remains, it was either Dreamfire or Syrax. If Dreamfire had already breached the dome, why hadn't Syrax fled? It was not confined. Green pondered in confusion. At that moment, Tyrion approached and kicked the dragon carcass. Regardless of whether you are Dreamfire or Syrax, you must now tell us, my lord, why you did not take flight. After delivering a few more kicks, he turned to Green. I'm afraid, my lord, it refuses to answer your question, Tyrion replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Chapter 16. Return to Dragonstone at 2:30 in the morning. Green clandestinely ventured alone into the dragon's cave behind the Red Keep. Having flipped over outside the wall, he skillfully produced his pickaxe and began to dig. As he reached over a meter deep, he slowed his pace, fearing that a single swing might obliterate the egg. After a quarter of an hour of careful excavation, he finally touched something round. With the caution of an archaeologist, he gingerly lifted it to confirm it was indeed a dragon egg, hastily stowing it away in his system backpack before resuming his work. The Windrider, now belonging to Green, lay anchored on the Blackwater River. Tyrion and Jaime came to bid farewell. Just as the two were preparing to board, Eddard Stark arrived on horseback. Is there something you wish to convey, your grace? Green inquired, gazing at Stark. I have no concerns regarding the Night's Watch. You are a man of your word. I come for a personal matter, Eddard stated, deliberately distancing himself from the Lannisters. Recognizing the situation, Jaime and Tyrion discreetly excused themselves and returned to King's Landing. I come for a personal matter regarding Gendry. The smith you spoke of. I visited Tobamort's forge, and he informed me that Gendry has accompanied you to Dragonstone. I hope you treat him well, Eddard expressed. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have. His lineage as the King's bastard does not concern me, Green replied. How did you come to know he is the King's bastard? Eddard asked, astonished. From the look in King Robert's eyes when I sought your counsel for the North, Green responded. In truth, it was merely knowledge gleaned from the narrative. Eddard fell silent. Is the Hand still investigating the cause of your father's death? Eddard gazed at this man familiar with the Lannisters, uncertain of what to say. And after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. What is it you wish to convey? I shall not advocate for the Lannisters, and as for Lord Eddard's inquiries, he may pursue them at his leisure. However, I must caution him that the currents of intrigue in King's Landing run deep. Lord Eddard must be wary of those who appear to be allies. Often, the most perilous threats emerge from individuals who seem to share a common cause. What precisely do you intend to convey? Eddard inquired, perplexed. What I mean to say is that within the council, discerning true allies from genuine adversaries is of little interest to me. I will only impart one crucial piece of advice. In King's Landing, you are at a disadvantage and must learn to conceal your actions, unless you can deliver a fatal blow. Remember that the council is comprised of power players who will invariably align with the victors. One final point. Although Baelish shares a history with Lady Stark, he possesses no loyalty whatsoever. Which side do you truly stand upon? Eddard pressed. At present, I stand opposed to the wights, refraining from any further involvement. Enough of this. Let my words be dismissed as mere folly. It is time to depart. Green stood upon the deck, feeling the sea breeze. He had invested 300,000 gold dragons, with the Night's Watch expending nearly 20,000 on oil, wildfire, and supplies. Approximately 30,000 had been spent acquiring provisions from King's Landing, half of which was transported to the East Sea by Ban Jan, while the other half accompanied Jandeli's blacksmith brigade to Dragonstone. The blacksmith's wages were a negligible expense. Having completed his third month of attendance, Green accessed his lottery module. Congratulations on receiving a green item. Upon opening it, he discovered a skill pack. Selections included Divine Radiance, Prison of Azure Waves, Dead End, Poison Pursuit, and Piercing Arrow. He decided to forego Virus and the uncertain efficacy of Nami's Bubble. Selection made. Congratulations on acquiring Dead End. Dead End deploys a powder keg that ignites upon contact with enemies, inflicting a fixed 30 points of damage. After 2 seconds, or upon contact with terrain, it detonates, dealing 50 points of damage to enemies within the vicinity. Both damage instances may be mitigated by armor and shields. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Note, requires unlocking Fate for utilization. Where might I procure the Scattergun for Misfortune? Unlocking hero skills allows for the exchange of special hero equipment. Upon exploring the system, Green found Misfortune Scattergun, priced at 50,000 gold dragons. Fortunately, bullets were available in unlimited supply. Resolute, Green exchanged for one. He fired a few rounds toward the river, simultaneously swapping out Thief for Misfortune. The weapon's power was akin to that of a small grenade, though the range was limited. He pondered whether this was due to his strength or the equipment itself. Fate appeared promising, as Green took a wooden post at the bow of the ship and struck it. Within 10 meters, the wood was reduced to splinters, while beyond that distance, it merely bore a few visible bullet holes. However, the reloading process was sluggish, despite the infinite supply of bullets in his backpack. He could only fire twice in approximately 5 to 6 seconds. In a state of enjoyment, Green made another draw with 100,000 gold dragons and won a blue item. Upon opening it, he received a Hero Ultimate Skill Pack. Select from Absolute Zero. Ultimate Flash, Feast, Little Chrysanthemum, Hunting Rhythm. Let us first discard Hunting Rhythm. Who would engage in stealth attacks with such a presence? Next, we shall eliminate Absolute Zero, as lurking to guide a devastating explosion seems increasingly peculiar. The selection is made. Congratulations on acquiring the Feast. Feast, devour an enemy, inflicting damage equal to 10 of your own health points on the target. If this skill results in the target's demise, the Devourer will gain 1 health point and 2 size from the consumed. Note, the Devourer receives a 10 reduction in enhancement for each subsequent consumption of a species weaker than itself when the reduction reaches 60. The Devouring will only inflict damage and satiate hunger. The enhancement will no longer increase. Cooldown, 5 minutes. In the blink of an eye, 300,000 gold dragons have wreaked havoc upon 200,000. It is a sum too precious to squander. The remaining 100,000 is reserved for further cultivation on Dragonstone Island, where wealth breeds wealth. Green could only take out the dragon eggs from his backpack and examine them. Last night, he unearthed 8 eggs. He wondered if they were born of Dreamfire or Syrax. Or perhaps both dragons contributed part of their essence. Regardless, as a mother, she proved herself highly competent, having valiantly protected her eggs. Green ventured into the cabin, locked the door, and placed the 8 eggs upon the table to scrutinize them. He pondered whether they were still viable. Perhaps he should invite the dragon mother to incubate them, for these eggs had been buried in the earth for over a century, and their vitality was uncertain. Cradling the largest, a soil-colored egg, Green mused whether it was born with that hue or if it had absorbed the earth's essence over time. After wiping it with a towel for a while, he discovered that it was indeed its natural color. Thus, he refrained from further tampering. What if it were alive and he inadvertently spoiled its vitality? A day and a night later, on the afternoon of the second day, Green arrived at Dragonstone Island. From a distance, the entire right side appeared shrouded in darkness, a result of volcanic eruptions. The mountain loomed ominously, its shape resembling bones, with a towering volcano on one side and a coastal plain adorned with a few fishermen's homes on the other. The ribcage of Dragonstone Island was already filled with ships engaged in trade with the king. The Stone Drum Tower served as the stronghold of Dragonstone Island. Perched upon the waist of the volcanic range, encircling a basin that the island's inhabitants named Igwin Garden, filled with the invigorating scent of pine. Tall black trees surged from the surroundings, and wild roses intermingled with towering thorns, while cranberry vines thrived in the marshy ground, as the sole sign of life amidst the island's stark blackness. Chapter 17. Infrastructure of Dragonstone Island. Green realized his preparations were indeed insufficient. He had only recruited over 500 blacksmiths, and Dragonstone Island was so barren that there was no accommodation even for 500 smiths, forcing them to reside in the ship's cabin. Early the next morning, Green set sail to visit Count Morford Valerian of Tides Head Island. hiring a group of carpenters from the town of Tides Head Island along with timber to commence house construction on Dragonstone Island. Indeed, Dragonstone Island lacked timber. Possessing only a patch of pine and iguan garden and some coconut trees on the western shore, which Green was reluctant to fell. Green's initial thought was to compare his situation to that of the impoverished north. He reflected on his earlier bravado, realizing that even timber was a necessity to import. And apart from Dragon Crystal Island, there was naught but stone. He could only hope in silence that Robert would soon meet his end. In the first few days, Green was left to oversee various artisans in the construction of infrastructure. He found himself tirelessly traversing the Sharp Angle and Crabclaw Peninsula to procure timber and essential supplies. Undergoing a transformation from a blacksmith to an arms dealer, ultimately becoming a mere purveyor of building materials, ferrying timber with a handful of wooden ships. After a week of diligent effort, he managed to transform several fishing households along the western coastline into a burgeoning village. Following a period of restoration, Green instructed Janderley to commence work, initiating the extraction of dragon crystal from the southern ridge adjacent to the fishing village, attempting to forge the materials. Once everything was in order, Green ventured eastward to the volcanic mountain range, retrieving the Summoner's Canyon map from his backpack and laying it over the basin. Instantly, the entire basin merged with the Ijin Garden, commencing an automatic integration process, adapting to the terrain. After approximately 10 minutes, Green lifted his gaze to witness the Summoner's Canyon morph into a square resembling two highlands fused together at the front, while the rear transformed into a wild area devoid of lanes, with 4 wild zones closely clustered. The riverbanks on either end drew seawater from the eastern mountains, converging to bisect the wild area into 2. This area retained a wealth of trees and greenery from the Ijin Park, completely enveloping the spawn points of wild creatures. At that moment, a system prompt indicated the reclamation of defense towers, as the 3 pathways had been integrated by the system. Now, the entire eastern shore appeared to be encircled by a volcano, necessitating a journey from the central coastline of Dragonstone Island along the main mountain ridge to the Stone Drum Tower at the mountainside, and then descending from the West Drum Tower through the ravine to the elevated terrain of the Summoner's Canyon Basin. Green opened his backpack to find a total of 22 defense towers. He then descended to place one at the crystal entrance of the Highland Square. Scanning with the system revealed the following: Defense Tower, Health, 3,000, 400 to 500, Armor, 100, 120 to 150, Magic Resistance, 100, 120 to 150, Vision. The defense tower provides a surrounding vision of 500, 800, 1000 meters. Detection. The tower can detect cloaked, stealth targets and trap-like items within a radius of 500, 800, 1000 meters. Attack. The tower targets non-marked friendly entities within its range, inflicting magic damage equivalent to 1, 2 to 3 of the target's maximum health per second. Note: gold dragons can be spent to upgrade up to 3 levels, enhancing the quality of the defense tower. Activating the defense tower's function requires the central crystal to convert the magic power of gold dragons. Green then walked to the center of the Highland Square and clicked on the crystal, only to discover it functioned like a money-consuming power switch, supplying magic power from the gold dragons. Approximately 10 gold dragons would enable a defense tower to operate in standby mode for 24 hours. Then Green ventured into the wilderness, arriving at the red area, which was described as a perfect habitat for beasts. It was said that one could nurture these creatures by expending crystal magic, and the enchanted lairs would bestow wondrous powers upon the beasts. Moving on to the 6 birds and stone golems, with similar descriptions, Green waded through the shallow waters of the river, which barely reached his thighs. Upon reaching the dragon pit, he found it partially submerged, with water only covering his feet. The area was noted for its void-infused nature, where expending magic could still nurture life, albeit the void would grant the creatures unknown abilities. Green contemplated testing a dragon egg, placing it into the dragon pit, only to discover that the biological activity was low, teetering on the brink of death. He experimented with all 8 eggs, and only 2 exhibited any vitality, and even that was minimal. The others were lifeless. Determined, Green proceeded to the small dragon pit, which was described as the birthplace of countless dragons, the finest incubator that would endow the hatchlings with innate powers. The continuous expenditure of magic would coalesce natural forces, cleansing the bloodline of the dragons. Observing the description, Green placed the 2 viable eggs there, which indicated that it would require 10,000 magic to hatch each over the course of a month. Previously, he had paid 100 golden dragons for electricity, yielding only 10 magic, meaning hatching a dragon would cost 100,000 golden dragons and a month's wait. The dragon pit system suggested increasing the magic investment, as tenfold expenditure would reduce the hatching time to 3 days. He then placed the remaining 6 lifeless eggs into the pit, which prompted a notification that the soulless eggs required 5,000 magic, equivalent to 50,000 golden dragons, to ignite the dragon souls over a week before they could hatch. Originally intending to enroll his children in school, he now found that 2 were unable to attend, and the 6 others could not even afford student IDs. Dejected, Green collected the dragon eggs and exited the wilderness. To hatch all the dragon eggs would demand at least 9 months and 110,000 golden dragons. Gazing into his pocket at the 100,000 golden dragons, he felt like someone in a past life who had just scraped together enough for a down payment on a house. Perhaps he could approach the dragon mother, offering to incubate her 3 dragon eggs for a fee of 300,000 golden dragons. Surely she could afford that. Putting aside his fanciful thoughts, Green resolved to refrain from gambling starting tomorrow, focusing instead on becoming an arms dealer to earn milk money for the 8 dragon hatchlings. For being a dragon knight was indeed a noble pursuit. Upon returning to the Stone Drum Tower, he began to scour the system for readily marketable ordinary and epic equipment. For nearly half a week, he exchanged equipment and stored it in the tower, subsequently mingling with the blacksmiths of the South Ridge. Due to the high melting point of dragon crystal, its initial cracks, and its inherent hardness and brittleness, he could only select solid chunks to slowly carve into daggers or spearheads, rendering forging impossible. Throughout the southern realm, it seemed not the blacksmiths were toiling, but rather a cadre of gem gamblers. The apprentices selected stones of superior quality, which they then entrusted to seasoned masters for the art of polishing and cutting. Many blacksmiths vociferously proclaimed that Lord Green had erred in his hiring, asserting that he ought to have engaged stonemasons instead of blacksmiths. However, due to the lucrative wages offered, as Green prepared to venture to nearby peninsulas in search of stonemasons, they all clamored to detain him, exclaiming their previous years of experience as stonemasons before taking up the blacksmith trade. In Chapter 18, the continent of Essos finds Dragonstone Island in a dire predicament, bereft of funds, soldiers, and vassals. It possesses only 500 blacksmiths and over 40 galleys. The island's sole advantage lies in its proximity to Essos, with a maritime journey of merely 2 days and nights to reach the mainland. After wagering 100,000 golden dragons, Green retained 5,000 and set forth to Pantos, accompanied by the Red Priest, Soros. After 2 days and nights, at the break of dawn on the following day, Green arrived at Pantos. Separated from King's Landing by a narrow sea, Pantos has historically embraced slavery, which has led to conflict with Bravos. For nearly 2 centuries, the 2 cities have engaged in at least 6 wars, driven by the control of fertile lands and waterways in addition to the institution of slavery. Bravos triumphed in 4 of these conflicts, the last occurring 91 years prior, during which Pantos sacrificed 4 princes within a year until a rare victory prompted the 5th prince to persuade the governors to negotiate peace. The peace accord mandated significant concessions from Pantos, including the abolishment of slavery and the cessation of the slave trade. Although slavery was officially abolished, Pantos' ship captains would still hoist the flags of other trade cities upon their sails to circumvent the ban, continuing the slave trade clandestinely. The peace treaty with the Bravosi stipulated that the Pantosi could not possess more than 20 warships, hire mercenaries, enter contracts with free companies, or maintain any military forces beyond the city guard. Despite its formidable walls, Pantos was regarded as the most vulnerable among free trade city-states. Consequently, the governors maintained amicable relations with other free trade city-states and the Dothraki Khals, fostering relationships over the years through gifts of gold and silver to ensure their favor across the Lorne River. Pantos was, in military terms, roughly on par with Dragonstone Island. Yet in other respects, population density, economic strength, and geographic advantage, Pantos was a favored entity, akin to the fabled lands of the past. In contemporary Pantos, governance lies in the hands of the governors, while the princes, chosen from 40 noble families, bear merely ceremonial duties, presiding over meetings and festive banquets. They traverse the city in an ivory and gold palanquin, accompanied by 3 ceremonial attendants bearing symbols of trade, war, and justice, a golden balance, an iron sword, and a silver whip, respectively. Every year on New Year's Day, he must sacrifice a virgin to the land and sea. When the people of Pantos believe the gods are displeased, perhaps due to a lost war or a poor harvest, they slit the prince's throat, offering him to the deities to appease their wrath, subsequently selecting a new prince from among 40 families. The basic prince serves as a talisman. While the military and financial governors wield consolidated power, leaving the prince to bear the blame, a rather humane arrangement. Green, driven by his business interests, sought out the governor. Making his way to the residence of Illyrio Mopatis, who had previously sheltered Daenerys Targaryen and her dragon eggs. After introducing himself, Green found that Illyrio, due to his close ties with Varys, had heard whispers of new weaponry emerging from Westeros. Following a series of negotiations, Green successfully sold approximately 150 weapons to the governor, resulting in a profit of 300,000 gold dragons. Naturally, the quality matched that of Westeros, as Green had hoped to offer inferior products, but the system was unable to produce such. Thus, the merchant was compelled to maintain quality. The governor provided Green with 200,000 gold dragons, and the remaining 100,000 would be settled with food supplies, dispatched to Dragonstone. Aware of the governor's keen intelligence, akin to Varys, Green decided to take a gamble. "My lord governor, how much is a dragon egg worth?" he inquired. Illyrio, startled, feared that news of his dealings with Daenerys had leaked. Suspecting that representatives of Robert Baratheon's faction had come to demand accountability. "There is no need for concern, my lord governor. I merely have an affinity for dragon eggs." He then relayed the praises that Tyrion had once shared with him regarding the eggs, his enthusiasm evident. Upon hearing this, Illyrio responded, "A well-preserved dragon egg fossil could fetch around 300,000 gold dragons. A pristine dead egg might bring in over 50,000. Though this also depends on the size and beauty of the egg's markings. Should the quality be exceptional, it might command a slight premium. But no more than 60,000 gold dragons." "What about a living egg?" Green asked. "My lord jokes," Illyrio replied. "Dragons have been extinct for a century and a half. Even if a dragon egg were alive, it would be indistinguishable from a dead one, as only the Targaryens possess the knowledge to hatch them." He continued, "Thus, even if someone boasts of a living egg, its pristine exterior would not elevate its value beyond that of a dead egg. In that case, my lord governor," Green proposed, "I am not well acquainted with Essos, nor have the manpower to collect dragon eggs. Perhaps you could assist me in acquiring them. A dragon egg fossil for 50,000 gold dragons, and a dead egg for 100,000. I shall settle the payment with weapons of equal value. I care not how much you acquire. The price is yours to negotiate. Regardless, my purchasing price remains fixed at this level. Your profit hinges solely on your bargaining skills." "I am most agreeable to this arrangement," Illyrio replied. After Green's departure, Illyrio Mopatis felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should retrieve the dragon eggs he had sent to Daenerys. For the 3 fossilized eggs belonging to Ashe could not possibly hatch into dragons. Selling them would yield a handsome sum of 150,000 golden dragons. And with proper presentation and maintenance, they could fetch as much as 300,000 golden dragons, effectively allowing him to acquire 150 weapons akin to those forged from Valyrian steel without any cost. Thus, the governor began to draft a letter, intending to negotiate with Daenerys for weapons, ships, and provisions in exchange for the dragon eggs. Having bid farewell to the governor, Green spent a few days exploring Pentos, a city reminiscent of ancient Egypt, characterized by its tropical coastal deserts. Elephants could occasionally be seen traversing the streets, and the local winemaking and cake-making were truly exceptional. While enjoying his time, he began to exchange his accumulated 200,000 golden dragons for equipment daily. After a week, Green arrived at Braavos, where he was greeted by the iconic statue of the Titan, its colossal feet resting upon 2 separate islands. These islands were blanketed in soldier pine and black spruce. The Titan's legs were constructed from stubborn stone, mirroring the texture of the black granite reefs upon which it stood. Adorned with a green bronze war skirt and a bronze breastplate, the Titan wore a half-helmet crowned with a flowing mane of green-dyed hemp. Its eyes, resembling 2 caverns, housed roaring flames. One hand rested upon the left ridge, fingers of bronze gripping a massive boulder. The other arm stretched skyward, clutching the hilt of a broken sword. This monumental figure guarded the entrance to Braavos' Great Lagoon, serving as the city's first line of defense. Whenever ships approached, the Titan would unleash a thunderous roar, alerting the armory of their arrival. At dusk, it would bellow to herald the setting sun. Braavos is most renowned for its iron bank, akin to the largest bank in the modern world, lending to various kingdoms and factions while collecting rents. Half of Robert's 6 million debt stemmed from the Iron Bank, which had garnered a fearsome reputation for debt collection. Should a prince or king default on their obligations or foolishly disregard their contracts with the Iron Bank, new claimants to the throne, often emerging with the bank's financial assistance, would swiftly arise. These new rulers were compelled to acknowledge the previous debts and repay the sums borrowed to secure their thrones, lest they suffer the same fate as their predecessors. A Braavosi proverb states, "The Iron Bank does not tolerate defaults." Essentially, It is the largest capital syndicate on the continent, and Green's purpose for visiting was to secure a loan. With the impending War of the Five Kings approaching, lacking vassals and soldiers, he could only rely on weaponry to gain leverage in the forthcoming conflict. Chapter 19. The dragon hatching Enterprise. Green's ship glided beneath the Titan's massive form, and at that moment, Soros emerged from the hold. "My lord, you have brought me to a splendid place. Do you know what it is most famous for?" Soros stammered while clutching the ship's railing. "What?" Bravos is replete with captivating locales, including the winding waterways of the city, the Temple of the King of Light, the House of Black and White, the Water Dancer, the Coral Sea, and the iron clumps above us. Yet, the most intriguing aspect remains the bed slave. "My lord may wish to indulge in an experience with me." With that, Sonies languidly collapsed onto the deck. "And what of your faith, O King of Light?" "You, a monk, reeking of wine throughout the day," Green remarked. "Faith. I was dispatched to King's Landing to convert the flame-obsessed Mad King, Ares II, to the worship of the King of Light. Until his demise, my task remains unfulfilled, and my dear King of Light has never deigned to respond to me. Allow me to share a secret. Do you know why I don the red robe? It is to ensure that the wine I spill does not visibly stain my attire. This wisdom was gleaned during my prayers in Meereen." Originally aware of Soros's formidable abilities, Green had intended to recruit a resurrectable mage, only to end up with a drunken fool who now appeared to be a debaucher. Since departing Dragonstone, he had scarcely disembarked from the ship, purchasing little beyond wine. On the journey to Bravos, Green had contemplated casting him into the narrow sea on multiple occasions. During the voyage, with nothing to occupy his time aboard the ship, Green exchanged equipment daily. The 200,000 golden dragons procured by Pantos had transformed into over 300 weapons. Upon entering the Water City, Green inquired about the Iron Bank to negotiate business and was escorted by guards to the Hall of the Sea King, where he encountered the current ruler of Bravos, King Ferrago Antarian, a man in his 50s, with graying hair yet a visage marred by age spots, occasionally coughing. Green elucidated his purpose, seeking to sell weapons and secure a loan. After a vigorous negotiation with the king, they entered into a contract wherein Green would produce 200,000 weapons at a discounted price of 500,000 for the Iron Bank. Additionally, the Iron Bank would provide a standard order of 5 million golden dragons. Green was required to deliver the Iron Throne's vessels within a year, with the Iron Fleet scheduled to retrieve weapons every 3 months from Dragonstone. The Iron Throne would include the purchase of 500,000 and could initially pay a deposit of 250,000, with the remaining 3 million settled at a rate of 100,000 every 3 months, also proposing the use of dragon eggs for payment. To fulfill the 5 million non-discounted order, Green would need to forge equipment worth approximately 1,500,000 golden dragons. After deducting costs, he could earn 350,000 in a year. If Rob's pace remained slow, factoring in the tournaments he would host, this would represent Green's annual output at the base exchange rate. Daily, he could exchange 5,000 to 6,000 weapons at minimum base price. However, an excess of weapons would lead to devaluation. Fortunately, unrest loomed across several continents, with Westeros embroiled in a war of 5 kings and Essos facing the onslaught of Daenerys and her dragons. After a month of aimless wandering, funds had been secured. Green faced a choice: either return to hatch dragons or raise an army. Yet, as an outsider, he could either purchase slaves to train himself or procure Unsullied. As a mere baron, he would find no knights or vassals to heed his call in Westeros. "Let us first summon the dragons, for if necessary, I shall remain neutral in the War of 5 Kings, much like the Night's Watch. Should anyone attempt to seize the throne or unjustly acquire weapons, they will find that all production has been purchased by the Iron Bank, and any requests must wait until the following year. In times of tension, I can always hire mercenaries from Essos at a premium." Green procured some exotic goods from Essos and prepared to return to Dragonstone to incubate the dragons. After a week of traversing the narrow sea, Green arrived at Dragonstone, and in the following days, ships from the Iron Bank delivered 250,000 golden dragons. He ventured into the wilderness, infusing himself with 800,000 units of magic, placing all the dragon eggs in the dragon pit. Although only one could be hatched at a time, igniting the dragon's spirit could occur simultaneously. He also activated a defensive tower to cover the wilderness and lock the path to the Summoner's Canyon from the door of the Dragon Tail Hall behind the West Tower. Days later, a fleet appeared on the waters of Greywater Bay. Following the instructions of his grandmother Olenna, Galen Targaryen arrived with 200,000 golden dragons to exchange for weapons. Green had forgotten about this matter and, after some persuasion, provided a small quantity of weapons, spending another 200,000 golden dragons on grain. After sending Galen Targaryen away, Green commenced his monthly draw. The current probabilities were 30% green, 22% blue, 40% purple, and 8% gold. As he selected, he received a purple item pack and a summoner skill pack. He locked in the skills: heal, teleport, sprint, ignite, and smite. Deciding to remove ignite and smite, he received the summoner skill teleport. Teleport. After a 5-second channeling, the user will be transported to a selected location. The truth of the defensive tower or false eye stone can be chosen 24 hours. What a remarkable tool for travel. Presently, one false eye is at the Wall of Despair, while 2 are at the Dragon's Lair, and there is a defensive tower at the Canyon Heights Plaza. It would not be feasible to plant a defensive tower in every castle without careful thought. After consulting the system, the defensive tower was directly planted within a 5-kilometer radius of the crystal. Beyond the crystal's range, the tower merely stood as a structure and could not be activated. Green donned several layers of clothing, preparing to test whether he could teleport, selecting the Wall of Despair from the system. After a few moments enveloped in blue light, Green found himself atop the Wall of Despair. After a customary relief, he was ready to descend and explore. At this juncture, Sam and Jon had divided their duties, one attending to the Supreme Commander daily, while the other assisted Maester Aemon, both seemingly following the path of protagonists, as if the elders could easily pass the mantle. As Green descended from the rappel, a training ranger spotted him and exclaimed, "Green has returned. When did I become so renowned?" Following the shout, Banyan emerged. "Green, what brings you here? The dragon crystal dagger is complete. Have you come to deliver it?" Banyan remarked, patting Green on the shoulder. "I merely made a brief excursion to Bravos before returning to the wall at Dragonstone. Crafting weapons from Dragonstone is rather challenging, as the melting point of ordinary charcoal is insufficient. One can only rely on primitive grinding and cutting methods. Nevertheless, the results are satisfactory. At least there is some yield. The abundance of Dragonstone on Dragonstone Island allows for ample production. At worst, we can finish the dagger and spearheads and utilize the scraps for arrowheads. How fares the wall now? You have sponsored several ships, and along with the supplies previously purchased in King's Landing, combined with weapons and winter clothing provided from the north, the Night's Watch is faring quite well. Originally, there were 600 men at Castle Black, 200 at the Shadow Tower, and only about 30 at Eastwatch. With the addition of several large ships you sent, Yoren and I have been recruiting along the waterways. And now the total number of Night's Watchmen at Castle Black and the other 2 locations is around 1,200. Moreover, that lad Jon Snow has proven himself quite commendable, persuading all the folk from the village of White Tree beyond the wall to seek refuge at the wall, save for a few wandering hunters. However, there is indeed a matter that requires your assistance, Banyan said with a mischievous grin. What is it? Just follow me. Following Banyan, we navigated past the new recruits camp and the armory, until he led me to a small mountain of disarray, composed of clay pots, wooden barrels, staffs, copper artifacts, and decaying horse gear, all haphazardly piled together, adorned with strips of fabric in various colors and shapes. At that moment, Banyan called out, "Jason, go fetch the lads. Lord Green is here to distribute wages." Soon, a throng of Night's Watch Rangers emerged, encircling us. Green could not help but marvel at the expertise they exhibited in scavenging. Reluctantly, he allowed the Rangers to present their findings before him for appraisal. The Rangers surged forward, eagerly searching for burial treasures marked by their tied fabric strips. Once they had gathered a substantial haul, they hurried back to present their finds to Green. He began to scan them with the system, occasionally producing a few silver stags to stir their excitement. In the biting northern wind, the Rangers rummaged through the refuse with fervor, occasionally disputing over unmarked or improperly marked clay pots. The officials observed with keen interest, while Banyan summoned a few more to assist in sorting through the remnants Green had not selected, categorizing the intact pots for use, while the rest would be repurposed as firewood. After spending a night at the wall, Green returned to Dragonstone the following day. At that time, a raven from Dragonstone brought news that the Mountain and his men had ambushed the previously successful Sir Wilbert from the auction. Initially believing himself to be discreet, he was ultimately discovered by other nobles from Riverrun, who reported him to King's Landing. Upon realizing that a Lannister henchman was involved in such heinous acts of murder and thievery, Robert prepared to administer a fitting lesson, instructing his hand to send men to capture the Mountain and return him to King's Landing for trial, before heading out to hunt. Littlefinger discreetly relayed this information to Cersei, who incited Lancel to spike the wine, leading to the infamous incident where Robert, while hunting, was gored by a boar and now lies in bed, gravely injured. Subsequently, Green penned a letter to Eddard. After receiving Green's counsel, Eddard intentionally intercepted a missive from the north, which conveyed that Bran had been in a coma for several months and that Catelyn, consumed with worry, had fallen ill herself. She sent their 2 daughters home to distance them from the turmoil of King's Landing. The daughters, however, were reluctant to depart. One wished to study the art of water dancing in King's Landing, while the other had already become enmeshed in her betrothal to Joffrey, dreaming of her future as queen. A casual mention of hair color struck a chord with Eddard. All of Robert's bastards had dark hair, while Cersei's children were all golden-haired. Furthermore, the family histories previously examined by Jon Arryn indicated that the Baratheon genes were dominant, making it statistically likely that offspring from unions with individuals of different hair colors would also have dark hair, with some exceptions noted in marriages with the Lannisters. If Cersei's children had 1 or 2 with golden hair, Eddard could rationalize it. However, the fact that all 3 were golden-haired was a revelation. Resolutely, he instructed Ser Jorah Mormont to escort Catelyn north under the pretext of allowing her to see her husband one last time, leaving the 2 daughters with no choice but to depart hastily. Realizing his time was short, Robert, sustained only by opiate milk, summoned Eddard to discuss matters of succession. Eddard, unable to bear revealing the truth to the ailing Robert, discreetly planned to replace Joffrey with a more suitable heir. Robert then handed Eddard the contract with Green, urging him to settle the debts of the new king. At this juncture, Jaime learned from Joffrey that Sansa had been absent for several days, prompting him to rush back to the Westerlands to muster forces in preparation for an advance on King's Landing to secure Joffrey's position. Aware of his precarious situation, with fewer than 100 loyal bannermen at his disposal in the capital, Eddard sought the assistance of his ally, Renly. He shared his investigative findings with Renly, who promptly began corresponding with Prince Loras Tyrell of Highgarden and the Lords of Storm's End, rallying them to prepare for an incursion into King's Landing. Days later, the bells of the King's Landing Tower tolled, announcing Robert's death. Stannis, commanding his fleet from Dragonstone, returned to the port of King's Landing, cognizant that Joffrey was the rightful heir and aware of the dangers of his position as a prince. He understood that military strength was essential for his protection, planning to return to King's Landing later to assume the role of master of ships once the situation clarified. A group clad in golden robes entered the Hand's Tower, instructing Eddard to proclaim the new king in the Red Keep. Alone, Eddard approached the Iron Throne. Cersei, Joffrey, Tyrion, the captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Gregor Clegane, Varys, and Peter Baelish were all present. Cersei, with an air of arrogance, declared, "Read Robert's will and pledge your loyalty to your new king, Stark." Eddard surveyed the assembly, recognizing that proclaiming Joffrey as king was not entirely out of the question. However, he demanded that the new king personally execute the traitor, Jon Arryn. Cersei, with a swift glance, commanded the Hound to seize Baelish and proceeded to unveil Baelish's complicity in Lysa Arryn's poisoning of her husband. Joffrey, fixated on the throne he had long coveted, prepared to strike Baelish. However, Cersei ordered Baelish to be imprisoned, planning to have him executed during Joffrey's coronation to solidify Joffrey's legitimacy. As night fell, Eddard Stark had come to understand the truth and prepared to stealthily leave King's Landing for the north. Joffrey, swayed by the Lannisters, rendered Eddard's position as the Stark Hand of the king no longer necessary. Peter Baelish, under the cover of darkness, sought an audience with Cersei, revealing his motive behind the assassination of the former Hand. Cersei, fully aware of the implications, recognized that the North would never support Joffrey's ascension. Eddard was merely a temporary measure. Once the truth came to light, the North would undoubtedly ally with the Vale to support Stannis, Renly, or even a bastard, rather than the Lannisters, with whom they had long-standing grievances. Moreover, Renly had already amassed his forces on the way to King's Landing, while Cersei could rely on Lysa to stabilize the Vale, potentially swaying it towards the Lannisters. At that moment, the loyal Janos Slynt, commander of the City Watch, reported the capture of Eddard Stark, who was attempting to flee the city. Cersei exchanged a glance with Baelish before ordering his release. In the halls of the Red Keep, Eddard, bound, was confronted by Cersei, who inquired about Robert's will. Eddard replied that it had already been taken by Renly. After a moment's contemplation, Cersei decided to detain Eddard Stark for the time being, planning to have Joffrey ascend the throne the next day, especially since her father's forces were already en route along the King's Road and would reach King's Landing in a matter of days. That night, Baelish clandestinely met with Joffrey to outline the stakes. Eddard Stark was preparing to flee and would never acknowledge Joffrey's rule. He urged Joffrey to execute Eddard as soon as he was crowned. The following day, in King's Landing, the ceremony for Joffrey's coronation commenced. After the formalities, Joffrey abruptly ordered Eddard Stark to be tried for treason. Tyrion promptly intervened to halt the proceedings. Upon seeing his most despised uncle step in, Joffrey was consumed by rebellious thoughts. Cersei, sensing the turmoil, attempted to summon Sandor Clegane to intervene, while Baelish had discreetly arranged for Janos to maintain order, leaving the Hound with little choice but to relent when surrounded by the gold cloaks. At that moment, Eddard was brought forth, and Tyrion, recognizing the gravity of the situation, implored Eddard to accept Joffrey's legitimacy as king, promising a pardon for his alleged conspiracy with Renly, should he don the black attire of the Night's Watch. Observing the Lannisters' orchestrated pressure on him, Eddard felt a wave of unease. He then knelt and proclaimed to the city, Cersei's children are Lannisters. The Baratheons predominantly bear dark hair. Joffrey lacks legitimacy. The Lannisters are usurpers. In a fit of rage, Joffrey shouted, Ser Island Pain, what are you waiting for? The king's justice drew his sword before the great September of Baelor and beheaded Eddard Stark. The news traveled back to the north, prompting Robb to muster his forces for war. The following day, Tywin arrived in King's Landing with 1,000 loyal cavalry to secure his daughter's crowning by the hand of the king, the regent, in the Red Keep's council chamber. Can anyone tell me why Eddard Stark's head now adorns the ground? I only needed to contend with Renly and Stannis. Now I must also face the wolves of the north. Tywin surveyed the assembly with a steely gaze. Dear king, your grandfather is inquiring about you. Tyrion quipped. Silence, dwarf, or I shall make you the next Stark. I am the king, and I owe you no explanations. This is the fate that traitors deserve. Joffrey glared at Tyrion and, with a twisted expression, turned to Tywin. Cersei interjected, Joffrey, cease this. He is your grandfather. But I am the king. You are all subjects. No subject can command a king, nor dictate the right or wrong of their sovereign. Joffrey rose, surveying those present. Beric, fearing Joffrey might inadvertently reveal something detrimental, stood and bowed, saying, Lord Tywin, the situation is not beyond redemption. I can persuade the Vale to lend their support. Their cavalry is a formidable force. Tywin glanced around, declaring, Then let us depart immediately. Ensure the Vale can trap the Stark pups at neck, lest the North soldiers descend upon us and the Lannisters be besieged from 3 fronts. As you wish, I shall take my leave, Beric replied, bowing once more. Is there anyone else with a better suggestion? Varys inquired. Dragonstone possesses half the fleet, and it can produce excellent weaponry. Lord Tyrion has a favorable relationship with Lord Greyjoy, and perhaps he could secure a ship and procure some arms. Indeed, those weapons are commendable. I have already dispatched Jaime with 20,000 men from Casterly Rock to advance northward. The Raven received this morning reports that Jaime praises the quality of Lord Greyjoy's armaments. Aside from Riverrun, which remains fortified, Jaime has captured Pinkstone and all the strongholds in the Riverlands. If we can contain the Northerners, the annexation of Riverrun within a week is feasible, Tywin stated. How much gold remains in the treasury? Tywin inquired. My lord, the master of coin has just departed, Varys replied. But I estimate the treasury cannot muster more than 100,000 gold dragons, given that King Robert recently hosted a tournament and Prince Joffrey held a coronation, leaving us in a deficit of over 6 million. Then let Joffrey issue a decree, elevating the young Lord of Dragonstone to an earl in exchange for the weapons. Tywin suggested. Father, I must clarify that Greyjoy's weapon forging requires the smelting of gold as a raw material. The earl may only offer fealty, not arms, Tyrion interjected. Then let us take all the treasury's funds to barter, and I shall write to the Westerlands to send the Lannister gold, Tywin commanded. As Tyrion and Varys took their leave, Tywin suddenly recalled something and began composing a letter to Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, promising him the title of King of the North should he pledge loyalty to Joffrey. For every piece of land he conquers in the north, he would claim as his own. Having completed his writing, Tywin was about to depart when Joffrey shouted, He is merely a subject. How dare he make decisions for me? I, Joffrey, am the king. He is but an old dog of the Lannisters. Before Joffrey could finish, Cersei's hand struck him. Silence. Tywin glared at Joffrey, who, fearing another slap from Cersei, puffed out his cheeks and exhaled through his nostrils. Tywin stared for a moment before speaking. Cersei, tend to your wretched offspring. With that, he strode out of the hall. The Hound looked at Joffrey, the perpetual scapegoat, his expression one of utter disbelief. Subsequently, Joffrey caught sight of Ser Balon Swan, the captain of the King's Guard, and sought to reclaim his lost dignity by declaring, Old man, you are dismissed. It is time for you to retire. Upon hearing such insolence, Ser Balon swiftly removed his distinctive Kingsguard cloak and cast his sword upon the ground, saying, Melt it down, and find solace for your lamentable reign. With that, he too turned and departed. Upon Stannis' return, he began rallying the lords in the vicinity of the Crownlands. with Robert dead and Ned's dying words heralding his claim as the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. He commanded his loyal knights to proclaim his message throughout every corner of the realm. Ultimately, bolstered by his 7,000 ships and 3,000 cavalry, he mustered an additional 3,000 men, boasting an impressive force of 30,000, poised to advance upon King's Landing. In Highgarden, the army of 60,000, under the banners of the Knight of Flowers and Ser Loras Tyrell, made their way along the Rose Road to unite with the forces of the Riverlands and Lord Bluebell. At Long Table, the Knight of Flowers remarked, "Brother, why has that scoundrel Green betrayed us, squandering so much of Highgarden's provisions?" "He has not betrayed us. The yield simply could not keep pace," came the reply. "He settled his debts with gold dragons and even gifted us a supply of weapons." "What use are those weapons?" "Merely a handful of short swords." "Do you have any idea how many fine weapons the Lannisters possess?" "Over 100 masterfully crafted blades." "The siege teams, organized by Jaime Lannister in the Riverlands, are unparalleled." "Do you know why the mountain ambushed the Knights of the Riverlands?" "It was due to that battle axe known as Tiamat, which you witnessed at the Night's Watch auction. It possesses the power to cleave a heavily armored horse and rider in two." "What are you gentlemen discussing?" Marjorie Tyrell entered the conversation. The Knight of Flowers repeated their discourse. "Do we truly require such weapons?" Marjorie inquired. With that, the Knight of Flowers remained silent, producing the firearm crafted for him by Green, and thrust it towards the camel-lit copper stand in the tent, piercing a hole through it. "He claims the lack of output is merely an excuse. You must understand that Dragonstone Island and the Lannister dwarf share a close camaraderie. Should he choose to fully support the Lannisters, our situation would become exceedingly dire." Garland Tyrell wore a cold expression. It was not entirely his fault. Who could have anticipated such upheaval in King's Landing upon his return? He had been reveling in his acquisition of weaponry and the sale of 200,000 bushels of grain, only to be chastised by his younger brother. "Perhaps I should venture to Dragonstone and see if I can procure those weapons," Marjorie suggested. At that moment, Garland, still wearing his cold demeanor, interjected, "No. Our grandmother has already informed Lord Bluebell and Storm's End via Raven. You are to marry him. Together, Storm's End and Highgarden command an army of 100,000, while King's Landing has barely 10,000. Should you penetrate King's Landing, you would ascend as queen. However, these weapons are not of utmost importance to you. Even if we cannot obtain them, I can leverage the names of Highgarden and Bluebell to ensure he does not supply arms to the Lannisters." "Perhaps I should go," suggested Garland. "You have already made a blunder. Let Marjorie take the lead. The wedding in King's Landing will be just as significant." The Knight of Flowers mused. Considering that he and Loras were close friends, and the alliance was already a foregone conclusion, Marjorie's marriage to Loras was merely a superficial embellishment. Loras's affections lay with him. He promptly dispatched a contingent to escort Marjorie, laden with golden dragons, to Dragonstone to procure weapons. By the time the news reached the north, it was already late. Yet Robb rallied his forces with renewed vigor in Winterfell and the nearby White Harbor, mustering 3,000 cavalry to first support his maternal grandfather in the Neck, while instructing the vassals across the north to send their troops directly to the Neck for a rendezvous. Chapter 22. The Battle of King's Tyrion was preparing to set sail for Dragonstone to meet an old friend, having brought only about 80,000 golden dragons from the royal treasury, without waiting for his father's funds, intending to rely on promissory notes for the rest. Accompanied by a few bannermen, Tyrion rented a fishing vessel and ventured out to sea. After rowing for half an hour in the shivering sea, he spotted a fleet in the distance. As they drew nearer, he recognized the yellow banners bearing the stag and exclaimed in alarm. Stannis had already blockaded the bay. He had no choice but to instruct his guards to turn back swiftly. Upon his return to Tywin, Tyrion reported the situation candidly. "Perhaps this is for the best. Loras and Highgarden have amassed 100,000 troops. The pressure on Kevin's southern front is overwhelming. I must assist him. You shall act as regent. Ensure that King's Landing does not falter. Cersei cannot even control Joffrey. I care not who sits upon the Iron Throne, as long as they remain loyal to House Lannister. If Joffrey becomes too unruly, we can replace him with Tommen or even Myrcella." That night, under Melisandre's persuasion, Stannis burned the weirwood statues near the Crownlands to pledge his loyalty to the Lord of Light. He convened an assembly, leading 6,000 men around King's Landing towards Storm's End, intending to persuade Loras to align with him. Robb's advance forces encountered the contingent returning with the Stark daughters in the Bay of Crabs. After a brief emotional reunion, they sent the women back to Winterfell and awaited the arrival of other bannermen. 3 days later, after agreeing to the marriage terms with the Riverlands, Robb's army swelled to 18,000. Lady Catelyn, accompanied by Roderick, the master-at-arms of Winterfell, journeyed to the Vale to seek an alliance with her sister. In recent days, aside from exchanging weapons, Gendry had primarily been tending to the dragon eggs. The souls of the other 6 dragon eggs had ignited, eagerly awaiting the hatching of the large yellow egg in a fortnight. To prepare for this, Gendry ensured that the fleet remained busy, replenishing the rivers with ample fish to cultivate a thriving aquaculture business. Although the trees in the Summoner's Canyon were home to various birds and squirrels, Gendry felt that catching young dragons was unlikely. He then ventured to Crab Isle, importing various livestock such as cattle, chickens, and ducks, and established a pasture spanning several acres on the outskirts of Dragonstone. After over a month of tirelessly harvesting dragon glass, Jandelli grew weary of the task and approached Green, demanding to know when he would be taught the art of blacksmithing. Green, unable to deny the eager young man, imparted a few lessons he had learned from the blacksmiths at the Wall and from the Night's Watch. Jandelli, however, quickly expanded upon these fundamentals, insisting that he be taught the true craft. Left with no alternative, Green discreetly led Jandelli away and revealed his latest invention, a firearm. He fired a few shots at the few coconut trees on Dragonstone and quietly informed Jandelli that he was currently developing new weapons and that traditional blacksmithing was outdated. He promised to teach him how to craft firearms once he had perfected the designs. After taking his turn with the weapon and firing a couple of shots, Jandelli was left in awe. Though he agreed to Green's proposal, he was still reluctant to continue harvesting dragon glass. Green then flattered Jandelli, claiming he was contributing to the welfare of the 7 kingdoms and the greater human struggle, which inspired the young man to resume his work. Meanwhile, after a day of swift travel, Catelyn arrived at the Eyrie, where her sister was nursing Robb Arryn. Upon stating her intent, Catelyn urged her sister to join in an assault on King's Landing to avenge Eddard. At that moment, Peter Baelish emerged, persuading the vassals and servants of the Vale, including Lysa, to withdraw, leaving only himself and Catelyn. Baelish professed his love, promising that if Catelyn would marry him, he would convince the Vale to join the fight and even support Robb's claim to the throne. Catelyn firmly rejected his proposal, prompting Baelish to suggest a clandestine affair instead, offering the same terms. Catelyn rebuffed him once more, infuriated, and prepared to depart. In response, Baelish commanded the Vale Knights he had bribed to detain Catelyn and her companions, threatening Lysa with exposure should they release her. He also rallied the Vale to attack the north, but aside from a few knights he had bought, no one responded, forcing Baelish to return to King's Landing. Stannis, after days of travel, successfully met with the forces of Renly at the Bitter Bridge. Both sides attempted to persuade the other to join their cause. Stannis invoked his status as the elder brother, while Renly presented a succession document he had obtained from Eddard, cleverly substituting the rightful heir's name with his own. After exchanging views throughout the afternoon without reaching an agreement, the meeting devolved into hostility, with one brother denying the other's claim. Meanwhile, Jaime, alongside the mountain, wreaked havoc in the Riverlands, causing devastation south of Riverrun. He received a plea for aid from his father, as the Stormlands had dispatched an army of 100,000, while the forces under Uncle Kevin numbered only 15,000, insufficient to withstand the mountain's might. Consequently, Jaime divided his forces, sending half to support the Mountains campaign in the south. After Littlefinger's departure, Catelyn recounted the dire situation in the Riverlands to her sister Lysa, attempting to appeal to her emotions in hopes of securing her release. On the final day, Green personally stood guard at the dragon's pit. He observed as the largest yellow egg began to crack, revealing a dull gray head adorned with faint golden patterns that emerged from the top. As the fissure widened, sticky wings gradually unfurled, and with a resounding shatter, the shell fragmented into pieces. The newborn dragon licked its wings, tilted its head to survey the surroundings, and instinctively began to nibble on the scattered fragments. The canyon had given birth to a creature. As the chat box unlocked, the dragon language synchronized with the system. Players could convey their commands to their pets through the chat box, which would automatically translate their language into that of the species. Should the species wish to respond, it could either create a human language or learn one. In the early stages, players could elicit responses from the species through simple physical gestures. Scanning in progress. Name, to be named species, dragon attribute, earth age, juvenile vitality, 20 attack power, 5 magical strength, 1 physical resistance. For magical resistance, 10, due to its classification as a cultivated creature. It is automatically bound to servitude, capable of equipping weapons and skills, though compatibility is required. Just as Green finished scanning with the system, he noticed the dragon curiously eyeing the other eggs, preparing to take a bite. He swiftly lifted it away, grateful for his presence today. Otherwise, all 7 eggs would have been jeopardized by this reckless creature. Seeing the dragon displaying its sharp teeth and claws, Green retrieved the roasted meat he had prepared while studying the character of the dragon mother and began to feed the creature, observing the dragon devouring the meat. Its body was a solid gray, with only the top of its head, wing skeleton, tail, and snout adorned with golden patterns. Without these embellishments, it resembled a large lizard. In no time, 3 pieces of meat had disappeared down its throat, and it flapped its wings and called out for more. Green produced more meat to continue feeding it. Recalling the dragon's earlier desire to consume its own eggs, he quickly typed in the chat box, instructing it not to eat those eggs, assuring it that there was plenty of food available. Upon understanding, the dragon took a few steps forward. However, it remained engrossed in its meal with no reaction. Once it finished the last piece, it looked at Green again. Green reiterated his command in the chat box, prompting the dragon to slowly take 2 steps back, only to approach and step on Green's foot, drawing his attention. With a gesture of its wing, it pointed towards Green's pocket. Still hungry? Green could only establish a few rules. The dragon was to watch the eggs and refrain from eating them, should any other dragons hatch. It was also to supervise and discourage them from consuming the eggs. The golden dragon acknowledged the command. Afterward, Green carried it to the stone drum tower to gather around the hearth, where they thoroughly grilled the meat until the dragon's belly was full and it was satisfied. Chapter 23. The cuisine of Dragonstone Island. It was claimed that skills could be loaded, so Green disassembled all his skills, discovering that the summoner skill could not be equipped. He was only able to load passive abilities and 4 hero skills. Nevertheless, equipment could still be produced as usual. When he dragged the equipment to the Golden Dragon's panel, the scanning revealed the dragon's attribute enhancements. However, its martial prowess was transformed into attack power, and the values for life and similar attributes reverted to their original, balanced states. However, the dragon was too small to carry more than 1 weapon. The system notified that with each passing year, an equipment slot would be unlocked, up to a maximum of 6. For the young dragon, I purchased a royal plate armor for 29,000 gold, which, although it could not be worn like a human, significantly boosted its health and armor. After all, a health of 20 was rather meager. Preserving the dragon's life was paramount. I also experimented with runes, which could be equipped, and decided to grant it the Predator rune. Currently, the dragon's passive abilities included only Vane's passive, along with the marks of Zed and Graves Powder Keg, and the empowered punch from Echo, as well as the ultimate strike from Yon and Cho'Gath's Feast. After several trials, the dragon could only utilize Vane's passive and Cho'Gath's Feast. Seeing the dragon dozing with its belly exposed, I ventured to the rural west coast to commission a wooden house, which resembled a doghouse, for the dragon to rest. To test the effects of the feast, I realized that the little dragon could not consume larger prey, so I caught a few grasshoppers and flies to bring back. After a long afternoon's slumber, the dragon awoke, bellowing like a great goose, demanding dinner. I promptly produced the freshly caught flies, opened the chat box to signal for it to eat, and then executed my ultimate skill. The little dragon stopped its clamoring, opened its mouth, and squinted in anticipation of being fed. Noticing that the flies had a mere 1 or 2 points of health, I activated the feast with the bonus from the passive ability, allowing the dragon to consume hundreds of health points effortlessly. I aimed and tossed a fly into its mouth, but as soon as the fly entered, it buzzed and collided with the dragon's upper jaw. The dragon quickly spat it out, glaring in disbelief, as if to say, "You tricked me into eating this." In an instant, it flared up, flapping its wings and baring its teeth like an indignant goose. Had it not been for the dual restrictions imposed by the dragon's genetics and the system's master, it would have charged at me in a fit of fury. Seeing the little one distressed, I opted for a gentler approach, resuming the barbecue to feed it. After a couple of pieces calmed its emotions, I grilled a small piece of meat, inserted a fly, and instructed it to feast on this morsel via the chat box. The dragon, unsuspecting, promptly swallowed the diminutive meat whole. Observing that the feast was indeed effective, albeit yielding a meager fraction of health, I resolved to ensure that the dragon devoured every species on Dragonstone, even those smaller than an egg. If necessary, I would gladly spend a few more months as an entomologist in Westeros and Essos to facilitate imports. I then informed the dragon in the chat box to utilize its ultimate skill on any living creature it had not yet consumed for the first 6 times. The dragon was indeed growing rapidly. Within 3 days, it had expanded from the size of a chicken to that of a goose. In just over a month, it would be ready to sample delicacies like roasted toads. Now, the young dragon had also developed the ability to flap its wings and could soar to heights of 7 or 8 meters, though it could not maintain flight for long, tiring after about 20 seconds. Each day at mealtime, it would arrive at the stone drum tower, and afterward, It would either frolic in the river of the Summoner's Rift or chase squirrels up the trees. Glenn effortlessly removed his monthly lottery ticket, recalling that the previous draw yielded a purple item. The probabilities had shifted, now indicating a 30 chance for green, 22 for blue, 20 for purple, and 28 for gold. It seemed highly likely that he would procure a golden item this time. With anticipation, Glenn proceeded to initiate the draw. Congratulations. You have won a purple item. Upon opening the reward, he discovered a skill package, which was locked and contained Endless Fury, Shadow Strike, Wish, Wall of the Forbidden Army, and Perfect Finale. He decided to eliminate Endless Fury from consideration, as his current champion, Misfortune, rendered melee combat futile. Shadow Strike was also dismissed, with a healer in play. He could utilize the ultimate ability of Ember, thereby enabling a focus on sniping and pistol use. Though the Emperor's ability was somewhat ineffective, it could still provide crowd control to prevent close encounters. Congratulations. You have obtained Wish. Wish summons Divine Might to restore 15 of the target's maximum health. If the target's health is below 50, the healing amount increases to 20. Wish also grants beneficial effects such as hemostasis, bone renewal, pain relief, and severe injury removal. Charge capacity, 5 layers. Release interval, 10 seconds. Recovery time, 5 minutes. After substituting his ultimate ability with Wish, Glenn spotted a ship approaching from the southeast as he gazed from the stone drum tower. Drawing closer, he beheld a woman accompanied by 4 attendants, each carrying 2 crates. After inquiring with local fishermen, she strode purposefully toward the stone drum tower. Before long, she and her entourage entered the main hall of the tower. Marjorie, observing those present, began her self-introduction before instructing her attendants to open the crates and step outside. Baron Glenn, I hope you will honor your promise and deliver the previously agreed-upon weapons and equipment. Here is your payment, Marjorie stated. When Garland visited previously, the matter was resolved. But my current production capacity cannot keep up, and I have already compensated for a batch of weapons, Glenn replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. A batch? Merely some daggers and short swords? You are aware of the current situation outside. If you are informed, those daggers and short swords could fetch around 10,000 gold dragons. The cost of my breach of contract is substantial. Do you have any idea how many coalition forces are amassed at Highgarden and Storm's End? 100,000. Which is more than double the Lannister strength. Renly will undoubtedly ascend to the throne, and I shall be the future queen. I am speaking to you with the goodwill of a future queen, Marjorie declared haughtily. Future queen? What gives you such confidence? Glenn retorted, recognizing that Renly's demise was imminent according to the narrative. How many weapons do you currently possess? Present them. And both Targaryens and Baratheons will offer you double the price for this batch of weapons once they achieve victory. Consider the 200,000 gold dragons a gift. Provided you labor diligently in forging and support the coalition, Marjorie asserted as she approached Glenn. Moreover, if your weapons prove pivotal, I am confident Renly will reward you with an earldom, or even a dukedom. In an instant, you could become a member of the esteemed families of Westeros, she added, playfully adjusting Glenn's collar. Firstly, how can you guarantee Renly will win this war? Secondly, Renly is not particularly fond of your brother. Your promises as queen hold little weight. Green spoke with reckless abandon. How do you know? Marjorie instantaneously recoiled. Which matter do you refer to? As for the second, the 2 brawny men are glaring at each other with green-eyed intensity. Regarding the first, you could not even best Stannis and his Red Witch. Yet you intend to challenge old Tywin the Fox? Green continued. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Marjorie pondered for a moment. Why do you ask such a question? Green replied, I aspire to be queen. The identity of the king is inconsequential. Marjorie declared resolutely. Then let us wait. Those who bide their time seldom suffer loss. Whosoever ascends the Iron Throne, it will not be too late for you to wed, for no one would refuse a beautiful maiden bearing the bounty of Highgarden. Green mused. However, during this interim, you must pray that the victor is not Stannis, that bald-headed man with a wife, nor the capricious brat Joffrey, nor Loras Tyrell. Robb Stark from the north, on the other hand, might be a commendable choice. At least I have met him, and he is indeed quite admirable. Though it seems he is already bound by a union with House Frye. And you? Marjorie inquired. I am merely a petty baron, devoid of soldiers or vassals. As you can see, Dragonstone holds nothing of worth. I can only forge weapons, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps earn a little coin, Green lamented as he rose. Thank you, but I hope you will still accept the money, provided you promise not to supply weapons to the Lannisters, Marjorie responded. Of course. The weapons for this past year have already been procured by the Iron Bank. Dragonstone does not produce materials for any king in Westeros, if one truly desires them. They may seek the Iron Bank, They'll expect a premium, for charity is not in anyone's nature, Green explained. At that moment, Marjorie prepared to take her leave when a large yellow creature swooped in, clutching a fish, and dropped it before Green, gazing at him expectantly for praise. That is a dragon, Marjorie exclaimed. Green cast a glance at the proud creature, cawing triumphantly. Turning to Marjorie, he continued, I regret to inform you that you must remain here. The secret of the dragon must not be revealed to anyone. Marjorie pulled herself from her astonishment at the dragon, asserting, I shall not speak of it. I apologize, but only the dead can keep secrets. I fear you may not grasp the gravity of this, Green stated. And with that, he took his weapon and shot at a tree outside the window, splitting it in two. Thus, it would be prudent for you not to consider fleeing, for that would be the gravest error. Just then, a guard from House Tyrell called out, Lady Marjorie, what is amiss? Marjorie composed herself and replied, It is nothing. I merely knocked over a cup. The guard outside wondered what sort of cup could produce such a loud noise. Green began, Dismiss them with a suitable pretext, otherwise. The addition of a few corpses will change little. And what of me? How shall you deal with me? Marjorie inquired. Did you not wish to be queen? It matters not where you wait. When my dragon grows a little more, you shall be free to depart. Marjorie, left with no other option, reluctantly instructed the retainers of House Tully to return, stating her intention to remain on Dragonstone for a while longer, as Master Glenn would impart the art of forging, a process that would require considerable time. Chapter 24. The Clash of Kings. Catelyn emerged from the valley, having spent a night among Robb's army, and the following day prepared to venture to Storm's End to rally an alliance with Gendry. Robb had also encamped near Riverrun, bracing for a direct confrontation with Jaime. Within the central camp of Robb, the Lords of the North convened to deliberate on strategies to vanquish the enemy. Among them were Rickard Stark, Wyman Manderly, Great John Umber, Mira Reed, and the notorious Roose Bolton, all prominent vassals of the North, gathered in the Great Hall. As the lords animatedly debated, Theon passionately proposed seeking his father Balon in the Iron Islands to launch an assault on the plundering stronghold of the Westerlands, targeting the coastal cities of the West. He envisioned a scenario where the Lannisters would be engaged on three fronts, besieged from all sides. At that moment, a scout reported that half of the besieging forces around Riverrun had withdrawn, with their destination unknown. Upon hearing Theon's suggestion to strike at the heart of the Lannisters' ancestral home, Roose Bolton voiced his intent to maintain his encampment with a mere 5,000 soldiers to confront Jaime directly. He urged Robb to lead an army of over 10,000 northward towards the mountains beyond the Tumblestone River, subsequently maneuvering to Harrenhal, thereby controlling the ports of the west, while also severing the supply lines to Casterly Rock and the Golden Tooth, effectively isolating Jaime's forces. Robb, seeing the potential in this plan of subterfuge, promptly commanded the dispersal of troops for the march. Meanwhile, Theon set sail for the Iron Islands to persuade King Balon. After a disheartening conversation with his brother, Stannis resolved to return to the Crownlands, biding his time until his brother became embroiled in a protracted siege of King's Landing. He planned to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the capital with his fleet, but was subsequently dissuaded by the Red Woman. Catelyn arrived at Gendry's camp, where she witnessed a tournament in which the fair Brienne emerged victorious, subsequently joining Gendry's Rainbow Guard. Later, while conferring with Gendry and Catelyn in his tent, Gendry was attacked by an assassin sent by the Red Woman. Upon witnessing this, Catelyn could only urge Brienne to flee for her safety. Upon arriving in the Iron Islands, Theon discovered Balon indeed engaged in the reorganization of his forces. Assuming a bond of understanding between them, Balon began to persuade Theon to lead an attack on the coastal ports of the west, aligning with Robb's campaign. Balon, however, could not forget the loss of his two sons during his previous rebellion against the North and the alliance with the Baratheons. Thus he placed his bets on the Lannisters of the West, believing that seizing from former foes would be a source of great satisfaction. With a barrage of scornful words, he incited Theon to redirect his forces towards plundering the North. Stannis then mobilized his troops to rally the Lords of Storm's End and the remnants of Gendry's followers. Kevan seized the opportunity to pursue the remnants of Storm's End and Highgarden, while Prince Oberyn, witnessing the disarray of the allied forces, decided to consolidate the Highgarden troops and retreat to their stronghold. After about a week of reorganization, Stannis had seized the Crownlands and the entirety of Storm's End, swelling his forces to over 30,000. He then commanded the forces at the Blackwater Bay to tighten their blockade around King's Landing, personally leading 20,000 soldiers to the capital. Robb waited in the forest of the mountains for 2 days, but as no news arrived from several ports, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He set off overnight, splitting his forces to raid and pillage the territories of the western lands. including the cities of Rainey's Hill, Gold Tooth, and Sarsfield. However, news from the north soon reached him. The Iron Islands had not come to his aid, but had instead turned to plunder the north. The coastal cities near Carhold and Deepwood Mott had all fallen. After some contemplation, Robb ordered a surprise attack on the Cliffs of Insanity and planned to use ships from the west to transport the plundered gold and supplies, circumventing Ironman's Bay to quell the internal strife. At that moment, several ravens returned to Dragonstone, and after Green perused their messages, he noticed Marjorie, who was feeding the dragons, had paused and turned her gaze toward him. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Green inquired. The bad news, Marjorie replied, gently stroking the head of the great hound. News from the wall indicates that they have brought back several bodies of Night's watchmen from the haunted forest. Unfortunately, the corpses have begun to rise at night, attacking anyone they encounter. Thankfully, prior to this, Benjen had returned with a cache of dragonglass daggers, and the Night's watchmen are never without their weapons. So no one was harmed. Commander Gior intends to organize a thorough cleansing of the city and has requested that I send a batch of dragonglass equipment up there. Are there really White Walkers beyond the wall? I thought those were mere legends, Marjorie remarked. If you doubt it, this would be the perfect opportunity for you to join me. After all, leaving you on Dragonstone won't ensure your safety, Green replied. And the good news? Marjorie inquired. Renly is dead. Stannis has decisively defeated the coalition led by Renly, meaning your future husband count has diminished and a certain gentleman has been eliminated. You ought to be pleased, though I cannot ascertain how your brother will react. I almost forgot. Today should be about that time, Green continued, making his way toward the gardens of the Iron Throne. The growth of the hound over the past month had transformed it into a creature the size of a large dog, and upon seeing Green head toward his garden, it followed him closely. Marjorie, upon observing this, trailed behind as well. Green halted, recalling what he had advised her on the very first day of her arrival. Marjorie echoed his words. Do not attempt to communicate with the outside world through ravens or the island's inhabitants. Do not try to steal a boat or persuade a sailor to help you escape, and do not enter the gardens of Dragonstone. The first two are understandable. But what of the last? There is no exit route in your garden. Is there a secret greater than dragons? Not precisely. It is simply forbidden ground. I must activate the mechanism myself to allow strangers to enter, which could lead to consequences far worse than being shot, Green replied. Then why can't I venture down? You have already taken 200,000 gold dragons from House Hightower, Marjorie countered. Indulge my curiosity, and perhaps I shall quell your own. Is there truly a secret greater than dragons? She asked. In truth, you could witness the same from above. It is merely another dragon that is about to be born. I shall bring you to see it shortly, Green responded. Another dragon? You have uncovered the secrets of Dragonstone? Marjorie exclaimed in astonishment. The secret of Dragonstone is not merely that one requires the power of dragons to confront the White Walkers. I simply seek to have dominion over the dragons myself. May I accompany you to witness this? Marjorie inquired. At worst, you may extend my stay by a month until this dragon matures, and then release me. Marjorie pondered the tale she had heard regarding dragons. One could only possess a single dragon to become a dragon rider. If she were to treat both dragons well, perhaps one would recognize her. Once the dragon could be ridden, she would take flight and escape. With a dragon at her side, she could marry any king she desired. The shadow of dragons loomed large over the Seven Kingdoms. Seeing her determination, Green acquiesced, reasoning that the dragon would not flee, bound as it was by a system. He would show her around, and if she chose to act recklessly, that would be her own folly. For now, it was merely a matter of providing for another mouth to feed and finding a caretaker for the dragon. Together, they descended from the Summoner's Rift with Big Yellow leading the way through the wilderness, eventually arriving at the river. As Big Yellow soared ahead, Green waded into the water, prompting Marjorie to halt in her tracks. Green glanced back and remarked, I am no gentleman. Do not expect me to do you any favors. If you fear getting wet, you may wait here. After a moment's hesitation, curiosity overcame Marjorie's reservations. Chapter 25. The Battle at the Blackwater River. Big Yellow perched on the edge of the dragon pit, occasionally flapping its wings to maintain alertness. Green observed the garnet-red egg at the center of the pit. It was not particularly large compared to the others, merely one of the few viable eggs. His gaze shifted to the remaining eggs, searching for a suitable candidate to become the third dragon. Soon, the dragon eggs began to tremble, cracking open to reveal a chestnut-colored head. Big Yellow let out an excited call, and the hatchling responded with a soft cry. Big Yellow flew to the side of the egg as the head strained to break free, and with a sudden pop, a red dragon tumbled out. Big Yellow prepared to intervene with the eggshell. But Green quickly shouted to distract Big Yellow, and positioned a dragon slightly larger than a dragon fruit beside the eggshell to feed. Scanning. Name. To be named species. Dragon element. Fire age. Juvenile vitality. 12 attack power. For magic power. 3 physical resistance. 3 magical resistance. 8 as a father figure. Green found himself compelled to spend lavishly on the new dragonling, purchasing a substantial item from the shop. Since it was a fire element, he procured a sunfire aegis. Once the second dragon finished feeding on the eggshell, Green placed the largest white egg back at the center to incubate and returned to the stone drum tower, cradling the second dragon. Are you a Targaryen bastard? How do you know how to hatch dragons, though your hair is not white? Marjorie lamented, dragging her damp skirt behind her. With so many dragon eggs, might you sell me one? The Reach can offer a handsome price, she proposed eagerly. You are a Targaryen. Do you know how to hatch dragons? Green countered. I do not, but you do. Could you sell me one of your dragons? Marjorie exclaimed with delight. My dragon cannot be sold, yet I can assist in hatching one. As long as you can provide the egg, I can help you with the hatching process at a fair price of 500,000 golden dragons. And you shall possess a young dragon. Green remarked. May I write to my grandmother and ask her to gather dragon eggs for me? Do you have any specific requirements for the eggs? None, as long as the shell is intact and unbroken. Furthermore, the letter must not mention my intention to hatch a dragon. You must devise a suitable excuse. Additionally, I must review the letter before it is sent by the Raven. It's a deal. Marguerite beamed with joy, immersed in the delight of acquiring a dragon. After Green ascended the stairs, he summoned Jandeli. Upon entering, Jandeli exclaimed about the dragon. Several blacksmiths have reported seeing something resembling an eagle flying over Dragonstone Island these past few days, while others claim it was indeed a dragon. I initially thought they were mistaken, Jandeli lamented. He then expressed a desire to handle it, and upon observing this, Green promptly informed the 2 dragons through the public screen that this was their new caretaker. He then proceeded to instruct Jandeli that he was to deliver a batch of dragon crystal weaponry to the Great Wall, while ensuring the safety of Dragonstone Island, and also to act as a caretaker for the 2 dragons, being cautious about their feeding and, when conditions permit, providing the larger dragon with special meals. He emphasized that developing a bond should start from a young age, as becoming a dragon rider was not merely a dream. Marguerite listened with great excitement. She had begun to nurture a fondness for the large yellow dragon over the past week, and there was no noblewoman accompanying her on Dragonstone Island. Her company consisted of fishermen and blacksmiths. For the past few days, she had either been feeding the large yellow dragon or watching it soar through the skies. Once the instructions were conveyed, Green and Marguerite set off to transport the dragon crystals to the Great Wall. Meanwhile, Tywin, after vanquishing the armies of Renly and with the Iron Islands launching a surprise attack on the north, received word from Casterly Rock that nearly a third of the land north of Casterly Rock had been ravaged, compelling him to return with his forces for aid. Stannis, noticing the Lannisters, who had been nipping at his heels, retreating to the west, prepared to unleash his full might to seize King's Landing and eliminate the false king. Robb replied to Bolton, instructing him to first quell the rebellion at the Bay of Carlin after the north was ambushed, and then to take the plundered gold and supplies. Circumventing the Iron Islands waters, landing at Salt Pans, and marching north to restore order. Seeing the northern forces retreat, Jaime, with his father attending to the west, resolved to heed Tyrion's call for aid and return to King's Landing. After all, capturing Riverrun would demand a heavy toll for his 10,000 men. And perhaps the North might take advantage of the situation for a surprise attack. It would be wiser to first clear Stannis from the heartland of King's Landing. Tyrion, utilizing the remaining treasury funds, enlisted a mercenary band of around 700 or 800 men through Varys from Essos. Gazing over the vast river, Tyrion fell into deep contemplation about how to secure victory in this impending battle. The alchemists were laboring tirelessly to produce wildfire, while the defending Golden Cloaks had increased from over 4,000 to more than 7,000. Suddenly, he recalled the Battle of Red Cliffs. However, as the defending side at a disadvantage, with merely a dozen ships at his disposal, he could only rely on fire to turn the tide of battle. He needed to devise a plan to blockade Stannis' fleet, drawing them into the Blackwater River from Blackwater Bay. Green, accompanied by Marjorie and the Red Priest Soros, advanced towards the Great Wall across the Narrow Sea. In his previous correspondence, Green had already cautioned Ed to withdraw. However, Ed, in pursuit of the truth regarding his foster father, entangled himself in a perilous situation. To avert the impending Red Wedding, Green resolved to offer a piece of counsel to the north, and thus began drafting a letter to Winterfell, unaware that Theon had seized control of the castle. At Widow's Watch, a raven from a minor northern house was dispatched to deliver the missive. Meanwhile, within the royal encampment, Stannis' cavalry and infantry were mobilizing, preparing to assemble on the southern banks of the Blackwater Rush, leveraging their fleet to establish naval supremacy and assault King's Landing through its most vulnerable southern gate. In the cover of night, Tyrion filled a dozen vessels with wildfire, launching a proactive strike to harass the fleet stationed in Blackwater Bay. Sir Imry Florent, commander of the Blackwater fleet, observed the audacity of a few small ships from King's Landing daring to challenge his fleet of over 50 galleys. Nevertheless, the ultimate objective remained to cleanse the Blackwater of the King's Landing vessels, facilitating the crossing of the Southern Army to besiege the city. With the King's Landing fleet presenting itself, it was an opportunity too tempting to resist. Orders were given for the entire army to advance and pursue the few straggling ships. As they passed the bay's narrow strait, it transformed into a river channel, and the King's Landing vessels began to fall behind under relentless pursuit. Stannis' forces, undeterred by the chaos aboard, pressed on, knowing the river was merely a liquid expanse. After more than an hour of relentless chasing, Sir Imry Florent shattered the last ship from King's Landing with a ship smasher, while Stannis had gathered a substantial part of his army on the southern shore. Although scouts from the western encampment had yet to return with news, his fleet had already cleared the Blackwater, and with 30,000 troops assembled, he was poised to cross the river and breach the weakest southern gate of King's Landing, fully aware of the enemy's numbers. With time of the essence, he commanded his infantry to board the ships, while 4,000 cavalry maintained vigilance on the western and southern flanks. The Hound, flanked by the most elite guards of the Red Keep, stood watch at the southern gate, while Tyrion awaited near the catapults atop the city walls. Joffrey, at Tyrion's request, stood beside him. As Stannis' forces completed their embarkation, a multitude of sails swept across the water in a grand landing. Just as Stannis' fleet crossed the midpoint, a solitary rocket streaked through the sky. Soldiers submerged at the southern strait, and those on the northern bank of King's Landing began to hoist the massive iron chain across the strait using a winch. With the first rocket's flight, a flurry of additional rockets followed, igniting the Blackwater in a ferocious green blaze, consuming ships in flames. Yet, some fortunate vessels managed to successfully land on the shallow shores of King's Landing's southern gate, igniting a brutal melee. The Hound surged forward, clad in golden armor, clashing with Stannis' already landed soldiers. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, wildfire spread across the wreckage of burning ships and ignited remnants, instilling profound fear in the Hound's heart. The sounds of battle faded, replaced by haunting memories of flesh roasting over a fiery pit and the faint crackle of burning charcoal. In a moment of panic, the Hound dropped his sword, seized a horse, and galloped away from the inferno, seeking refuge from the encroaching flames. As the Hound surged forth, the flames upon the river drove more of Stannis' forces into a frenzied charge towards King's Landing. The golden-robed troops began to scatter, while Tyrion, having been forcibly summoned to oversee the defense, witnessed the morale-boosting spectacle of Joffrey's panic as he rushed into the city. Lu Chan was indeed a commendable sovereign. At least he was a man of reason. Initially, Tyrion had dismissed Lu Chan of the Three Kingdoms with disdain. But observing Joffrey's actions since ascending the throne, he realized the depth of his own superficiality. Yet now, retreat was not an option. The wildfire had decimated most of Stannis' fleet. If he could eliminate the few thousand soldiers who had landed, King's Landing would be secured. Tyrion immediately commenced his eloquent rhetoric, rallying all defenders to fight valiantly outside the city. Stannis beheld the inferno illuminating the sky, his fleet nearly annihilated, and he yearned for the landing soldiers to breach the city gates. The river was no longer passable. He ordered a retreat upstream along the Blackwater River, leading the remaining 5,000 troops in that direction. At that moment, a disarrayed report came from the perimeter. Thousands of cavalry had scattered, announcing the arrival of reinforcements for King's Landing. Jaime, having traversed upstream on the Blackwater, and the forces of Highgarden, having been courted by Tywin, were advancing from the Kingsguard side. Ser Davos, known as the Onion Knight, began to counsel Stannis on the inevitability of defeat, suggesting a retreat to the eastern stronghold of Stone. The storm still lay within their grasp. Chapter 26. The Battle of the Five Kings concludes this month. The stakes were undeniably high. The probability stood at an astonishing 48. Congratulations, you have received a golden item. You have unlocked the Hextech Notes of Jace, chronicling the theoretical knowledge of Hextech technology. The Hextech Marketplace is now activated, allowing players to exchange golden dragon coins for Hextech core crystals. The marketplace indicates that a fragment of the Hextech core crystal costs 100 golden dragon coins, while a complete Hextech core crystal costs 10,000. Hextech core crystal fragments. Embodying the understanding of nature by the Shell folk, will bestow arcane enhancements upon weapons. The Hextech Core Crystal, containing the complete legacy of generations of the Shellfolk, will continuously draw power from nature, providing an unending source of arcane and energy augmentation for weapons or their wielders. After exchanging for one, the Hextech Core Crystal fragment resembled a blue tear, while the Hextech Core Crystal appeared as a luminous gem radiating azure light as Jace's notes were opened. Jace, utilizing a controllable device, unleashed the capabilities of the Hextech Crystal. The arcane enhancement was akin to steam, providing propulsion, amplifying magic, enhancing electrical energy, and even potential energy. The power of the Hextech Crystal was comparable to nuclear energy, perpetually absorbing the forces of nature to replenish itself. If the Hextech Core Crystal fragment was akin to a power bank, then the Hextech Core Crystal was equivalent to a generator. For Green, the Hex Crystals and shards have become mere ornaments. He currently possesses neither magical abilities nor the capacity to generate power. Although Hex Crystals cannot be integrated into cold weapons, they can enhance the strength of catapults or bows. However, Green can only comprehend Jace's notes in theory. He is unable to construct the enhancement devices himself. After more than a week of sailing, Green arrived at Eastwatch, which has transformed from a modest stronghold housing around 30 individuals into a bustling trade port with over 200 Night's Watch members stationed there. The Night's Watch collects and trades furs from the villages within the wall in exchange for provisions via several ships. Upon disembarking, familiar members of the Night's Watch began unloading supplies and equipment. Green instructed Soros to procure a cart to take Marjorie to Black Castle while he rode ahead on his swift steed. Stannis remained at Dragonstone for several days as Storm's End continued to fall under Lannister control. He was reluctantly forced to ferry approximately 4,000 men across the Blackwater Bay to Harrenhal, where he began to doubt the existence of the alleged curse. The Onion Knights suggested that their resources were depleted, and they could only ally with the North to share the spoils of victory, proposing to send Catelyn to the Vale to explore potential marriage alliances, leveraging the strength of the North and the Vale against the Lannisters. Meanwhile, Robb Stark had successfully cleared the Iron Men from the Bay of Crabs and received news of the battles at Winterfell and King's Landing. Stannis had been defeated, and the southern territories had largely succumbed to the Lannisters. Dorne, having been promised Myrcella in marriage by Tyrion, was inclined to follow suit, hesitant to engage in the uncertain conflict. Storm's End and the Reach had shifted their allegiance to the Lannisters, and although the Iron Islands claimed kingship, their enmity towards the north was palpable. The Vale maintained neutrality, and it appeared that the war might no longer be necessary. As envoys were dispatched to King's Landing requesting the return of Eddard Stark's remains and recognition of King Joffrey, while also asserting the North's independence. Initially, Robb intended to continue the fight, but a message from Winterfell indicated that the Iron Islands, under Theon's leadership, were launching an assault on Winterfell. Fortunately, the forces at Torrance Square provided a significant defense, delaying Theon's advance. Additionally, the letter hinted that with the failures at Storm's End and for Stannis, some in the North might gravitate towards the Lannisters, making the stabilization of the North more crucial than offensive action. Robb commanded Bolton to lead the defense at the Neck while he divided his forces, with one contingent aimed at reclaiming the coastal ports of the North and the other supporting Winterfell. Seeing the situation clarify, Tywin returned to King's Landing to resume his role as Hand of the King, appointing Tyrion as Master of Ships and directing the Reach to supply grain. Jaime continued the siege around the Riverlands, concurrently sending letters to court the Freys and Boltons, proposing the marriage of Edmure Tully to Rosalind Frey to solidify control over the Vale. Upon entering Black Castle, Commander Mormont elaborated for a time before Green directly stated that it was imperative to dismantle the barriers of Castle Casterly. The infant boy he had sacrificed to the cold god was now being used by the White Walkers to create new wights. The White Walkers, akin to commanders of the White Army, possessed cognitive abilities, posing a far greater threat than mere corpses. After a period of mobilization and organization, Bang Yong meticulously prepared for 2 days, selecting over 100 Night's Watchmen to embark on a large-scale purge of the Ghost Shadow Forest. Green, accompanied by Soros and Marjorie, set out from the Great Wall. Soros, somewhat intoxicated, voiced little objection, while Marjorie incessantly complained about the biting cold, lamenting her decision to join this expedition rather than return by ship to the Eastern Sea. She expressed her reluctance, noting that most of her acquaintances were on the list of those participating in the operation. "You stay here. I cannot guarantee your safety. After all, there are many troublemakers among the Night's Watch. Even this sluggish fat man is willing to venture out. If there truly are wights, he would undoubtedly pursue Sam before you," Green remarked. Soros chuckled, reassuring them, "Fear not, the King of Light shall protect us. As the gates of the Great Wall swung open, a gust of frigid wind swept through, prompting Marjorie to waver once more. Green rode closer and whispered, "The dragon does not choose weaklings as companions. It will carry the weak to great heights only to cast them down. If you cannot endure this little chill, there is no need for you to feed the dragon daily. Visenya and Rhaenys are seasoned warriors, yet here you are, unable to conquer a mere cold." Marjorie, hearing this, tightened her fur coat and followed closely. Observing her compliance, Green tossed a dragon crystal dagger into her saddlebag. That evening, the group camped at the ruins of White Tree Village, continuing their march towards Castle Castor the following day. They made camp once more in the Ghost Shadow Forest on the second night. Suddenly, Marjorie dashed into Green's tent, prompting him to draw his sword. Upon seeing this, Marjorie explained her distress over the lewd remarks of the neighboring Night's Watchmen, fearing their unruly behavior. She lamented that bringing her along had been a mistake and began her tirade. Seeing the dragon was the greatest error, Green retorted. "It was not my desire to see the dragon. Your dragon emerged of its own accord. I have promised not to disclose this. Yet you insisted on keeping me here in this dreadful place." Marjorie shouted back, unable to argue with a woman. Green simply piled his leather clothing in the middle to create a boundary and attempted to sleep. The next day, they resumed their journey towards Castle Castor. Chapter 27. The fall of Castle Castor. Robb, after several days of support, lifted the siege of Winterfell. While King S. Landing responded with news that Eddard's corpse could be returned, and Sansa would wed Joffrey as queen, the north was divided. The lands to the left of the White Knife River would be governed by House Stark, and those to the right by House Bolton, with no discussions regarding independence. Riverrun also succumbed to the siege laid by Jaime and numerous soldiers from Highgarden. The Vale rejected Stannis' goodwill, leading Stannis to pursue Jaime northward. On the third day, the Night's Watch arrived at Castle Castor, where Old Bear organized the Night's Watchmen to take turns on watch, while also dispatching scouts during the day to investigate the movements of wights and wildlings. A few nights later, the Night Watchman successfully spotted Castor emerging with an infant in his arms. Benjen, Jon, and Soreth trailed him from a distance of 70 or 80 meters. They observed as Castor placed the child upon an icy ledge nestled within the dense forest, before turning to head back. Once Castor had departed, Benjen and the others dispersed, lying low in the snow, awaiting the opportune moment. After a quarter of an hour, the air grew denser with cold, and the relentless northern winds whipped up a flurry of snow. A gaunt, shadowy figure flickered in and out of visibility amidst the storm. Soreth rubbed his eyes, and beheld a withered form with blue eyes and long white hair, moving awkwardly towards the infant who wailed in the snow. Benjen tightened his grip on the dragon crystal dagger, while Jon anxiously pressed his lips together, fixating on the slow approach of the wight. At that moment, Green felt a surge of relief for not being the first to crawl forward. His position was safe from the firearm of the Night Watchman, and he could only hope that Benjen would act first. He hastily exchanged for a collector from the system and prepared to enchant it. As the wight drew closer to the infant, just as it was about to lift the child, Benjen loosed an arrow from his bow, striking the creature's shoulder from over 30 meters away, yet it registered no reaction. The wight, realizing the threat, seized the infant and began to flee. Green sprang to his feet, wielding the collector, and fired several shots, but none found their mark. Seeing this, Jon and Soreth also armed themselves and pursued in a frenzy. Green could only teleport forward, maximizing the distance before firing again. The wight fell, shrieking as it began to smolder. Jon rushed forward, seizing the child, while Benjen examined the legendary creature of the north, its grayish body exposed to the frigid elements, large patches of skin unharmed. Slowly, the area where it had been shot began to burn away, transforming into a puddle of water before solidifying into ice shards. Soreth inquired, "What is that in your hand?" "A firearm, which propels shards of dragon crystal using gunpowder," Green replied. "With such a weapon, why bother crafting daggers? Simply provide the Night Watch with firearms instead," Jon remarked, cradling the weeping infant. "This was a rare find from my recent trading venture in Essos, where I substituted the projectiles with fragments of dragon crystal. Firstly, firearms are a rarity that I lack the skill to create. Secondly, there is no logic in smashing dragon crystals solely for ammunition. A single dagger, when wielded adeptly, can slay a horde of wights. As you've witnessed, despite firing so many shots, it took multiple hits to bring down the wight. Each shot is a precious fragment of dragon crystal wasted, and the wight 1T wait for you to gather the shards for a second round," Green countered. Jon remained silent, while Benjen suggested they return to the wall before further discussion. Upon their return, Benjen's group recounted the tale to Old Bear. The old bear ordered several night watchmen to bind the slumbering Castor. Awakened by the commotion, Castor cursed, rousing the entire wall. Jon entrusted the infant to Castor's wife, at which point a ranger suggested they cut out Castor's tongue to prevent further disturbances to their sleep. Then, as a representative, Banyan recounted the sequence of events, assuring that he would send Castor's wives to the southern side of the Great Wall the following day. Soros, witnessing his children being offered to the others, felt a surge of indignation. After struggling through the snow, nearly frozen, to rescue a child, he found it intolerable that one could sleep soundly while cursing and scheming. He decided to procure a firearm from Green, and under his guidance, he fired a few shots at the bound Castor. The Night's Watch and Castor's wives, seeing that Castor had breathed his last, returned to their slumber. Banyan incinerated Castor and, after assigning a portion of the rangers to keep watch, also went back to sleep. Green, in the midst of a restful slumber, sensed someone rummaging through his belongings. Upon awakening, he found Marjorie gazing at him. "What do you intend to do? Are you seeking a weapon to dispatch me?" Green inquired. Marjorie halted her actions. "Might you grant me a few shots tomorrow? Do not ponder too deeply. Were I to end your life, I would scarcely survive the morrow in this frigid expanse. Where did you procure that weapon? Is it for sale?" Marjorie leaned closer, her curiosity evident. "From Essos, we shall discuss it tomorrow. Now, let us rest," Green replied. After a considerable time, Marjorie pressed on. "From Essos, you say? Might I acquire one as well?" Yet, Green had already succumbed to slumber. Since being usurped, Tyrion had forged a bond with Boron, who had come alongside Jaime to rescue King's Landing, and Podrick, who had saved his life during the Battle of Blackwater. The trio spent their days in a haze of indulgence. Following the betrayal of Bolton and Frey, Jaime pushed the front lines to the vicinity of Grey Castle. Stannis' strongholds around Harrenhal were gradually eradicated, forcing them to retreat to the shores of the Bay of Crabs. On the following day, within the confines of Castor's stronghold, the leaders of the Night's Watch and Green were engaged in discussion, having already encountered the others. "It would be prudent for us to capture a wight and bring it back to the wall, then present it in King's Landing. Otherwise, no one shall believe our tale," Banyan proposed. "Wights typically function under the command of the others, numbering in the thousands. It is improbable we shall find a solitary one," Green responded. "Could we not find a corpse, bind it with iron chains in the haunted forest, and wait for it to transform into a wight before retrieving it?" Jon suggested, struck by a sudden inspiration. "While the notion bears merit, we cannot ascertain whether the others possess intelligence. A trap could prove troublesome." The last Night's Watchman who was saved and transformed into a wight raises suspicions. Alas, in that moment of urgency, our sole focus was to eliminate the others. Banyan followed up. "The most pressing concern remains the preservation of our living forces. If you could establish contact with the free folk, it would be advantageous. Facilitating their passage across the wall to aid in its defense would be ideal. If internal strife within the Night's Watch is considerable, we could convene the free folk at Hardhome. I could arrange for their transport to Essos or Dragonstone, though their trust remains a complex issue, given the years of conflict." Green articulated. "There may be an opportunity, should they be pressed too hard by the army of the dead," Sam murmured from his concealed corner. After a prolonged discussion, no satisfactory conclusion was reached, and ultimately, Green had no choice but to lead Soros, Maguire, Sam, and over 30 Night's Watchmen, along with the wives of Castor, back to the wall. Meanwhile, Benyang, Old Xiong, and Jon were busy capturing wildling tongues to send messages to the wildling tribes, while also attempting to catch a lone corpse creature to bring back. Should the wildlings agree, a raven would be dispatched to Dragonstone to request a ship for their transport. In Chapter 28, The River of Blades, Jaime suffered defeat. Robb, upon receiving a letter from King's Landing, was acutely aware of Tywin's strategy of division. The Boltons and Starks had been archrivals since the Long Night. The skins of some Stark lords still hung in the dungeons of the Bolton family's Dreadfort. During the Undul invasion, the last Red King, Roger Bolton, surrendered to House Stark, promising to abandon the gruesome tradition of flaying. However, 3 centuries later, the Bolton family rose in rebellion once more. Harry and Stark besieged the Dreadfort for 2 full years before finally compelling the famished Boltons to surrender and lower their banners. The Starks, through their own tactics of division, established Castle Carhold on the lands once held by the Boltons, thus taking a slice of their former power. Now, with the tides of war shifting, the Bolton family sought to align themselves with the Lannisters to restore their ancestral glory. Should the war turn favorably, the Boltons might be rewarded for their service, with the Northern Army reaching King's Landing, potentially granting them the title of Wardens of the North. Presently, however, the Northern forces were trapped, unable to escape their predicament, blocked by the Lannisters at Neck, leading to a loss of territory and autonomy for the Northmen. Leaving the Starks with no chance of retaliation or redemption. The Starks remained the unrecognized kings of the North, with only a few minor lords around the Dreadfort siding with the Boltons. Robb understood that external assistance was no longer an option. He had to either quell the Boltons or break the Lannister blockade. His last visit to the North had been to escort Eddard Stark to assume the position of Hand of the King. Yet now he returned with intentions of extinguishing House Stark. Jaime gazed at the snow-capped peaks of the North. At that moment, Jaime received a raven from the Dreadfort, which stated that the Bolton family was willing to provide 3,000 soldiers to assist him in besieging Stannis. Upon completion, they hoped Jaime would aid them in attacking Winterfell. Jaime then moved his forces towards the vicinity of White Harbor, where Stannis was stationed, commanding an army of over 25,000. Apart from the siege, the North had no strength left to contend with the Lannisters. Jaime dismissed the Boltons' pleas for assistance, seeing the elimination of Stannis, the rebellious prince, as essential. The fate of the Starks was tied to his father's political ambitions, a matter of no concern to him. As long as he was given troops, he would fight. And if not, he would return to King's Landing. Upon returning to the Wall, Green resolved to take Sam with him to Dragonstone to study the notes of Jess. After all, developing the device for harnessing the power of the crystal would place him significantly ahead in the realm of technology. Green was also mentally scouring for other intellectually gifted individuals within the realm. Meanwhile, Sam successfully formed a connection with Castor's daughter, Gilly, and Green had no choice but to bring them along. After a day's march, Jaime set up camp, merely 30 miles from White Harbor. Vargo Hoat, accompanied by a contingent from the north, arrived at the encampment. Jaime recognized Vargo Hoat, the commander of the Brave Companions, who had previously collaborated with the Mountain to purge the mercenary leaders from Harrenhal and its surrounding areas. The Brave Companions, a mercenary company notorious in the Seven Kingdoms, were derisively referred to as the Bloods. Their ranks consisted of criminals and exiles from all corners of the world. Although Jaime did not encounter the leader of House Bolton, he was indifferent to their presence, as the reinforcements could serve as fodder in the upcoming confrontation against Stannis. The following day, Jaime continued to advance, pressing closer to Stannis. Upon discovering his movements, Stannis had no choice but to cross the White Knife River and subsequently destroy all nearby bridges. Thus, the two armies exchanged greetings across the river, loosing a few rounds of arrows before settling down to camp along the banks. Jaime's forces marched on land, lacking a single ship, while Stannis had managed to transport several vessels from Storm's End and the Crownlands, including around 10 small ships and a few medium-sized galleys with approximately 50 oars. At this juncture, the Onion Knight retrieved a message from an arrow shot from the Lannister camp and brought it to Stannis. Upon reading it, Stannis ordered his soldiers to rest early, anticipating developments that night. As night fell, Jaime was still ensconced in slumber when chaos erupted. Despite having arranged for sentries to monitor Stannis' movements, confusion ensued. Just as Jaime was gathering his wits, his cousin, Willem Lannister, rushed in to report that the Bolton forces had rebelled, and both Stannis and Robb were advancing. Jaime immediately donned his armor and summoned his steed. Upon exiting the camp, he found Stannis had already crossed the river and was engaging in skirmishes with his forward camp, while Stark's cavalry surged in from the north, wreaking havoc. Jaime galloped westward along the King's Road, fleeing several miles with the flames of his camp illuminating the night sky behind him. As fatigue began to set in, a wolf emerged from the woods, knocking him from his horse. Just as Jaime prepared to draw his sword against the approaching dire wolf, an arrow struck, pinning his left hand to the ground, as soldiers swarmed around him. In the council chamber of King's Landing, Tywin clenched his fists atop the table, contemplating two letters from the north, one from House Bolton and the other from House Frye. The letter from Bolton detailed the dispatch of 3,000 troops to support Jaime, lamenting that only a little over 1,000 soldiers remained at their stronghold, besieged by Stannis' forces and beseeching for reinforcements from King's Landing. The Frye letter conveyed that Jaime's northern expedition had met with disaster, with only around 4,000 remnants of the Westlands returning after being resupplied by the forces at Riverrun. They too implored for assistance, warning that northern armies might soon march south. The letter subtly omitted the fact that Riverrun had previously aligned with Robb, dispatching half of its forces to pillage the Westlands. Tywin pondered for a moment before deciding to send a missive to the Mountain, instructing him to march northward and secure the area around the Neck and Riverrun, assuring that he would send additional forces under the command of Ser Kevin for further support. Subsequently, a letter was dispatched to the Vale, urging the already beleaguered Baelish to hasten his nuptials and to consolidate the cavalry for deployment. After a week's arduous journey, Green returned to Dragonstone, where he began to manage news concerning the Seven Kingdoms. Robb and Stannis had allied to vanquish Jaime at the River of Blades, turning the tide in their favor from a previously dire situation. The Iron Islands declared independence, yet their enmity with the North deepened, while Tywin remained indifferent. Upon Green's return, Jandrai approached him to relay the developments of the past weeks. The Iron Vault had dispatched a shipment of golden dragons, and weapons were taken from the armory. The Hound had also arrived at Dragonstone, assisting dockworkers in exchanging goods for provisions and wine. Soon after, a message from King S. Landing demanded repayment, stating that Dragonstone owed 100,000 golden dragons. Green pondered whether the contract had fallen into the hands of Joffrey or Cersei, for the agreement explicitly noted payment to Robert, who had been deceased for some time. Furthermore, the payment was due a year later, and he currently possessed no funds. Chapter 29. Setting sail. Green could only pen a letter requesting Tyrion to manage his foolish nephew. Upon completing the letter, he felt a twinge of absurdity. Yet the raven still needed to be sent. Marjorie was captivated by a smaller white dragon nearby. Name: to be named. Species: dragon. Attribute: wind. Age: juvenile. Life: 18 attack power, 6 magic strength, 5 physical resistance, 5 magical resistance, 12. He then acquired a token for the young dragon. As Jandri's attention shifted to the dragons, he began to recount tales of them. The great yellow dragon was growing too swiftly. It became impatient with Jandri's slow cooking and frequently ventured into the sea to catch fish, roasting them with its fire breath, and occasionally pilfering chickens and ducks from the pasture. The last time Jandrai saw it up close was the day before, when he brought the white dragon to him before it soared away, roaming between the caldera of Dragonstone and diving into the sea. Fortunately, Green had instructed it not to consume humans. In a moment of whimsy, Green called for the great yellow dragon. Jandri's admiration for the red dragon was palpable. It now resembled a goose, incessantly following him around. Jandrai took it to the blacksmith, where he discovered that the furnace could melt dragonstone. To verify this was not mere happenstance, he brought the dragon to the quarry where dragonstone was mined, and indeed, the red dragon could elevate the temperature of the flames. The blacksmiths returned to their craft, occasionally feeding it meat, naming it Flame Sweetheart. An elderly blacksmith, after finishing his work, secretly offered the red dragon some wine. The dragon, upon tasting it for the first time, bared its teeth and growled at the old man, but eventually joined in the revelry. I can scarcely imagine the consequences when it grows larger. After a single bite, sizzle, 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 Jandrai exclaimed joyfully. Green recognized that the existence of the dragons could no longer be concealed, even if Jandrai refrained from taking them out. The larger dragons would be visible throughout the Greywater Bay, yet they could not be tethered. Before long, the great yellow dragon, now slightly larger than a horse, landed outside the stone drum tower, calling out, "The feast has reached several hundred layers. Although the increase in health is merely a few hundred points, once it grows larger, one could easily consume a sizable beast in one gulp, yielding a significant enhancement in vitality." Green descended into the Summoner's Rift, subsequently selecting a large egg to incubate. After much contemplation, he decided to venture to Essos, aiming to hire a few mercenaries, for in the event that Joffrey, in a fit of madness, sought to entrap him, it would be prudent to prepare. Marjorie was currently in his possession, and he pondered whether the purple wedding might be influenced. Should Joffrey live a long life, he would undoubtedly suffer alongside her. Green paid a visit to the Hound, who lay sprawled on the deck of a ship at the docks, gazing at the sky. Upon noticing a shadow cast over him, he remarked, "I'm not moving. I'll deal with it tomorrow when I'm hungry. Stop lounging about. You're a fugitive now. Dragonstone is not your refuge. I can offer you a free ride to Essos to evade the heat," Green replied. The Hound opened one eye to glance at him, then turned away. "I'm not going. This place is just fine." "Very well, if you've been reduced to ashes. I'll hire you as my bodyguard to accompany me to Essos. Your payment will allow you to return and continue your slumber without having to toil for the fishermen." Green stated, "We shall return in less than 3 months. Notify me when you leave. Do not obstruct me. I wish to continue my sleep," the Hound grumbled, shifting his head to a higher position on the deck. Green pondered throughout the night in the stone drum tower. The following morning, he summoned Soros and the Hound, preparing to take all the ships from Dragonstone. "What? I have to go?" Marjorie exclaimed. "No, I intend to keep you here. I do not wish to journey anywhere with you again. The north is cold enough." Marjorie protested, shaking her head and stepping back. Observing her reaction, Green produced the collector. "On this trip to Essos, I will gather firearms for you and inquire if there are any dragon eggs for sale. This is all for your benefit. Take it and try it out." Upon receiving it, Marjorie gripped it with both hands and, after practicing a few shots at a tree, returned it to him. "Once I change into a suitable attire, we shall depart," Green instructed, adding that if anyone from King's Landing came seeking them, they should be dismissed with wine and meat if only one ship arrived. However, if troops accompanied them, a small batch of refined gear should be sent to the blacksmith village for them to take away, ensuring that no dragons should be revealed. The entire fleet from Dragonstone sailed through the narrow sea, with Green having also brought along the Great Yellow, now a formidable force, free from restraint. The Hound and Soros, both intoxicated, were drinking on the deck. Tywin had received word that Jaime had been captured after his defeat, thus sending Varys north with Eddard's head to consult with Stark regarding his position. Observing Tyrion, who seemed distracted during the council meeting, Tywin remarked, "If you have nothing to occupy your time, go to Dragonstone and press for repayment. The Iron Bank has demanded it several times." Tyrion replied, "When did Dragonstone ever owe me anything? Have they struck a deal with the Lannisters?" Tywin then presented Tyrion with the contract he had seized from Eddard. Tyrion cast a glance at the document, which stated that the debts were owed to King Robert, even if Gregor recognized King Joffrey. The time for fulfilling the obligations had not yet arrived. "How many troops does Dragonstone possess?" Tywin inquired. "I have heard it is merely a contingent of blacksmiths," Tyrion replied. "The notion of debt is a rather dignified expression. The Iron Throne is firmly in the hands of the Lannisters, and he must contribute in some manner, either by supplying weapons to the Lannister frontlines or providing gold dragons to the Iron Throne, lest King's Landing reclaim Dragonstone." Tywin threatened. "But he is serving the Night's Watch, tasked with defending against the others," Tyrion countered. "Even you believe in such creatures as the others? He merely exploits the convenient maritime access of Dragonstone to engage in overseas trade. The Lannisters must also partake in this bounty." "Very well, I shall depart tomorrow," Tyrion declared as he took his leave, contemplating a visit to see what Gregor was up to lately. Gregor's best plan was still to purchase a batch of Unsullied, as their loyalty was not a concern, and his weaponry could enhance their prowess. However, he intended to make a brief detour to Pentos first. Upon crossing the narrow sea, Gregor engaged in a monthly signing. "Congratulations, you have obtained a green item." Upon opening the skill pack, he selected and locked in Sand Soldier Emergence, My Secret Art, Misty Array, Scourge Remedy, Light Bending Barrier, Valkyrie Dive. Remove the Akali Smoke Bomb and Light Bending Barrier. The selection was finalized. "Congratulations, you have acquired Sand Soldier Emergence." Sand Soldier Emergence. Summon a Sand Soldier within a radius of 10 magical power meters for 30 seconds. The soldier will attack enemies within a 5-meter radius of the designated target, delivering 1 strike per second, inflicting 10/30 magical power damage per hit, and providing a 50 attack speed boost for 5 seconds upon slaying a unit, stackable up to 3 layers. Storage quantity, 5. Summon interval, 5 seconds. Recharge interval, 1 minute. Gregor filled the skill slot, awaiting the recharge before selecting summon at the ship's stern, where a sand figure materialized. Gregor touched it. It felt fluid and intangible, yet possessed tactile sensation, and with a thought, the sand soldier began to jab at the air. Chapter 30. Setting sail to the fleet had sailed less than a week across the narrow sea when Gregor arrived in Pentos to meet Governor Illyrio Mopatis. "Sir Gregor, how have you been? It has been months since I last saw you," Illyrio said as he approached and embraced Gregor, then led him towards the main hall. "Have you prepared the gold dragons, or perhaps a dragon egg?" Gregor inquired. "Haha, there is no need for such haste, Sir Gregor. We can discuss matters leisurely in the main hall," Illyrio chuckled. At that moment, Marjorie approached, linking her arm with Gregor's and whispering eagerly, "Is it for me?" "The dragon egg." Illyrio turned back and asked, "And who is this lovely lady?" "She is my sister," Marjorie replied quickly. "It seems the entire family of Ser Criston are enthusiasts for dragon eggs," Illyrio remarked. Upon entering the hall, Marguerite hurriedly addressed Illyrio Mopatis after he had taken his seat. "My lord governor, do you truly possess dragon eggs? May I inquire the name of this young lady?" Illyrio Mopatis replied. "Marguerite," she responded. "You are as eager as when Sir Gregor first visited," he remarked. "Indeed, I possess the dragon eggs, but fear not. The price shall not be an issue. My brother will compensate you handsomely. Could we perhaps have my brother negotiate the terms?" Marguerite suggested. Gregor spoke up, and Marguerite, sticking out her tongue, fell silent. "How many dragon eggs have you procured, my lord governor?" Gregor inquired. With that, Illyrio gestured for a servant to bring forth a chest from an adjoining room. Upon opening it, they revealed a woven fabric adorned with Panto's unique patterns, under which lay 2 dragon eggs. These eggs were among the 3 that Princess Rhaenyra had brought to Dragonstone, the 2 unhatched ones. She was the daughter of Prince Daemon Targaryen and Lena Valerion, and the twin sister of Baela. Rhaenyra, hailing from Pantos, returned to the Vale with Pantos individuals to partake in the Blood Moon festivities. After Rhaenyra hatched her dragon, the Pantos people took away the 2 unhatched eggs. It was through the golden dragon of Lord Gregor that I unearthed this secret from Pantos. Remarkably, my Lord Governor, you have managed to locate 2 dragon eggs in just a few months. The price remains as before, Gregor remarked, moving closer to inspect the eggs. While Marguerite leaned forward from her seat. Lord Gregor, are you aware of the recent happenings on the continent of Essos? Illyrio Mopatis inquired. Do enlighten me. After all, the narrow sea hampers the flow of information from Dragonstone. A Targaryen girl has hatched 3 dragons. And then, Gregor asked. Thus, the value of dragon eggs on the continent of Essos has surged, and I hope Lord Gregor might offer a bit more. This would incentivize my search for additional eggs. Illyrio Mopatis said with a hint of a smile. Gregor set down the dragon eggs and took Illyrio's hand, gesturing discreetly while indicating a larger sum would be feasible. It would be an honor. However, I currently lack the means to produce such a quantity of weapons and can only settle with golden dragons, Gregor stated. Of course, last time you permitted the settlement with Pantos grain, Illyrio Mopatis replied with a smile. Gregor exchanged 300,000 golden dragons from the system in the ship's hold, allowing the Pantos individuals to tally the amount before proceeding with the transaction. After bidding farewell to Pantos, Gregor prepared to make his way to Astapor, aiming to secure the Unsullied before the Mother of Dragons could lay claim to them. Could I possibly have one of those dragon eggs? Marguerite inquired. Tyrion will cover the costs of the egg and its hatching. Indeed. Then hasten to write to your grandmother to secure the funds and provisions to bring to Dragonstone. Gregor responded. Did the Targaryens really hatch a giant dragon? Marguerite asked. What is so strange about that? Did you not see my dragon? Gregor replied. However, as the dragon matures, I find myself at a loss as to how to contend with it. The Targaryens possess 3, and you currently have 3 as well. In the future, how many more shall you acquire? Marjorie reflected. Submission is all that is required. The 7 kingdoms have long been accustomed to yielding. Much like when Aegon first arrived, Marjorie gazed skyward at the ever-growing massive golden creature. Tyrion, accompanied by Podrick and Bronn, arrived by ship at Dragonstone, where the blacksmith continued to toil against the southern mountains. Occasionally, a few fishermen's small boats would approach the dock. Prior to his arrival, Tyrion had received a letter from Grell, and he considered this visit a mere excursion, hoping to procure some weaponry to report back with. When Janos learned that only one ship had come, and it was the well-known Lord Tyrion, he informed Grell of the departure and, following Grell's instructions, offered hospitality in the fishing village. Upon discovering Grell's absence, Tyrion strolled about with Bronn and Podrick for the afternoon before returning directly to King's Landing. Tywin, seated in the Hand's Tower, perused a letter from the north. The situation there showed no signs of amelioration. The head brought by Varys had proven futile. After several days of fruitless siege at Storm's End, Stannis had redirected his forces to lay siege to Riverrun. The North presented new demands for the return of lands north of the Riverlands, seeking to acknowledge the North's independence in exchange for Jaime's return. At this juncture, Tyrion approached. I regret to inform you, my father, that Grell has set sail and will not return for several months. With that, he took a seat. Tywin remained absorbed in contemplation, intent on enticing the Iron Islands to join the fray after witnessing a decisive northern victory. That badge looks quite splendid on you. As it does when worn by me, Tyrion remarked, eyeing the hand of the king emblem on Tywin's chest. Noticing Tywin's disregard, Tyrion pressed on. Do you enjoy being Hand? I once found joy in that role. Joy. Indeed, you found pleasure in bringing a harlot to the Hand's bed. At that time, it was not your bed. I appointed you to assist the king. I granted you power. Yet you remain ever the same, indulging in drink and merriment with thieves and mercenaries. Tywin lifted his gaze, fixing it upon Tyrion. What is it you desire, Tyrion? Why does everyone presume I seek something? Am I not allowed to visit my dear father? My beloved father seems to have forgotten to check on his son, wounded on the battlefield. Maester Pylar assured me your injuries were not fatal, Tywin replied. I was the one who won the Battle of Blackwater, while your grandson scurried into the city like a rat, and it was the dwarf who fought valiantly at the gates. Yet, my reward for victory was merely to lick my wounds in a dark room. And you ask me what I desire? You are a Lannister. Must every battle I endure be met with flowery greetings? Now the North has claimed another victory. Speak, what is it you truly want? I merely wish for what is rightfully mine. Jaime is a Kingsguard and cannot marry or bear children. The day he donned the white cloak, he relinquished any claim to Casterly Rock. I am your son, the legitimate heir, Tyrion asserted firmly. Do you seek Casterly Rock? This is what I rightfully deserve. We shall find a suitable place for you based on your reputation and capabilities, as a reward for your triumph in the Battle of the Blackwater. Naturally, the realm may also bestow upon you titles, lands, and even a fitting noble spouse, enabling you to serve House Lannister more effectively. Tywin rose to his feet. Yet, I would rather be consumed by maggots, eroded by time, than allow you to inherit Casterly Rock and tarnish the family's honor. Tywin glared at Tyrion. Why? Why? You dare to ask? You brought your mother's demise upon yourself, and it was under the conditions of your brother's captivity that you came into this world. You, a deformed, resentful little monster, filled with jealousy, greed, malice, and cunning. I cannot prove your bloodline. The laws of mankind grant you the right to inherit the name and the glory of our family, an honor passed down through generations of Lannisters. No one can compel me to transform Casterly Rock into your brothel. Get out. Do not mention the topic of inheriting Casterly Rock again. Leave. Chapter 31. The freeloader. After a month of sailing, passing through Volantis, traversing the Smoking Sea, and navigating the Slaver's Bay, we arrived at Astapor. Why must I learn Valyrian? Margaery complained. To hasten our return from this voyage and allow you to hatch your dragon, Lady Margaery, and you need only learn a single phrase, Green replied. I expect you to hatch this emerald egg at the earliest opportunity. I have endured this ordeal with you for over a month, Margaery continued. Astapor is our final destination, and now you must alter your appearance, Green instructed. Hey, don't touch my hair. Just bear with it. It's merely a change of color. Why must my golden locks be dyed white? Margaery inquired. All for your child, Margaery. The dragons require time to grow, and this journey aims to prevent any disturbances during their maturation, even compelling you to relinquish your dragon, Green thought, secretly hoping for anonymity in his good deed. Do you remember that phrase in Valyrian? Repeat it, and then speak normally as I have taught you, Green urged. Margaery nodded in agreement. Green accompanied Margaery to meet the benevolent master of Astapor, Krasny's Mo Naklas. Margaery stepped forward and, adhering to the plan, stated her intention to purchase all the Unsullied. The Master's translator, Missandei, interpreted, while Krasny's continued to spew vile words. Margaery had only learned one phrase, which she did not comprehend, yet Green understood it clearly. Margaery continued her inquiries regarding the Unsullied as instructed. Ultimately, Margaery proposed to exchange the largest dragon for 8,000 Unsullied and 7,000 Unsullied trainees, along with the translator Missandei. The transaction was set for the following day at the slave market, where one would exchange a dragon for an army. That evening, Green summoned the Great Grey to fit him with shackles. The Great Grey had grown larger than a bull. As Missy Sand observed the two individuals ahead, it appeared that their master-servant relationship had undergone a transformation. Initially, she believed the man to be a guard of House Targaryen. However, their camaraderie now seemed even more intimate than that of siblings. After Margaery departed, Missy Sand approached, inquiring, Do you comprehend Valyrian? How so? Green responded. This afternoon at the benevolent lord's abode, the Targaryen lady maintained a facade of indifference while you nearly crushed your fist. You are aware of what the benevolent lord conveyed. Yet you choose not to reveal it, Missy Sand articulated. It matters not. I am determined to secure the army regardless, Green declared. Is it not true that the horse lord to whom the Targaryen lady was what has already perished? What relation do you bear to her? Missy Sand probed. The answer shall be revealed tomorrow. There is no need for haste. Your current task is to rest peacefully and prepare for departure on the morrow, Miss Sand. Green replied before taking his leave. The following day at the slave square, rows of Unsullied stood in formation. Margaery walked ahead, followed by Missy Sand, with Green guiding the great yellow beast. At the center of the square sat several leading benevolent lords, who rose as the great yellow beast emitted a series of distant whinnies. Margaery announced, The dragon is yours. Green maneuvered the great yellow beast towards Krasny's Mo Naklas, who felt a chill as he gazed at the beast's steaming nostrils. Observing his reaction, Green guided the lord's hand to stroke the beast's head. As the dragon matures, it will be capable of carrying riders aloft. Its scales will become impervious to blades and arrows, Green stated, with Missy Sand translating. Krasny's Mo Naklas caressed the great yellow beast's head, feeling the immense power surging beneath his palm, a smile breaking upon his face. The dragon can also unleash searing flames, making it an exceptional asset in sieges. I can demonstrate, Missy Sand translated. The benevolent lords glanced at Green, who urged the great yellow beast to breathe fire skyward. The beast turned its head and, like a torrent of molten lava, released a fiery breath into the heavens. The lords, witnessing this spectacle, quickly encircled the scene. And Krasny's Imo Naklaws nodded eagerly at one of the lords before resting his hand once more upon the dragoness head. Green handed the shackles to Krasny's Imo Naklaws, while the lord wielding the slave's whip presented it to Marjorie. In her limited Valyrian, Marjorie asserted, "Your master is him," as she passed the whip to Green. To their astonishment, they discovered that the task of the soldier was to subdue the Unsullied. The soldier's task, amidst chaos. There exists a 20 chance of directly slaying a basic enemy soldier, with this effect able to trigger once every 10 seconds. Upon a successful kill, it permanently enhances the 1000-man effect, cumulative up to 10 layers. 1000-man permanently increases martial prowess, with the soldier's slaying probability augmented by 1. Valyrian, Unsullied, exit the city. Green led the Unsullied out of Astapor, marching towards the bay where the fleet was docked, with Marjorie and Missy Sand following closely behind. As the Pure approached the dock, 2 inebriated men on the deck, stirred by the tremors of the ground, sat up for the first time like men and gazed out. Halfway through boarding, the Pure caught Green's attention, who suddenly realized that the ship seemed inadequate. After consulting with Missandei, he ordered the Pure to commandeer over 20 large trading vessels belonging to slave masters. Loaded to capacity, they made their escape. Marjorie, meanwhile, was in the cabin washing her hair, restoring its golden hue, while Green summoned the great yellow back through the chat interface. "You are not Targaryens. Then from where do your dragons hail?" Missandei exclaimed. Earlier, while briefing, Marjorie had thought that Green was securing a formidable dragon to ensure the smooth growth of their subsequent dragons, even pleading not to trade the Great Yellow, suggesting that grain could be exchanged with Highgarden instead. After finishing her hair and gazing at the Great Yellow soaring above the fleet, she felt relieved not to have traded with Highgarden. But couldn't he help regretting handing over the whip and began to worry about whether her own dragon would heed her commands once hatched. Green also drew his monthly card, congratulating himself on acquiring a blue item. Opening the random skill package, he locked in Petrifying Gaze, Scientific Hellfire Cannon, Wraith Shadows, Void Assault, and Strangling Vines. He discarded the Mantis and Petrification cards. Congratulations on acquiring the Scientific Hellfire Cannon. The Scientific Hellfire Cannon hurls explosives into a target area, inflicting 80-100 magic damage within a radius of magic strength meters. Requires recharging at the Hextech store. Recharge time, 5 minutes. Green wondered if Jiggs's item could be mounted on a dragon's body. That night, Green lay bare-chested on the ship's cabin sofa when Marjorie entered. Upon seeing her, he watched as she approached and kissed him for a moment. "You deceiver, I need your unequivocal promise to hatch a dragon for me. Do not deceive me as you did with the army, tricking Highgarden for grain and wealth. Can you promise me that?" Green looked at Marjorie and asked, "Do you still wish to be queen?" After pondering his words for a moment, Marjorie dashed out. Reader survey, first. Do you prefer emotional scenes to be nuanced and progressively detailed, or do you favor the intertwining of political intrigue? Second, do you enjoy more dialogue-driven narratives or action-packed scenes of warfare and conquest? Third, in terms of development, do you prefer a direct approach with technological and military superiority, or a gradual cultivation that highlights alliances and familial ties? Fourth, considering character capacity. Some readers may not have encountered Game of Thrones or may be familiar only with certain aspects. If the characters seem too noisy, we will focus on the protagonist for the main narrative, with other elements conveyed through dialogue or letters. Fifth, do you desire more medieval family political elements akin to Game of Thrones, or would you prefer more city development aspects reminiscent of Piltover, Shurima, or Bilgewater? Additionally, readers are welcome to share any other thoughts they may have. Chapter 32, The Return During the Recent Days of Navigation. Green took the opportunity to survey the entire Unsullied force, categorizing the 8,000 Unsullied into 4 battalions: the Vanguard Battalion, the Eagle Wing Battalion, the Assault Battalion, and the Royal Guard Battalion. He appointed a commander of exceptional martial prowess for each battalion and selected a leader with a commanding strength just exceeding 80 to serve as the commander of the Dragonstone Legion. Name, Grey Worm title, Commander of the Dragonstone Legion Leadership, 94 martial strength, 86 intelligence, 76 life. 117 Green selected the 300 most formidable Unsullied trainees as personal assassins and designated 2,700 as the feathered army for garrison duties at Dragonstone. The highest-ranking officer in martial strength was appointed as the defense commander. The remaining 4,000 were organized into the Tiger Guard, trained as reserves for the first 4 battalions. Green intended to recruit more blacksmiths to diversify the Unsullied's equipment. The personal assassins would be armed with long swords and daggers, supplemented by enhanced armor, while waiting for the completion of the Iron Treasury transaction to equip each soldier with a Dorn shield. The assault battalion would be outfitted with chainmail and long spears. The vanguard battalion with heavy armor, round shields, and short swords. The Eagle Wing battalion with crossbows and leather armor paired with short daggers. And the Royal Guard would acquire horses, transforming into heavy cavalry. The trainees would maintain their current status, while Green sought to instill in the unsullied commanders and the 4 battalion leaders a deeper understanding of classic warfare strategies and the principles of combined arms operations from his past life, aiming to make the unsullied more cunning. Real combat experience, however, was something Green could not impart, as he lacked it himself. Marjorie had not initiated any conversation with Green in recent days. The 2 inebriates continued to reside on the deck, with only the Hound reacting slightly when the Great Yellow drew near, wary of Dragonflame's movements. Marjorie, I did not intend to deceive you. Once a dragon hatches, it is inherently bound to its hatcher, and in the dragon's perception, the hatcher is akin to a parent, an unchangeable priority in its mind. Thus, I cannot provide you with a true dragon, Green explained to Marjorie. She turned to him, silent. Upon our return to Dragonstone, I will release you, Green conceded. Marjorie approached him. You have 10 dragons now and an army. Do you not wish to accomplish something? Do you have something to say? She teased, wrapping her arms around his neck. You are beautiful, he replied. Then may I place a wager on you? Use your dragons to conquer Westeros and allow me to be your queen, Marjorie proposed. It appears that dragons require considerable time to mature. There is no need for you to rush your bet. Furthermore, the Targaryens of Essos, the Wights beyond the wall, and the Lannisters of King's Landing are all uncertain factors. Green responded, You are too rational, or perhaps you simply do not understand. I will remain at Dragonstone, but you cannot continue to restrict my correspondence and personal freedom. That is my right. Highgarden can still maintain weapon trade with you using the dragon eggs and food we find. To my utmost honor. King's Landing had not replied to the North's conditions, leading Robb and Stannis to form an alliance. Stannis agreed to acknowledge the North's independence upon ascending to the throne and would permit the North to lay claim to the Riverlands and the Iron Islands. Robb commanded the Stark and Amber families to besiege the now defenseless, horrific castle, while joining forces with Stannis to assault Riverrun. The reinforcements from the mountain and the Northern Alliance clashed for several days, each side gaining and losing ground, resulting in a stalemate. Though Varys initially intended to support the mountain directly, he was hindered by guerrilla attacks from the Tully family near the area of running water. Due to the mountain's previous pillaging near Harrenhal, the Brotherhood without banners emerged to further harass the Lannister forces stationed in the Riverlands, compelling Varys to focus on quelling the unrest and engaging in skirmishes. Although Baelish was coerced by Tywin into marrying Lisa, he too delayed sending troops. As the Vale preferred neutrality amidst the uncertain tides of war, Tywin prepared to write to King Balon, proposing that Joffrey take Ashe from the Iron Islands, intending to incite further plunder of the North to alleviate the situation. Varys discreetly informed Joffrey of Tywin's plan. You wish me to wed a pirate in her 30s. On what grounds? I am the king. No one can command me. The Ironborn forsook their loyalty in their youth. If it pleases you, my dear grandfather, I would grant you the hand of a salt-soaked wench from the Iron Islands, allowing you to enjoy your twilight years. Perhaps even bequeathing you a child to thwart my dwarf uncle's claims to inheritance. Joffrey raged, standing atop the council table. Delighted to oblige, your majesty. If I can secure victory for you, Tywin replied. My father won a true war. He slew Prince Rhaegar, while you cowered in Casterly Rock, Joffrey retorted. Cersei glared at her oblivious offspring, while Tyrion displayed a hint of anticipation. Varys quickly lowered his head, for Tywin sat directly across from him. And Maester Pycelle appeared utterly bewildered. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Joffrey noticed Tywin's intense gaze and ceased his gestures, lowering his voice. The king is weary. Take him back to his chambers, Tywin commanded, his eyes glinting with menace. Cersei hastily escorted Joffrey from the room. Maester Pycelle, once we receive a response from the Iron Islands, announce to King's Landing that the prince shall take Ashe as his queen, Tywin instructed. Upon receiving Tywin's letter, King Balon replied, maintaining his conditions. He would claim as much land in the north as he conquered in the Riverlands, and upon defeating the north, he would send Ashe for marriage, urging Tywin to actively seek opportunities for battle, with the Iron Islands poised to act accordingly. The Night's Watch encountered a gathering of over 100 wights near the first Min's Finger. Initially, their cavalry managed to capture a wight, but after Jon slew the leading White Walker, all the wights crumbled into bones and lifeless corpses. Faced with this, the Night's Watch could only burn the remains. During this period, they had also captured several wildling tongues to relay messages, informing them that the supplies in Castle Black had nearly been exhausted. prompting the Night's Watch to prepare for their return. Meanwhile, Robb was attending to military affairs when news arrived from the north. Arya had gone missing, along with 3 notorious prisoners being escorted to the wall by the recruiting officer, Euron. As Kevin tirelessly navigates the river, Tywin, dissatisfied with the meager provisions supplied by Highgarden, devises a plan to wed Cersei to Ser Loras Tyrell, the crippled elder brother of Margaery, thereby drawing Highgarden into the fray. He intends to dispatch troops northward to join the conflict in the north. However, Lady Olenna rebuffs his proposal. Consequently, Tywin orders Mace Tyrell, Margaery's father, to come to King's Landing and assume the role of Master of Ships, allowing Tywin to slowly cultivate his strategy. After approximately a month of arduous sailing, Glenn returns to Dragonstone with over 50 ships and 15,000 soldiers. He promptly begins importing timber and raw iron around the Crownlands, including parts of the Reach and Stormlands, to establish barracks for the Dragonstone legions, followed by a comprehensive rearmament and recruitment of blacksmiths to expedite the process. In Chapter 33, The Whispers of Dragons. Upon his return to Dragonstone, Glenn infuses the crystal with an additional 700,000 golden dragons worth of magic. He also places the green dragon egg, acquired from Essos, alongside another dragon egg of peacock green hue, which has already hatched into a young dragon. Dragonstone now boasts 4 dragons of varying sizes and 4 awaiting eggs, in addition to 2 that require igniting the dragon's soul. The first, a large yellow dragon, has grown to a size comparable to an elephant after 2 months of self-sustaining seafood at sea. The small red dragon resembles a pony. The white dragon is akin to a dog, and the peacock green 4th dragon is the size of a goose. Glenn has promised Margaery to incubate the emerald green egg, although this will require an additional week. Sam, have there been any breakthroughs? Glenn inquires as he arrives at Sam's residence in the Sea Dragon Tower. It's quite intricate. Sam replies, my notes detail how various metallic materials can harness the energy and effects of hex crystals, and how to etch appropriate patterns to guide and regulate the release of hex energy. Unfortunately, Dragonstone lacks a diverse array of metals, compelling me to rely on copper and iron to create the aforementioned power load. Nevertheless, he has made significant progress. I have discovered that one can actively generate lightning. According to my notes, I need only construct a curved coil matrix and attach magnets at both ends to form a magnetic device. Then, by creating a primary hex power load that rotates like a windmill, I can channel the lightning through 2 metal wires. Moreover, I can control the strength of the lightning by adjusting the power load's release speed and the curvature of the coil matrix, Sam explains. Alright, let's set aside the lightning for now. Let me see your power devices, Glenn responds. Over the past 2 months, I have crafted several power devices. They are quite simple to construct, provided one is patient and meticulous when etching the patterns, Sam says as he rises to rummage through the cabinet. This is a small rotational power device, and this is a small jet propulsion device. However, the resources on Dragonstone are exceedingly scarce. I cannot find any materials to enhance their capabilities or provide improvements. I only possess this introductory manual. While Dragonstone is impoverished, I am aware that the mainland has more resources. As for the other thicker tomes, I find myself utterly perplexed by the materials they propose, Sam admits with a sigh. Sam, what does lightning bring? Green inquired. Light, heat, fire, harm, Sam replied uncertainly. Find a way to stabilize and prolong its light. And the night will no longer require candles, Green suggested. I shall offer you a substantial sum. Choose a vessel from the northwest, and procure any materials you find lacking. He added. Bidding farewell to Sam, Green gazed at the 2 small devices in his hands, one resembling a small motor and the other akin to a blower. Though functional, they lacked power. Green had halted the Dragon Crystal project on Dragonstone, which had been in development for nearly half a year. Despite the slow initial progress, the output had significantly increased during Green's recent months away, now sufficient to equip numerous Night's Watchmen. Green instructed the newly hired blacksmiths to collaborate with the previous ones to expedite the armaments for the Dragonstone Legion. The Tiger Guard was also training diligently on Dragonstone, now only lacking mounts to equip the elite guard. Green resolved to seek a time to import some horses. Queen of Thorns received what was truly her granddaughter's first letter. Dragonstone possessed both soldiers and several growing dragons, prompting her to reevaluate the necessity of the alliance with the Lannisters. During the Royal Council, upon returning to King's Landing, Baelish remarked, My Lord Chancellor, the Targaryens and Essos have hatched 3 dragons, acquired all the Unsullied, and have also recruited over 100,000 Dothraki horsemen. It seems your task is to persuade the Vale to send troops, Lord Baelish, Tywin replied. I apologize, my Lord Chancellor. But Count Yohn Royce of the Vale has always looked down upon me. Although he has married Lisa, Yohn Royce remains the true power in the Vale, and he has ties to the north. Lisa is also a sister to Lady Caitlin of the North. Convincing them to mobilize is far from ideal, Baelish explained. Dragons. The Targaryens truly have hatched dragons. Tyrion exclaimed with envy. The news is indeed true, my lord Tyrion. The Targaryens deceived Astapor with dragons. And it is rumored that one of them has grown over 10 meters long, its scales hardened, capable of scorching stone with its flames. The merchants of Astapor and those trading saffron with Westeros are in a frenzy, Baelish recounted. It seems there are also citizens in King's Landing who claim to have seen dragons flying over the Bay of Crabs, Varys noted. It appears I must shift my focus from the ground beneath to the skies above, Tyrion jested. Let us set the Targaryens aside for now. The situation in the north is pressing. Highgarden and Dorne will not intervene voluntarily, and the Iron Islands will only act once they perceive a profit. Should the Lannisters remain inactive, they shall find themselves forever blocked at neck. Tywin surveyed the assembly. If we could launch a surprise attack on the northern coast, perhaps we could even seize Winterfell, Varys proposed. The Iron Islands will not initiate an attack, and the Lannisters lack vessels, the last time. Half of their fleet was seized and burned by Raubhar, Tyrion remarked. Dragonstone possesses ships, my Lord Chancellor, Baelish pointed out. Tywin contemplated the suggestion and decided that Tyrion should request the Count of Dragonstone to send ships to King's Landing via the Blackwater. Perhaps it would be best for Lord Baelish to undertake this task, as it was his idea, and the imp would not dare claim credit, Tyrion stated, glancing at Tywin. My Lord Baelish, I request you to travel to Dragonstone and exchange the ships with the Earl. The war has concluded, yet the vessels remain the property of Dragonstone. Tywin declared. I would be most obliged, he replied. Where's Jon? Have you seen Jon? Banjan shouted at the returning rangers at Black Castle. We encountered a band of wildlings. Several valiantly resisted, but were slain. We captured a wildling woman, and Jon was observing her. We became separated from him. One of the rangers recounted as he dismounted and hurried towards Banjan. You did not search for him. You abandoned your brother and returned, Banjan remarked, watching the ranger approach. We scoured the area for 5 kilometers where we lost him, yet found no trace of Jon, the ranger replied. How did the mission fare? We captured nearly 4 or 5 groups of wildlings. Those who did not resist fiercely were given provisions and sent back to relay messages, urging them to gather near Hardhome. Very well, I shall find a moment to visit Dragonstone. If conditions allow, I could send a batch of dragonglass weapons to the wildlings. Relying solely on capturing them has proved ineffectual. Perhaps a confrontation with the wights might alter their disposition, Banjan stated, though concern for the missing Jon lingered in his thoughts. Chapter 34. Engagement. My Lord Green, I bring tidings of good fortune. The king has resolved to elevate you to the rank of Earl of Dragonstone. Baelish announced with a bow. Is it the will of King Joffrey or that of Prime Minister Tywin? Green inquired. Indeed, you are astute, my lord. It is the desire of Lord Tywin. He hopes you will lend your strength in quelling the unrest in the north by allowing the Lannister soldiers to utilize your ships, which shall be returned to Dragonstone once the conflict subsides. However, given the formidable appearance of your forces, it seems you may engage directly in the battles that sweep through the north. Forgive my impertinence, but from whence does your army originate? Baelish replied. The price is rather low. Moreover, I am disinclined to involve myself in the strife between the Lannisters and the north. Some of my ships are required to support the Night's Watch, while others are engaged in trade with bravos, and still others are tasked with gathering timber and iron for construction. Why does not my lord persuade the Vale? The cavalry of the Vale could swiftly alter the tide of battle, Green suggested. My lord overestimates my influence. As I mentioned during our last encounter, my domain is but a small island. My childhood acquaintance with Lisa does not suffice to sway the Vale to fight for the Lannisters, Baelish responded, raising his hands in resignation. It has been said that chaos is a ladder. While Robb Stark has achieved a victory, the North remains at a disadvantage. Why does not my lord persuade the Vale to strike against the Lannisters? You jest, my lord. My loyalty to the Lannisters is unwavering, Baelish asserted. Then return and inform Prime Minister Tywin that the affairs of Dragonstone are quite bustling, and there are no surplus ships available for the conquest of King's Landing, Green stated. I shall convey your message faithfully, my lord. I take my leave now. Furthermore, the Prime Minister has asked me to inquire whether Dragonstone still fulfills its debts to the throne, Baelish observed as he regarded Green. Wherefore this debt? I am but fulfilling my promise to King Robb, and the lineage of the monarch seated upon the throne is common knowledge. Moreover, I have consistently borne the financial burdens that the Night's Watch should receive from the crown, within the halls of the Red Keep. He refuses to honor his debts and declines to share the royal burdens, instead dispatching the Kingsguard to reclaim vessels that rightfully belong to King's Landing. Furthermore, Dragonstone no longer requires a baron. Let him return to King's Landing and humbly resume his trade as a blacksmith. Lord Tywin remarked, "My Prime Minister, allow me to remind you that Dragonstone houses thousands of soldiers. Their armaments are not insignificant. I fear that a mere contingent of guards may struggle to reclaim the fleet. From whence do the forces of Dragonstone hail?" Tywin inquired further. He did not disclose this detail, but it is likely that mercenaries from Essos have been hired to safeguard trade. Beric offered his conjecture. Sir Mylantarn leads 5,000 guards to Dragonstone to retrieve the ships belonging to King's Landing, along with that blacksmith. Tywin spoke as the Kingsguard marched forth resolutely, preparing to set sail for Dragonstone. "Tyrion, you well know the duties of a Lannister. When you return with him, remember to persuade him to serve the crown. Should there be no favorable news, you shall personally escort him to meet the Seven." With that, Tywin rose to depart. Robb, by disrupting the Lannister supply lines from River Run, managed to starve the Mountain's forces, resulting in a stalemate of approximately 1 month before retreating to Salt Pans, relinquishing the northern regions of the Riverlands. He joined forces with Catelyn at the confluence of the Trident to establish a defensive position along the King's Road. Harrenhal, caught in the encirclement of Robb, Riverrun, and Stannis, surrendered once more. After Sir Mylantarn seized fishing and merchant vessels in King's Landing, he traversed Blackwater Bay, arriving at Driftmark 2 days later to recuperate before making landfall at Dragonstone the following day. "My lord, a considerable fleet of fishing boats and merchant vessels approaches from Driftmark," Grey Worm reported to the battling Tyrion. As Grey Worm guided Tyrion to the western coastline, they beheld a myriad of small boats bobbing upon the bay, resembling dumplings afloat in a pot. Upon closer inspection, they discerned soldiers clad in red robes and bronze armor, the unmistakable regalia of House Lannister. "Grey Worm, do you recall the tales I shared with you upon the Narrow Sea? This may very well be our first practical application," he said. And Grey Worm began issuing commands to the 4 captains. "My lord, what is your business?" Tyrion inquired, observing Mylantarn disembarking at the dock. Mylantarn surveyed the Dragonstone garrison, numbering around 300, and declared, "By the Prime Minister's order, we shall seize all vessels of Dragonstone and escort you back to King's Landing." "And what of my recompense?" "The payment for my vessels?" Tyrion retorted. "The recompense for your return to King's Landing you must seek from the Prime Minister himself," Mylantarn replied, signaling to the surrounding soldiers to proceed to the harbor and prepare the ships. He then drew his sword, leading his men toward confrontation. Tyrion swiftly brandished a weapon against Mylantarn's soldiers. The clash echoed, and the Lannister soldiers began to howl in distress as Mylantarn raised his sword defensively, his men lifting their shields in response. Green fired several shots towards the shielded enemy. The wooden shield merely dulled the power of the collector, yet it remained riddled with thumb-sized holes. Several soldiers lay on the ground, groaning in agony. "Archers, ready. Fire," Marinthrin commanded urgently. "Quickly seize the ships. Do not linger in battle. Shield bearers, defend," he shouted. Under the cover of the shield-wielding assassins, Green continued to reap the Lannister soldiers at the front lines with the collector. More forces from Dragonstone surged forth, attacking the Lannister army in the alleyways of the docks and aboard the warships. After several shots from the collector, the Lannister soldiers, recognizing the futility of their defenses, charged forward with their spears and swords. Green switched to Fate, firing 2 shots, then aimed at the advancing soldiers with another shot from the collector. Marinthrin, witnessing the Dragonstone troops wielding unfamiliar archery equipment and even throwing explosive wildfire, realized that the besieged Lannister soldiers on the docks were not merely mercenaries, but professional soldiers, and their numbers evidently surpassed his own. "Regroup, retreat, retreat," Marinthrin shouted. Green's minions were furiously activating their abilities. After over 10 minutes of combat, the Lannister soldiers found themselves cornered by the riverside. "Sir Marinthrin, do you have anything to say?" Green stepped forward from the throng of soldiers. Surrounded by the overwhelming Dragonstone forces, Marinthrin spoke. "The weapon you wield is of your own forging." "No, it is a product of maritime trade," Green replied. "You rely on magic to gain the upper hand," Marinthrin exclaimed. "It is not magic. It merely functions like a tube that launches explosive wildfire, akin to a rocket," Green explained, stepping forward to scrutinize Marinthrin. "Name, Marinthrin. Title, Iron Guard of the Royal Forest Leadership, 76 Strength, 86 Intelligence, 69 Health Points, 98. 114. Having fully stacked his minion abilities, Green's base strength had risen to 65, augmented by the powers of his 3 weapons, the Collector, the Duskblade, and the Ruined King, bringing his total to 84. with the added benefits from the Berserker's health and the damage reduction from his iron plating boots. Alongside the Conqueror rune's enhancement, he felt invigorated by the battle. Green swiftly sheathed the Collector, drawing forth the Duskblade and the Ruined King, equipping them along with his red set. Sir Marinthren, let us duel. If you triumph, your men may depart. If you fail, you will submit to my discretion. Green approached, wielding the Ruined King and Duskblade. Seeing his soldiers disheartened, Marinthren steeled himself for a final gamble, advancing with his broadsword drawn. As Meryn emerged, he prepared himself, and Green immediately launched a swift and decisive strike. Meryn raised his massive sword to block the incoming blow, but he was taken aback by the sheer force of the attack. Despite his best efforts to defend, he was pushed back a step, a gash appearing on his sleeve. Green then turned and unleashed a flurry of strikes with both swords. Meryn, recalling how he had previously suffered a cut to his wrist in a single encounter, dared not underestimate his opponent and could only respond to each move as it came. After exchanging several blows, Meryn realized that Green's strength was increasing, while his own movements became increasingly cumbersome and slow, as though he were aging before his very eyes. Could it be that this opponent possessed not only formidable skill, but also a level of martial prowess akin to that of James, albeit more concealed? The more they fought, the more alarmed Meryn became, sustaining additional wounds in the process. After several more exchanges, Meryn's hand, weakened from blood loss, faltered, and his sword was knocked from his grasp. Green, wielding dual swords, pressed his advantage, delivering a blow to Meryn's chest that left him gasping for air, the metallic scent of iron filling his nostrils. Among the approximately 3,000 surrendering and wounded soldiers, Green instructed the Grey Worm to divide them. Those with higher combat prowess were to join the Tiger Guard, while the less capable and uninjured were sent to the Ironmonger village for labor. Observing the injured remnants of the Dragonstone Legion and the Lannister soldiers, Green realized he had neglected the issue of medical logistics. He could only load the supplies from the wet nurse and commence his role as a makeshift medic for the Dragonstone troops. After some time, Green concluded that it would be more effective to hire some scholars to assist with logistics and medical care. Chapter 35. Melisandre's visit. Has Meryn Targaryen not returned with the ship? Tywin inquired. Your Excellency, my little bird has informed me that one of the fathers of Dragonstone is a blacksmith. Green possesses a dragon, possibly a remnant of the Targaryens. And you must reconsider our relationship with Dragonstone, Varys replied. How many dragons are there? Tyrion asked. There should be two, one yellow, akin to the great elephants of Essos, and another red, somewhat similar to a horse, Varys responded. Oh, is the era of dragons upon us? The Targaryens once had 5 dragons. Aegon conquered the 7 kingdoms with just 3. Now, with 2 more, the saying that blood and fire are intertwined holds true. No wonder Green wields such impressive iron. Tyrion mused with a sense of wonder. Tyrion, do not forget your surname. Dorne once felled a great dragon with a massive crossbow, and the Lannisters are equally capable. Especially since the dragons have yet to mature, Cersei warned, her gaze fixed on Tyrion. Can dragons ensure that 5,000 men do not have a single messenger? Tywin remarked. Your Excellency, previously, messages from Jorah Mormont, sent by King Robert to infiltrate the Targaryens, indicated that Daenerys possesses only 2,000 unsullied and Dothraki cavalry, with no unsullied present. It appears that Dragonstone has acquired all of the unsullied, Varys added. How many? There are 8,000 fully trained unsullied and 7,000 in training, Varys replied. Dragonstone possesses such wealth. It appears to be a deception. He proposed an exchange involving a dragon, subsequently departing with the unsullied, and even allowed the dragon to fly away, accompanied by a Targaryen girl, Varys remarked. Thus, the situation in the north has not improved in the slightest, and we must still confront the threat from Dragonstone? Tywin inquired. Your Excellency could dispatch Lord Tyrion to mend relations with Dragonstone. Once the conflict in the north is resolved, we can address the matter of Dragonstone, Baelish responded. Did you not witness any dragons or unsullied forces during your last visit to Dragonstone? Varys asked. If we cannot reveal our forces and trump cards to our allies. When did Dragonstone's relationship with King's Landing become more intimate than that of allies? Baelish retorted. If Highgarden can send troops, once we secure Dragonstone, I shall arrange for Joffrey to take your daughter Margaery as his bride, Tywin stated, gazing at the newly appointed master of ships, Mace Tyrell. Your Excellency, my mother is unlikely to agree. Highgarden merely supplies food to King's Landing, Mace replied, aware that he was not in a position to make such decisions. Such inquiries would only invite a scolding, as it was well known that the true authority of House Tyrell rested with his mother, who understood the immense value of dragons. Thus, she pledged Margaery to Dragonstone, allowing him to make a public appearance in King's Landing to maintain their alliance with the Lannisters. King's Landing cannot muster ships and troops to cleanse Dragonstone. Tyrion, you shall visit Dragonstone. Grant him the title of Earl and shift the burden of the Marintent affair onto Joffrey. This is not the intention of the Lannisters, Tywin asserted. It seems rather hasty. By the Seven, may the dwarf's connections not lead to the demise of Dragonstone. Tyrion lamented. My lord, a red priestess has come seeking to take away Gendry, but has been intercepted. She wishes to meet you, Green announced. Having just read the letter from the Night's Watch regarding Jon and the wildling woman's disappearance. Bring her to the Stone Drum. Green speculated that it might be Melisandre again attempting to use Gendry for her schemes. Shortly thereafter, the Kingsguard brought forth Melisandre. Name, Melisandre title, the Red Woman leadership, 60 strength, 51 intelligence, 87 magic power, 78 armor, 0 magic resistance, 25 life, 27 obtained clues regarding the Transcendent Rune, character Melisandre. Detection of the Transcendent Rune task for Melisandre is being issued. Task Option 1. Obtain Melisandre's allegiance. Task Option 2. Extract the Transcendent Rune after Melisandre's death, time limited to 24 hours. The Lord of Light has led me here to end the war. I require your little blacksmith, my lord, Melisandre began. Why seek to halt the war? Is not your king immersed in it? Green responded. The prophecy of the Lord of Light foretells that after the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and a cold darkness shall envelop the world. In this terrifying hour, a warrior shall draw forth a burning sword from the flames. That sword is the Lightbringer, the red sword of heroes. The one who wields it is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, and he shall drive away the darkness. This warrior is Stannis. Melisandre proclaimed loudly. To end the war? Do you rely on Stannis's 5,000 men, or on your ability to burn a few individuals? Mocked Glenn. I merely follow the guidance of the Lord of Light. Melisandre replied. Under the Lord of Light's direction, Stannis killed his own brother. Under the same guidance, he doomed his entire army at the Blackwater. It seems the Lord of Light stands opposed to the true God you have chosen. Glenn regarded Melisandre. Renly sought to raise an army and rebel. He deserved his fate. I was not present at the Battle of Blackwater. Otherwise, Stannis would not have encountered defeat, Melisandre declared indignantly. Listen, sorceress. I know not what your Lord of Light truly directs, but my smith, Gendry, has labored for nearly half a year to forge dragonglass daggers against the Long Night and the White Walkers. He has crafted no less than 100 dragonglass weapons with unwavering diligence, never asking for anything in return, contributing what one ought to against the Long Night. I will not sacrifice anyone for the so-called Lord of Light, let alone him. If Stannis, whom you proclaim as the true God, is indeed worthy, he should be at the wall, not vying for a throne, Glenn asserted. Only by ascending to the throne can one lead humanity against the Long Night. Melisandre insisted. If a man is willing to commit fratricide and sacrifice the innocent for the sake of the throne, what separates him from the wights of the Long Night? How can people depend on a soulless wight to combat the horrors beyond the wall? I shall not burn the smith, nor will I offer his life, Melisandre stated. What concern is that of mine? Either you allow Stannis to come to Dragonstone and take Gendry, or you withstand my sand soldiers' assault. With that, Glenn swiftly summoned a doomsday hat, conjuring 4 sand soldiers to encircle Melisandre. You wield magic. Melisandre fixed her gaze upon Glenn. I possess a modicum of understanding. Defeating the sand soldiers will grant me the opportunity to take Gendry, Glenn replied, and at his words, the 4 sand soldiers aimed their polearms at Melisandre. I concede. Melisandre called out. Your magic is remarkable. I cannot sense any magical currents, yet you can coalesce sand into lethal warriors, and my flame abilities have no effect on them. She added, Forgive the interruption, my lord. After sharing a smile, Melisandre exited. Glenn had intended to take action, yet he hesitated, uncertain if the Red Woman had any hidden cards or curses. Having dismissed Melisandre, Glenn resolved to visit the wall, for according to the tale, Jon had already infiltrated the wildlings. He hoped to recruit some wildlings to bolster his forces. After all, giants were real, and dragons were akin to fire-breathing aircraft. With proper armament, the giants could serve as armored vehicles. After assigning Grey Worm to oversee the defense of Dragonstone and Missandei to manage finances and internal affairs, Glenn prepared to take 300 assassins along with provisions and dragonglass to the wall. Chapter 36. A duel visit the day after Glenn's departure. A fleet appeared upon the waters of the Shivering Sea. Lady Marjorie, your grandmother has come to see you. Missandei called to Marjorie from the side chamber of the Stone Drum Tower. Margaret hurriedly made her way to the dock, where she spotted her grandmother, Olenna, approaching with an invigorated spirit. Without hesitation, Margaret rushed forward to kiss her grandmother. "Margaret, accompany me for a stroll and take in the sights of Dragonstone," Olenna suggested, casting a glance at her granddaughter. "Missandei, you need not follow me any longer. Go about your business. I shall walk with my grandmother," Margaret instructed Missandei, who lingered behind. After a short while, as they distanced themselves from the guards of Dragonstone, Olenna inquired, "Where is the dragon? Take me to see it." Linking arms with her grandmother, Margaret led her towards the stone drum tower, dismissing the guards as they entered. "Come here, little wight," Margaret called out loudly to the dragon perched on the rafters above, before retrieving the smallest dragon, still slumbering in its nest. Olenna observed as a creature, akin to a massive eagle, landed gracefully on the table, scrutinizing her granddaughter, Margaret, who was slightly struggling to hold the dragon. The fierce scales and prominent horns unmistakably identified it as a dragon. Olenna turned her gaze to the one Margaret cradled, which was indeed a challenge for her to manage. "It is truly a dragon, just these two?" Olenna remarked. "The largest one has taken to the wild. It now sleeps atop the peaks of the Yunkai Mountains at night. The other, a larger red one, mingles with the blacksmiths during the day and returns to its nest at Yunkai in the evening. Only these two remain at the stone drum tower," Margaret replied while gently placing the dragon on the table. "Margaret, share your thoughts," Olenna encouraged. "I initially aspired to be queen and marry Loras, but upon seeing dragons, my desire shifted to owning one. However, Qyburn claimed that the dragons he hatches only heed his command and would not belong to me," Margaret confessed. "If dragons were to enter the fray for the Iron Throne, what would their chances be?" Olenna probed. "Significant, indeed. The largest yellow one could decimate an army with but a glance. Ordinary arrows would be of no consequence to it. While traversing the narrow sea, it often snatches fish the size of horses from the water, scorching them with dragon fire before tearing them in half. Moreover, it is still hatching. In 6 months, it could yield 6 more dragons." "Grandmother, have you found the dragon eggs I wrote to inquire about?" Margaret asked. "Dragons have been absent for over a century. Remnants of the Targaryens are not easily discovered. Is it not said that a dragon rider can possess but one dragon? How could he hatch so many?" Olenna wondered aloud. "He did not disclose that information. He merely informed me that as long as an egg remains unbroken, whether it be alive or deceased, he could hatch a dragon from it," Margaret responded. "I once thought my dear granddaughter had concocted an excuse to pursue some charming suitor, perhaps even forsaking her family and the chance to be queen. It appears, however, that such is not the case. Margaret, articulate the significance of your remaining here." Olenna admired her granddaughter. "Initially, my intention was to negotiate with him, trading grain or golden dragons to reclaim a giant dragon from the Tullus. Yet, upon questioning him last time, he revealed the truth, and still, I find myself reluctant to part with the dragon. No, Marjorie, you must marry him. Regardless of his acknowledgement or willingness, utilize your allure to ascend to his bed. A man will never reproach his own offspring. Once you bear a child, reward shall follow. When a child seeks to tame a mighty dragon, no father possessing multiple dragons would refuse. He has successfully engaged in the contest for the Iron Throne, and you, along with your progeny, stand first in line for the titles of Queen and Prince, courtesy of House Tyrell's resources. Should he perish in the struggle for the Iron Throne, you will have exchanged your virtue for the foremost position regarding several dragons. You shall barter these dragons for the crown of the Tyrell Patriarch or the new Queen. Or perhaps House Tyrell can elevate your child to the Iron Throne. This is not merely a suggestion, it is an edict. The Tyrells can perpetually invest in the grain of Dragonstone. Marjorie, you must hasten. Do not wait until the man becomes enamored with another woman, for then it would be too late. I hope to witness my great-grandson or great-granddaughter riding a dragon. The grain acquired from Highgarden has been sent to Dragonstone as your congratulatory gift. The old bones can no longer endure the jostling and sea breeze. Marjorie, escort your grandmother home." Marjorie stepped out of her reverie and supported her grandmother as they walked outside. "The daughter of the Mad King has also hatched 3 dragons, grandmother," Marjorie remarked. "The world is utterly mad. If Highgarden's grain were more abundant, I would consider investing in Targaryen, after all. She has a rightful claim to rule the 7 kingdoms," Olenna replied. Just as Marjorie saw off the fleet from Highgarden, a lone boat drifted in from the west. Upon disembarking, Tyrion was intercepted by the gold cloaks. "Take me to Ser Gregor," Tyrion instructed. "The lord of the island has set sail," a fisherman responded. "Gone to sea again? Then take me to find Sandor," Tyrion commanded the fisherman, who then noticed the hound wandering about the island. "I know him. He can guide me." Tyrion called to the hound. "Look at me. I've caught a Lannister. I can trade him for coin to buy some ale." The hound approached Tyrion and said, "Take me to the smith to find Sandor," Tyrion requested. "No, I despise smiths. I loathe fire. I wish to remain in the fishing village. Yet, I am curious how you arrived alone. Just days ago, 5,000 Lannisters were dealt with and sent to the smith for labor, though the dwarf was delivered to us. He seems somewhat inadequate, the hound replied. Are there truly dragons on Dragonstone? You must answer me earnestly, Tyrion inquired. Indeed, not merely one. I equally detest dragons. They exhale long tongues of flame. Do not expect me to take you there. I suggest you refrain from going as well. For the heat from a dragon's nostrils could easily blow a dwarf away, the hound stated while taking a swig of ale. Then who should I seek? Tyrion asked. Seek the lady translator brought from Essos by the smith. She manages the affairs of Dragonstone. Following the hound's guidance, Tyrion arrived at the stone drum tower, where he found Margaery tending to a dragon. You are the translator purchased by Lord Gregor, Tyrion queried. No, I am the Lady of Dragonstone, Margaery replied. Oh, within less than 6 months, you have formed a family. Your beauty is indeed worthy of him. I, representing the Lannisters, wish to clarify that the recent incident was solely the initiative of the Kingsguard and bears no relation to the king. In order to compensate for Dragonstone, I have been entrusted with a decree to elevate the Baron of Dragonstone to the status of Count. Well, you may take your leave, Margaery stated. Dismissed. Tyrion could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Having just witnessed the dragon's inability to be tamed, he was also uncertain of Lady Greene's temperament. Should he err, he might very well find himself as dragon fodder. Nevertheless, after his moment of dismay, he felt a flicker of gratitude for having survived to complete his task. Tyrion resolved to visit the smithy to see Jandrai. Recalling his previous visit, he slipped into the courtyard of the blacksmiths. There he beheld Jandrai laboring at the forge. Beside him lay a dragon, its scales glowing a vibrant red. Tyrion halted Jandri's work, and after exchanging pleasantries, his gaze fixated on the slumbering dragon. Jandrai discerned Tyrion's intentions. Did you bring wine, my lord? If you offer him a bit to drink, you may stroke him, Jandrai remarked. Tyrion was taken aback, yet his curiosity prevailed, and he procured a small amount of wine. Jandrai then roused the dragon, and Tyrion poured the wine into a basin. The dragon eagerly lapped it up. Once it had quenched its thirst, Jandrai guided Tyrion's hand to the dragon's neck. Tyrion slowly traced the texture of the dragon's skin and scales with his fingertips, reminiscent of the searing stones in a desert, riddled with crevices and brimming with an intense heat yearning to erupt. Are there many dragons on Dragonstone? Tyrion inquired of Jandrai. Currently, there are 4. However, Lord Greene has promised to hatch a dragon for Margaery, Jandrai replied. Who is Margaery? Tyrion asked. Margaery Tyrell, reputed to be a noble from Highgarden, Jandrai answered. Tyrion resolved to return to King's Landing at once. The alliance between Dragonstone and Highgarden posed a grave threat to the Lannisters. May I ask, can you locate this book through the keywords related to Game of Thrones? If you enter just Game of Thrones in the search bar, does this book not appear? Chapter 37. Influence in the Hall of Riverrun. Lady Stark, Catelyn, surveyed the letter delivered by the Raven. A missive from King's Landing indicates that Dragonstone has troops and has already engaged in battle with the Lannisters at Dragonstone. Catelyn reported to the assembled lords of the north. Whose letter is it? Is the content credible? Inquired her uncle, the silver-haired and ruddy-faced Brynden Tully. It bears no signature. Catelyn replied, passing the letter to her father's brother, Brynden, who held the highest standing among them. But wasn't he the Knight of Dragonstone recently allied with the Lannisters? Why then are they waging war against them? Robb stated, seated in the chair of authority. The letter does not elucidate the reasons. However, it appears that Dragonstone has merely cultivated a private rapport with the dwarf of House Lannister. Additionally, it is noteworthy that Winterfell recently received a warning from the Freys and the Boltons. Roderick Castle has already dispatched a missive to verify the source of the Widow's Watch, confirming that it indeed originates from Dragonstone, which has not aligned itself with the Lannisters. As Catelyn spoke, she returned to her seat and addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, I believe a visit to Dragonstone is in order to ascertain their stance. Catelyn's gaze swept over the gathered company. However, what if danger lurks? Queried Edmure Tully, seated beside Blackfish. Let us not forget that we possess Jaime. Should I be captured, he can be exchanged for my freedom. Brienne will ensure my safety. The North requires a swifter resolution to this conflict. We cannot afford the luxury of prolonged war, as the North lacks the wealth of the South. I shall depart immediately by ship to Dragonstone. Upon concluding her statement, Catelyn instructed Robb to summon several loyal guards for the journey to Dragonstone. In the haunted woods beyond the wall, the wildling Ygritte held Jon Snow captive, leading him before Mance Rayder, the wildling king, accompanied by the leader of her tribe, Tormund Giantsbane. We have captured a crow. He claims to be of House Stark, Tormund announced as they approached Mance's tent. Mance scrutinized Jon and remarked, "He is but a crow. We could simply dispose of him. What purpose does his presence serve?" "Tormund, say that this crow wishes to ally with the wildlings," Ygritte interjected. "Speak, then, of your reasons for joining us," Mance commanded Jon. Jon surveyed the tent, filled with wildlings clad in animal pelts, bones, and adorned with various markings. "I am aware that the army of the dead approaches. I bring a means to reach south of the wall without engaging the Night's Watch in battle." Jon paused, gauging their reactions. "Continue," Mance urged. "There are ships prepared to take you south or to Essos, allowing you to evade a deadly confrontation with the Night's Watch, and to avoid the treacherous ascent of the wall, thereby escaping the threat of the wights," Jon asserted. "Are you jesting? A crow seeks to deceive us into our own demise with mere words," Tormund exclaimed, his fiery mane ablaze with indignation. "I understand your skepticism. Yet the truth remains. Ser Davos of Dragonstone has been supplying provisions and dragging-glass weaponry to the wall to combat the wights. I have slain a White Walker. There are no fortresses or natural barriers beyond the wall. For every wildling left outside, another wight shall arise to challenge the wall. Thus, Ser Davos intends to retrieve the wildlings under dire circumstances, hoping they might join the Night's Watch to withstand the wights. However, the enmity between the Night's Watch and the wildlings is insurmountable, much like your current disbelief in my words. Hence, he must take you away to prevent the Night's Watch from inadvertently strengthening the army of the dead. How can you ensure this is not a trap?" Mance interjected, interrupting Jon's discourse. "The Night's Watch lacks sufficient manpower to ambush the vast tribes of wildlings beyond the wall, especially as the Seven Kingdoms are embroiled in a struggle for the throne. If the wildlings can reach Hardhome and wait for a month, they could then notify Ser Grian, who would send a fleet to rescue them." Jon gazed at Mance Raider. After a moment of contemplation, Mance addressed the ringing bell of his attire, instructing, "First, take him down and keep him under strict surveillance. Let Valim Morgulus and Orell come in, and inform the tribes outside to prepare for the march to Hardhome." "Are we truly to heed the words of the Raven?" Tormund called out to Mance, who was turning to study the map. "Attacking the wall would mean bloodshed, and Hardhome is conveniently situated along our route. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The wildlings will grasp any chance for survival. If the timing is right, we could seize a ship and then circumvent to assault south of the wall, claiming fertile lands to sustain ourselves," Mance asserted. Upon hearing this, Tormund and several other clan leaders began organizing their respective tribes to mobilize for departure. Shortly after, 2 shapeshifters from the wildling tribes entered. "Valim Morgulus has informed me to notify your master, Hagen, that the wildling tribes are willing to leave the lands beyond the wall via ship. You will proceed to Hardhome to monitor the sea. Orell, take a small party to the Ghostwood to observe the movements of the wall's ravens," Mance instructed the 2 shapeshifters. Upon Tyrion's return to King's Landing, Tywin summoned Lord Mace of House Tyrell. "Lord Mace, we hope you will agree to marry Lady Margaery to Prince Joffrey," Tywin proposed. "Lord Hand, my mother has already betrothed Margaery to a noble of Highgarden. Regrettably, we have missed an opportunity for an alliance with the Lannisters," Mace replied. "Then forgive my presumption. Tyrion, please see Mace off to the Master of Ships," Tywin remarked. After Tywin bid farewell to Mace Tyrell, Tyrion returned to the Red Keep. "I did not miss here, nor was I mistaken. Highgarden has already allied with Dragonstone, acquiring 4 dragons. Soon their political union will yield another, and we must take action. The Lannisters are mired in the quagmire of the North," Tyrion said to the troubled Tywin. After a moment of contemplation, Tywin declared, "Send Tommen to the Iron Islands as a hostage, while relinquishing all defenses in the Westerlands. Transport gold to King's Landing. And let Kevin muster all forces from the Westerlands to cooperate with the Iron Islands in a naval assault on Winterfell. The North should retain only 20,000 men to hold the mountain for 2 months. No, you have already sent Myrcella to Dorne. I will not allow you to send Tommen away," Cersei shouted. Tywin cast a glance at Cersei, stating, "It is your child's actions that have dragged the Lannisters into this war. If Joffrey had any sense, I would send him to the Iron Islands as a hostage, with Tommen as king. Now, you must either marry Balon or send Tommen to the Iron Islands to atone for your teachings. Tell me your answer before sunset. I shall write to Kevin to come to King's Landing." With that, Tywin returned to the Hand's Tower. Chapter 38. A difficult farewell to Tonopon selection. Congratulations on acquiring a purple loot box and a summoner skill pack. You have locked in Healing, Purification, Haste, Ignite, and Exorcism. Please remove Ignite and Exorcism. Congratulations on obtaining the summoner skill Healing. Healing restores 20 health to yourself and a selected target within a 10-meter radius, applying a healing effect that halts damage. while also providing an additional 30 movement speed for both parties, lasting for 5 minutes. Drifting idly over the green narrow sea, Glenn contemplated the necessity of recruiting more individuals to assist Sam, aiming to expedite the production of the light bulb and to modify the propeller. Relying solely on sails and wooden oars was proving exceedingly slow. It was imperative to accelerate the fleet and usher in the age of exploration sooner. After sailing into the East Sea and discharging the majority of the dragon crystal weapons and some supplies to the Night Watchers, Glenn prepared to continue northward. Departing from Seal Bay towards Difficult Ton, not far from East Sea, Glenn's fleet arrived at Difficult Ton the following day. He instructed the sailors and attendants to unload supplies along the beach and establish a small encampment for food storage. Meanwhile, Orell led a group of wildlings towards Difficult Ton while scouting from the back of an eagle. After crossing the Deerhorn River, Orell's team took a rest, and he resumed his reconnaissance. Over an hour later, they observed that a camp was being set up on the Difficult Ton beach, with around 10 large ships and several hundred soldiers discharging provisions. Orell reported this to his team, dispatching a few members to inform Mansreed, while he led the others forward to scout closer to Difficult Ton. Upon receiving a letter from his brother Tywin, Kevin mobilized forces to construct a defensive line of 1,000 men near Pink City, the border town between the Riverlands and the Westerlands. He then summoned troops from the Westerlands and King's Landing to gather with Tommen at the Weeping Tower, awaiting a response from the Iron Islands, who would bring their fleet to assist in harassing the northern territories. With the Westerlands forces, they could directly occupy the northern strongholds. After receiving the report from Orell's team, Mansreed dispatched a considerable number of wildling warriors and spearwomen along with Jon, leading a vanguard to capture the camp if possible. Orell had concealed himself in the snow for several days, finally awaiting the arrival of the wildling advance force. While Firekiss had taken over the task of monitoring Jon, he was also teasing the innocent Jon daily. With Orell painting a vivid picture of the camp, Jon was convinced it was Glenn, and he prepared to seek him out. Naturally, Firekiss insisted on following, and soon Tommen clamored to accompany them as well. Jon, as a captive, found it difficult to refuse, and thus led the way. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Glenn stepped out first, ushering Jon and his party into the tent. Tommen circled the campfire, scrutinizing Glenn. "Glenn, what brings you to Difficult Ton so early? Wasn't it just a few days ago that Mansreed notified us about the wall? How did Dragonstone receive news first?" Jon inquired, warming himself by the fire. "I received a letter from your uncle, indicating that you have gone missing beyond the Great Wall, presumably captured by wildlings. He suggested bringing provisions to secure your release." "Who are these two?" Green inquired, gesturing towards the wildlings. "I conveyed your terms to Mansraider, who expressed a willingness to relocate south of the wall. These are Ygritte and Tormund." Jon introduced the two wildlings. "First, let us find them something to eat." Green instructed the soldiers outside. "Jon, I have endured enough of this cursed cold. I shall leave the ships and provisions in your care. You can negotiate the details with them. Either send them to Essos to fend for themselves or to Dragonstone. As long as they meet my requirements of a 10% tax on their produce or providing 1 soldier for every 10 inhabitants, we can have an agreement. Dragonstone will offer them shelter and livelihood. However, if they intend to invade the 7 kingdoms, that is out of the question. Take the ships and provisions for your ransom. Your brother Robb is still engaged in battle. If we allow the wildlings to pass, the North will lack the strength to confront the thousands of marauding wildlings," Green elaborated. "Do you two wildlings have anything to say while I am still here to respond?" Green gazed at Tormund, who was gnawing on a meat leg. "What do you mean by livelihood?" Ygritte asked. "Fishing or maritime trade, for Dragonstone is a minuscule place incapable of sustaining agriculture. I presume you wildlings lack farming experience." Green replied, "We are free folk and will not bow to anyone." Tormund retorted, swallowing the morsel of meat. "If mankind triumphs over the others, I shall return you beyond the wall, provided you desire freedom. I do not demand forced labor from you, nor do I require you to address me with reverence. You shall remain free folk, merely in a different locale. However, you cannot wage war against the 7 kingdoms as wildlings, for that would signify a betrayal of the Night's Watch oath. No lord would supply the Night's Watch with provisions if they were to allow such treachery. With barely over 1,000 members of the Night's Watch, how could they defend the wall? If you can assure that you will not infringe upon the Night's Watch, I could arrange for you to join them in repelling the wights. Yet, considering your families and children, it would be better for you to thrive at a distance from the wall. Should you feel that fighting for me contravenes the will of the free folk, you may designate 1 soldier for every 10 individuals to defend the wall. I will discuss with the commander of the Night's Watch to allocate half of a fortification for the wildlings to camp and jointly defend against the wights. In summary, You will negotiate the particulars with Jon. The bottom line is that you cannot attack the Seven Kingdoms. If you seek territory, I shall claim it. And you may utilize it, provided you furnish me or the Night's Watch with appropriate military personnel or resources. After Green finished speaking, he called Jon, who heeded his instructions for a while before departing with the largest ship, taking soldiers and attendants, leaving the rest to Jon. Having bid farewell to the arduous encampment, Green embarked on another lengthy voyage at sea. He summoned the Great Yellow to see if it could carry passengers. A day later, the Great Yellow, now nearly 10 meters long, approached the ship's side. Green typed on the public screen, instructing the Great Yellow to hover beside the vessel, then directed the soldiers to prepare for the rescue, aiming for the back of the Great Yellow. With a swift movement, he leaped onto its back, found a suitable spot to sit, instructed the Great Yellow not to flip in midair, and then they returned to Dragonstone. The dragon soared at a speed of over 100 yards, gliding through the lofty heights of 1,000 meters, with the air striking Grin's face so fiercely that he could barely open his eyes. It seemed that he would need to craft a pair of goggles upon returning, along with a saddle for the dragon. The discomfort from the rough flesh on the back of the great beast was quite painful, and Grin gripped the dragon's spines tightly, squinting against the wind. They paused for half an hour along the coastal valley before continuing southward, reaching Dragonstone Island after more than 3 hours of flight. Once he dismounted, Grin felt as though his backside no longer belonged to him. He promptly summoned Jandrely to have a saddle fashioned based on the dragon's back. Chapter 39. Preparing to assault the Terror Fortress. Marjorie's grandmother sent a shipment of provisions valued at approximately 300,000 gold dragons, as reported by Missandei. Grin was astonished by the generosity of Highgarden, suspecting that Marjorie had divulged the situation of Dragonstone Island. Furthermore, the Master of Coin in King's Landing, Tyrion, had also made an appearance. The king had elevated the lord to account, and he had visited the blacksmith to witness the dragon. Missandei continued, indicating that the dragon was now fully exposed, and it was imperative for Grin to expand his forces and territory without delay. After hearing Missandei's report, Grin sought out Sam, instructing him to recruit extensively for fundamental comparative experiments. He wanted to ensure that he had Jace's notes, along with the hex crystal and its fragments firmly in hand. He advised Sam to encase the light bulbs in glass as much as possible and to seek out metals with high melting points. Additionally, he suggested modifying the previous rotating mechanism to be larger, incorporating blades to transform them into propellers. After several hours of what felt like cryptic explanations akin to a tome of ancient knowledge, Grin was struck with an impulse to exchange for textbooks on physics and chemistry. He suddenly recalled the biochemical warriors from the world of the Game of Thrones and pondered how to acquire a representative for chemistry from the realm of those warriors. That evening, Grin stood upon the heights of Summoner's Rift, observing the 4 dragons. Simply calling out Big Yellow day after day was hardly sufficient. He needed to bestow names upon them. Yellow Dragon name, Star Guardian species, Dragon attribute, Earth age, Juvenile vitality, 320350, Dead Man's armor, 276, Feast, attack power, 272 magic strength, 110 physical resistance, 6045, Dead Man's armor, magic resistance, 64 equipped runes, Predator equipment, Dead Man's armor skills, Night Hunter. Feast, Crimson Dragon name, Zhiyong species, Dragon element, Fire age, early childhood health, 162, 350, Sunfire Holy Shield, attack power, 124 magic power, 82 physical defense, 2. 435, Sunfire Holy Shield, magic defense, 3. 735, Sunfire Holy Shield, equipped item, Sunfire Holy Shield skill, Scientific Hellfire Cannon. Bombardier has equipped the Fire Dragon to act as a bomber. White Dragon name, Fu Yao species, Dragon element, Wind age, early childhood health, 104. 250, Landon's Omen, attack power, 82 magic power, 58 physical defense, 2. 180, Landon's Omen, magic defense, 30 equipped item, Landon's Omen Peacock Blue Dragon name, Zhun Shao species, Dragon element, Thunder age, early childhood health, 61. 450, Inspiring armor, attack power, 50 magic power, 35 physical defense, 17 magic defense, 2. 145, Inspiring armor, equipped item, Inspiring armor. The Great Yellow has nearly reached the size of a dragon mother saved in the arena. It can now gulp down a small lamb whole. By the time the feast accumulates enough to mark its first birthday, it should grow to over 20 meters. However, the feast can only serve one, and we must wait until it turns 1 to unlock the second equipment slot for enhancing other dragons. The next day, Kate arrived at Dragonstone Island under the escort of Roderick Castle, the instructor from Winterfell, and Brienne. My Lord Glenn, it is an honor to present Lady Catelyn Stark, the envoy of King Robb Stark of the North. Brienne first entered, kneeling partially in the hall to pay her respects. It is my utmost honor. Lady Catelyn is a distinguished guest. Please, take a seat. Glenn rose to greet her, gesturing for her to sit. Lady Stark, to what do we owe this visit? Glenn inquired once Lady Stark was seated. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate your reminder regarding the betrayal of House Bolton and House Frye amidst the fierce war in the North, Kate replied. There is no need for such formality. I hold great respect for Lord Stark. He has significantly aided me in acquiring my lands. If you have other matters, Dragonstone Island stands ready to assist, Glenn responded. The North seeks an alliance with Dragonstone and hopes that you, Lord Glenn, will dispatch troops to combat the Lannisters, Kate stated. I only command Dragonstone, and the Lannisters have just bestowed an earldom upon me. I am regrettably powerless in this regard. If you have other requests, lady, please feel free to voice them. Glenn replied. I have heard that Dragonstone recently engaged in battle with King's Landing. Why negotiate for peace so soon after the war has begun? Dragonstone could certainly secure greater advantages, Kate remarked. I must contemplate the matter of war further. However, the death of Eddard Stark was precipitated by the murder of former Prime Minister Jon Arryn. I could reveal the true culprit to you, should you be interested, Glenn observed, noting Lady Stark's gaze upon him, signaling her to continue. Jon Arryn discovered the true parentage of Cersei's children, revealing that their biological father is her twin brother, Jaime. Duke Arryn intends to take action and plans to entrust his son, Robert Arryn, to Stannis Baratheon for fostering on Dragonstone. To prevent this revelation from coming to light, Peter Baelish incites your sister, Lisa, to poison Jon Arryn, ensuring he does not send away his own child. As for the veracity of the situation, given the close ties between Lady Stark and Baelish, there are various ways to ascertain the truth should he be lured to the Vale or the military of the North. Indeed, if you were to agree to unite with Baelish, it is possible that your sister Lisa, in an attempt to sabotage, might inadvertently reveal the truth. Catelyn, well aware of the sordid love triangle involving Baelish and Lisa, finds herself perplexed by Baelish's motives. If he incited the poisoning of Jon Arryn to embroil House Stark in the turmoil of King's Landing, his schemes would be exceedingly far-reaching. Once this matter is resolved, the North could entice the Vale to join its cause, while Dragonstone would require more substantial terms, given its proximity to King's Landing. Green spoke up. So what are your conditions? I require an expansion of territory and resources. Should Lady Stark permit, I could assist the North in capturing the Dreadfort from House Bolton. Naturally, any acquisition would belong to Dragonstone. The Dreadfort has been besieged by House Stark and House Amber for months without progress. If Lady Stark has made up her mind, she may notify us at any time. Dragonstone is ready to deploy forces. Of course, House Stark could also opt to purchase the Dreadfort back, and if funds are lacking, they may consider the pledge of troops or hostages. How confident are you in capturing the Dreadfort? Catelyn inquired. For a dragon, fortifications hold little significance. Dragonstone can deploy dragons in battle, Green replied. Catelyn furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. The North could arrange a marriage between Sansa and Dragonstone, and send Jaime to Dragonstone. Catelyn proposed. No, you cannot allow Sansa to wed Green. Marjorie, who had been eavesdropping in the corridor, interjected as she entered. Who is this? Catelyn asked. Marjorie Tyrell. Dragonstone has already formed an alliance with Highgarden. Lady Stark, you must reconsider your bargaining chips. After concluding her statement, Marjorie seated herself beside Green and subtly gestured for him to refrain from elaborating. Seeing the negotiations stagnate, Green suggested. How about this? House Stark sends a hostage along with Jaime, and Dragonstone will assist the North in reclaiming the Dreadfort. Green turned to Lady Catelyn. I shall write to Winterfell and also return to the Riverlands, seeking an alliance with the Vale, hoping Dragonstone can swiftly secure the Dreadfort, Catelyn asserted. Having said this, she did not linger, taking her leave. Green then prepared to conduct a surprise raid on the festivities at Dragonstone, intending to procure a pair of goggles and demonstrate the might of dragons in the North. Marjorie, when did Dragonstone ally with Highgarden? Green inquired. Do you remember how you inquired of me upon the sea whether I desired to become a queen? You suggested I delay my wager. Yet now I can confidently declare my ambition to ascend as queen. Therefore, the Highgarden will utilize its resources and provisions to assist you in claiming the Iron Throne. I am prepared to place my bet now, riding upon your dragon, just as Aegon once did. The path to the Iron Throne is fraught with peril, and you will require family. Before you stands your family. Her name is Marjorie Tyrell. Marjorie embraced Glenn and spoke. Chapter 40. The assault on Terror Castle. After a lavish feast in Yellow Dragon Town that spanned several floors, Glenn was ready for a restful slumber. preparing to embark on a dragon ride to the north the following day. However, the first experience of traveling by dragon left him needing to sleep in a prone position. As Glenn lay on the bed, Marjorie entered the room, slowly approaching his bedside and gently stroking his back. "Why are you sleeping like that?" she inquired. "What are you doing here?" Glenn responded. "You cannot deny me a dragon. I must devise a way to make you compensate for it." "I have found my solution," Marjorie declared, shedding her robe and leaping onto the bed beside Glenn. "I choose to bear a trickster, so that he may reclaim for his mother what is owed from his father." With that, Marjorie nestled closer to Glenn. "Marjorie, wait," Glenn exclaimed. "No. The North will soon learn that the Lady Tyrell has wed on Dragonstone. Do not keep this lady waiting," she insisted, placing her hands on his shoulders, preparing to embrace him. "Marjorie, that is not my intent. It is simply the result of riding the dragon yesterday that has caused me to sleep in this manner," Glenn explained, revealing the red, swollen state of his posterior from the dragon scales. "Is that so? However, you must first amend your words as a show of sincerity. I need you to call me dear. Now, say it for me," she insisted. After being playfully tormented for quite some time, Glenn realized he could not send her away and ultimately resigned to sharing the bed, albeit needing to sleep in a modest manner due to the aftereffects of riding the dragon. The following day, Glenn acquired his goggles and tested the dragon saddle. Ensuring all was prepared for the journey ahead, he intended to set forth with the yellow dragon and the red dragon, though they were akin to mere horses. Glenn was eager to test the explosive power of the bombers. The fleet from the Iron Islands landed approximately 20,000 troops from the Westerlands at both Sea Dragon Point and the Heatwave River. Theon, commanding 5,000 men from the Westerlands, landed at Deepwood Motte, swiftly dismantling the coastal defenses manned by 500 men and eliminating all crows. He then allowed the Ironborn to pillage before returning by ship, while he led the Lannister soldiers through the Wolfwood, preparing to launch an assault on Winterfell. Kevan and Ashe, accompanied by 15,000 Lannister soldiers, landed at Catelyn Bay, effectively severing the connection between the North and its armies. Ashe, accustomed to plundering, was tasked solely with guiding the Lannisters into the North. Upon entering Catelyn Bay, she began to seize local horses, directing her forces toward the largest city in the North, White Harbor, in anticipation of a raid. Amidst the towering peaks of the valley, green soared through the skies. Although it was a valley, the lofty mountains ascended into the clouds, and the castles built upon the slopes resembled celestial palaces. The verdant expanses at the mountain's flanks and bases were a testament to the renowned cavalry. The climate was humid yet temperate, with lush pastures lying across the northern mountains, effectively shielding the region from the chill of the north. After more than a day's flight, Green intended to spend the night in House Howood, situated between the formidable Castle of Terror and White Harbor, serving as the ancestral stronghold of House Howood. He allowed his great yellow dragon and the red dragon to rest in the mountains nearby, attending to their own sustenance, while he made his way to Howood to find a lodging to satisfy his hunger and thirst. The following day, Green rose early and mounted his dragon, setting off towards the Castle of Terror. Within 2 hours of flight, he descended to observe the encampment surrounding the castle, then landed at the perimeter to have the soldiers relay his arrival. Shortly thereafter, the venerable Rickard Stark, adorned with a flowing gray beard, and Jon Amber emerged. Both were the heads of their respective families, tasked with besieging House Bolton. Upon seeing them approach, Green leaped from his dragon's back and stepped forward. "My lady, the Stark matriarch has dispatched me with my dragon to assist in battle. It is imperative that you discuss the specific layout of the Castle of Terror," Green stated. "Are you a Targaryen?" Rickard inquired. "Clearly, I am not silver-haired. I hail from Dragonstone and share a modest acquaintance with Eddard Stark, sent by the lady to eliminate the treacherous Bolton family in the eastern part of the North," Green replied. Having just witnessed the immense dragon, Rickard glanced at Jon Amber, who nodded in affirmation. "If you are indeed our ally, let us convene within the tent. The weather in the North is ill-suited for discussions outdoors." Following their lead, Green was escorted to the central command tent, where the two lords introduced their respective progeny, young Jon, the son of Jon Amber, Harrion Stark, and Torrhen Stark. The Castle of Terror likely housed fewer than 1,000 defenders, yet Lord Roose Bolton had forcibly conscripted farmers and able-bodied men from the territory, swelling their ranks to nearly 3,000. Together, the Stark and Amber families could muster fewer than 2,000 troops, with the remainder of their forces deployed alongside the King of the North in the Riverlands. Despite the pretense of besieging House Bolton, they were unable to mount an effective offensive. They could only contain the castle, preventing the knights and soldiers within from escorting the Boltons to safety or calling for aid. As Jon Amber reported, "Are there any large crossbows or trebuchets within the castle?" Green inquired. "None to be found. However, We lack siege ladders and battering rams. The Castle of Terror is well stocked with provisions sufficient for over a year of defense, John Amber replied. Do you possess a layout of the Castle of Terror? What purpose would you have for such a map? If the castle lacks heavy artillery, I can unleash dragon fire directly, allowing you to seize the gates in the ensuing chaos. We do not have a layout of the Castle of Terror, Rickard Stark responded. Very well, let us proceed in this manner. I shall inform you when the time for your assault arrives. After Green concluded his remarks, he prepared to ride the dragon for a reconnaissance at low altitude. He regretted not having procured a telescope during the protective enchantment, as riding on Big Yellow at an altitude exceeding 1,000 meters rendered visibility nearly impossible. Flying closer to the ground risked exposure. Reluctantly, Green summoned the red dragon to circle around the terrifying fortress, committing the high structures to memory, intending to execute a bombardment at predetermined points later in the night. Meanwhile, Lustborton, in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by a knight reporting that a fire had broken out in the armory for unknown reasons. As he donned his attire to investigate, a sudden explosion erupted, signaling the arrival of Kastak's forces, who had launched siege engines to hurl wildfire in preparation for a night assault. Lustborton quickly gathered his thoughts and commanded his knights to organize troops atop the city walls in preparation for battle. Ascending the walls with his men, Lustborton observed the darkness outside, devoid of any visible threats, and ordered a portion of his soldiers to remain vigilant while dispatching others to extinguish the flames. Another resounding explosion shook the fortress, igniting another fire in the courtyard. Moments later, a messenger arrived, reporting that the source of the fire was not a siege engine, but rather a bird that had released wildfire from the sky, its outline discernible in the moonlight. Before Lustborton could quell the flames in his courtyard, the largest tavern in the terrifying fortress suffered another explosion. As night fell, Stark's camp was filled with the sounds of slumber. With only a few soldiers on watch at the gate, gazing at the distant glimmers of red light from the fortress, overshadowed by the inferno illuminating the sky. Chapter 41. The siege of the terrifying fortress. On the following morning, after nearly 2 hours of bombardment, the red dragon returned to the encampment. Green instructed the northern soldiers to prepare meat for the dragon and called Big Yellow back to the camp. Once the red dragon had feasted, Green ordered the combined forces of Kastak and Amber to prepare for departure. As the troops assembled, Green mounted Big Yellow and, accompanied by the red dragon, soared towards the terrifying fortress. The northern forces on the ground followed suit, and as Green circled above, he noted that many fires within the city still raged unchecked. Seeing that the coalition forces had approached within 300 meters of the fortress gates, Green commanded the red dragon to target the gates with a bomb, after which he returned to rest. The dragon, having successfully acted as a bombardier throughout the night, roared before diving towards the gates. As it neared, approximately 7 or 8 stories high, it unleashed a devastating attack. With a thunderous crash, the area where the gates met the wall crumbled, igniting one side of the door in fierce flames, and Green noted with dismay that the dragon's aim had been slightly off. In response, he directed Big Yellow to dive alongside, hovering near the gates, and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire upon the remnants of the gate. Seeing the once besieged gates of the terrifying fortress now wide open, Rickard Kastak immediately commanded the knights behind him to charge. As he watched the dragon wreak havoc upon the walls, Rickard found himself momentarily bewildered, recalling the tales of the conqueror Aegon. He pondered how a dragon of merely 10 meters could alter the course of battle and what it must have felt like for Torrhen Stark, the first guardian of the North, when he faced the Black Death directly. Upon hearing the commotion, the soldiers of Terror Fortress gathered at the city walls and gates, while the Northern Alliance breached the fortress, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The dragon, with a thunderous roar, unleashed its flames upon the soldiers of Terror Fortress, under the command of Glenn, who prepared to ascend the walls. As more and more northern soldiers flooded into the city, the dragon emitted piercing cries from above, shifting the tide of battle overwhelmingly in favor of the invaders. A small contingent of Terror Fortress soldiers, relying on the narrow alleys, put up a stubborn resistance. But most were unarmored, armed only with makeshift weapons, and could only flee or surrender. "Where's Roose Bolton?" John Amber called out to a captive soldier marked with the sigil of the flayed man. The soldiers of Terror Fortress hastily pointed towards the direction of Bolton's stronghold. Roose Bolton had spent the previous night in turmoil. The fire had been contained, but he was powerless to halt the bombardment. As dawn approached, he planned to shoot down the unknown monstrous beast soaring above and then mobilize the city's inhabitants to extinguish the flames. Just as he managed to rest his eyes, soldiers arrived with alarming news. The Northern Alliance had breached the city, and they had a dragon. Bolton's heart raced at the news. and he rushed outside to find the walls had already succumbed. Gathering his personal guards, he hastened to the stables and mounted his horse, leading over 50 riders out through the northern gate, fleeing towards the solitary mountains south of Wolfwood. Shortly thereafter, soldiers reported that a contingent of Bolton's cavalry had emerged from the northern gate, prompting Catelyn Stark to prevent any pursuit while discreetly informing Glenn of the situation. Glenn, mounted upon his dragon, soared towards the direction of Wolfwood. Minutes later, he spotted dark figures speeding along the ground. The dragon swooped down for a closer look and identified cavalry soldiers. Leading the charge, Bolton raced along the path, but after more than 10 minutes, his horse began to slow. Just as he sought to catch his breath, a sudden wave of heat surged from behind him, akin to a tempest sweeping across the sea. Instinctively, Bolton leapt from his steed and rolled to the side. As he rolled several meters away, the anguished cries of horses and the explosive sounds of flames scorching the air reached his ears. Looking up, he saw dozens of surviving steeds scattering in panic, while the ground was littered with the cries of burning men and the acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Following the source of the terror, Bolton glimpsed a colossal figure, larger than an elephant, descending upon them. The monstrous head opened wide, revealing a flash of orange flame as the inferno engulfed a few figures that had been thrown from their startled mounts. A dragon. Bolton recognized the flying silhouette, swallowing hard. Just then, the dragon landed on their escape route, and a figure leapt down from its back. "Where's Roose Bolton?" the newcomer demanded. The terrified soldiers, their faces pale with fear, quickly pointed in Bolton's direction. Realizing that all attention was upon him, and knowing that even the horses could not escape the dragon, Bolton steadied himself, armed only with a short sword, and approached Glenn with calm resolve. Green gazed upon the newcomer, his countenance amiable despite the absence of a beard and the sparse hair characteristic of a Mediterranean. Taking the initiative, Green spoke. "We must retrace our steps, Lord Bolton." "And who might you be?" Bolton inquired cautiously, pursing his lips. "I am Green Chris from Dragonstone, sent by Lady Stark to quell the insurrection in the north," Green replied. Bolton, possessing some knowledge of Dragonstone, recalled his earlier campaign alongside Robb at the Battle of the Whispering Woods, during which he had defected to the Lannisters. Tywin had even dispatched a messenger bearing a dagger forged by Green as a gift, extolling the craftsmanship and the ties between the artisans and the Lannisters, while also revealing that Dragonstone had been granted to him. Is Dragonstone not allied with the Lannisters? Why then does it lean towards the north? Bolton queried. "But, my lord, do you not also belong to the north? What prompted your allegiance to the west?" Green countered. "Circumstances dictated my choice. With Robb's silence following his offensive against the west and the Iron Islands rising in rebellion, I found myself with merely a few thousand soldiers to face the Lannister host, which numbers in the tens of thousands. The Frye family, in secret collusion with the Lannisters, left me no alternative." Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as a throng of riders surged toward them from the direction of Dreadfort. The pursuing forces from the north had arrived, and the leader, young Jon Snow and his companions, immediately recognized Bolton, ordering his immediate detention. Upon returning to Dreadfort, Green proposed that all of Bolton's direct soldiers be dispatched to the wall. Given that Amber and Karstark had incurred minimal losses in seizing Dreadfort, it would be unwise to undermine the main force, especially since they were the primary contributors. As for Roose Bolton, his fate awaited Robb's response, for he is the rightful king of the north. Green instructed Karstark to relay the situation to Winterfell and the Whispering Woods via Raven before preparing to return to Dragonstone. Subsequently, he set off to fly to Hornwood. By the time Green arrived at Hornwood, it was already evening. He secured the two dragons in a secluded forest and then sought refuge within the castle for the night. At that moment, a group hastily approached the castle gates in horse-drawn carts. "We are of House Manderley. Those wretched Ironborn have come to plunder again, having seized the vessels at White Harbor and blockaded the port town. We implore Lady Hornwood to dispatch ravens to summon the northern troops to aid White Harbor." Chapter 42. The fall of Winterfell. After settling in Hornwood, Green could hear the distant sounds of unrest outside as refugees continued to trickle in from White Harbor. The following day, he inquired among the displaced citizens about the situation. They revealed that 2 days prior, thousands of Ironborn had impersonated northern civilians, launching a land assault from the southwest to capture White Harbor, commandeering ships at the docks, and transporting plundered goods away from Bite Bay. Upon hearing this, Green resolved not to traverse the valley overhead, but rather to fly along the King's Road to assess the battlefield. After more than 2 hours of flight, he reached White Harbor. As he soared over the Blade River, the once thriving port lay desolate, with only a handful of soldiers armed with short swords barking orders at enslaved individuals, forcing them to transport goods and forcibly taken provisions at the docks. As I soared along the King's Road, my gaze fell upon a troop advancing towards Lannister City, clad in crimson robes and brass armor. The Lannisters, undeterred by the absence of vessels, had circumvented the front line at the Riverlands and infiltrated the rear of the northern forces. Dorne was unlikely to intervene. Highgarden seemed similarly disinclined, and the Iron Islands had dispatched their own forces once more. I continued my flight along the King's Road, and, as twilight approached, I arrived at the outskirts of Riverrun. Riverrun, a formidable triangular fortress, though not particularly colossal, stood resiliently, with rivers flanking two sides. The third side featured a large artificial moat, which, when under siege, could be filled by opening the sluice gates, transforming the castle into an island surrounded by water on three sides, rendering it impregnable. Upon my arrival, the soldiers of Riverrun promptly entered to relay the news. Shortly thereafter, Lady Catelyn and the northern lords emerged, with Robb following closely behind, accompanied by Grey Wind, now fully grown and as large as a tiger. "My lady, would you prefer to hear the bad news or the good news first?" I inquired as I dismounted from my dragon. "Lord Grey, please enter the castle," Lady Stark replied. The assembly parted to allow me passage, and Catelyn walked alongside me. "My lady, I have successfully captured Harrenhal. Within 3 days, ravens from House Stark should arrive with the tidings. I have just reached Riverrun. Harrenhal is indeed more than double the distance from Dragonstone to Riverrun. Dragons are truly remarkable creatures, more astonishing than dire wolves," Catelyn remarked as she guided me. "Surely this signifies good news, but what of the bad?" she inquired. At her question, Robb, Bran, and Edmure perked up, eager to listen. "There is a vast Lannister army numbering over 10,000 descending southward along the King's Road, expected to reach Lannister City by tomorrow. White Harbor has also fallen to the Ironborn and is currently being ravaged," I disclosed. "Which Lannister army? Has Highgarden entered the fray?" Edmure shouted. "Perhaps Tywin has offered a new price to the Iron Islands." "Such matters do not concern me, my lady. I require the release of Jaime," I stated. "Do you intend to free a Lannister?" Robb fixed his gaze upon me. "Not quite. Jaime must offer something of value in return for his freedom, perhaps a dragon egg or a castle, just as I have secured Harrenhal and captured Roose Bolton. Yet the recapture of Harrenhal has not altered the strategic landscape for the north. The Ironborn continue their rampage," I elaborated. "I trust that Lord Grey would not deceive us. Jaime may be taken this evening. Riverrun has prepared a feast, and you may return to Dragonstone tomorrow," Lady Stark declared. "Thank you. Might you escort me to see Jaime?" I requested. Robb exchanged a glance with his uncle Edmure, who then led me to the dungeons of Riverrun. Upon entering, Edmure guided me to a cell where a ragged man lay. I turned to Edmure, prompting him to unlock the door, for he now belonged to Dragonstone. Edmure summoned the dungeon guard to procure the key and unlock the door. "Dear Lord of the Kingsguard, you are free," Green called out into the chamber. Hearing the commotion outside, Jaime rose to his feet, shifting towards Green in disbelief. "What is this?" He beheld Jaime, caked in mud, unkempt, and exuding an unpleasant odor. Green produced several gold dragons and handed them to the dungeon guard, instructing him to toss Jaime into the Red Fork for a thorough cleansing and to find a barber for a trim. Pointing at Jaime, he remarked, "You are here to redeem me on behalf of the Lannisters. I presume you've parted with quite a few weapons." Jaime, as he passed the shackles to Edmure, responded, "Before addressing such matters, perhaps you should first attend to your hygiene, my lord." Jaime followed the guard outside. After all, he is the son of the Prime Minister. Should your Tully family ever fall into the hands of the Lannisters, Green glanced at Edmure. His son Joffrey executed Ned. If he holds no value to Tywin now, that corpse would already be decaying, Edmure lamented. At the banquet, the maester from Riverlands suddenly approached Robb, handing him a letter, which Robb subsequently passed to his mother, Catelyn. The atmosphere shifted as Catelyn's expression drew the attention of the gathered company. Lifting her gaze, she declared, "Winterfell has been besieged by the Lannister forces led by Theon. Sansa has fled south with Rickon, while Bran lies paralyzed and captured in Winterfell. This letter is from Maester Luwin. If Lord Green speaks the truth, Sansa will encounter the advancing Lannister troops. The phrase, seeing the Lannisters at their gates, will undoubtedly side with them. We must find a way to alert Sansa, otherwise, we would be delivering her right into the Lannisters' hands." Concern etched on their faces, the assembly fell into deep contemplation. Just as the guards escorted the freshly cleaned Jaime into the hall. "Jaime cannot be taken away. If Sansa and Rickon fall into Lannister hands, we can exchange Jaime for their freedom," Edmure interjected. "Jaime now belongs to Sir Green," Catelyn sternly replied, directing a serious look at her brother. "It seems my father has once again gained an advantage on the battlefield, Capturing 2 Stark children, Jaime jested, casting a cheeky glance at the assembled Starks and Tullis. Jaime, do not forget your station. Had you been a bit more amiable, you wouldn't have cost me a few gold dragons for an afternoon's worth of trouble. You are a prisoner now. Comport yourself as such, Green admonished, observing the restless vassals of House Stark itching to retaliate against Jaime. Seeing this, Jaime took a seat beside Green and began to devour the meat laid out on the table. Rickon is intended for Dragonstone, is he not? Green inquired. Indeed. He is but 6 years old. Bran, paralyzed, cannot endure a long journey, which is why I instructed Sansa to take Rickon south, Catelyn responded. Jaime, do you have any thoughts on tomorrow's freedom? Green inquired, watching Jaime feast voraciously. James heard Green calling him and took a hearty bite of meat, chewing vigorously before discarding the bone. He poured himself a generous glass of wine, cleared his throat, and remarked, freedom. It seems I have never truly experienced it since entering King's Landing as a Kingsguard. Yet, during these days of captivity, I have come to realize that in the face of a good meal, freedom is of little consequence. With that, he resumed eating from his plate. James, if I were to allow you to return to King's Landing, what reward could you offer? Green inquired. Perhaps, he replied with a crunch. My father might grant you a castle or a fief, and surely you would not lack for gold dragons. After a moment's contemplation, Green suggested, how about this? My lord, I release James, and in return, he ensures that Sansa and Rickon are brought to Dragonstone. You exchange the safety of the 2 children for Sansa, which seems a bit of a loss for the Lannisters, yet I believe my father would still consent. James replied, Sansa and Rickon are merely on their way south. They have not fallen into Lannister hands. You will need to put forth effort to locate them and deliver them safely to Dragonstone. I promise you that, James affirmed. The promise of a Kingslayer is not to be trusted. I can muster forces to eliminate the invading Westlands troops at Riverrun, Robb declared, glaring at the defeated James. Very well then, James, remember to search for dragon eggs upon your return to King's Landing. I have no interest in castles. A single intact dragon egg in exchange for your freedom, Green continued. What would you want with such a thing? James asked, pausing from his meal to regard Green. The daughter of the Mad King Targaryen hatched 3 dragons in Essos. I too wish to attempt the same, Green replied. Sir Green, we agree to your previous terms. Release James, and let him escort the 2 children to Dragonstone. Baron Green will certainly regard them as his own out of respect for Eddard. However, I cannot trust the reputation of the Lannister family. I require James to swear an oath to diligently find the 2 children and deliver them to Dragonstone. Should he break this vow, I hope that Dragonstone will declare war on the Lannisters to punish the oath-breaker, Catelyn asserted as she rose. I swear it, Green responded. James wore a look of confusion. Dragonstone declaring war on the Lannisters? Is that not absurd? What can Dragonstone do with just a few tattered ships aside from docking in King's Landing? Yet, seeing the Stark family's doubt in him, he knelt and swore by the old gods and the new to deliver the Stark children to Dragonstone. Chapter 43. Soaring technology. The following morning, outside of Riverrun, James and Green stood side by side as a soldier led a horse toward them. We should depart early for Riverrun. The identity of the commander leading the attack on Greywater Watch is unknown. If the Stark children were to fall into the hands of the Mountain or the Freys, you would once again break your oath, Green cautioned, observing James. After bidding farewell, James mounted the horse and rode northward, setting off on his journey. As Green summoned the great yellow dragon and rode back to Dragonstone, he basked in the glow of the eastern sunrise. After a midday journey, the sunlight shifted from before him to behind him as he soared over Blackwater Bay, the silhouette of Dragonstone faintly appearing in the distance. The great yellow dragon descended directly into the canyon, depositing Green before ascending towards the island's dark cliffs. Upon reaching the dragon pit, Green discovered that the vibrant green eggs he had previously placed had long since hatched, leaving no trace behind. He selected the largest egg, one adorned with alternating hues of fluorescent green and bamboo green, speckled with a hint of brown, resembling a peculiar watermelon, for hatching. Ascending the stone steps back to the stone drum tower, Green observed that under Miss Sandye's governance, Dragonstone continued to operate in an orderly manner. Aside from the horses, the equipment of several main camps had undergone significant upgrades through forging and trade. Sam, with the support of the Golden Dragon, had expanded his research team to nearly 50 individuals. Upon entering, Green noticed some seasoned scholars and adolescent apprentices busily manipulating metal and apparatuses on the table. Sam, Green called to the industrious figure. Lord Green, Sam replied, looking up to greet him. How goes the research on the electric candle? Green inquired. I took your advice and employed a more refractory metal, encasing the filament in glass. Both the duration and brightness of the electric candle have seen considerable improvement. However, it still cannot operate for extended periods. Although the metal is more resistant to electricity, it ultimately succumbs to melting over time, Sam explained. Sam, flames require air to burn. Find a way to ensure the air within the glass casing is consumed before use. This will allow the metal to endure longer, Green suggested, patting Sam on the shoulder. Furthermore, let your imagination flourish. Electricity can also generate heat. You must identify suitable metals and devices to manage the output size. Everything that fire can provide humanity can be replicated with electricity. And remember the rolling device, the one that rotates? As long as the force is sufficient. Controlling the speed of rotation and stopping or starting it promptly, it can equally replace a cart. You are destined for greatness, Green proclaimed, observing the bewildered expression on Sam's face. Indeed, I have made another discovery. It is unnecessary to use a hextech device to rotate the magnetic energy apparatus. Manual rotation can generate electricity, albeit in a weaker form. This indicates that the electricity does not solely originate from hextech crystals, but rather from the motion of the magnetic energy device itself. If every soldier on Dragonstone were to manually rotate a magnetic energy device, the electricity generated would be sufficient to illuminate the entire island, provided there are enough electric candles, Sam remarked, his eyes gleaming with hope. No, Sam. Soldiers must focus on combat training. You can harness the power of nature, Green advised. The power of nature? Sam questioned, perplexed. In response, Green picked up a piece of paper from the table, finding a needle and a bamboo stick to craft a windmill for Sam. He then instructed Sam to take the windmill and run a lap. The wind brings forth power, and similarly, tides and rivers can generate energy. You need only to construct large windmills atop Dragonstone to produce electricity, Green concluded. I understand, Lord Green. I wish to leave this as a memento for young Sam. Sam raised the windmill in his hand. Young Sam? Green inquired, puzzled. My lord, I have not violated the night watchman's oath. It belongs to Gilly's child. When he grows a bit older, he will surely appreciate this, Sam said earnestly, holding the windmill with care. Green waved him off and departed from the research facility on Dragonstone Island. Marjorie approached, linking her arm with Green's. What could possibly make a man return home forgetting his wife? Is it that rotund fellow? She mused, resting her head against Green's shoulder. Do you remember the previous firearms? In time, this place will give birth to something far more formidable, Green remarked. More formidable? Can anything surpass a dragon? After you left, the dragon egg you brought back from the sea hatched. Little Wight returned from the garden with a holy emerald dragon, so green that it blended seamlessly into the grass. Why did the other eggs not hatch? Yet this one did so prematurely, Marjorie inquired as they walked. Dragons are indeed instruments of war. Yet what emerges here will elevate human labor and quality of life to unprecedented heights. As for hatching dragons, one merely needs to infuse the dragon egg with gold. Green explained. Infuse with gold? When did you ever do that? The last I recall, you merely adjusted the position of the egg, Marjorie responded. Such matters are beyond your comprehension. You need only have your grandmother provide dragon eggs or leads to them. With a stroke of luck, the skies above Greywater Bay will teem with dragons like birds. Green continued. Dragons require propagation, and so do you, as the father of dragons. You need children to become dragon riders in battle, Marjorie whispered softly. Do not fret. Any dragon I nurture will generally heed my command, Green assured her. But what if 2 adult dragons outside produce eggs that hatch into wild dragons? Marjorie pressed. This was a thought Green had not considered. It would be impractical to impose family planning on his own dragons. On Dragonstone Island, he could allow the dragons to retrieve their eggs for hatching in the dragon pit. However, if a dragon laid eggs outside and remained wild for too long, the young dragon might return to Dragonstone ungoverned. Noticing Green's furrowed brow, Marjorie released her hold on his arm. It is time to prepare dinner. I must go feed a few dragons, she said before walking away into the distance. It seemed he would need to establish a maternity center, allowing the expectant mother dragons to remain on Dragonstone, while sending the younger, vigorous dragons to entice the females outside. He wondered if, aside from the 3 dragons of the Mother of Dragons, there were any others remaining on the continent. Dragons take decades to reach maturity. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. Collecting dragon eggs remained of utmost importance. Green then inspected the work at the military camp and blacksmith shop. Feeling increasingly that the nearly 30,000 inhabitants of Dragonstone Island were becoming somewhat cramped, necessitating an expansion of territory. Upon ascending to the pinnacle of the Stone Drum Tower, one gazes upon the map of the 7 kingdoms. Currently, the realm surrounding King's Landing is entirely within Green's capacity to seize. Yet there exists no compelling reason to deploy troops, nor is there a sufficient garrison. Having already clashed with the Lannisters places Green firmly on the side of the north. Any further action must await Jaime's return with Sansa and Rickon. As Green scrutinizes the map, his thoughts first drift to Driftmark, an island vastly larger than Dragonstone, possessing a familiarity that is second nature to him from his previous trading ventures. The late Lord Mervyn Valerion, who had served under Stannis, perished at the Battle of Blackwater, leaving Driftmark under the stewardship of young Monty Valerion, a mere 6-year-old. A single ship, accompanied by a handful of soldiers, could easily conquer Driftmark. Yet Green hesitates at the thought of preying upon a child. Chapter 45. The Allegiance of Driftmark. As night falls, Marjorie has made a habit of lounging upon Green's bed. "You intend to bring the Stark's eldest daughter to Dragonstone?" she exclaims, rising abruptly. "Is there a problem?" Green inquires. "Am I not enough of a bargaining chip for Highgarden? You have never treated me as a wife." Marjorie pouts defensively. "What are you thinking?" "Marjorie, Sansa Stark is but 13. She is still a child," Green replies, raising his hands in exasperation. "I do not believe that. A girl of 13 has already begun her monthly cycle, which signifies her capacity for procreation. You must explain yourself tonight," Marjorie asserts, moving to perch on Green's lap, her breath warm against his neck. She nestles into his embrace, prompting Green to lift her onto the bed. Marjorie gasps as she rests upon him. "This feels divine. I fear I could become addicted to this sensation. If it were possible, I would choose to experience this every night." She then settles into a comfortable position, seeking to calm her breath. The following day, Green embarks for Driftmark. The settlement there is indeed far more bustling than the fishing villages of Dragonstone, although large vessels do not dock. The docks are teeming with merchants trading seafood, textiles, ale, and fruit. Green heads directly to the main castle of Driftmark, where the blue field adorned with a silver seahorse flutters in the sea breeze. He encounters Monty Valerion, a boy of 6 who shares his title. "My lord, may I inquire as to your purpose here?" Monty's servant questions. "I seek to lease land on Driftmark for trade. As you know, Dragonstone is but a small dot, barely sufficient to support my men, let alone accommodate a port. Therefore, I wish to discuss renting Driftmark, with compensation open for negotiation," Green replies, addressing the servant who has pulled Monty aside. The servant dismisses Monty and inquires, "How many soldiers does your lordship command?" "Just over 10,000, Green responds. "Not long ago, Dragonstone completely annihilated 5,000 soldiers from King's Landing, and the entire realm has heard of this event. Now, apart from King's Landing, Dragonstone stands as the most significant lordship in the realm. Tarth, with its mere hundreds of retainers, could easily be seized by the lord with just a handful of soldiers." The servant looked at Glenn, inquiring, "Are you now loyal to King's Landing or to Stannis?" Internally, the servant remained loyal to Stannis, for he is the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, especially since the lord had perished in the Battle of Blackwater. Formally, one must remain loyal to the Iron Throne, as Stannis' defeat left no one in the realm capable of contending with King's Landing. Glenn responded, "My hiring of Tarth shall not interfere with the Valyrians' vassal relationship. I only seek the land of Tarth, and we can negotiate compensation gradually. Regardless of whether the reward is in golden dragons or goods, the Valyrians have dwindled, and their once great family is now unable to provide protection. As long as you can safeguard young Monty and ensure he inherits the remnants of Valyrian glory, Tarth can become a vassal of Dragonstone. Can you agree to this?" The servant gazed at Glenn intently. "Indeed, Tarth wishes to ally itself, and Dragonstone shall protect young Valyrian, allowing him to inherit Tarth, provided Valyrian remains loyal to Dragonstone," Glenn replied. "Bring young Monty here," the servant called to the maid in the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the maid arrived with Monty, and the servant said, "You must take an oath. Monty, repeat after me, line by line," the servant instructed, bringing young Valyrian to kneel. "Father of heaven, mother of the sea, warrior, maiden, smith, crone, stranger." The servant looked at Monty, who, still bewildered, echoed, "Father of heaven, mother of the sea, warrior, maiden, smith, crone, stranger. I pledge loyalty to my lord, loving what he loves and hating what he hates. My lord, who fulfills the covenant, treats me kindly for my allegiance, granting me my due. Thus, my every word, deed, and action shall be in accordance with his will, without exception." Glenn helped both of them to their feet and declared, "I swear, you shall always have a place in my household and dine at my table. I vow never to allow your service to bear the stain of disgrace. In the names of the old and new gods, I solemnly swear." Upon departing from the Valyrian stronghold, Glenn traversed the entirety of Tarth, positioned near King's Landing. Tarth lies to the east of Dragonstone, closer to the narrow sea. Tarth can serve as both a reserve for Dragonstone and a conduit to the realm, giving Glyn control over both islands, effectively securing the entire Blackwater Bay. While military and technological centers reside in Dragonstone, trade and population resources can be directed towards Tarth. After a productive afternoon in Tarth, Glyn returned to Dragonstone, where he fortuitously encountered the Iron Bank come to collect weapons. I am Tycho Nestoris, a humble servant of the Iron Bank of Bravos, greeting you, Lord Glyn. The leader of the delegation spoke. There is no need for such formality. Simply allow my soldiers to assist you in loading the weapons from the armory onto your ship, Glyn responded graciously. The ship's servants began to bustle under Tycho's command. The weapons from Dragonstone, are they still in demand in Essos? If the Iron Bank is willing, they might consider continuing their collaboration next year. Green walked alongside Tycho, engaging in conversation. Recent events in Essos have been tumultuous. The silver-haired Targaryen has seized control of Slaver's Bay with 3 dragons, Dothraki cavalry, and several mercenary bands. She has liberated slaves for her own use, incinerated numerous slavers and benevolent masters, leaving the governors and nobles of the 7 trading cities in a state of dread, fearing the day when thousands of horsemen, mercenaries, and slaves might come crashing down upon them. Consequently, the demand for weapons has surged, leaving no shortage of buyers. If Lord Green is still inclined, as long as the Targaryens continue their rampage in Essos, there will be no scarcity of sales for weapons, and the Iron Bank will be eager to continue their partnership with Dragonstone, Tycho elaborated. Has the Iron Bank found any dragon eggs? Green inquired. Indeed. The Iron Bank possesses them. After the Targaryens hatched their dragons, the Sea Lord contemplated using dragon eggs to hatch colossal dragons as well, Tycho responded. How many dragon eggs does the Iron Bank have? 3. Miss Famine pilfered 3 eggs laid by Dreamfire from Dragonstone, sold them to the Iron Bank, and crafted her ship, the Sun Chaser, from gold, embarking on her adventures as a dragon-riding explorer. At that time, the Iron Bank was desperately trying to acquire some of the servants from Dragonstone who were tasked with guarding the dragon eggs, seeking ways to attempt hatching them. But there was no response from the eggs. This may have been why the Targaryens on the Iron Throne did not vigorously pursue the matter. The 3 eggs stolen by Famine were indeed infertile. After the Sea Lord's death, the dragon eggs became mere ornaments, until recently. Intelligence from Pentos suggested that the eggs gifted to the Targaryens by the governor of Pentos had hatched dragons, igniting a fervor for dragon hatching throughout Essos. The current Sea Lord has also brought forth the 3 eggs to attempt hatching once more. Is the Iron Bank considering selling those 3 eggs? Green asked. Indeed. The current state of Essos can be attributed, in part, to Dragonstone. It has long been rumored that the Lord of Dragonstone has uncovered the Targaryen secret, discovering eggs laid by wild dragons from the cliffs of Dragonstone and successfully hatching them. I wonder if I might catch a glimpse of a dragon, Tycho mused. Could the Iron Bank be so generous as to allow me to attempt hatching one? If agreeable, Dragonstone could purchase it with golden dragons, Green said with a smile. Are you suggesting that you truly hatched a dragon? The rumors are not mere fables. Tycho exclaimed, incredulous. Yes, the 3 eggs from the Iron Bank, even if not infertile, would have already become so after resting for over a century. However, I possess methods to attempt hatching them. As for the outcome, that remains uncertain, Green replied. If you can succeed, the Iron Bank would be willing to offer a reward, Tycho stated. My lord, whether the purported dead egg can yield a dragon is debatable. Moreover, any dragon hatched will instinctively recognize its hatcher as its master. This is why Targaryens place dragon eggs in the cradles of newborns, Green explained. May I see your dragon? Tycho asked. Of course. Green summoned the smaller blue dragon, Jinxiao. Taichu examined this creature he had never encountered, captivated by its every movement. After a considerable time, he spoke. I shall convey the circumstances of Dragonstone Island to the Sea King of the Iron Bank and the esteemed lords. The 3 dragon eggs should be brought back during our next armament acquisition. However, the Iron Bank also hopes for a continued partnership with Dragonstone Island. Naturally, the Iron Bank can place a valuation on the dragon eggs to offset the purchase of golden dragons for weapons. It is not limited to these 3. As long as the Iron Bank can procure additional dragon eggs, Dragonstone Island will still accept them, beyond offsetting the golden dragons for weapons. Each dragon egg can extend the arms trade by 3 months. These are the terms set forth by Dragonstone Island. As Green spoke, he expressed a sincere commitment. I will endeavor to persuade the lords of the Iron Bank to exchange dragon eggs for an extension of trade with Dragonstone Island. After all, the Iron Bank is strategically positioned between Slave Bay and Dragonstone Island, making investment in Dragonstone a more favorable choice, especially since there have been no reports of House Targaryen consolidating dragon eggs from Slave Bay. Chapter 46. The Wildling Relocation Group within the Red Keep of King's Landing. A letter from Kevin had prompted Jaime to be sent to his camp by Stark. Tywin sat resolutely in his seat and inquired, "Does the North harbor intentions of seeking peace?" Dragonstone Island has intervened to eliminate the Bolton family, thereby securing Jaime's release, Tywin replied. "Does Dragonstone seek a title? Or are they preparing to align with the Iron Throne?" Tyrion asked. The letter from Kevin did not specify. But Jaime's return to the ranks of Kevin's army has led the soldiers north to search, capturing 2 Stark children who have already been dispatched to Dragonstone Island, Tywin continued. Dragonstone's actions appear somewhat perplexing. They rescued Lord Jaime and opted to extricate the Stark children from the flames of war, suggested Maester Pycelle cautiously. What if Green is a lord detached from political machinations, who saved Jaime out of friendship and then out of compassion for the Starks, facilitated Jaime's rescue of them? Tyrion jested. Humph. Tywin scoffed dismissively. It matters not. Since Jaime has been saved, I shall command Kevin and the Mountain to engage in the conflict post-haste, to strangle the Stark soldiers in the Riverlands. What if Dragonstone perceives the lack of guards in King's Landing and seizes the opportunity to attack? Varys proposed, arms crossed. Tywin surveyed the assembled lords, composed himself, and looked at Tyrion. Go to Dragonstone and stabilize the blacksmith. Any reasonable conditions can be accepted to buy sufficient time for the situation in the Riverlands. With a resigned posture, Tyrion rose, preparing to make another visit to Dragonstone. Sansa, why must we bring along the lady and the little worm? The villains will devour them, Rickon remarked from the cart, gazing at his sister. Sansa, overwhelmed by the numerous upheavals of recent days, refrained from answering. She had just received a letter from her mother, and after only a few days on the King's Road, she was captured by the Lannisters. To her astonishment, Jaime of House Lannister had sent soldiers to escort her to Dragonstone, leading Sansa to believe that the war had concluded. At that moment, a battalion of golden-clad soldiers obstructed the escorting convoy, commanded by His Majesty Joffrey, directing the Stark lady to King's Landing. Sansa leaned out of the carriage, surveying the multitude of golden cloaks. Joffrey, what could be the reason? Please, my lady, we shall procure another carriage for you in a nearby town. As for the reason, you may inquire directly with His Majesty upon your arrival in King's Landing, the leader of the golden-clad soldiers replied. Sansa was already aware that Joffrey had ordered her father's execution. However, now surrounded by hundreds of golden cloaks, with the escort being primarily Lannister servants, she had no choice but to summon a Stark retainer to expedite the delivery of Rickon to Dragonstone. After giving her instructions, Sansa disembarked, and the golden cloaks parted to allow the carriage to proceed. At that moment, a fleet appeared on the waters of the narrow sea, and Green awaited at the dock, having been alerted by the garrison. As the fleet drew nearer, Jon and the others on deck became distinctly visible. Green, Jon exclaimed as he leaped from the deck, excitedly embracing Green. How did everything go? With the persuasion of Tormund and Ygritte, a portion of the free folk are willing to attempt the journey to Dragonstone. However, the number of vessels is somewhat limited, and I have only brought a fraction, Jon replied with elation. Dragonstone is nearing its capacity, but I will arrange for the free folk to settle on Driftmark. The island's native population is only a few thousand. How many free folk do you expect to bring? I will devise a plan to establish new villages on Driftmark for their habitation in the coming days. In truth, most of those brought along were members of tribes that trusted Tormund and Ygritte, and their numbers were not substantial. Other tribes, although eager to escape the harshness beyond the wall, remained skeptical unless Mance Rayder truly placed his trust in us and ordered the free folk to mobilize entirely. Currently, there are over 100,000 free folk who have begun to settle and live in difficult conditions before your arrival. Fear not, Jon. Such endeavors require perseverance. The wall is not lacking in rangers. Your current task is to convince the free folk to come here, to Dragonstone, Green encouraged, patting Jon on the back. This situation bore resemblance to a relocation in a past life, where one had to gradually entice the first batch of free folk with welfare benefits, then return to the countryside to herald the news and bring back new free folk. Green instructed Missandei to oversee the hospitality for the free folk and then examine the map of Driftmark in the Stone Drum Tower to select locations for new villages. Have Jon bring in a few of the free folk leaders, Green called out to his attendants. Everyone, take a look at Driftmark. This will be your future refuge. There are only 3 native towns on the island. Aside from the significant coastal port, you may choose a location based on your tribe's population. Tomorrow, the free folk leaders can use the fleet to travel to nearby towns to procure building materials, allowing your kin to construct their own communities. Tormund, also among the first batch of free folk, examined the map and remarked, had I known we'd have to do the work ourselves, I should have brought one along. he could accomplish the work of 10. Green listened as several wildlings shared laughter, reflecting on his previous hardships at Difficult Point, where he had not agreed to a hassle-free move-in, complete with 24-hour hot water. After the meeting, Jon inquired about the location, eager to visit Sam. As Jon approached Dragonstone, he observed an array of tables, each surrounded by people engaged in various activities. Green then noticed the source of the illumination within the room. It was not candles, but rather a glowing orb, reminiscent of a precious gem. Scanning the area, he realized there were multiple orbs, each flickering with varying intensities, resembling a galaxy of stars. Jon stood agape, absorbing this newfound reality. "Sam, are you here?" He called out to the bustling crowd inside. Hearing the commotion, someone at the entrance glanced at Jon and went to fetch Sam from a side room. Sam rushed forward and embraced Jon, who remarked on Sam's increasingly robust figure and the smile gracing his cheeks. "What are all these?" Gesturing towards the room's contents. "Jon, I believe I have discovered the essence of my existence," Sam replied, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "These creations fill the void within me. Their operation shines as brilliantly as the Night's Watch oath. I must properly introduce you to my findings." The wildlings at Dragonstone's encampment and the ship's quarters made preparations, and by the following day, half of the ships on Dragonstone commenced operations. Over 5,000 wildlings set sail towards Tide's Head Island, with the able-bodied guided by the boatmen to gather materials at Crabclaw Peninsula and Cape Point. "Dragonstone houses dragons," Green remarked. "My eagle has spotted one at the blacksmith's and another soaring over the sea. By nightfall, the largest one roost upon a cliff, while the one near the blacksmith descended into the valley behind Dragonstone's keep. My eagle encountered an unknown attack upon entry. Even I felt a throbbing headache, compelling me to call it back," Orell recounted within the ship's cabin to the wildling leaders. "There's nothing peculiar about it. When we entered the hall of the island, a dragon should be slumbering in a wooden crate. I heard its breath and intentionally positioned myself to catch a glimpse. It was a green dragon," Jane informed. Subsequently, I sought out Jon to share this revelation, yet he appeared distracted, as if troubled by other matters. I approached the maidservant who had commanded the Dragonstone soldiers to assist with the encampment yesterday. She explained why Dragonstone bore its name, because of the dragons and Dragonstone on the island. Chapter 47. Test drive, my dear friend. "When was the last time we met?" Tyrion exclaimed, bouncing towards Green's side. "It must have been half a year." Green lamented the passage of time. The dwarf had endured a streak of misfortune, having visited Dragonstone 2 or 3 times in the past 6 months, finally encountering his friend. "You have so many stories to share, but above all, I must thank you for saving my brother, Jaime," Tyrion said joyfully. "Rescuing Jaime was merely a transaction, trading him for the safety of 2 children. That is of little consequence. What matters is that you facilitated this deed. The Lannisters owe you a significant favor, and my father should offer a handsome reward," Tyrion added, gesturing animatedly. "A reward? Do you possess any clues about the dragon eggs of House Lannister? If expressing my gratitude proves to be a challenge, I would be content with a dragon egg from Dragonstone, no matter how many," Green remarked. "The Lannisters are only interested in golden dragons. Even if they once had dragon eggs, they have long since been exchanged for gold. Besides, I am the only one among the Lannisters with a particular fondness for dragons. It is unlikely that any dragon eggs remain within the family. By the way, speaking of dragons, haven't you already hatched one? Why then do you seek a dragon egg?" Tyrion questioned. "Is it possible for anyone to have too many dragons?" Green countered. "That is a valid point, but is not one dragon rider sufficient? From what I gathered from Jandrai, you already possess 5 dragons. Might I also have the opportunity to experience being a dragon rider? That is a tradition of House Targaryen, and it does not apply in my case. My methods of hatching and training dragons differ from those of the Targaryens," Green explained. "Last time I spoke of dragons, you mentioned that your homeland had no dragons left, claiming they had been lost to the annals of history," Tyrion inquired. "Indeed, dragons have vanished. However, the methods of taming them have not been forgotten. The peoples of the eastern continent of Essos all claim to be descendants of dragons. Similar to the Targaryens' blood and fire connection, every child in Essos simulates dragon control from an early age in the canyons. Though I shall refrain from elaborating on the intricacies of dragon taming," Green rambled. "What is this control you speak of?" Tyrion queried, looking skeptical. "It resembles a saddle, an aid in mastering the great dragons. Yet, explaining it to you would be futile." Noticing Green's disdainful expression, Tyrion chose not to press further. "May I at least ride a great dragon?" he asked, his eyes glimmering with longing. Green found it difficult to refuse Tyrion. After all, he was the first person he had met in this world. He signaled for the great yellow dragon to lie down, allowing Tyrion to approach its neck. Despite his efforts, Tyrion struggled to reach it, prompting Boron, who accompanied him, to stifle a laugh, quickly turning away to gaze at the sea, distancing himself from the scene. Tyrion, with a scowl, turned his gaze upon the chuckling Podrick, who was trying to contain his mirth. Clearing his throat, Tyrion attempted to catch Podrick's attention, who, upon hearing the commotion, lifted his head only to find Tyrion casting him a desperate look. As Tyrion's squire, Podrick promptly stepped forward, hoisting Tyrion onto the dragon's shoulder. Settling into a comfortable position, Tyrion listened to Green's numerous safety instructions before the yellow dragon took flight, soaring through the sky. The onlookers gazed upward, shielding their eyes from the sun as they followed the dragon's path. It was a marvelous journey, as the great dragon ascended and descended. I experienced a sense of liberation that I could never find in the confines of a brothel. Observing the fishermen and boats on Dragonstone from the sky, they appeared as mere ants and insects. It was truly astonishing. Upon returning to the ground, Tyrion exclaimed in awe, "Green, if a single ride on a great dragon were to be valued, how many golden dragons would be appropriate?" "Green, pray tell, you are not of such ilk. I have merely experienced a few fleeting moments with you, and yet you audaciously demand recompense. I seek not your coin. Rather, I implore you to discuss, from the perspective of the Seven Kingdoms nobility, how one might justly charge for the experience of riding a dragon should Dragonstone be open to the public. No, you insult the dragons. They are not mere courtesans. Dragons should seize wealth upon the battlefield, not serve as mounts for the whims of men." Tyrion proclaimed with a fierce tone. "What if there exists no war for the dragons to partake in?" Green innocently inquired. "That shall never be. Wherever humanity dwells, there shall be disputes over interests. Yet, when these disputes reach a critical threshold, or when one party's resources dwindle, mankind resorts to the simplest of solutions, war, to reclaim their share of prosperity. This is an immutable truth, akin to the territorial instincts of wild beasts," Tyrion continued, only to be interrupted by a voice. "I, too, wish to ride a dragon," Monty announced, approaching with a playful lilt, gazing up at Green. Green affectionately ruffled the hair of the young Valyrian boy. "Later, I shall hold you and take you for a ride upon the dragon. But you are still too small to grasp the dragon's scales. Oh, long live the adults. I shall inform Uncle Hagen that Monty shall soon ride a dragon." With that, he scampered away in glee. "Tyrion, do proceed to the Stone Drum Tower, for I must prepare the evening feast to honor you all," Green instructed. After dinner, Green lifted Monty into the sky above Dragonstone, circling a few times. Upon witnessing this, Marjorie envisioned herself, post-childbirth, teaching her offspring to ride dragons. As the great beast landed, Marjorie approached Green, gesturing with her mouth toward the dragon's back. Confused, Green was met with Marjorie's soft voice. "I, too, wish for you to take me for a brief flight upon the dragon." She then placed a gentle kiss upon his cheek. It appeared she regarded him as a mere proprietor of a marketplace, treating the dragon as a whimsical ride. Every individual yearns to indulge their inner child. Marjorie tugged at his arm with increasing insistence, and with no other recourse, Green lifted her onto the dragon's back, soaring into the air for a few more circles. As the dragon took flight, the sensations of weightlessness and gravity elicited gasps of exhilaration from Marjorie. Once airborne, she narrowed her eyes into slits, prompting Green to hold her even tighter. When the dragon stabilized in the sky, Marjorie gradually opened her eyes, taking in the breathtaking vistas below. Upon landing, the dragon, eager to depart, seemed impatient with the group, who rode atop it, emitting inexplicable cries. The dragon yearned for the freedom of aerial acrobatics, reveling in the joy of freefall. Much like a diver, after her flight, Marjorie's resolve only strengthened, and that night, she awaited him early in her chamber. The following morning, Green inspected the progress of the new rural developments on Tide's Head Island. The wildlings had indeed grown accustomed to their loose-knit camp life, resulting in haphazardly constructed wooden homes, an affront to the island's aesthetic. Green promptly assumed a leadership role, guiding the efforts, as if playing the part of mayor, drafting architectural blueprints, and overseeing the progress of construction. Chapter 48. Dispatching forces, my lord. The Stark family has arrived, announced a servant from outside the door. Moments later, the guards entered with Rickon. Green glanced up and recognized the child he had seen in Winterfell. "Where are the others?" he inquired. "The Lannisters who accompanied him have already departed by ship, leaving only a few Stark retainers and 2 dire wolves," the guard replied. Green observed Rickon, who was curiously surveying the hall. "Rickon, your mother informed me that you arrived with your sister. Pray tell, where has she gone?" "Some soldiers took her away." Citing the king's orders, Rickon responded. Pondering for a moment while stroking his chin, Green then commanded, "Go fetch Tyrion." As Tyrion entered with a jovial demeanor, Green addressed him. Tyrion, Joffrey has abducted Sansa. What are your thoughts on this matter? Tyrion's smile faded as he scanned the room, his gaze landing on the unfamiliar child, whom he recognized as the well-behaved lad from Winterfell 6 months prior. Dear child, please tell me, where has your sister Sansa gone? Rickon, standing at eye level with Tyrion, replied, the steward who brought me said that the gold cloaks of King's Landing have taken Sansa. Bring all Stark servants here, Green shouted to the guards. Shortly thereafter, a dozen individuals entered the hall, recounting the details of Sansa's abduction as thoroughly as possible. As we approached the vicinity of Moat Cailin, a contingent of approximately 100 riders obstructed our path, stating that King Joffrey had commanded Miss Sansa to go to King's Landing. I had previously accompanied Lord Eddard to King's Landing, and thus Maester Luwin instructed me to lead the way to Dragonstone. I recognized their armor as that of the King's Landing guards, one of the servants explained. Tyrion immediately began to piece together the clues. Bronn, dispatch a swift ship to bring back the Lannister guards who were escorting her, while they are still within reach. Bronn bowed and exited. Believe me, this was not the Lannisters' intention, Tyrion asserted. I am indifferent to that. Once the individuals are retrieved, you shall question them yourself. The condition for Jaime's release was the safe escort of the 2 Stark children to Dragonstone. Your family's reputation is of no concern to me. Dragonstone must not breach its obligations. I understand, Tyrion replied, his expression darkening as he engaged in a mental exercise. He first suspected his father might exploit Dragonstone to resolve his previous claims to inheritance, while simultaneously capturing Stark hostages to gain an advantage in the war. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that with the current favorable situation in the Riverlands, his father would prioritize stabilizing Dragonstone. Tyrion then considered the possibility of Peter Baelish and Varys bribing individuals to impersonate Lannisters in the abduction of the Starks, but this theory fell short. If another faction had orchestrated the kidnapping, they would not have returned one of the Stark children, for 2 hostages offered greater leverage. Whether to covertly support the Starks or to present their triumph to Tywin, the timing of the abduction coinciding with his arrival at Dragonstone seemed too fortuitous, and he wondered if Cersei was behind it, seeking revenge for his sending Myrcella to Dorne. Yet, given Cersei's temperament, she would likely have abducted both Starks, allowing the servants to return to Dragonstone with news. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, soldiers from Dragonstone escorted several Lannister guards into the hall. After inquiring, Tyrion found their testimonies consistent with those of the Stark servants. After contemplating for a considerable time, Tyrion finally spoke. I am not indifferent to this matter, nor do I wish to disregard the goodwill of Dragonstone in rescuing Jaime. I shall return to King's Landing to ascertain the truth and ensure Sansa's swift return to Dragonstone. You have but 3 days. Should no news of Sansa arrive by the 4th day, Dragonstone shall take action. I understand. I will return to King's Landing immediately and will respond to Dragonstone as swiftly as possible, ensuring Sansa is sent back at the earliest opportunity. Once Tyrion had departed, Grey Worm inquired about the training of the new Unsullied. They are now ready for battle. However, not all 4 battalions are fully equipped, still utilizing the original leather armor, shields, and spears of the Unsullied. No matter, said Grey Worm, let us convene at the top of the Stone Drum Tower. We may indeed be on the verge of engaging in battle. What of the defeated Lannister soldiers from the last encounter? Asked Green. The captured defeated soldiers, numbering over 100 and hailing from noble families, have been ransomed at a fair price. The Tiger Guard has absorbed the more capable among them, expanding their ranks to 5,000, while the injured and those deemed unfit are now laboring in the blacksmith shop. The village has essentially doubled in size, reported Missandei. Though it was a meeting, the high-ranking officials from Dragonstone could be counted on one hand, Missandei and several officers chosen from the former Unsullied Legion. We currently have a total of 16,000 troops, Green remarked, studying the map of the realm. Tomorrow, we shall embark from Crab Island, traversing Crab Bay to bring the main forces of the 4th Battalion, 8,000 strong, to the salt town behind the confluence of the Trident. Grey Worm. Select 3,000 soldiers familiar with water from the Tiger Guard and the Reserve Battalion to occupy the inner side of the Greywater Bay. By the 3rd day, either Sansa must be retrieved, or we shall blockade all waterways below King's Landing on the Blackwater, striving to avoid conflict. The remaining half of the Tiger Guard and the garrison will be deployed across Dragonstone and Tidehead Island, with Missandei overseeing the affairs of both islands. Though Green was unaware of who had abducted Sansa, he recognized that this presented a favorable opportunity for Dragonstone. The Lannisters currently held an absolute advantage, with a siege circle of nearly 50,000 troops forming across the Riverlands. As the north turned colder, one could either align with the Lannisters or withstand them by relying on the seas. Although aligning with the Lannisters posed no great loss, the Emperor was Joffrey. One could not predict his erratic whims, and should one become a traitor, there would be no allies to rally to their cause. The journey from Dragonstone to King's Landing by ship would take approximately a day and a night, considering the time required for ravens to fly back to Dragonstone, or for Grey Worm to retrieve Sansa. Tyrion had less than 2 days remaining. To seize the initiative, Green resolved to advance the forces to the front lines. In recent days, Kevin has found himself somewhat unsettled. Initially, with the safe return of James, he intended to swiftly mobilize troops to encircle the city of Benliuching. However, as he advanced along the Blue Fork River, he was frequently besieged by the High Mountain clan, although their weaponry predominantly consisted of bronze and stone. Resulting in no significant losses to his forces, a considerable portion of his military supplies was plundered. The High Mountain tribes, after retreating into the Mingyue mountain range, would emerge to target the supply units whenever his troops were withdrawn. It was later revealed that Stannis' Red, which had performed a fire spell, thereby subjugating the entire High Mountain clan, which comprised over 3,000 individuals, predominantly skilled guerrilla fighters. This significantly impeded his march. Chapter 49, The Rise of King S. Landing Boron. Take the gold dragons and visit the golden-robed ones to ascertain who issued the order for the Stark kidnapping during our recent days on Dragonstone. Just disembarking from the dock, Tyrion commanded Boron, who followed closely behind. Tyrion procured a horse from the dock guards and made his way to the Prime Minister's tower. You ought to be on Dragonstone. What brings you here? Tywin inquired as he caught sight of Tyrion entering. Tyrion approached the garden table, poured himself a full glass of wine, drank it in one gulp, and then poured another to hold. I have indeed visited Dragonstone. Is the situation there stable? Tyrion continued. Even so, you should not have returned so soon. You must ascertain the number of troops on Dragonstone, the extent of the dragon's growth, how many have been tamed, and whether the remaining ones can be of service to House Lannister. Tywin's expression darkened as he expressed his displeasure towards his cunning youngest son. Am I not aware of these matters? Yet, there are those who wish for my demise on Dragonstone, Tyrion retorted, taking another sip of his wine, his irritation palpable. Tywin cast a discerning glance at Tyrion. When I was en route to Dragonstone, someone intercepted Sansa Stark, who was being escorted there, led by the golden-robed men of King S. Landing. Tywin straightened himself, comprehending the reason behind Tyrion's abrupt disclosure. Who do you suspect? Orders from Joffrey, corroborated by the statements of the Lannister vassals at the front lines. Tyrion replied, and Tywin commanded, come with me to the Red Keep. Tywin led Tyrion to Cersei's chambers. On the day Kevin's letter arrived, Joffrey was notably absent from the court meeting. Did you disclose the content of the meeting to Joffrey? Tywin directed his gaze at Cersei. He is the king and should be aware of what his subjects are doing. Cersei responded with an air of composure. And as the Queen Regent, are you aware of what your son has done? Tywin's voice was steeped in restrained fury. Cersei looked bewildered as the two entered. Tyrion proceeded to recount the incident regarding Sansa's abduction. Cersei paced back and forth, then clapped her hands together. I believe Joffrey has done nothing wrong. The conflict in the Riverlands will be settled within a week. With Sansa, whether through a royal marriage or a union with the Lannisters, we shall gain control over the North. Why should we cede the vast lands of the North to those low-born scoundrels of the Iron Islands? Tywin entered the hall, surveying the map. So, it was your command to abduct Sansa? Tyrion questioned Cersei. And if it was my command, what of it? Cersei retorted with a cold laugh. Why? Do you not consider that your brother is still on Dragonstone? He nearly perished within the belly of a dragon. Tyrion glared at her. Consider, you sent Myrcella to Dorne. Yet you ponder not that the Lannisters once murdered Elia and sent Tommen away. Silence. Enough. Come here and look, Tywin bellowed, silencing his quarreling children. How many troops does Dragonstone possess? How many dragons can fight? Tywin inquired of the approaching Tyrion. There are approximately 10,000 troops, well equipped. As for the dragons, the largest one's head is as big as an adult direwolf, and another is the size of a horse, while the rest are mere hatchlings, incapable of carrying riders. And their fire breath should not last long. Is the largest one tamed? Tywin asked tentatively. Such inquiries are futile. The Lannisters need not concern themselves with dragons. The Greyjoys possess a more sophisticated method of dragon taming than the Targaryens, raising their dragons as if they were their own children. I have even experienced riding a dragon myself, Tywin observed, gazing at the starry-eyed Tyrion. Highgarden could make a fine business deal, if the Lannisters had a suitable child. For the sake of dragons, I would not hesitate to send them to Dragonstone, Tywin mused. Dragonstone now resembles the former Targaryen stronghold. Either the Lannisters must extinguish it in its cradle before the dragons grow, or they will wait a decade or more for another family of a different hue to ascend the throne. As the Lannisters discussed Dragonstone, a man in golden robes rushed in to report, "My lord, a dozen warships have arrived at the Blackwater, and after negotiations, they claim to seek the return of Sansa Stark." "How many troops do they have?" Tywin inquired. "Each ship carries 100 oarsmen, so there should be at least 1,000 men," the guard reported. "What did the blacksmith of Dragonstone say upon releasing you?" "He only granted me 3 days. A day has already been wasted on the journey from the Blackwater. Sansa must be sent away by tomorrow morning at the latest. I shall expedite the progress of the Riverlands through the commands of the Mountain and Kevin." The soldiers of Dragonstone stationed at Blackwater Bay remain unscathed, and King's Landing possesses over 1,000 gold-cloaked guards positioned along the walls for defense. The gold from the Westerlands has already reached King's Landing, and I will dispatch berries to Essos to enlist a few mercenary companies. Once the news returns to Dragonstone via these thousands of soldiers, the main forces from Dragonstone will march within a day, considering his ample 2 days, and by summoning some citizens of King's Landing to withstand the assault for merely 2 days. The mercenaries and the army of the Riverlands will gradually return to King's Landing. 50,000 men will suffice to decimate the 10,000 troops of Dragonstone, should he be resolute in his intent to seize King's Landing. Tyrion gazed incredulously at his father, perplexed by his eagerness to engage in battle with Dragonstone. However, should Dragonstone indeed launch an offensive on King's Landing, the city would have sufficient forces to withstand the attack, while Dragonstone would forfeit its maritime supremacy. "Let us not forget the dragons of Dragonstone," Tyrion reminded. "In the coming days, I shall hasten the production of wildfire and colossal crossbows to confront the dragons. For the vast expanse of King's Landing is easily susceptible to the flames of Dragonstone, with over 500,000 souls within, while the Lannisters are but a mere handful." With that, Tywin exited the room. Tyrion sighed in resignation, realizing that his friendship with Dragonstone, due to his surname, would dissipate entirely. The dragon he had longed to ride could one day be his undoing. Nonetheless, Tyrion was determined to keep Sansa within his grasp. Regardless of the war's outcome, if the Lannisters emerged victorious, he could at least negotiate a surrender with the Greyjoys, preserving his own chances of riding a dragon again. Should the Lannisters tragically falter, an unscathed bargaining chip would hold even greater value. "My dear sister, I shall ask you once more, where is Sansa?" Tyrion turned to Cersei. Cersei cast a disdainful glance at Tyrion, retorting, "What concern is it of yours? Surely you have not forgotten how Eddard Stark met his demise. Should another Stark perish, the Lannisters will be engulfed by the wrath of House Stark." "It was not my command," Cersei said, observing Tyrion's sudden calmness. "I shall seek out Joffrey and reclaim Sansa," Tyrion declared, preparing to head to the king's chambers. Chapter 50. Tyrion imprisoned Joffrey. "Why have you abducted Sansa?" Tyrion demanded, his voice raised in confrontation. "Abducted? I am the king. My subjects are obliged to heed my call, and my dwarf uncle ought to address me as your majesty," Joffrey retorted, drawing the widow's wail. Forged from the Stark family's ice, from its sheath and pressing the blade's tip against Sansa's cheek. "Is every word the king utters devoid of reason?" he continued, pushing the sword forward slowly. Tyrion surveyed the wounds on Sansa's body, noticing her tear-streaked face as she nodded in agreement with Joffrey. "Joffrey, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? She is to be the bargaining chip for Jaime. Are the Lannisters to forsake their honor?" Tyrion clenched his teeth as he spoke. "In punishing the traitors of the North, had it not been for our former betrothal, I would have long since displayed her head atop the walls of King's Landing. And what does the failure of the Lannisters to uphold their oath have to do with me? Is he not the Kingslayer?" Joffrey pointed his blood-stained sword at Tyrion, smirking derisively as he spoke. "Are you questioning your king?" "Enough, Joffrey. You are well aware of her significance to us. Surely, you remember that the war was ignited by the death of her father, Ned." Joffrey, irritated by Tyrion's insistence on past grievances, found himself torn between fear of Tywin and disdain for the dwarf. "So what? Is that her justification for storing heads upon her body? And what of you, dear uncle? What is your rationale?" As he spoke, Joffrey pressed the sword closer to Tyrion. "You have defied me repeatedly, and now you question your king and instruct him on how to act? I know not the effectiveness of the weapons forged by your blacksmith friend, but I am certain that this Valyrian steel sword could cleave a dwarf in two. After I have dispatched you, I shall feed your flesh to those whores you have sampled, and I will inquire how they find the taste of a dwarf. Whether it be dwarf pie or dwarf stew, I believe I ought to ponder this thoroughly." Just as he raised his sword to strike Tyrion, Podrick rushed in to intervene, cleaving Joffrey's sword with his own. Joffrey's weapon was knocked from his grasp, causing pain to his palm as he curled his fingers in anger, cursing, "Damnable dwarf. How dare you incite an attack on the king? Seize them. A dozen guards in the palace immediately surged forward, and upon seeing this, Podrick obediently discarded his weapon, offering a rueful smile. Your Majesty, fratricide brings a curse. I hope you can forgive my haste. Several guards promptly held swords to both Tyrion and Podrick's throats. Joffrey, a smirk playing on his lips, declared, I have had a change of heart. I shall properly train Stark. Once the war concludes, I will arrange a marriage between you and Stark. For every whore you have bedded, I will ensure Sansa is visited by an equal number of men. In that time, I shall reward you with the title of Protector of the North, and the glory of the northern couple shall be lauded by all. The Duke of Dwarfs and the rebel whore lady. What say you, my uncle? Tyrion cast a cold glance at his twisted nephew. Take them away. Cast them into the black cells. No one shall release them without my command. Joffrey instructed the guards nearby. Having finished, he turned his attention to Sansa and approached her slowly. Podrick, watching from a distance as Tyrion and Podrick were led away, hurried to inform Tywin of the situation. This works in my favor, preventing Tyrion from exposing my strategies due to his selfishness, Tywin contemplated. However, upon hearing that it was Joffrey's command, he ordered Cersei to fetch Sansa and bring her to the Prime Minister's tower, ensuring that she would not meet the same fate as Ned. Losing his piece from the board before the war had even concluded, he then promptly dismissed Podrick. Tyrion gazed intently at the skulls of the Targaryen dragons within the dungeon, pondering whether his father's campaign would plunge House Lannister into the abyss or herald an era of prosperity, should the Lannisters emerge victorious. And if Ser Gregor survived to transport all the dragons to Essos, forming an alliance with the Targaryens, they would possess dragons, Dothraki cavalry, refined weaponry, and the limitless slaves of Essos. If only he had sought refuge with Lord Greyjoy on Dragonstone, not only would he have secured superior armament, but at least he would be dealing with someone more rational than Joffrey. Instead, he found himself imprisoned in this wretched place for a handful of golden dragons. Podrick, lamenting nearby, found no recourse but to stealthily depart the city in search of a small boat, intending to row to Dragonstone to deliver a message, hoping to rescue Tyrion. Shortly after setting out on the Blackwater, he spotted the forces of Dragonstone already positioned above Blackwater Bay, and he rowed towards them. It was indeed true that Joffrey had abducted Sansa, yet Tywin remained unperturbed, confident that Dragonstone posed no threat. Listening to Podrick's account, Greyjoy understood that a battle was inevitable. He found himself ensnared in the maelstrom. If the Lannisters were not left utterly decimated this time, they would conquer the north and eventually deal with Dragonstone, especially after their previous loss of 5,000 men. Upon reaching this conclusion, Greyjoy immediately ordered the blockade of Blackwater Bay to commence, mounting his yellow dragon alongside the red one, heading towards the front lines in the Riverlands. Jaime oversaw the soldiers constructing rafts outside the encampment at Riverrun. Although the forces of Kevin and the Mountain had already gathered surrounding Riverrun, the city's geographical constraints, flanked by rivers and an artificial moat, made it necessary to either conduct a landing operation or reroute the river to drain the moat surrounding the city. However, draining the moat required cooperation from the Stark clan, leaving the soldiers reliant on the rafts for an assault. Just days prior, Jaime had been a guest within Riverrun, mostly confined to a cell, listening to the rushing waters of the Riverlands and the sound of axes chopping wood. He believed this battle would mark the final confrontation for the Lannisters in subduing the North. This time, he was determined to capture the Stark family, seeking to rectify the shame of his own capture. After soaring on Dragonback for a considerable duration, Greyjoy finally reached the 4th Division, which had entered the Trident. He ordered the fleet to advance towards the confluence of the rivers, where the channel had narrowed to a point where it could hardly accommodate a hundred-oar vessel. Subsequently, they transitioned to land forces. Marching without cavalry proved to be a formidable challenge. They trekked along the Red Fork until nightfall, learning that the nearest village was still 100 miles away, a journey requiring 2 full days on foot. Chapter 51. The Battle of Riverrun. The northern winds whipped the Lion banner energetically. Your father's letter has arrived. We must swiftly resolve the situation in the Riverlands and return to King S. Landing. Kevin, astride a gray horse, surveyed the encampment from a high vantage point. The rafts were nearly complete, and several trebuchets had been hastily constructed. Yet, the river's constraints rendered large siege engines impractical. The distance from the city to the gates would undoubtedly require the sacrifice of soldiers to bridge. Jaime rode alongside Kevin on a white horse. What are your plans regarding Stannis, lurking near that valley, uncle? Jaime inquired, glancing back at Kevin. Not long ago, I found myself in a stalemate with the Mountain, and subsequently faced disturbances from my troops. Although Stannis has subdued several thousand clansmen from the mountains, his strength is waning. I have established a camp with 5,000 soldiers at the eastern knee of the pass, instructing my men to dig trenches extensively, to set up caltrops, and to prepare crossbows, maintaining our defense along the river. Stannis' remaining forces will require at least a week to breach our defenses. Thus, I have commanded the siege to commence, hoping that the seven gods will favor the Lannisters. Jaime spurred his horse, racing towards the camp to rally the troops. Quickly, hold your positions, occupy the vacant battlements, and move all arrows to the towers. Edmure, clad in armor, commanded loudly from the ramparts. The resonant sound of the Lannister horns echoed around. Rafts were cast into the river, and soldiers raised their shields, leaping aboard. The vast Lannister army densely covered the surface of the river. The cacophony of battle outside the city of Riverrun was deafening, and the river ran red with blood, with the occasional body surfacing like dumplings. An array of soldiers had gathered below Riverrun, shields raised to defend against arrows from the arrow slits and battlements. Soldiers wielding heavy hammers and axes struck forcefully against the wooden gates of Riverrun, shielded by their comrades. Bring the boulders. Lift the stones. The soldiers atop the walls shouted. Your Majesty, Riverrun is in peril. You must send troops to rescue them. The North is your only ally now, urged Ser Davos, the Onion Knight, pressing Stannis. I am aware. I have consistently sent the clans to harass the Lannisters surrounding Riverrun. The encirclement has now succeeded, and Kevin has camped here to block us. Our forces pose no threat to them, Stannis muttered as he gazed at the map. Once the Lannisters capture Riverrun, we shall be left with no escape. Over 4,000 men cannot contend with the might of the Iron Throne. Even if it costs us everything, we must rescue the Starks, Davos insisted anxiously. Stannis turned to the Red Priestess Melisandre, seated nearby. Has the Lord of Light revealed to you whether I can win this war? Melisandre rose, stating, I require guidance from the flames, and approached the fire in the tent. Stannis and Davos followed her, as Melisandre invoked her powers. Murmuring incantations, the long night is perilous everywhere. After a moment, she asked, My king, what do you see? A dragon. A great dragon has been born. Davos exclaimed. The dragon has long been born. The Targaryens of Essos have hatched 3 dragons, Melisandre countered. No, the rider of the dragon is a man. He will win this war. Stannis, invigorated, sought to discern whether the figure on the dragon's back in the flames was himself. Suddenly, a gust of wind distorted the fierce flames. Observing Melisandre's unwavering gaze, Davos remained resolute. Since the Lord of Light's guidance assures us of victory, let us prepare for the assault. Melisandre emerged from the gates of the encampment, intent on drawing blood for the men of House Baratheon, while Davos busied himself with the soldiers. Though their numbers had dwindled from tens of thousands to a mere 4,000, each warrior was a battle-hardened elite. At that moment, a dragon soared above Stannis' camp, casting a colossal shadow that compelled the soldiers to gaze upwards in astonishment. What could that be? Eagles? Griffins? The griffin was merely a legend of the valley. Davos, hearing the soldiers' fervent chatter, glanced upward. A guttural roar echoed through the air, reminiscent of a tiger's roar yet akin to thunder. Truly, the fire's omen from the Red Woman was real. Stunned, Davos's mind raced with disbelief. From a distance, Glenn spotted the assembly of troops and lowered his gaze to discern whether they belonged to the Lannisters, only to recognize the stag banner, Stannis' army. Glenn circled around and alighted at the entrance of Stannis' encampment. Davos's attention remained fixated on the dragon as it drew nearer, prompting several curious soldiers to step outside the gates. Who are you? They inquired. A lord from Dragonstone, here to partake in the conflict, he replied. Forgive my ignorance. But whom does Dragonstone fight for? For House Stark. The Lannisters have betrayed their oath to Dragonstone, Glenn recounted, revealing how Jaime had exchanged the Stark children, and how Joffrey had detained Sansa, relaying the tale to Davos. Come, let us meet his majesty, Davos urged. Upon entering the tent, Stannis regarded Davos with a puzzled expression, recognizing him as the bearer of the dragon. The Red Woman's prophecy was indeed true. Davos gestured towards the young man who followed him. Stannis, incredulous, scrutinized Davos, who had long been at odds with the Red Woman, before turning his gaze to Glenn, who seemed vaguely familiar. He had encountered him in King's Landing. The man who had seized half his ships. Dragon, how can you be certain? Stannis questioned, turning to Davos. Still outside the camp, your majesty. Please step forward to take a look, Davos replied. Half believing, Stannis followed Davos through the gates, and Melisandre, having caught wind of the commotion, approached. Stannis hastened outside, and Melisandre assessed the young man behind Davos, angling for a clear view of his face, the Lord of Dragonstone, who had once spurned her. As Stannis exited the gates, a magnificent yellow dragon lay nonchalantly on the ground, snorting softly. Upon hearing the commotion at the gates, it turned its head, sparking a flurry of chatter among the surrounding soldiers. Stannis steadied himself, then approached slowly for a closer inspection. As a stranger encroached upon its space, the great dragon flapped its wings and let out a bellowing roar, causing Stannis to halt in trepidation, hand instinctively reaching for the sword at his side. While the archers atop the tower readied their bows, Davos glanced at Glenn, who reassured him, "There is no need for alarm. The dragon will not harm you. Prepare your weapons for the impending confrontation with the Lannisters. The dragon has come to aid us in battle." Stannis turned to examine the extraordinary young man, and Davos elucidated the reasons behind their strategy. Once he finished, Stannis summoned his knights into the tent. "I shall ride the mighty dragon to disrupt the encampment and fortifications of the Lannisters. Your soldiers need only follow the dragon's charge." Green interjected during Stannis's discussion of battle plans with his vassals. Stannis glanced at Melisandre, who nodded in affirmation. Chapter 52. The Battle of Riverrun. The kneeling place is where the last king of the north, Torrhen Stark, surrendered to the conqueror Aegon. Adorned with a pavilion entangled in vines, the sign at the entrance depicted a king on his knees. Soldiers at the gate stood listlessly. A raucous roar ignited the nerves of the Lannister soldiers. "Listen," one soldier exclaimed, removing his helmet to call to his despondent comrade. "What?" "The sound of beasts." He clutched his helmet under his arm and leaned forward. "What is that?" Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the gate was incinerated to kindling by dragon fire. The soldier who had just complained fell silent, replaced by anguished wails. In the distance, a horde of barbarians donned horned helmets, their faces painted in various patterns, wielding clubs, stone axes, and wooden shields, rushed forth, uttering a cacophony of foul curses. The knights within the Lannister camp gazed upward at the dragon, while archers took aim at the sky, unleashing a volley of arrows that struck the great beast's chest. Though most of the damage was absorbed by its defenses, a few arrows, propelled by strong bows, managed to pierce the dragon's scales. Under Green's scrutiny, the great beast's health diminished by over 20 points. Green quickly redirected the dragon to incinerate the source of the arrows. After several rounds of assault, the Lannister soldiers realized that the dragon bore a grudge. While their concentrated fire inflicted some wounds upon the dragon, it retaliated with fiery vengeance, forcing them to take cover and release sporadic arrows. The dragon continued to ravage the Lannister encampment, flames raging everywhere. Although it demolished the caltrops and arrow towers, members of the mountain clans occasionally fell into traps lying in wait beyond the fortifications, resulting in a cacophony of battle cries mingling with cries of despair. After several rounds of fiery destruction, the dragon soared away from the front lines, fearing that its flames might harm Stannis's men. Green began to land on the outskirts, extracting arrows from the great beast while simultaneously casting healing spells. Fortunately, the dragon's scales provided robust armor, coupled with the feasting gear and its naturally high health. Despite sustaining numerous hits to its chest, akin to a beast sprouting fur, Green couldn't help but ponder the tale of borrowing arrows with straw boats. Once the dragon matured further and its health reached several thousand, augmented by 6 tanky companions, it would indeed become formidable. However, upon extracting the arrows, he noticed that their tips had melted into a misshapen mass due to the dragon's blood. Seeing that the mountain clans had breached the encampment and that the Lannister defenses were in disarray, Stannis signaled for Davos to commence the attack. Stannis' forces have commenced their engagement on the battlefield. Following the devastation wrought upon the Lannisters by the dragon, the tide of battle has decidedly turned. After incurring the loss of over 1,000 men from the mountain clans and several hundred of his own loyal soldiers, Stannis has successfully dismantled the Lannister encampment. 100 of Stannis' cavalry are still in pursuit of the fleeing Lannister skirmishers. The town of Riverrun lies just ahead. He pondered whether a dragon might be dispatched to scout the movements of the Lannister troops. Stannis, recognizing the dragon's formidable power, suggested this course of action. However, the dragon requires rest. If it flies too high, it would glean little information, and if it descends too low, it might alert the Lannisters, prompting them to prepare defenses for the ensuing battle. Should the dragon suffer significant wounds from a barrage of arrows, the subsequent conflict would rest solely upon the shoulders of the remaining forces. "There is no need," Melisandre interjected as she entered the conversation. "Let us all venture outside to observe the Red Fork." The assembly circumvented Melisandre and stepped outside to behold the Red Fork. The river, true to its name, reflected a crimson hue beneath the golden glow of the setting sun, the surface seemingly ablaze with fire, more radiant than the sun itself. Occasionally, a few serene corpses floated by, their faces etched with tranquility. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the Danxiao landforms of a past era. though the characteristics of these formations were mirrored upon the water's surface. Stannis' soldiers retrieved several bodies, adorned with the Lannisters' golden lion, the Tully's trout, and the furs of the Northmen. Allow the soldiers a 30-minute respite, then we shall march swiftly to the aid of Riverrun, Stannis commanded with authority. His legion remained near the King's Road, and to reach Riverrun would require nearly a day's march. Green mounted the dragon to return to the King's Road and redeploy the troops, instructing them to divert to Acorn Hall. As night fell, the red dragon was also prepared to join the fray, despite its smaller size and softer scales, which made direct fire less effective. It could, however, utilize the cover of night to unleash explosive attacks, albeit infrequently. The battle outside Riverrun raged on, having persisted from the afternoon until the onset of night. Although the city gates had been breached, a mound of corpses now rose over a meter high alongside the walls, creating a new barrier for House Stark. The bodies of Lannisters had partially obstructed the narrow riverbank, allowing passage across the water without the need for rafts, merely stepping upon the remains of fallen comrades. The arrows and falling stones of Riverrun had long since been expended, as the Lannisters continued their relentless assault. The defenders awaited the clash of blades just beyond the gates. Brandon Tully had become a figure drenched in blood. Unable to discern the extent of his injuries or the volume of blood upon him, he fought fiercely for the sake of his descendants, recalling only that the last moment of clarity he experienced was when Robb pulled him from a pile of the deceased, his legs submerged in the grim remnants of battle. As he regained his senses, his mouth and nostrils were filled with dried blood, obstructing his breath. He forcefully coughed up dark red clots from his throat. Soldiers from both sides clashed within the corridors of Riverrun. Lannister troops surged through the corpse wall at the city gates, weaving a new wall of the dead alongside the northern soldiers within. The direwolf, Grey Wind, had become stained with blood, limping towards the fallen Lannister soldier amidst the heap of bodies, sinking its teeth into the throat of its prey, ushering these fortunate souls, who had stumbled or collapsed from exhaustion, back to the Seven. Let the Mountain lead a squad to breach the Stark family's defenses. This battle has dragged on long enough. Kevin commanded his soldiers. He carved a bloody path through Riverrun, effectively cleansing it of the Stormlands and the Reach troops he had absorbed. Although his forces had suffered heavy losses, the Lannister coffers remained ample. My lord, the defenses of the Kneeling Stack have been breached, and Stannis has the aid of dragons, a soldier reported breathlessly. Kevin fixed his gaze upon the soldier, who continued. The defeated from the Kneeling Stack are returning in droves. After listening to the soldier's detailed report, Kevin responded, position the ballistae and longbows towards the Kneeling Stack. Form the shield wall to prepare for Stannis' advance. I shall urge Jaime to accelerate the urban combat in Riverrun. With that, Kevin spurred his horse down the hill. Chapter 53. The Battle of Riverrun. 3 dragons? From where? The Red Witch of Stannis has brought them? Jaime looked at his uncle Kevin. Such matters were of little consequence now. I have already dispatched the Mountain to lead the assault. You two must rally the forces from Casterly Rock to storm Riverrun and swiftly deal with the Starks. Jaime nodded to his uncle, dismounted, and began to summon the Lannister guards. The Mountain clans had treated the dragon as a totem of spirit in their previous battle. The ravaging flames ignited the warriors' blood, and they had never fought with such exhilaration, wielding stone axes and wooden shields to send the well-equipped forces of the Seven Kingdoms into a panicked retreat. Though they had suffered over 400 deaths, Stannis' distribution of Lannister supplies and provisions had lifted the pall of their losses, and the Mountain clans were eager for the next engagement. Upon discovering Kevin's newly established defenses, the Mountain clans halted, turning back to await the command of the Red Priestess. She looked expectantly at Green, who summoned the Great Yellow Dragon, instructing it to launch a series of bombing runs under the cover of night upon Kevin's defenses. The Red Dragon, though not large in stature, soared at a height of less than 100 meters, as long as it remained silent. The Lannister soldiers would not notice its presence. Following Green's commands, the Red Dragon dropped bombs upon the densely lit areas of the Lannister encampment. With a resounding boom, several tents ignited, yet the already battle-ready soldiers suffered little damage. The soldiers of House Lannister were convinced that the wildfire raining down upon them originated from a distant catapult. They heightened their vigilance, scanning the surroundings for the next impending assault, while some began the arduous task of extinguishing the flames. Green, seizing the opportunity provided by the flickering light, signaled the Red Dragon to launch its next attack at the densely packed enemy ranks. Moments later, the Red Dragon unleashed another bomb, striking the vigilant guards at the gate, the blaze illuminating the defensive formations of Lannister's stronghold. Shield bearers stood resolutely outside the gate, with archers arrayed neatly behind them. The Lannisters had realized that the defenses of the kneeling path had been breached and hastily erected a secondary line of defense. Green mounted his steed, the Great Yellow, and commenced a full mobilization for a charge. Following the Red Dragon's third bomb drop onto the Lannister forces, Green plunged forward. The sky ablaze with the dragon's fire scorching the enemy's defenses. Stannis and the mountain clans also surged toward the source of the flames. The dragon is across the river. You fools! Fire! Cursed the Lannister knight, directing the archers to target the dragon. In an instant, a spear-like crossbow bolt struck the Great Yellow's wing, piercing through with a grievous wound. By the gods, they possess a giant crossbow. Green swiftly maneuvered the Great Yellow away from the main conflict. The forces of Stannis clashed with the Lannister soldiers, engaging in brutal close combat. After administering a healing spell to the Great Yellow, Green urged him to gather speed. Utilizing the power of the Fallen, the Predator, and Vayne's passive ability to execute vertical dives, avoiding any lingering in one spot that might offer an opportunity for the crossbowman to aim. Should the Great Yellow decide to perform acrobatics, Green would lose control. Thus, he cautioned the dragon to target areas densely populated with Lannister soldiers while remaining vigilant for its own safety. He instructed the Red Dragon to select safe locations for its assaults, permitting it to wreak havoc on any encampments outside of Flowing City. He exchanged his cap for a Guardian Angel to prevent an untimely demise. Guardian Angel, Strength 4, Armor 40, Grace of Redemption, upon receiving lethal damage. Revives after a 4-second delay, restoring half of its health. Cooldown 1 day. With the Ruinous and the Dream of Shadows joining the melee, Green had previously amassed a horde of minions to sacrifice, bolstered his strength through Ruinous, Dream of Shadows, and Collector, now standing as a formidable force, rarely finding minions capable of withstanding 3 rounds against him. Even knights boasting a strength of over 80 would find themselves bested after just 7 or 8 exchanges. On the battlefield, Green selectively hunted, swiftly dispatching Lannister foes, and when faced with one particularly brazen enough to challenge Stannis' men, he would discreetly draw the Collector and deliver a lethal strike. Green noticed the presence of others, and naturally, members of House Lannister were also observing him. After enduring a fierce skirmish for a little over 10 minutes, Green found himself with an arrow lodged in his back and another in his calf. A blade from a cunning adversary had also grazed his arm. Although his padded armor and the protective enchantment of his Guardian Angel absorbed much of the damage, he still lost over 30 points of vitality. Bolstered by Green's valor, akin to that of 100 warriors, and the intermittent cover provided by the dragon overhead, Stannis' forces advanced with the momentum of an unstoppable tide. Robb's troops, having engaged in a siege throughout the afternoon, transitioned into urban warfare as dusk approached, depleting the ranks of the Northmen and Riverlanders by nearly 70 to 80%, leaving fewer than 2,000 capable of continued resistance. In stark contrast, the Lannister forces surged forth like an inexhaustible sea, flooding through the breach in the walls of the city with relentless waves. The Mountain charged into the city of Riverrun like a god of war, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the remaining soldiers of the north. Jaime emerged from the gates of Riverrun, his senses tinged with the metallic scent of blood, and re-entered the city accompanied by his loyal guards. On the riverbank, Kevin assessed the chaotic din of battle from both fronts. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted outside the city, where a morass of corpses and discarded rafts lay piled in the river. The tumbling stone river regained its former tumult, and a spray of blood-tainted water splashed onto Kevin's face. Wiping his brow, he looked up to witness a stream of dragon fire cascading down, engulfing the very soldiers who sought to breach the city's defenses. As the dragon ascended into the sky, performing a graceful turn, Kevin observed it open its massive jaws, gathering a flicker of orange-red flame that, without hesitation, transformed into a torrent of dragon fire, sweeping over the soldiers nearby. Kevin, momentarily stunned, seized the collar of a nearby soldier and bellowed, "Go fetch Jaime." Hearing the battle cries from the south drawing ever closer, Kevin urgently ordered his guards to bring horses and race towards the gates of Riverrun. Jaime, having barely taken a few steps into the city, was suddenly upended by a wave of dragon fire. Rising from the ground and glancing back, he was struck by the sight of the Riverrun gates, which had once required him to stoop to enter, now lay in ruins, debris scattered across the walls and the corpses on the ground reduced by the blast. Several soldiers, engulfed in flames, panicked and leaped into the river. Jaime heard the roar of a dragon and dashed out of the gates, witnessing one wreaking havoc upon his camp. Entranced by the scene, he heard his uncle's voice echoing across the river. Following the sound, he saw his uncle anxiously calling for him from the opposite bank. Without hesitation, Jaime plunged into the water and swam to the other side. Jaime, Stannis has launched his assault. Quickly mount your horse and rally the remaining troops for a retreat. The soldiers have fought tirelessly for hours and lack the strength to face the dragon's onslaught. Preserving our strength is paramount, Kevin urged, handing the reins to Jaime. Uncle. Jaime replied, looking at his elder relative. I am no longer young. The honor of House Lannister must not be captured again. Hurry. Withdraw. Jaime mounted his horse and began issuing retreat orders to the familiar noble knights surrounding him. Chapter 54. The defeat at Riverrun in the midst of the Lannister retreat. Stannis advanced with great haste and soon arrived at the outskirts of Riverrun. Observing the relentless clamor of battle still echoing from within the city, Stannis led his men into the fray. The soldiers of the north were finally relieved to see that the figures pouring forth from the gates of Riverrun were not clad in the crimson robes and yellow armor of House Lannister. Grey Wind lay incapacitated upon a heap of corpses, its bloodied maw agape, tongue dragging on the ground, lacking even the strength to breathe. Edmure's swollen feet had succumbed to weakness, and upon witnessing Stannis's forces enter, he could not afford to dwell on his pain. The exhaustion of body and spirit urged him to simply close his eyes and surrender to slumber. With a grim visage, Jaime gathered the remnants of his army under Kevin's orders, making his way toward King's Landing. As the dawn's horn sounded, Jaime consolidated the disheartened troops at the noble heart of the land. Approximately 50,000 men had been decimated under the joint assault of the north and Stannis, scattering like chaff before the wind towards the riverlands and the west. As the first light of dawn broke, more disheveled soldiers emerged from the woods, and Jaime tallied his forces, finding fewer than 3,000 remaining, hoping that some had fled to the west or along the rivers to Harrenhal. Jaime sought solace in his thoughts, yet it had already been 4 days, and the ships from Dragonstone had shown no signs of activity. Seated at the council table, Tywin observed the shift from merely blockading merchant vessels yesterday to a total blockade, with even King's Landing's fishing boats barred from Blackwater Bay. Has Dragonstone sent reinforcements to Blackwater Bay? Varys inquired, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Not yet, but I shall keep a vigilant eye. News from Dragonstone has yet to arrive, though we should expect ravens to arrive tonight. Whether Dragonstone will indeed send troops to assault King's Landing remains to be seen. Varys replied, Indeed, every moment Dragonstone hesitates benefits King's Landing. We must not allow the gold cloaks to grow complacent. Let them scour the flea markets for thieves and criminals to bolster our defenses, Tywin stated as he rose to return to the Tower of the Hand. Inside Riverrun, the scene remained drenched in crimson. After a morning of regrouping, Lady Stark, having not participated in the battle, took it upon herself to organize the servants and retainers to cleanse the blood-stained grounds and gather the fallen soldiers of the north and Riverrun. The unscathed knights and lords also began to account for their men and captives. A sudden dragon's roar pierced the air, interrupting their labors, prompting many to rush outside for a glimpse. Although Stannis' forces had encountered dragons before, the Northern Army had only witnessed the shadow of flame in the sky the previous night, never having laid eyes upon the great beast. Lady Stark noticed a figure by the dragon and approached. Lord Grey, I thank you for your valor in fighting for the North, Catelyn began. My lady, you must understand what this implies. I am merely fulfilling a promise. Grey corrected the position of his saddle as he spoke. The Lannisters have broken their vow. They have not sent my 2 children to Dragonstone, Catelyn exclaimed in horror. That is not the case. Rickon has arrived at Dragonstone. But Sansa was captured on the road by Joffrey, he replied. Kate turned away, her gaze unfocused as she walked. Although the North had emerged victorious in this battle, the Iron Islands continued to wreak havoc. Their own soldiers were barely able to reclaim the North, let alone launch an assault on King's Landing. In the afternoon, the leaders of the North and Stannis' forces convened to celebrate their long-awaited triumph. Stannis, as the Lord, spoke, Gentlemen, this battle has decimated the Lannister forces by at least 20,000, capturing 2,000 from the Westerlands, along with over 6,000 wounded soldiers. After a few days of rest, we shall march toward the Crownlands, and, within half a month, we could besiege King's Landing once again. Forgive me, Your Grace, but the North is too weary to fight again. Counting the injured, we have barely 3,000 able-bodied men left, and half of our lands still require reclamation. The Ironborn have pillaged long enough, Kate interjected. Lady Stark's words halted Stannis' grand rhetoric, and a heavy silence enveloped the gathering. Stannis began to mentally tally his own forces, currently amounting to just over 1,000 from the mountain clans, uncertain of their availability for the expedition, alongside approximately 4,000 troops. Gentlemen, if there are no further matters, I shall return to Dragonstone, Green stated. Will Dragonstone send troops to join us in assaulting King's Landing, slay Joffrey, and defeat the Lannisters? Sir Green could then serve as the new protector of the Westerlands. Stannis deftly sought to rally support. Well, Dragonstone must deliberate. After all, their forces are limited, and Lady Sansa Stark remains in Lannister hands. They must find a way to rescue her. A direct assault may not be prudent. Stannis exchanged a glance with Davos, who subsequently spoke up. We have captured Kevin, Tywin's younger brother, who can be used as a bargaining chip for Lady Sansa. Stannis replied, if Dragonstone swears fealty to me, Sir Green may take Kevin at once. I believe you misunderstand. Sansa is a Stark, not a ward of Dragonstone. Moreover, it was the Lannisters' treachery that led to Sansa's abduction, not the fault of Dragonstone. The North has pledged its loyalty. I hope your grace can use Kevin to secure my child's release, Kate asserted. Stannis' expression grew troubled. He was reluctant to exchange such a significant figure for a child incapable of wielding a sword. The North has fought valiantly in the battle for Winterfell. I do not wish for the future king to be unable to protect even a vassal's child, Robb shouted. After weighing his options, Stannis relented. Very well. We shall use Kevin to exchange for Lady Sansa, but I hope the North will respond by driving out the Ironborn and then march south. That is only natural. The Lannisters harbor a deep-seated enmity with the North, which will never be forgotten, Kate promised earnestly. She entrusted the captured Kevin to Green, hoping he could facilitate the exchange in King's Landing. Once their forces were rested, the remnants of the North would march northward to confront the Iron Islands. Lady, I hope you will accompany me to the Vale to persuade your sister to facilitate the union of Robert Arryn and Celis, thus bolstering our strength against King's Landing. He added. Melisandre discreetly approached Catelyn to discuss matters. My sister holds far greater trust in Beric than in me. If we wish to persuade him towards a union, perhaps you could employ your sorcery to secure Beric's allegiance to your king. After Catelyn responded, she turned and departed. Gendry observed the bound yet spirited Clegane, who stood upright, displaying no signs of defeat despite the bruises marring his visage. His eyes nonetheless conveyed a profound intensity and sternness. Gendry untied the ropes binding him, and the elder spoke softly. The dragon you brought. Do you truly bear the blood of Targaryen? Mount your horse. You shall soon return to King's Landing, and there will be ample time for conversation along the way. Gendry dismissed the two dragons accompanying him and addressed Clegane. Why do you not fear my escape? Clegane replied. If you wish to avoid being interred in the belly of a dragon, cast aside such thoughts. Your life is not in jeopardy. Upon reaching King's Landing, you shall regain your freedom. What do you intend to do with me? Merely to exchange you for the Stark children. Your nephew Jaime has once again broken his oath. His son has committed a grievous act by abducting Sansa. Joffrey is not Jaime's son, Clegane shouted. Gendry turned with a faint smile. I care not. No one does. Yet they all believe it. Clegane bowed his head in discomfort. So, your reason for joining the fray is to rescue the Stark children? No. When Lady Stark released Jaime, she compelled both of us to swear an oath. The fate of the child matters little to me. My primary concern is to uphold my word. Then the initial question remains. Are you the bastard son of the Mad King? Do not conflate dragons with Targaryens. These dragons are but eggs procured from Essos, and I happen to be adept at raising dragons. You shall find ample individuals in King's Landing who can attest to this. Your nephew Tyrion was but a guest on Dragonstone a few days past. Events are most capricious, and your brother envisions a decisive battle. Yet the tides of war are ever fickle. Chapter 55. The collective march south. With Jaime's descent southward, remnants of scattered troops began to coalesce into a singular force, offering Jaime a modicum of relief. That dragon is as large as a sea monster, one soldier conversing with him at the tavern remarked. You exaggerate. It is no larger than a horse. I saw it fly beneath the moon, and it dropped a jar of wildfire upon the northern camp, another soldier insisted. Alan speaks truth. The dragon is indeed as large as a sea monster. Sir Bentley transformed into a figure of fire before my very eyes, and his screams remain etched in my memory. A beardless, slender soldier interjected. I am no liar. The dragon is truly no larger than a horse. I even pointed it out to that lad, Rysfarwell, as I attempted to shoot it down, but alas, his marksmanship leaves much to be desired. The initial soldier stood, banging the table in protest. My archery is beyond reproach. The issue lies solely in the dragon's altitude. If you doubt my skills, we can step outside and settle this. Rysfarwell, overhearing the disparagement, retorted while sipping his drink. Instantly, soldiers with opposing views began to bicker vehemently. At that moment, Gales interjected, Gentlemen, discussing these matters is futile. What truly matters is that Stannis has acquired a dragon. We must consider how to proceed with the ensuing battle. The fervent uproar subsided, and the disgruntled soldiers returned to their seats in silence. What of it? We can simply send Lord Jaime's brother to Dragonstone to hire a dragon. As Lord Tyrion has substantial connections there, one soldier from the Reach suggested. Hire a dragon? Several soldiers exchanged puzzled glances. Are you not aware? Lord Green of Dragonstone has reportedly hatched several dragons, 4 or 5, I believe. My brother, stationed in King's Landing, lamented this in a missive while we were en route north with the mountain. He continued. Tell me your name. Jaime approached the loquacious soldier from the Reach. My lord. I am called Derrypale, the soldier responded, turning to bow. Jaime helped him up and patted his back. Might you elaborate on the situation at Dragonstone? Jaime led the soldier to a secluded table to converse. Green and Kevin rode southward, their steeds occasionally shadowed by dragons soaring overhead. How did Lord Tywin persuade the Iron Islands to send forth their forces again? Green inquired. The Hand sent Tommen to the Iron Islands as a hostage and proposed that Joffrey wed Balon's daughter, Kevin replied. It seems that aside from Tywin, few among the parties involved were keen on that arrangement, Green mused. Such is the cost of power. Politics should be thus. And it is precisely this quality I admire in my brother. He is never swayed by sentiment. Kevin responded resolutely, now that King's Landing has suffered another defeat. The Targaryens of Essos are surging forth. How will you Lannisters contend with this, considering your blood feud with the Targaryens? That is a matter for my brother to ponder. However, I do regret sending Tommen to the Iron Islands. He ought to have remained in King's Landing to claim the Iron Throne, Kevin lamented. If I had foreseen the outcome of this battle, I would have advised my brother to send Joffrey directly to the Iron Islands, he added with a wry smile. Green sent the Red Dragon as a guide to scout the position of the Dragonstone forces. Has there been any new movement from Dragonstone? Tywin inquired, surveying his council. To my knowledge, the bay remains blockaded by around 10 warships. However, discontent is rife within King's Landing. The nobles can no longer savor the fine wines from other continents, and the supplies of spices and seafood in taverns and brothels are dwindling. Merchants in the city have begun to voice their grievances regarding the apparent blockade by Dragonstone. Varys replied, that may work to our advantage. Perhaps some wealthy nobles will take to the walls to defend against the forces of Dragonstone. How many mercenaries have you summoned? Beric? Tywin asked. Reporting to the Hand, I have brought the Merry Maidens, the Brotherhood, and the Iron Shields, totaling 5,000 men, Beric responded. In King's Landing, there is no need for concern, as Tywin has adjourned the meeting. Yet, why has there been no word from the Riverrun front? Tywin, gazing at the map, contemplated that even if Dragonstone chose to mobilize its forces to join the fray at Riverrun, they would have only just begun to enter the region. I have long urged Kevin to accelerate the campaign. He undoubtedly possesses the capability to resolve the conflict. Even if Dragonstone were to engage, it would merely be to collect the corpses of the Northmen. Bring me Tyrion, Tywin commanded a nearby guard. Moments later, Tyrion entered, pouting and appearing quite disheveled, pouring himself a glass of wine before taking a seat. Observing Tywin's silence, Tyrion spoke. What do you think of my days spent in the dungeon? Tywin set down his quill, apologizing. It was the king's command that led to your imprisonment. Raising his gaze to Tyrion, he added, thus, it is also the king's command to release you, and you know very well that you could have been freed sooner. Tyrion, in a fit of irritation, downed his glass in one gulp. What is the point? Releasing you would yield no new fine wines or courtesans. Dragonstone has blockaded the sea, cutting off King's Landing's maritime trade, Tywin replied. This situation should never have escalated to this point. Had your dear grandson returned Sansa to Dragonstone, none of this would have occurred. Discussing it now is futile. Dragonstone has not yet attacked King's Landing. I wish to hear your thoughts regarding their declared intentions to act. Tywin poured himself a glass from Tyrion's decanter. Tyrion rose and peered out the window at the sky, taking a sip of wine before turning back. What news of the Riverrun campaign? There has been no word, Tywin replied. Then Dragonstone must be headed to Riverrun to join the battle. I have deduced from the map that Dragonstone's forces would not reach Brendan's Keep in time. Even now, they would not arrive, Tywin stated, tapping his fingers on the volumes atop his desk. Have you considered the dragons, father? Tywin fell silent. If you have not seen the dragons of Dragonstone, you might visit the dungeons of King's Landing. There, countless dragons reside. You must understand that your decisions are not merely against one of the 7 kingdoms, but against a rising family, akin to House Targaryen. It will not be long before they unleash their fire upon the land. The Lannisters must bear the consequences of their choices, and you have praised House Tyrell for a shrewd deal, while the Lannisters had a far better opportunity. I have long admired dragons, ever since my youth. Perhaps you have never truly known your child. I was once merely curious about these extinct creatures. But upon touching a dragon at Dragonstone, I realized that my yearning was not for the dragons themselves, but for the immense power they wield. They are born as machines of war, Tyrion eloquently articulated to his father. Chapter 56. Return to Dragonstone. Green and Kevin conversed amiably as they journeyed south. By the afternoon of the following day, Green encountered the first contingent of Dragonstone's forces stationed between Brendan's Keep and King's Landing. Along their path, they had captured over 100 individuals loyal to House Lannister from the Crownlands or Stormlands. You had anticipated the Lannisters' defeat and subsequently positioned your troops in ambush between Stone Eye Lake and Oak Hall, did you not? Kevin mused, observing the increasing number of soldiers captured by the forces from Dragonstone as he journeyed south alongside Green. It was a desperate measure. Dragonstone possessed ships, but lacked horses. After the Dragonstone legions disembarked at the Trident, I utilized a dragon to scout the situation. The troops from Dragonstone were simply unable to keep pace with the unfolding battle and were compelled to march towards their retreat. Had circumstances permitted the presence of horses on Dragonstone, I might have cast a wider net. Reaching as far as the cities of Golden Tooth and Pink City in the Westerlands, Green elaborated. How many troops did you bring? 8,000. Nearly the entirety of Dragonstone's military strength, Green replied. As the afternoon passed, Green encountered the largest contingent of Dragonstone's forces, 5,000 strong. Engaging in a skirmish with Jaime's defeated soldiers, capturing 2,000, including Jaime himself. The commander of Dragonstone brought Jaime forth, who, upon seeing his uncle standing in the camp as if he were the leader of the captured soldiers, recognized him in his casual attire. Following Kevin's gaze, he spotted Green. Noticing Kevin's attention, Green commanded Jaime's shackles to be removed. Kevin assisted his nephew, nursing his fresh wounds, and they began to exchange pleasantries. In reports from the Dragonstone army, the Mountain had also led 1,000 men toward Harrenhal. Upon discovering that the Mountain's contingent was somewhat small, they refrained from an interception. After lying in wait for several days in the Riverlands, seeing no captives to seize, Green led his forces eastward, preparing to depart via the waterways of the Trident. Sending a few tongues to return to King's Landing to inform that the captured knights and lords of House Lannister were preparing to ransom themselves from Dragonstone. The news from the Riverlands reported a significant defeat on the front lines. Tywin began. He stated succinctly, having perused the letter, while none of the lords present dared to provoke his ire. As silence enveloped the room, Tywin continued. A letter from the fleeing knights of the Westerlands indicates that a great dragon has entered the fray at Burnt City. However, the northern forces have been nearly depleted, and Stannis and the north currently pose no direct threat. The sole concern remains Dragonstone. Should we employ mercenaries to assault Dragonstone then? They have been wreaking havoc in King's Landing for their pay, suggested Beric. But what of it? Setting aside whether the mercenaries can breach Dragonstone's blockade. Even if they were to conquer it, what would that achieve? They could not slay Green or the dragon. Taking Dragonstone would merely compel Green to ally with the North or Stannis. Which brave soul could hope to slay a dragon rider before the eyes of a great dragon? Tyrion retorted. Is your suggestion one of peace then? Tywin inquired, directing his gaze at Tyrion. Peace. If that is the case, then send someone else. I can no longer face Dragonstone, Tyrion replied, overwhelmed. The situation is not as dire as it seems. Let us wait for the return of the army before making any judgments. Even in defeat, our troops would not stand idly by to face the dragon's wrath. They will likely regroup with numerous stragglers. At that point, we shall decide whether to placate Dragonstone with gold and titles or to engage in war with King's Landing and Dragonstone. The North is currently troubled by the Iron Islands, which will likely remain inactive for the time being, Varys suggested. Seeing that no advantageous conclusions could be reached, Tywin adjourned the meeting. Baelish and Varys strolled side by side. It appears my trip to Essos bore some unexpected fruit, Baelish remarked. I am eager to hear more, Varys replied. It seems there are individuals within King's Landing who are in service to the Targaryens. The Targaryens are indeed formidable. Once the young dragon matures and a fleet is secured, they could easily reclaim Westeros. This individual is astute. Having invested wisely, Baelish paused, gazing at Varys. I find myself regretting my role in assassinating the Targaryens on behalf of King Robert, Varys said with a slight grimace. Does Lord Baelish then wish to serve the Targaryens? The Lannisters do not appear to hold much sway at present, unable even to manage Dragonstone, Varys countered. Surely, you jest, Lord Varys. A person of my humble stature would hardly attract the Targaryens' attention. If they truly return to Westeros, what would you propose to do? Baelish inquired of his old acquaintance. I serve only the Iron Throne, Varys replied. So do I. I shall serve whoever ensures my survival, Baelish said as he bid farewell to Varys. Tywin remained behind with Tyrion. What are your thoughts on the situation at Dragonstone? He asked. The Lannisters must offer something substantial to keep Dragonstone out of the conflict. Returning Sansa is the first step. Thereafter, titles, gold, land, and castles are all negotiable, provided they are within reason. Once we address Stannis, the last of the Baratheons, our rule will be secure. Joffrey is also a Baratheon, the one with the strongest claim to the throne, albeit not a competent king. The North must either secure an alliance through marriage or eliminate the threat entirely. If Dragonstone is willing to join us, he could become the new Warden of the North. While the wolves are still nursing their wounds, we must first nourish the dragon of Dragonstone before taking down the stag of Stannis. An excellent suggestion. I shall give it serious consideration. However, I still wish for you to be the envoy to Dragonstone. You are the most suitable choice, Tywin expressed, looking at Tyrion. If Dragonstone refuses negotiations and seeks my life, I would not hesitate to side with them. Tyrion glared at his father. That is your decision. You could even choose to abandon the Lannister name. Tywin waved Tyrion away. On the waters of Crab Bay, Green returned to Dragonstone with captives and the forces of Dragonstone. Congratulations on obtaining a golden item. Open it. Congratulations on acquiring the sigil of the Scholar of Singed. The Legacy of Singed, a meticulous account of the alchemist Singed's understanding and theoretical applications across various disciplines such as natural science, chemistry, biology, physics, materials science, meteorology, and astronomy. Disillusioned by the prevailing atmosphere among the students of Piltover Academy, Singed abandoned his insights and research in natural sciences to delve into alchemy. Green retrieved Singed's legacy from the systematic backpack, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? It's as if the entire library of Piltover has been transported here." The bow of the ship was piled high with stacks of books, reaching waist-high on either side. Green opened several volumes, revealing dense explanations of biological and chemical applications, interspersed with various graphical demonstrations and drafts of formula calculations. One might wonder why Singed, a proficient alchemical biochemist, ever entertained the notion of being a scientist. Chapter 57, Homecoming. Welcome to Dragonstone. Green stood on the deck, introducing the two Lannisters behind him. Due to Dragonstone's blockade of King's Landing's maritime trade, the harbor buzzed with activity. Flags from Meereen, Pintos, Lys, and Dorne fluttering at the ship's bow. Missandei and Marjorie awaited at the dock, and upon seeing Green disembark, Marjorie rushed over. Linking her arm through his and resting her head on his shoulder, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Missandei, please escort our guests to the Dragon Pit for accommodations," Green instructed. Once Missandei led the two Lannisters away, Green summoned the leader of the Tiger Guard to begin the process of recruiting prisoners. How did the campaign in the Riverlands fare? The outcome appears favorable. With more captives than from the last siege of Dragonstone, Marjorie strolled alongside Green. "Are you concerned about the war?" she inquired. "Indeed, the results are promising. Stark has been crippled, and Lannister forces have been severely weakened." Green glanced at Marjorie. Seizing the moment, she kissed him lightly. "Highgarden has not lost any troops. Should you desire, I could write to request their forces to join us in a dual assault on King's Landing, effectively sealing the sea routes. Together, we could seize the capital." Marjorie released her arm and grasped Green's hand. "You are still young, and the dragons are yet fledglings. There is no need to rush your ambition of becoming queen. Even if the coalition of Dragonstone and Highgarden were to successfully capture King's Landing, which principality would recognize such a claim? We would then face the retaliation of both Lannisters and Baratheons, not to mention the stance of the Vale, Dorne, and even the North. If all these hurdles were to be surmounted, we would still have to contend with the Targaryens' counterattack. Marjorie, while power is indeed as alluring as you are, it equally has the potential to plunge one into the abyss. For now, all we can do is wait, allowing those who yearn for the Iron Throne to dull its iron thorns. An ancient saying from the continent of Essos goes, "Gather grain in abundance, and delay claiming the throne." When every aspiring claimant to the Iron Throne desperately requires the grain of Highgarden and the military support of Dragonstone, the throne becomes merely a mouthpiece for Dragonstone. The battlefield of Prime Minister Tywin has never been confined to castles and lands. He alters the loyalties and actions of most lords through correspondence. Thus, the battlefield of Dragonstone need not be limited to a mere chair. Marjorie gazed at Green, lost in thought. "Have you ever visited the Sea Dragon Tower?" Green inquired of Marjorie. "I have only been there once, but they were far too occupied. They lacked the charm of the great dragons. By the way, another dragon has been born, resembling my green one, albeit with a lighter hue and more intricate dark patterns on its bones," Marjorie replied, her face alight with joy, secretly contemplating the possibility of having several children, envisioning each of them as dragon knights, seemingly a more splendid fate than that of a queen. The potential of the Sea Dragon Tower may rival that of the great dragons. While dragons dominate the game of power, the Sea Dragon Tower promises victory in wisdom and governance. Victory in wisdom and governance? Marjorie asked, her expression one of confusion. You likely do not grasp the depth of these concepts. Just feed the dragons a bit less each day. Let the servants handle that. Here, take this book and study, Green said, presenting Marjorie with a volume authored by Singed. Marjorie accepted the book, glanced at its contents, and then followed Green's lead. After a short while, she halted. What are dominant and recessive traits? Green turned to face her, leaning in to catch a glimpse of the text in her hands. Why do female dogs give birth to puppies of various colors? Why do dragons lay vibrant eggs? This book will offer you a scientific explanation. Scientific? Marjorie echoed. Isn't that merely attributing the unknown to divine control or thought? Science is simply imparting some of that divine knowledge to humanity. Do you recall Eddard Stark's assertion that Joffrey is not Robert's son? This book will elucidate that matter through the examination of hair color. If you are willing to delve deeper. That sounds fascinating. I am beginning to feel a spark of interest. If your black hair and my golden hair were to produce an offspring, what color might their hair be? Marjorie inquired, clutching the book. That cannot be definitively determined. But you can analyze the hair colors of both families and speculate on the possible hues in their offspring, as well as the probabilities of those colors appearing. Is this sorcery? Marjorie exclaimed. I do not wish to elaborate further. Simply read the book for yourself. Do not dwell on such queries. If you encounter something that raises doubts, you may conduct your own experiments to verify. Green waved her off. As Green continued toward Dragonstone Island, Marjorie followed behind, engrossed in her book. Upon reaching the Stone Drum Tower, Green retrieved Singed's writings, selecting passages pertaining to industrial development, infrastructure, and metallurgy to send to the Sea Dragon Tower, while materials on biology and astronomy were set aside for now. That night, Marjorie found herself unexpectedly captivated by the biological text, losing interest in card games, occasionally gasping or murmuring in delight. The legions at Greywater Watch had brought guests from King's Landing. With the announcement from the guards, soon Tyrion entered, accompanied by Sansa. I sincerely apologize for betraying your trust, Tyrion said, a hint of regret in his voice. There is no need for apologies. You have still brought Sansa, though the Stark child appears somewhat unwell. However, I suspect the Lannisters have already devised a compensation for the breach of contract. Green sits upright, perusing a meteorological pamphlet. Tyrion observes that the situation has not escalated to a violent confrontation, so he relaxes his demeanor. Breaching the agreement was never my intention. It was merely a minor complication encountered while searching for Sansa. My king is not particularly rational. I am aware that Podrick has informed me of the events that transpired. Thus, Joffrey's irrationality will require more than mere apologies. He will need to offer something further. Ah, yes, Kevin and Jaime are also on Dragonstone. You may wish to meet them. Jaime, Kevin, you've captured them? Tyrion exclaims. What? I released the defeated Lannister soldier to relay the news. Did he not inform you? I instructed him to notify the nobles of King's Landing to ransom their kin, including Lannister, Kevin, and Jaime. Green closes the book, scrutinizing Tyrion. My apologies. I arrived at Dragonstone immediately upon receiving news of the conflict in the Riverlands. I may have left King's Landing before the defeated soldiers returned. That is of little consequence. As long as business is being discussed, let your father make an offer for his brother and son. What are your expectations regarding the compensation for King's Landing? Tyrion inquires, gazing at Green. Dragon eggs, castles, golden dragons, provisions, such items would suffice, provided the price reflects the stature of House Lannister. I shall return to King's Landing to convey this to my father. By the way, may I meet them? The guards escort the guests to Dragonstone. Thank you, Tyrion replies, following the guards outside. Chapter 58. The discussion. Sansa, come here, Green beckons. The Stark girl hesitantly approaches Green's table. He observes the delicate Stark girl, bruised and bearing a scar upon her face. Is this the work of Joffrey? Green inquires, studying her countenance. Sansa numbly nods. Your scars will earn you something. Speak, dear girl, what is your desire? I wish to return to Winterfell, Sansa tentatively responds. Winterfell is currently in the hands of Theon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Lady Stark will ensure your safety. Sit. There is no need for such formality. Green rises and guides Sansa to a chair. I mean, what compensation do you hope to receive from the Lannisters? Dragonstone can leverage your unfortunate situation as a bargaining chip regarding the prisoners. Sansa lowers her head, tears glistening in her eyes. I wish to kill Joffrey to avenge my father. Child, I understand this is the wish of all in the north, but it is somewhat unrealistic. Consider seeking wealth or other advantages that may benefit your north, Green gently persuades. Sansa wipes her tear-streaked face. I do not know. By the way, how is my mother? And my brother and little brother? Your brother has just emerged victorious in the Battle of Hudgian, albeit at a great cost. Your sibling, Riken, is currently residing on Dragonstone. And as for your mother, apart from her concern for you children, she likely has little else to trouble her. The situation regarding Bran remains unknown to Dragonstone. However, your other brother Jon seems to be faring well, immersed in a flurry of activity, potentially even on the lookout for a sister-in-law for you. Green playfully teased Jon with hints of spoilers. If you have yet to comprehend everything, take your time. The people from King's Landing will arrive at Dragonstone with their conditions in a few days, so you may first wish to visit your brother. Green glanced at the servants behind him. Sansa lifted her head and rose from her chair, saying, "Follow me." The nearby servant responded accordingly. Green typically summoned a new ancient gold-copper dragon egg in the Summoning Canyon, equipping the new dragons with redemption and nature's power. Dragonstone has become bustling with activity, prompting Green to assign guards at the entrance of the canyon. After surveying Dragonstone, Green returned to the Stone Drum Tower to review the financial reports brought by Missandei. Dragonstone is on the verge of financial ruin, with 6 dragons now, including those yet to hatch. Apart from the large yellow dragon, which can forage for seafood at sea, the red dragon can manage a modest hunt on the water's surface, while the others primarily rely on Dragonstone for a substantial supply of meat. With even greater demands anticipated in the future, Green planned to have the large yellow dragon hunt large marine fish or squid to sustain its siblings, preparing for a self-sufficient existence without reliance on others. Moreover, the equipment innovations on Dragonstone, expenses for blacksmith workers, routine maintenance of the fleet, and various costs associated with settling the wildlings, as well as the Night's Watch's material support, must be accounted for. Recently, due to the blockade of Blackwater Bay, merchants from outside have been selling their goods at low prices to Dragonstone, and reliance on the Iron Vault's arms trade is becoming increasingly strained. Aside from grain, which is well-stocked thanks to the Reach, expanding in other areas necessitates an investment of golden dragons. Dragonstone must explore new trade avenues, or else leverage the Lannisters for something substantial. Additionally, a royal council is required, comprising at least a few competent ministers. Even though Missandei is an elite, one cannot exhaust a single mule to its limits. Green resolved quietly to himself. "I believe everyone present has gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation," said Tyrion, seated at the royal council. Dragonstone holds the upper hand in negotiations, possessing 2 Lannisters and over 100 noble offspring. While the military strength of Dragonstone remains intact despite the events at Hudgian, Tyrion surveyed the surrounding ministers. "Whether we pursue war or peace, we must reach a decision swiftly. The blockade of Dragonstone has already had a profound impact on King's Landing, affecting trade in taverns and brothels alike. Moreover, the mercenary groups within the city continue to feast on the treasury's gold," added Barrys. "Arrest that old scoundrel Mace Tyrell and drag his son Loras out of that brothel. The Tyrell family has long been in collusion with Dragonstone, and they could trade 2 useless Lannisters for their freedom." Joffrey strode towards the conference table and took a seat beside Cersei. "You intend to capture your master of ships and his son as hostages?" Tywin cast a disdainful glance at Joffrey. "They have long conspired with Dragonstone, sending the Tyrell women there to seek dragon seed, akin to the Targaryen unions of yore, in hopes of procuring a few dragons from the blacksmith's forge." Joffrey, seemingly armed with dubious intelligence, delivered his remarks with fervor. "Your Majesty, the Tyrells may have diverged in their bets, but should we truly capture them, they would redirect all their grain and military assets towards Dragonstone. This is precisely why Mace Tyrell agreed to serve as master of ships. King's Landing possesses not a single warship, and the Tyrells merely wish to assert their position." Varys cautioned Joffrey. "Damn it, the imbeciles of House Lannister. 50,000 men routed by the North and Stannis' mere 20,000, and they still ended up as captives, forcing our king to clean up the mess." Joffrey slammed his palm on the table in fury. "If the blacksmith of Dragonstone does not mind your mother's waning beauty, I would gladly find you a new father, my king," Tywin remarked, observing Joffrey's antics. Cersei, who had just a moment ago sought to restrain Joffrey, now gazed vacantly at her father. Upon hearing this, Joffrey gritted his teeth and glared at Tywin. You commanded 50,000 men as Hand of the King and suffered a disastrous defeat in the Riverlands. And now you wish to sacrifice the kingdom's dignity to allow the blacksmith to insult my mother, merely to prolong the existence of your worthless Lannisters?" he shouted, pointing at Tywin. "The Lannisters may indeed be as you say, but they are not so worthless as to be incapable of counting. Hence, I choose to trade one worthless piece for 2 that hold slightly more value." "This worthless one cannot even produce a pup that respects its elders," Tywin retorted, turning his gaze towards Cersei. Old Joffrey was about to speak, but, slap, Cersei delivered a sharp blow to his face. Joffrey, clutching his cheek, looked at his mother with a mix of bewilderment and grievance. Here I am, the brave king, capable of abducting Sansa from the north, ready to become a dragon-slaying hero at Dragonstone, and slaying the blacksmith is well within my reach. Island Pain has prepared a fine ship for your king to sail to Dragonstone. Let us eagerly await the king's triumphant return from slaying dragons, Tywin said nonchalantly. Go forth. My king. Tywin raised his voice slightly. The pale, mute island prepared to step forward when Cersei, noticing this, guided Joffrey out. In truth, there were no updates. The critical characters and items from the chapter would be briefly mentioned, which is unfeasible. Bonus chapters, character cards, etc., are not possible and can only be low quality. Essentially, there would be 1 to 5 images to provide a pictorial summary for those unacquainted with the series. Those with basic knowledge of the 2 magical blocks could refer to earlier chapters for comments, suggestions, or banter. Additionally, good images could be shared for other readers to admire. Completion. I never anticipated that creating illustrations would consume so much time. I have incorporated 3 to 5 illustrations for each of the preceding chapters, uploading various artifacts and characters from the realm of Game of Thrones to provide a basic understanding for those unacquainted with both. Those familiar with the material or who have traversed the earlier chapters may find amusement in revisiting them. I have cleverly titled them. For those who are kind-hearted, feel free to offer explanations for what is missing. In the forthcoming chapters, I will strive to include illustrations and descriptions of new artifacts and characters, allowing readers to form a preliminary image, while those with vivid imaginations can easily bypass this. I am limited to the platform of Chitian, as this work seems to have fallen into the shadows, neglected by both uncle and grandmother. Respectfully, tomorrow, I shall update the chapter, having inserted over 200 illustrations, which took 3 hours. Chapter 59, New Conditions. Continuing, let us discuss the conditions concerning Dragonstone. Tywin shifted his gaze towards Tyrion. He did not specify an exact number, merely indicating a sum befitting the Lannisters. It is conceivable that possessing 2 dragon eggs could undoubtedly secure the return of Jaime and Uncle Kevin. Tyrion shrugged. Humph. Tywin's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Are there not enough dragons at Dragonstone? Why do you not suggest I simply send the Iron Throne to Dragonstone? Tyrion lowered his head in disappointment. Did he not provide specific figures, titles, or lands, or gold dragons, and the like? Varys observed Tyrion, offering suggestions. Surely, he might accept those terms. However, I still recommend negotiating for something more substantial to leave me room for bargaining at Dragonstone, Tyrion remarked. Tywin cast a cold glance at Tyrion. There are already few gold dragons left. Maintaining the army and hiring mercenaries has cost a considerable amount. For your next suggestion, I hope you will consider castles and titles. Tywin gently tapped the table. The dragons and fleet of Dragonstone seem to possess the strength to engage in war with a principality. The Duke is beyond reproach. What of Harrenhal? Suggested Baelish. Titles, in this current situation, can only be seen as appendages. We could grant titles. Stannis could even bestow Harrenhal as a new guardian of the Westerlands to forge an alliance. Tyrion added. Although I am uncertain of your position, Tyrion, I encourage you to express your thoughts. Based on your knowledge of Dragonstone, what might secure the return of Jaime and Kevin while buying us approximately 6 months in the conflict with Stannis? Tywin inquired, directing his attention to Tyrion. The prospect of marriage has already been seized by Highgarden. Our options now lie only with castles and lands, which must also correspond to a duke's status. What of Harrenhal? The Riverlands are in ruins, suggested Baelish. Do you recall the curse of Harrenhal? It appears Stannis' current plight has reaffirmed it. He assumed Harrenhal, only to lose everything at the Battle of Blackwater. In my view, Harrenhal is not a wise choice, and should he accept it? If Dragonstone were to side with the North or Stannis, King's Landing would have to face the full might of the Northern Army, Varys replied. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. What of Whispering Castle, Duke of Whispering Castle? Tywin pondered for a moment before speaking. Tyrion ventured to Dragonstone to gauge the blacksmith's disposition, intending to exchange Jaime and Kevin for a mere public vow of fealty to the Iron Throne, ensuring that he refrains from taking part in the conflict between the Iron Throne and Stannis. Very well. I shall do my utmost to bring back Jaime and Uncle. In the Eyrie, Lady Lisa expressed her hopes regarding the union of Robin and Celis, stating, We have already triumphed over the Lannisters in the Riverlands. Now, with the cavalry from the Vale alongside His Majesty, we can march south to seize King's Landing. His Majesty has but one daughter and no plans to bear further heirs. Duke Robin could very well become the future king. Melisandre had arrived from the Riverlands to test her fortune. How many men did you defeat among the Lannisters? Inquired Lisa from her elevated seat. Oh, Melisandre exclaimed exuberantly. Stannis has summoned the Dragon Knights. The flames of the Lord of Light have shattered the Lannister forces, and the Lord has exacted justice upon the false king of King's Landing. Lysa's gaze shifted to her companion, Yohn Royce. We are grateful for His Majesty Stannis' goodwill, but the Vale must attain a comprehensive understanding of the situation in the Riverlands before proceeding. I shall send a messenger to rest. Bronze Yohn dismissed Melisandre. The words of the Red Woman are not to be trusted. The state of the Riverlands is a consequence of the Northmen and the Tullus fighting to the death. The Blackfish is grievously injured and cannot rise from his bed. Stannis merely seized an opportunity when the Lannisters faltered. Had we marched alongside the Starks from the outset, we might have already breached King's Landing. The strength of the Vale and the relationships of its two former chancellors could easily secure a union with House Stark. Let us proceed thusly. I shall first compose a letter to inquire with Peter about the situation in King's Landing and the extent of Lannister losses, Lysa declared, preparing to retreat to her chambers. Peter merely regards the Vale as a bargaining chip against the Lannisters. He cannot offer the Vale any true advantage. An alliance with the Starks would be a match made in heaven, Yohn insisted, following her. I am aware, yet the North is preoccupied with its own plight in Winterfell. Lysa rebuffed him, asserting that the Vale would not serve as their sword, even if Peter treats the Vale as a pawn in the game for King's Landing. She resolved not to allow it to become a mere gift to appease Catelyn, her sister. Upon returning to her quarters, Lysa commenced drafting a missive to Peter in King's Landing, detailing the events in the Vale and her thoughts on seeking an alliance with Stannis. Sandor, what brings you to Dragonstone? Jaime inquired, finding that his movements on the island were unimpeded. He approached the familiar figure of the Hound, who was fishing with a rod over the sea. How amusing it is that the Lannisters frequently visit Dragonstone, Sandor remarked, turning to face Jaime. I would hope it were for a cordial visit, yet it is evidently not. Jaime signaled to the guards trailing behind him. The Hound tilted his head in inquiry. I have been captured and am now awaiting King's Landing to exchange gold dragons for my release, Jaime replied as he settled beside Sandor. And what of you? What brings you to Dragonstone? Jaime countered. As you can see, I have been fishing, while I also chop some fine firewood, the Hound replied. Noticing Jaime's silence, he turned to him and asked, Do you have any idea how I ended up here? Jaime shrugged. I spent quite some time in the dungeons of Riverrun. Just emerged less than a fortnight ago, and now I find myself here. Apart from some military affairs, I am utterly ignorant of everything else. Jaime settled into a comfortable position upon the rocks by the shore. The Hound revealed a faint smile, then turned his gaze back to the sea. Jaime stared at the sky over Dragonstone, where several dragons spiraled and playfully chased one another. Suddenly, one dragon plummeted towards the water, snatching a fish in its jaws. Damn it, that was my fish, the Hound yelled, picking up stones to hurl at the sea. The dragon ascended sharply, only for two others to swoop in and snatch the fish from its mouth. Jaime looked at the Hound in astonishment. Aren't you afraid they'll come over and bite you, breathing fire? Of course, I am, the Hound retorted, which is why I only throw stones at the smaller ones. Next month, I'll merely curse them, and after another month, I shall select an even smaller one. He spoke with a seasoned air. Look, another ship is approaching. He pointed towards the vessel, noticing a half-man standing at the bow. Chapter 60. New terms. What do you think of the terms from Storm's End? Tyrion cautiously inquired. Seated in the hall of the Stone Drum Tower, Storm's End is not the ancestral seat of House Baratheon. Isn't this the king's will? Acknowledging the failure at the Battle of the Riverlands, Tyrion lamented, that is a punishment he deserves. He possesses the Iron Throne and has no need to inherit Storm's End. Tommen need not inherit it now either. Indeed, it's acceptable. Selling Baratheon's claim does not incur any loss for the Lannisters. However, exchanging for a castle that is considerably distant from Dragonstone seems of little utility to me. Is this a recompense for Jaime's oath-breaking? Or an attempt to regain leverage for the Lannisters, and 2 titles at that? Titles. Tyrion interjected, in the current 7 kingdoms, titles hold no significance. The titles brought by King's Landing could just as easily be conferred by Stannis, and in a certain sense, even the Starks and the Iron Islands could offer them. Considering you all are so-called kings, Tyrion found himself momentarily speechless. And what of Joffrey's mistreatment of Sansa? You must be aware of what you sent her into. It is far more than mere oath-breaking. Sansa's injuries, Jaime's open betrayal under my guarantee, and the presence of 2 Lannister captives, your offer lacks sincerity. If Dragonstone were to pledge allegiance to a king, its military strength could surely ensure a formidable protectorate in return. Watching Green press his advantage, Tyrion listened with a grim expression until Green ceased his clamoring. Taking a deep breath, Tyrion stated, Let us hear your proposal. I shall convey your terms to King's Landing, though I cannot ensure success. Green hesitated, uncertain of what to demand, when Marjorie interjected from her seat. Dragonstone requires the complete allegiance of the Stormlands. Green turned to Marjorie, who pressed her hand upon his. Tyrion tilted his head, signaling Green to proceed. Marjorie lowered her head and began to whisper in Tyrion's ear. Half of the defeated forces hailed from the Stormlands, having exchanged their loyalty for protection. Highgarden could also dispatch troops to assist in quelling the insubordination in the Stormlands. Thus, it was decided, Dragonstone must become the new guardian of the Stormlands. Dragonstone could return the captured Kevin and Jaime, and would refrain from participating in the conflict between King's Landing and Stannis. However, should the Iron Throne pose a threat or infringe upon the interests of the Stormlands, Dragonstone reserves the right to resist. I shall convey your terms back to King's Landing. But their acceptance hinges upon the nod of the regent, the hand of the king. Tyrion rose to take his leave, gazing across the waters of Blackwater Bay, feeling like a ferryman who had traversed the distance between King's Landing and Dragonstone countless times. Tywin sat at the table, his appetite considerable, listening intently to Tyrion's account. Highgarden, witnessing the Lannisters' significant defeat, was impatiently eager to seize a portion of Dragonstone's spoils. Tywin noted that it was Marjorie who had initiated the discussion of terms. The entirety of the Stormlands, Tywin murmured, as he approached the map hanging on the wall. It appeared to be an interconnected expanse. Should the Stormlands and Highgarden unite, it would herald a new era akin to the reign of Renly. Highgarden seemed overly eager. Tywin, stroking his sparse beard in contemplation, eventually spoke. The Stormlands could be granted to Dragonstone, but they must pledge their loyalty to the Iron Throne, not merely abstaining from the wars in the north against the Starks or Stannis. His gaze shifted to Tyrion. Loyalty to the Iron Throne. You must manage your grandson well. Before him, Dragonstone has myriad reasons to rejoin the war against King's Landing. Perhaps it would be prudent to negotiate a non-aggression pact with the Stormlands, allowing time to fully subdue the North and Riverlands, eliminate Stannis, and then confront the movements of the Stormlands and Highgarden, preferably through marriage. Time serves as a breeding ground for strength, and dragons can overlook politics. Although Highgarden may have gained the upper hand, the Lannisters are not yet out of the game. Highgarden has 3 eligible heirs, and in time, Dragonstone will also see new heirs emerge. Tyrion slumped in his chair as he replied. I previously suggested that Cersei marry Loras, but Highgarden declined. Tywin returned. What if we made this marriage a condition of our negotiations, forcing the Tyrells to ally with the Lannisters to balance the power against Dragonstone? Would require some sacrifice on their part to hasten their gains. Tyrion cautiously ventured. So be it. Go tell Dragonstone that the Stormlands can be theirs, release the Lannisters, and then let House Tyrell select an heir to wed Cersei in King's Landing. I shall oversee Joffrey's behavior. The Stormlands and Highgarden shall disregard the northern conflict and provide not a single grain, weapon, or soldier to the war in the north. The imp has another arduous journey ahead. Tyrion lamented. And summon Varys as well. Tywin called after the departing Tyrion. What has our master of whisperers been up to lately? Tywin inquired of the entering Varys. Like a lord presiding over his domain, indulging in feasts and whims, with no ship to manage in King's Landing. One can only imagine the utmost comfort of such a minister. Varys sighed, contemplating the situation. You must keep a vigilant eye on him. It won't be long before another Tyrell arrives in King's Landing. Keep track of their movements, and ensure they do not slip away from the city. Tywin remarked with a measured tone. It is my duty, and I shall serve diligently. Should they consider an escape, I will inform you at once, Varys replied. Thank you. Now, I must trouble you to summon Lord Baelish for me. After paying his respects, Varys took his leave. Prime Minister, how may I serve you? Baelish inquired as he entered the Prime Minister's tower. What of the hired mercenaries? They remain ensconced in brothels or flea-ridden haunts, as ever. I have a task for you. Summon the lords of the Stormlands to King's Landing in the name of the king, informing them that compensation will be provided for those nobles who participated in the Riverlands War. Additionally, they should bring fresh troops, as the king will offer lucrative employment for their soldiers. Also, gather a few captains of the mercenaries. I require their assistance. As you command, Prime Minister. Baelish replied before taking his leave. Tywin produced a sheet of parchment and, with a quill in hand, began composing a letter to the mountain stationed at Harrenhal, requesting his troops to come to King's Landing. What do you believe are the chances that King's Landing will acquiesce to the terms? Marjorie queried, embracing Glenn from behind. The Tyrells have made a profitable bargain. I cannot stray from Dragonstone, trading its successes for the expansion of the Tyrell lands, Glenn stated earnestly. Marjorie turned Glenn's head toward her. Look at what you are saying. The future throne shall not be claimed by any Tyrell but by your progeny. The Tyrells merely toil on new soil for the future king. Even Highgarden will ultimately belong to you. What did that Lannister imp say to you? My dear, you must understand that we are united. In the future, I shall bear your children. Your adversary will not relish our bond. He desires to tear us apart, Marjorie said, leaning languidly against Glenn. Nay, Tyrion spoke no such words. Rather, I hope you can offer counsel in these matters instead of hastily making decisions on my behalf. Marjorie leaned in to kiss him. I apologize. I shall sincerely express my regret for this matter, and you may choose how to accept it. As she spoke, she began to disrobe. Come, let me show you my sincerity, Marjorie exclaimed, eagerly beginning to remove Glenn's garments. Chapter 61. The Rainy Season of Castamere Prime Minister. A letter from the Vale. Stannis has subdued House Umber and seeks to win over the Vale, Baelish reported as he stepped into the chamber. Tywin lifted his gaze to meet Baelish's, weary of his mercenary demeanor, surveying him intently. What is it that you wish to convey? Lysa's missive reveals the urgent need for support from King's Landing. Half of the lords in the Vale express a desire to join the Northern Alliance. Stannis still commands a formidable force. Should he unite with the lords of the Vale to overthrow Lysa, the Vale would serve as a significant asset to his cause. Peter Baelish recounts the details of the correspondence. What do you desire? Tywin inquires, raising his hands in exasperation. Cease fixating on which table to occupy. Understand that the early bird feasts upon the sweetest morsels. The North has no chance of involvement. The Iron Islands alone pose enough of a challenge. Stannis, whom you have long collaborated with at King's Landing, requires no introduction from me. Moreover, the Lannisters have yet to face defeat. The Iron Throne still commands vast territories in the west and the populous capital of King's Landing, while Stannis can only hide in the Vale's valleys. Relying on ragtag mountain clans for conquest, Tywin asserts with emphasis. If the lords of the Vale present too great an obstacle, I can arrange for the mountain to accompany you in clearing the path. The Vale requires a new protector. Young Robin Arryn is ill-equipped, and you are the most suitable candidate. He rises and pats Baelish on the shoulder. I advise you to make a decision swiftly. The mountain is already en route to King's Landing. Should the Vale send forces against Stannis, the accolades will be yours. Tywin strides out, heading towards the Red Keep. Why must I marry a Tyrell? I am the queen. I sacrificed Myrcella and Tommen for you, and now you demand my own sacrifice. Cersei shouts at Tywin as he enters the palace. Tywin regards his irate daughter, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, before continuing on his way. Why? Because you bear the surname Lannister. It is your duty, and it is the very reason you ascend to the role of queen. Jaime and Kevan are engaged in battle, which entails the risk of death. Did they ever inquire why I am compelled to act? Tywin states as he approaches the hall's pantry. Compared to death, at least you still wear the crown of a queen. The war of the lion-hearted sons unfolds on the battlefield, while the conflict of daughters transpires in the chambers. This is an immutable truth among the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Are you aware of this year's gold yield from the west? Tywin turns to Cersei. Cersei shakes her head in ignorance. Take a guess. Tywin pours himself a goblet of wine. A few pounds, a few tons, or perhaps several tens of tons. Cersei muses. The answer appears trivial. The gold mines in the west have been exhausted, while the Reach continues to yield bountiful harvests. The throne still owes the Iron Bank millions of gold dragons. How will you secure the crown that rests upon your head and that of your children? Tywin takes a seat, wineglass in hand. Stark or Stannis? Even if you offer the crown on a platter, they would likely impale your and Joffrey's heads upon their lances. Marrying into the Tyrells not only circumvents the involvement of House Targaryen, but also provides the Lannisters with new resources to mount a northern campaign. Is this your idea? Cersei questions. It is the suggestion of your dwarf brother, though it appears there is no alternative. Finding a means to win over Dragonstone, while simultaneously securing Jaime and Kevan's return and acquiring Tyrell provisions, is the most prudent course. Tywin set down his wine goblet and stepped outside, preparing for the role of a bride, with the hope of quickly bearing an heir. The royal lineage would render your newborn a beneficial successor to House Tyrell. As Tywin exited through the door, Cersei forcefully smashed the wine jug upon the ground. Accompanied by the distant cries of seagulls, Tyrion arrived once more at Dragonstone. My father has acquiesced to your conditions, yet demands a union between the Tyrells and King's Landing. Pledging not to involve ourselves in the North or Stannis' war against King's Landing, Tyrion declared. With whom shall this union be forged? Asked Glenn. My sister Cersei. Or any of Lady Margaery's brothers. After the marriage at King's Landing, the Stormlands will be ceded to Dragonstone, Tyrion replied. Glenn turned to Margaery. I must write to my grandmother to solicit her counsel, Margaery stated. Very well. It seems I shall linger at Dragonstone for several more days. I must tally the number of trips I have made during this wretched political ordeal. Tyrion lamented. Tyrion, Binding the Tyrells to the Lannister warship will not yield any substantial success, Glenn remarked. The Lannisters have no other recourse, Tyrion responded with resignation. There exists an ancient saying in Essos: rituals of propriety, righteousness, and shame are the four pillars of a nation. Should they falter, the nation shall perish. Even if we conquer the north and Stannis, how long can the Lannisters endure? Tyrion scoffed. Indeed, the most devoted to propriety, Eddard Stark, now lies beheaded. Had the Starks ascended the throne instead of the Baratheons, perhaps this war would never have ignited. This is the wisdom of governance, not mere social etiquette. It is the path to a nation's survival, Glenn asserted. Were I upon the throne, I might entertain your counsel. Alas, I am not. The Lannisters must cling to survival. Regardless of how the war erupts, once it does, they must first consider victory in battle, Tyrion stated. With dragons at our command, we shall wield great influence. Once the war concludes, perhaps I shall witness your governance of the Stormlands. I must seek out Jaime, Tyrion concluded, departing. Even if a marriage alliance could temporarily delay and appease Highgarden and Dragonstone, should the Lannisters prevail in the north and vanquish Stannis. Given Joffrey's temperament and the ideals and interests of Dragonstone, it would likely herald yet another conflict. Tyrion appeared pensive, the Lannisters sinking deeper into the quagmire of war. The roars of dragons above Dragonstone stifling his confidence. Marjorie, what is your perspective on the Lannister alliance? Glenn inquired as he observed Tyrion's exit. It depends on whether my grandmother consents. If she does not, we must seek alternative conditions, Marjorie replied. And if your grandmother grants her approval for the union with the Lannisters? Marjorie leaned in, saying, why do the Tyrells rely on my grandmother's authority? Because the men of House Tyrell are all ineffectual, and my three brothers are no exception. The lion cannot contend with the dragon. The rose shall likewise be consumed by the flames of wrath. Chapter 62. Ascent. The Ironborn of the Iron Islands reveled in the joyous atmosphere of White Harbor for over a month, capitalizing on the conflict between the Lannisters and the North. Despite the attention of certain lords towards their invasion, effective resistance could not be mustered, allowing the Ironborn to plunder the wealth of White Harbor via carts and fleets. Upon receiving news of the battles in the Riverlands, the Lannister forces that had accompanied Theon northward abandoned their stalemate with the Northmen, House Umber and House Stark, choosing instead to retreat by sea from Ironborn Bay. Ashe, observing the Northmen's withdrawal, resolved to organize one final raid, intending to convey news back to Winterfell. The Lannister army that previously pillaged the north with you has received orders from Tywin to return to the Iron Islands. You must accompany me back, Ashe suggested to Theon in Winterfell. I have only recently seized Winterfell, and the battle at the Stark's Riverlands has already drained our forces. We are capable of holding Winterfell. Theon countered. Ironborn are not adept at defending cities. They are skilled only in plunder. The North still requires the Starks to cultivate the land, and the Ironborn can orchestrate another wave of invasion in a month's time. What of the Stark children? Capturing them could yield leverage for trade with both King's Landing and the North, Ashe remarked, fixing her gaze on Theon. Regrettably, I only captured Bran, and he has since vanished, Theon confessed, his head bowed in shame. Ashe turned her head disdainfully towards him. As far as I know, one of the Stark children is disabled. You failed to capture any of them, and you let the only crippled one escape. If you wish to embrace the drowning goddess baptism, you must sever ties with the Starks. Act swiftly. Do not wait until the Starks breach Winterfell, only to find yourself groveling before your so-called brother, Robb Stark. With that, Ashe began rallying the Ironborn in Winterfell to seize usable supplies and salt wives with their carts. Theon, gritting his teeth, understood that he was meant to ascend as king of the Iron Islands, capitalizing on the civil strife between House Lannister and House Stark to claim vast territories in the Riverlands and the North, ultimately establishing himself as a sovereign ruler and restoring the former glory of the Ironborn. Yet, he found himself lacking even the stature of a pirate king, forced to rely on the whims of his sister. Determined to garner support, he resolved to recruit a faction of Ironborn by liberating prisoners from the dungeons, preparing a grandiose speech to rally both Ironborn and local criminals around him to fight alongside his cause. On the hills by the banks of the Mander, a magnificent castle known as Highgarden, crafted from white marble, stood as the most resplendent fortress of the Seven Kingdoms. Within its walls, Highgarden resembled a verdant paradise, blossoms blooming in abundance, with gardens, pools, and artificial waterfalls adorning the estate. The castle was replete with stone carvings, fountains, and marble columns, while grapes and roses embellished the walls and sculptures, the ancient architecture entwined with vines. From the towers of Highgarden, one could behold the sprawling estates and fields within miles. the countryside adorned with wildflowers and golden roses. The lush golden roses danced gently in the air above the castle. Summon your two brothers. There is a letter from Margaery suggesting a union proposed by King S. Landing. In the Grand Hall, the Thorn Queen Olenna addressed Valerion, who sat in a wheelchair. Valerion instructed a servant, and shortly thereafter, the honest man Garland Tyrell and the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, entered. Your sister's letter has arrived. Dragonstone has claimed Storm's End. Yet a union with House Tyrell is required for the relinquishment of Storm's End. Who among you is willing to take the initiative? Olenna inquired languidly. With whom? The Knight of Flowers questioned. Why not a union between Dragonstone and the Iron Throne? The daughter of the Lannisters, Queen Cersei, has no kin of her own. Thus King's Landing seeks to ally with Dragonstone through its ally, Highgarden. Olenna surveyed the three youths. Why must the Tyrells bear the cost for Dragonstone's seizure of Storm's End? Garland interjected. Furthermore, the scandal involving Cersei and her brother Jaime has spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. This is a blatant affront to House Tyrell. Oomph, an affront. How amusing you are. If such an insult could secure the lands of Storm's End, I would gladly marry you three off to the Lannisters. Dragonstone lacks kin. Margaery's union with Dragonstone would naturally entwine Storm's End with House Tyrell. The future Lord of Storm's End will carry the blood of House Tyrell. You must surely be aware of the Valyrians of old. They could lay claim to the dragons possessed by House Targaryen. Now that Margaery is wed to Dragonstone, there exists a possibility for House Tyrell to draw closer. Await the birth of Margaery's offspring, as the dragons of Dragonstone thrive. House Tyrell may surpass even the Valyrians of yore. Originally, House Tyrell pledged fealty to the royal Gardener family of the Reach. When the last king of the Reach, Mern IX of House Gardener, perished in the Battle of Fire, the steward of Highgarden, Harlan Tyrell, surrendered the castle to Aegon I the Conqueror. Thus, the first dragon house brought Highgarden to the Tyrells. Now, with a second dragon house looming, their bloodline may inherit Storm's End, provided the dragons do not perish in the internecine strife akin to the Dance of Dragons. Through Margaery, the first dragon riders shall emerge, and in time, your nephew may ascend the Iron Throne. Then why should we agree to a union with King's Landing? Why not simply march upon King's Landing and Storm's End, claiming Dragonstone for ourselves? Loras queried. The dragons are still young, and the Lannisters possess deep-rooted power. The Iron Throne remains with House Baratheon. Margaery's child has yet to be born. All remains uncertain. Tywin aims to draw Highgarden closer, and we may take advantage of both sides. In the future, the Lord of the Iron Throne will surely appreciate the sacrifices made by his uncle. Olenna gazed expectantly at her three grandsons. Loras and Garland exchanged silent glances, their expressions revealing hesitation. Olenna tilted her head and spread her hands. What are you hesitating for? A mere union does not necessitate the reality of marriage. If you remain in King's Landing, you may find yourself lounging in the brothels, and the Lannisters, though aware, will say nothing. They seek only the name of Highgarden. Seeing her two grandsons nudge each other, still lacking resolve, she declared, Very well, I shall take it upon myself. Seated in his wheelchair, Velis remarked, I have become a mere shell of my former self, while they still possess a future. He pondered aloud, So be it. Let us prepare for departure. First, we shall visit Dragonstone to see Margaery, and perhaps ascertain whether the new Duke of Storm's End requires any commanders, followed by attending Velis's wedding in King's Landing. Chapter 63. Research Sansa, are you feeling better? Green inquired as he observed Sansa cautiously entering the great hall of the Stone Drum. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Sansa replied shyly. Green regarded the reserved Sansa. Are you here to see Margaery? She is in her chamber. Feel free to enter. Sansa fidgeted. No. Green looked at her inquisitively. I have come to seek your counsel, my lord, Sansa said, her voice hesitant. What is it? Green asked with an open gesture. I heard that Monty rode a dragon, and now Rhaegar is clamoring to ride one as well. So I thought perhaps you could take Rhaegar to ride a dragon. She suggested. Bring those two boys in. Moments later, the two children dashed into the hall, followed by two panting dire wolves, their tongues lolling out. Please, take a seat. Sansa. You too. And tell me what you have all been up to lately. Green surveyed the trio of children, varying in age. I rode on the hound along the rocky coastline, taking his basket filled with fish, which I fed to the lady and the scruffy dog, as well as the little dragon, Monty recounted. I wish to ride a dragon. The one at the blacksmith's is too dull to fly. I wanted to ride him. But the blacksmiths refused, Rhaegar chimed in excitedly. Then this afternoon, I took Rhaegar and the dire wolves to climb towards the place where the dragon flies. And we discovered many charred corpses beneath the ridge. The lady and the scruffy dog were quite thrilled, Monty added. And you, Sansa? Green turned his attention to her. Me. Dragonstone holds no allure. There are soldiers guarding certain areas, so I remain in the tower, embroidering, Sansa replied. Did you bring any scholars from Winterfell? Green inquired. None, my lord. Only some servants and maids. However, a few of the maids are quite skilled in embroidery, Sansa explained. Summon Marjorie, please. Green commanded a servant. We cannot allow this idleness to continue. The children need something to occupy their time. Upon Marjorie's arrival, she exchanged pleasantries with Sansa. What is it? She asked Green. I would like you to ride to Old Town and recruit a cadre of scholars to come to Dragonstone. The research at the Sea Dragon Tower requires their expertise to expedite progress. After all, scholars learn swiftly, and these children also need guidance. Very well. I shall send a message to Lord Leighton Hightower of Old Town shortly. He is my mother's father and my grandfather, so this should not pose any difficulty, Marjorie replied. Monty, Rhaegar, for the next few days, you shall assist at the Sea Dragon Tower in the mornings. I will arrange for Sam to find you some basic tasks. Once the scholars arrive in Dragonstone, you can learn from them, and in the afternoons, you will go to the military camp where I will ensure you receive instruction in archery, horsemanship, and swordsmanship. No, I do not wish to practice swordsmanship. I yearn to ride a dragon. Each day, I procure meat for Dreammark, the name I have bestowed upon him. He shall come to adore me, and when he matures, he will carry me aloft in flight. I am certain of it. Monty declared stubbornly. I too desire to ride a dragon. Riken chimed in enthusiastically. Nay, you must at least acquire some martial skills. Dragons are companions, not mere steeds. They can protect you, but you must also safeguard them in return. Riken, your brother Robb is still engaged in battle. You need to learn the arts of combat to assist him. Monty, you are now the head of House Velaryon. The illustrious ancestors of Velaryon would not favor a playful child. Dragons do not take kindly to those who wish to be dragon riders without merit. For now, they cling to you for sustenance, but once they grow larger and can hunt cattle and sheep, how much meat can you provide them? Sansa supervised the two boys. In the morning, you will assist at the Sea Dragon Tower for 2 hours, and in the afternoon, you shall train in the military camp for 4 hours. Of course, you may also read the tomes at the Sea Dragon Tower during your spare time, Green instructed them. Come, I shall first escort you to the Sea Dragon Tower, Green announced, rising to lead the way. Sansa took Riken by the hand, following Green, while Monty, though reluctant, trailed behind, watching his companions being taken away. Sam, you will oversee these children in the mornings from now on. Whether it is a single sheep or a flock, you will manage them. This will also serve as valuable experience for future discipline with young Sam, Green remarked as he entered the Sea Dragon Tower, gesturing towards the children behind him. I am far too occupied and have a mountain of data awaiting my attention, alongside numerous calculations that require my focus, Sam replied with a hint of reluctance. Green took Sam aside, suggesting, find some fundamental mathematical problems or hands-on tasks to occupy the children and pass the time. The scholars from Old Town are on their way, by then. Your burden will lessen, as you will only need to oversee them for a month. Very well, Sam acquiesced softly. What is the status of the recent research? The electric candle has made significant strides. It can now emit a steady light for an entire week, but it requires a hex crystal to maintain its effect. The handcrafted power generation devices are neither stable nor enduring, and although the gas within the glass dome is a product of combustion, it tends to leak after being sealed for a period. Do not confine your studies solely to the hex crystals. What of the books I sent previously? They remain in the storeroom. I have not found the time to delve into them. Take me there. The issues with the electric candle should be resolved by the subsequent texts. Sam led Green to the side room where the books were stored, and Green bent down to begin his search. Ah, I have found it, Green exclaimed after a short while. Sam, the principles of the original battery detailed here can store and release stable electric energy, independent of the hex crystal, thereby stabilizing the electric candle. Additionally, this book elucidates the extraction and application of inert gases, clearly illustrated with diagrams. Absorb its knowledge thoroughly. The electric candle can indeed free us from the constraints of Hextech. Sam took the book from Green's hands and began to examine it, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. Green continued to peruse various pamphlets. Sam, first, you must thoroughly understand the generation, transmission, and application of the electric current and voltage presented in these pamphlets, whether alternating or direct. Illuminate Dragonstone, so that it no longer requires candles to be bright at night. As for Hextech research, it can wait. Once you grasp the applications of electricity, you may delve into the thermodynamic machines mentioned in this volume. Hextech is merely a shortcut to energy, while these pamphlets provide the essential foundation. Should you encounter any confusion or find yourself stalled in your research, feel free to consult me. After completing a phase of your studies, You may also inquire about the next phase of research, and I shall illuminate your path forward. One crucial point. You must safeguard these pamphlets, allowing only your subordinates to conduct various tests and experiments. And do keep those young rascals occupied. Green instructed Sam emphatically. Do not linger on dragons or wolves. It would be far more rewarding to earnestly pursue the sciences of chemistry and physics. Surely, being a physicist or chemist is far more intriguing than becoming a dragon knight or a northern wolf king. Chapter 64. Musings of House Lannister. My sister is to enter yet another political marriage. What are your thoughts, dear brother? Tyrion mused as he poured a glass of wine in the dragon tower, lost in his own reflections. My thoughts. Jaime closed his eyes momentarily. After a brief pause, a sardonic smile crept across his lips. What significance does it hold? I am unable to choose, much like the time I inexplicably agreed to don the white cloak, only to be compelled to slay the Mad King, and subsequently fell madly in love with Cersei. Now, I find myself embroiled in yet another inexplicable war. I became a Kingsguard, having sworn with my very soul not to acquire lands, marry, or father children. And yet I found myself stabbing the king to whom I pledged my loyalty, violating my oaths with the ascension of the next monarch. Everyone whispers behind my back, calling me the oathbreaker. My promises and vows are but a jest in the eyes of others. What, then, are my thoughts? What am I, dear brother Tyrion? Tyrion found it difficult to engage in such profound discourse. He swirled the wine in his glass. However, as a Lannister, the remaining sense of belonging to family for a dwarf largely derives from you. In other words, the dwarf feels unfortunate about all that has transpired. Yet, I am fortunate to have you as my brother, Tyrion emphasized. Your troubles are beyond my capacity to resolve, for after all, I am no knight of oaths. It seems the children of House Lannister have inherited the peculiarities of House Targaryen. Would you care to enlighten me? Kevan emerged from the adjoining chamber and seated himself beside Tyrion. Jaime, now there are only two Lannisters present who will safeguard the family's scandals, Kevan remarked. At the tender age of 15, my father sought to arrange a marriage between myself and Lysa Tully, while he also intended to wed Cersei to Prince Viserys. My heart, however, did not yearn for Lysa. Cersei advised me that by joining the Kingsguard, I could refuse the union with the Rivellins and remain in King's Landing by her side. She then graced me with a delightful evening, marking our first taste of forbidden fruit. Prior to that year, I had enlisted in the campaign to eradicate the Kingsguard, during which the Sword of the Morning, Arthur Dayne, personally knighted me. I found no discontent in serving alongside the Sword of the Morning as a member of the Kingsguard. Yet, I soon realized that I had fallen deeply in love with Cersei. Even after I assassinated the Mad King, and my father arranged for Cersei to marry Robert, my affections remained undiminished. Should the Tyrells discover our secret upon my return to King's Landing, I would not hesitate to sever their heads from their shoulders. Mind your words. You currently reside as a captive in a realm governed by the Tyrells, Tyrion sharply interjected, interrupting Jaime's musings. Jaime, regardless of past actions, the impending union between the Lannisters and Tyrells is of paramount importance. If you cannot bear it, you need not return to King's Landing. I shall inform our father. You may muster forces in the Riverlands or return to the Westerlands, Kevan stated. The throne is occupied by Lannisters, and it is your lineage as well. You must exercise greater restraint. Once Stannis is dealt with, the Iron Throne shall face no further obstacles, Kevan continued. I concede that Myrcella and Tommen are fine children. Yet Joffrey leaves much to be desired. Even if we triumph over the North and Stannis, I remain uncertain about the longevity of Lannister rule, Tyrion remarked. Kevan turned to Tyrion. No need to regard me so. You shall experience King's Landing firsthand, uncle. I wonder if we have received a response from Highgarden. I must inquire. The dwarf has had enough of a brothel on Dragonstone, Tyrion said, patting Jaime on the shoulder as he departed. With a soft whistle, Tyrion entered the stone drum. My dear Stormlands, when shall the dwarf return to King's Landing to report? Green looked up at Tyrion. Highgarden has responded, selecting Marjorie to wed Cersei. Who would have thought that the Lannisters would one day be related to you through the Tyrells? Was this not your idea? Green observed as Tyrion comfortably ascended a seat. A perfect resolution to the war, and you have also secured the Stormlands, have you not? In the coming decade, another family akin to the Targaryens shall rise in the Stormlands, with countless nobles taking pride in marrying a girl from House Tyrell, and innumerable knights clamoring to serve the Stormlands, all for a glimpse of the true dragons, Tyrion expounded. Will you pledge allegiance to the Stormlands? Green inquired. If the Stormlands would agree to establish some lavish brothels, and perhaps even offer the chance to tame dragons. The dwarf could wait until the wedding in King's Landing concludes before venturing to the Stormlands, Tyrion mused, extending his arms in contemplation. With such conditions met, I could rally men from all 7 kingdoms. Not a single dwarf would be missing, though the number of dragons is limited. Yet you previously considered charging for dragon riding experiences, Green retorted. Let us defer these matters for a later time. The Stormlands are merely Marjorie's suggestion. Dragonstone must rely more on the Tyrell family for gold and provisions. Expansion of the military? The significance of such an endeavor seems rather trivial. A single dragon equates to an entire army. Dragonstone requires a variety of long-term developments. In terms of what, you may not fully grasp my formal statements. To put it plainly, Dragonstone necessitates stronger and taller fortifications, more enduring roads, swifter carriages, and ships capable of long voyages, among other necessities. The earlier points are understandable. After all, how does one make a carriage run faster? A sharper whip, perhaps. You shall witness it. Dragonstone will ignite the first spark of the Industrial Revolution. Very well. Very well. Speak as you wish. The question at hand is, when will Highgarden arrive? By the time this letter reaches you, they will have already departed. I imagine they are nearing the Weeping Bridge along the Rose Road. Upon their approach to King's Landing, they will send another missive, and at that time, I shall allow you Lannisters to return to King's Landing to attend the Queen Mother's wedding. Will you not accompany them? The future guardian of the Stormlands. Your king has just lost his ancestral lands. Green emphasized, thus I would prefer you to attend. I can hardly wait to see what expressions adorn Joffrey's face. Tyrion remarked with a teasing glint. I shall consider it. Time is still ample, and your Lannister family's reputation is rather precarious. What do you mean? Tyrion rhythmically tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair, perhaps orchestrating an assassination or a coup to quell any threats within the walls of King's Landing. Green turned his gaze towards Tyrion. The Lannisters cannot withstand another breach of oath. Otherwise, King's Landing will be stripped of all credibility. And Stannis could effortlessly secure an alliance with Highgarden, consuming the entire Lannister house in his wrath. Tyrion spoke gravely. I believe in you, and you may trust your family. But do you trust your father, Cersei, or even Joffrey? Tyrion fell silent for a considerable time. Chapter 65. Encountering Lord Crow. It is time to request supplies from your lord. Our provisions are dwindling. Tormund loudly called out to Jon. Mind your language, Tormund. He has a name. Jon Snow, Ygritte interjected. Tormund shifted his big, copper bell-like eyes to Ygritte's face, staring at her for a moment. He has a name, and I should address him, my dear, uncomprehending gentleman. Tormund pouted, redirecting his gaze from Ygritte's face to Jon's. Jon was perplexed, believing Tormund was simply bestowing another nickname akin to those of Lord Crow, as many had remarked on his lack of understanding. Ygritte flushed crimson, drawing her bow and shooting an arrow that pinned Tormund to the fence by his clothing. She had previously uttered those words in the hot spring cave at the First Men's Finger while embracing Jon in the nude, and Tormund must have overheard her. Speak another word, and I shall pin your mouth to the dock, Ygritte threatened, drawing another arrow and aiming it at Tormund. Tormund, with a slight grimace, turned away to retrieve his arrow and removed his garment, wiping it down with his hands. He swallowed hard. Jon, we must set sail for Dragonstone to procure supplies. The free folks' homes have been erected, yet our provisions dwindle perilously. We lack coin to barter with the inhabitants of Driftmark. Tormund ventured cautiously. Prepare the ship. We shall depart for Dragonstone this afternoon, Jon replied. Ygritte followed Jon as they walked away, casting a disdainful glance back at Tormund. He stood there momentarily, scratching his head in embarrassment, before hefting his axe and trailing after them. Tyrion lounged on a rock by the shoreline, chewing on a blade of grass. His eyes squinted against the sun. Jaime, what occupies your thoughts? Tyrion inquired. Jaime remained silent. Is it my sister? Tyrion turned to Jaime, who did not respond. Oh. It must be. A mocking sound escaped from the hound, who was fishing nearby. What is it? You doubt my brotherly instincts? How could I not know? Tyrion called out to the hound. Listening to the sea breeze reminds me of the pale backs at the brothel in King's Landing. The noise there is unbearable. How exquisite it would be to hear the waves while indulging in other pleasures by the sea, Tyrion mused dreamily. Jaime, what could my brother be contemplating? He continued. Oh. Another ship approaches the docks. Let us play a game, dwarf. Guess from whence this vessel hails. You go first, the hound invited Tyrion. Tyrion gazed towards the dock, standing to get a better view. The ship did not appear to be from Essos or Highgarden, nor from Storm's End or Dorne. It was likely from Dragonstone, devoid of any banners. Why doesn't he, that lad, Gendry, consider creating a family sigil? He is now a sworn protector of Storm's End. Tyrion grumbled. You ought to inquire of him. The game's rules dictate that we guess the ship's origin, not its allegiance. Now, proceed, the hound urged. Tyrion's gaze returned to the dock, and he instinctively took a few steps forward. I recognize someone. This ship must be from the Wall. I see Jon Snow, the bastard of House Stark. Tyrion exclaimed. Indeed, it is he, I am certain. I believe I shall greet him. It has been half a year since our last encounter. You are mistaken. The ship hails from Driftmark. You may now go welcome your acquaintance, the Hound retorted before turning his attention back to his fishing line. Tyrion brushed off the dust from his attire, observing as Jon approached with Ygritte and Tormund animatedly conversing. Noticing Ygritte's gaze was not fixed upon him, Jon followed her line of sight. A dwarf was standing on the path to Dragonstone. Tyrion, seeing Jon evading his gaze, awkwardly adjusted his clothing and, as Jon and the others drew near, called out softly, Jon. Jon turned to Tyrion, silent, for the Lannisters had slain his father. I regret this. But it was never my intention, Tyrion murmured, his gaze cast downward. After a prolonged hesitation, Jon finally spoke. On the day my father lost his head, I heard you were present. Your king severed my father's life, and you compelled him to confess. Jon tightened his grip on the sword at his side. Yes, but that was the sole means to spare your father's life, Tyrion replied, meeting Jon's furious gaze. I swear, had I possessed the power then, I would have saved House Stark. No one wished for this war. It was the king's command. Tyrion looked deeply into Jon's eyes. Tormund, grasping the situation, realized that he was in the presence of a vengeful son. He beckoned the wildlings to seize the dwarf and strike him down, intending to teach the innocent little crow how to confront blood feuds. Jaime, hearing the commotion, rushed over, sword drawn, to protect Tyrion from the advancing wildlings. Ygritte, observing the unfolding chaos, readied her bow, aiming at the approaching Jaime. Sensing the tension, Tyrion pulled Jaime's arm, urging him to lower his weapon. Complying with his brother's plea, Jaime took a few steps back, slowly lowering his sword. I understand the Starks' animosity towards the Lannisters, but the Lannisters are now prisoners of Dragonstone. Soon, they will be exchanged for Storm's End. The Night's Watch has long benefited from Dragonstone's support. Do not squander their goodwill over personal vendettas against the Lannisters, Tyrion spoke softly. Jon instructed the wildlings behind him to lower their weapons, while Ygritte remained defiant, her bow still drawn, her expression fierce as she glared at the silver-tongued dwarf. Let me kill him, she whispered to Jon. Tyrion, perplexed by the intensity of this stranger's hatred, wondered who she might be. Surely not a bastard daughter of Eddard Stark. My lady, you ought not to draw that bow. It will only thicken your arms. And you should not wear furs, but rather silk, which would accentuate your figure beautifully. Tyrion ventured cautiously. Suddenly, an arrow struck the ground near Tyrion's feet. Jon's intervention had caused Ygritte's aim to falter. Tormund, his face contorted in disbelief, found himself intrigued by the dwarf's audacity to jest with Jon Snow, a figure of fire and ice, and a sly grin spread across his face. At last, a contract could be signed. How difficult it was. The chill had settled in, and I was sought after by the group at the starting point. Compelled to write after watching the Targaryens and simultaneously gather character cards, editing 5 points of agreement with friends before vanishing from contact. Chapter 66, The Trafficker. Your friends are quite enthusiastic, Tyrion, Sandor remarked with a wry smile, retracting his fishing rod as both parties turned their attention towards him. Do not misunderstand. I am merely a humble fisherman, residing in a fishing village on the western shore. With that, I hoisted my fish basket once more and wandered off into the distance. You may proceed, barked the Hound. As both parties exchanged glances, a guard from Dragonstone approached, saying, My lord, it is time for you to head to the Stone Drum Tower. The lord awaits. Jon cast a fleeting glance at the soldier before making his way toward the tower, accompanied by a dozen wildlings trailing behind him. Green glanced upwards as a group of barbarians entered the hall. Jon, aren't your companions feeling warm? We are not beyond the wall, so why are they dressed so heavily? Jon, looking bewildered, turned to observe the wildlings behind him. Tormund suddenly interjected, We have no money. After declaring this, he noticed the eyes of the hall's occupants fixated upon him, causing him to instinctively step back, attempting to conceal himself behind Jon. Jon, shouldn't you be returning to the wall? What brings you to Dragonstone? Jon stood there, lost in thought, contemplating for quite some time. The village on Tidehead Island has nearly completed its construction, and I intended to return to the wall and persuade another group of wildlings. However, what? Green inquired, gesturing with his hands. Jon glanced back at Ygritte before responding slowly. The wildling village on Tidehead Island requires funds and supplies to operate. The resources and golden dragons you provided have dwindled significantly since the village was established, so I hope to acquire additional supplies to support the wildlings. Do you recall the conditions previously set at Hardhome? I stated that the wildlings must allocate 1/10 of their population or output for Dragonstone to grant them land to thrive. Now, not a single wildling soldier has reported back to Dragonstone, and not even a fish has been delivered to us. You dare ask for money and food? Should I remind you of the golden dragons you owe me? Missandei brought forth the ledger, and Green raised his voice to issue commands. The wildlings have consumed approximately 800 golden dragons worth of provisions, and the construction of their village has cost over 4,000 golden dragons in materials, alongside an expenditure of over 200 golden dragons for laborers. They have employed numerous longships for over a month, with the cost for captains, sailors, and maintenance nearing 500 golden dragons. Furthermore, if these ships were utilized for trade, they could potentially bring back 5,000 golden dragons in wealth from Essos. You now owe me at least 100 soldiers and nearly 20,000 golden dragons. You dare to request further credit? Green gazed at Jon, who was equally perplexed as to why. After previously sponsoring the Night's Watch with ample weapons and provisions, Green now acted like a miserly curmudgeon, leaving Jon helplessly rooted in place. Ygritte, seeing her little wolf cub's flustered expression, spoke up. I can remain as a soldier, allowing Jon to take provisions for the tribe. As for the golden dragons you are owed, I will repay you through the defeat of enemies. You may set the price for their heads. Green surveyed Ygritte, stating, I do not accept female soldiers. However, that red-haired giant beside you may be considered. I can easily take down your soldiers, Ygritte retorted. Feeling underestimated, Jägerite emphasized. Perhaps you wildlings do not care for such matters, but the presence of female soldiers in the camp is rather troublesome. It would be prudent to recruit more male wildlings for the army. Observing that Green had declined, Jägerite pondered for a moment, deciding it was better to follow Jon as a shadow than to voice any further objections. She then directed her gaze towards Tormund, who, noticing the inquisitive stares of several wildlings upon him, averted his eyes to the ceiling, hoping to divert their attention away from himself. However, when he turned back, he was met by the unwavering gazes of dozens, including Jon, who looked at him with anticipation. Your soldiers lack roots, the drunken man from Driftmark informed me, so there should be no complications. I believe Firekiss would be quite suitable, Toast shouted, instinctively distancing himself a bit after his proclamation. Jägerite planned to ensure that Tormund would receive a fitting consequence once they exited the hall. Very well then. Supplies from Dragonstone can continue to be sponsored. You merely need to fulfill your obligation to provide soldiers. As for the gold dragons you owe, you may venture beyond the wall to recruit wildlings. Bringing back one wildling will offset one gold dragon, but the newcomers must also meet the requirement of 1 in 10 for soldiers. Their provisions will be recorded against their names, and the first batch of wildlings will be responsible for collecting the supplies on credit, which they can repay once they yield some returns. Tormund's mind raced, contemplating how he could stealthily acquire a few children from the wildling tribes and return to Dragonstone, thus not only settling his debts, but also securing a prosperous future. Children can also be exchanged for a gold dragon, right? One wildling raised a question about Tormund's proposal. Indeed, as long as they are taller than Tyrion, infants and unborn children do not count. Jon, you can describe Tyrion's height to the wildlings. If you are uncertain, Tyrion is currently at Dragonstone. You may measure him. Green thought to himself that the wildlings were ultimately quite straightforward, should they truly bring a person for a gold dragon. Exploiting loopholes could lead to an influx of pregnancies among all the female wildlings, resulting in substantial losses for him. We know how tall the half-man you mentioned is. We encountered him on the way, Tormund remarked. Very well, Missandei will coordinate with you to distribute supplies to the wildling village at Driftmark. You should expedite the selection of soldiers to be sent to Dragonstone, and find a way to settle the gold dragons you owe. New wildlings or production outputs will suffice. Missandei gestured for Jon to follow her, and the wildlings trailed behind them. What are you still doing here? Do you wish to join the army? Green inquired, eyeing Tormund, who remained rooted in the hall. Are you saying that for every half-man's height, there is one gold dragon? If there are 4 or 5 half-men of that height, could you not offer more gold dragons? Tormund asked eagerly, clenching his fists. Green stroked his chin, realizing the man was attempting to recruit giants. Well, as long as the wildlings stand at least 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall, they can be exchanged for 5 gold dragons, if they are to serve as soldiers. The exchange is 10 gold dragons. Are you certain? Tormund exclaimed enthusiastically. I am certain. Tormund had firmly resolved to entice Wong, envisioning a life of indulgence on Tidehead Island, where he could revel in fine spirits and sumptuous feasts daily. Could you lend me 5 more gold dragons? He boisterously proclaimed, eager to indulge in days of merriment while procuring a few sheep to send to Wong. By boasting of bountiful meals, he hoped to effortlessly sway Wong's favor. Noticing a flicker of doubt on Green's face, he reassured him, fear not, the wild man keeps his word. The soldiers I bring will surely impress you. Inquiring about the character cover, he recounted his struggles from the previous day spent attempting to create a character card. Following Baidu's instructions and spending an hour on the writer's webpage, only to find no access to character management. After uninstalling and reinstalling the software in vain, he finally sought assistance and learned that it required a desktop computer. Now, he sought clarity on how to create the character cover to avoid another night of frustration. Chapter 67. The Power of Noble Alliances. Green was busy tinkering with a completed lamp in the Stone Drum Tower. Although its texture and design were somewhat rudimentary, it proved effective. Two models had been developed. One directly utilized hextech shards, providing illumination for 3 days, with the hex crystal automatically recharging during non-lighting hours. Essentially, it operated at night and replenished itself during the day. The other model was a traditional electric lamp connected to a generator, wind or water power, or a primary battery. While it allowed for brightness adjustments, it lacked the convenience of the hextech lamp. The hextech lamp functioned as an integrated system, portable and self-sufficient in terms of power, whereas the conventional electric lamp required complex wiring and was dependent on the energy source's availability. Should the wind cease or the primary battery run out, the bulb became useless. However, due to the high cost of hextech shards, the research team at Dragon Tower concentrated their efforts on overcoming challenges related to power generation, storage, and transmission. In a letter from my grandmother, she informed me that they had arrived in King's Landing while she was en route to Dragonstone by ship. Marjorie descended from the upper tower with the letter, while Missandei went to Dragon Tower to notify the Lannisters about the preparations for their return to King's Landing the following day, alongside a contingent of soldiers for escort. Green instructed Missandei to inform Grey Worm that they should prepare to garrison Storm's End after the wedding in King's Landing concluded. Marjorie, your grandmother did not mention any other matters in her letter, Green remarked. What? It seems there is nothing significant. If you wish to know more, we could set off for King's Landing, Marjorie suggested. Your grandmother did mention her intention to come to Dragonstone. We shall discuss matters upon her arrival. Dragonstone merely needs to prepare for the handover of Storm's End. As for the alliance between your brother and the Lannister clan, I hold no interest. It would also be prudent to gauge your grandmother's sentiments. The Tyrell family may manage a portion of Storm's End, but Dragonstone requires more provisions. My dear, what are you saying? I am yours, and the Tyrell family belongs to you as well. Providing sustenance to Highgarden will only evoke a sense of glory. There is no need for us to stand on ceremony. Marjorie stated. Will your grandmother feel that glory? Will your brother? Green retorted. My grandmother does not bear the name Tyrell. She has diligently served the Tyrells all her life, and I can do the same. What are you worried about? The Tyrells chose to ally with House Lannister to gain Storm's End, and regardless of who claims it, it will ultimately belong to my children, and yours as well. I assure you, the Tyrells are merely a temporary measure, not a division of stakes. I am my grandmother's favorite child. She will stand by me. Let us hope your words ring true. What does your grandmother think about governing Storm's End? Green inquired. These matters will be discussed personally when my grandmother arrives at Dragonstone. The Tyrell family will be our greatest ally. Then let it be so. I shall go inspect the progress at the Dragonstone Lighthouse. Green exited the hall. As he walked, Green contemplated the possibility of creating a bulb capable of housing hex crystals, which would rival the effectiveness of a searchlight. If he could devise a mechanism to hold multiple crystals, a lighthouse could be erected at the highest point of Dragonstone to guide ships. Finally leaving this wretched place. I suppose you haven't been to King's Landing in months, Tyrion remarked, stretching on the deck. What occupies your thoughts, my brother? Even if we conquer the North and Stannis, what of it? As long as Highgarden firmly stands with Dragonstone, no one possessing dragons would willingly bow beneath the Iron Throne. The famed Oathkeeper, the notorious Kingslayer, is fearful? Tyrion mused. Fearful. The war has lost its significance. I have a premonition that a conflict between House Lannister and Dragonstone is inevitable. Presently, Father has chosen to strengthen Dragonstone through this alliance with Storm's End, yet in the future, the Lannisters will face foes 4 or 5 times more formidable than Stannis and the North Coalition. It seems there is a direct approach to this situation. Tyrion whispered to Jaime, drawing closer. You shall return to Dragonstone alone and assassinate Marjorie. Then Father will send Cersei to Dragonstone for the marriage alliance. Henceforth, the Iron Throne may no longer be occupied by Joffrey, but it will still carry the bloodline of House Lannister. Are you jesting? Do you consider the assassination of Marjorie a jest, or my sister's betrothal to Dragonstone a jest? Men serve politics through sword and blade, while women do so through the bed. This is the lesson Father imparted. Now, the finest Lannister son fears dying by sword or is reluctant to let a woman share another's bed. In these times, a daughter possesses a power far mightier than that of a knight of honor, Tyrion lamented. As the Lannister fleet departed, the Tyrell ships sailed into the docks of Dragonstone. "Marjorie, what are your thoughts on what I mentioned in my letter?" Olenna asked, gently patting her granddaughter's belly. "Still no signs of movement? You must hasten your pace. The formal ceremony has yet to take place. Once you have accepted the Stormlands, you may journey to Old Town to receive the bishop's baptism and simultaneously hold the ceremony. The tale of the girl from Tyrell will be sung through the ages. By the way, what has transpired recently on Dragonstone?" Olenna, with the support of her granddaughter, advanced. "Child, you should not harbor such threats nearby. Though the North has suffered defeats, House Stark has ruled for millennia. She merely needs to grow a bit taller and allure your man. As of now, you have no offspring. Tyrell has yet to genuinely possess dragons. Take me to meet her. The union with King's Landing is met with derision from your second and third brothers. Presently, the Stark girl appears to be a commendable choice. Eliminating your threat while offering Tyrell a chance to seize control of the North. Let us see if this girl has the potential to unite with your two brothers. What use are the wildlings beyond the wall? They are merely a drain on resources. Surely, you do not believe the tales of the dead beyond the wall. It seems merely an excuse to expand your ranks. If it were Tyrell, I would prefer to purchase slaves from Essos rather than squander money and food on uncivilized, ill-equipped wildlings. At least the slaves of Essos ensure loyalty and obedience." Olenna listened intently to Marjorie's account while offering her suggestions. "I believe I should discuss matters with the Stark girl and your husband separately," Olenna stated after hearing Marjorie's narrative. Chapter 68. The key to the North. The Reach shall oversee the entire supply of food for Dragonstone, including Driftmark. The Reach only requires Dorne and the area around Sunspear. Of course, to ensure greater connectivity with the Stormlands. Naturally, once my great-grandson inherits the Stormlands, the territories will be returned. Olenna spoke confidently from her seat. It seems these mountains do not yield arable land for the Reach. I had thought Tyrell would opt for the Rainwood or Kingswood, as those regions are more suitable for cultivation. Glenn observed Olenna, the matriarch of House Tyrell, seated at the table. "Is cultivation not also for House Targaryen? Had I met my great-grandson sooner, I would gladly serve. These mountains are merely a reward for my eldest son's betrothal. Though he is disabled, he is still the heir of House Tyrell. The new Targaryens, with the bounty of the Stormlands, will surpass the Targaryens in strength within a decade, especially since you have no kin to control all the dragons in power." Olenna fanned herself with an elegant lady's fan, continuing, "Oh, I forgot to ask if you will accompany Marjorie to King's Landing for the wedding. Furthermore, your union with Marjorie appears to require a ceremony. As she is the sole lady of the Reach, I suggest you and Marjorie go to Old Town to recite your vows before the bishop." "To King's Landing?" Glenn echoed. "What is amiss? How many from House Tyrell will attend the wedding?" "Mace has remained in King's Landing. If Marjorie goes, aside from the children's mother, Allery Hightower, the entire Tyrell family will be present. If I were to attend, a few cups of poison wine from the Lannisters would alleviate any lingering concerns, allowing us to acquire Highgarden's lands and subsequently dismantle the threat posed by Dragonstone. No noble would resort to such a crude tactic as poisoning at a wedding," Lady Olenna retorted. Green, upon hearing this from Olenna's lips, nearly questioned whether he had ever witnessed the play. It was indeed a base method, yet effective. The rituals of nobility hold no value when faced with the struggle for survival. Green rose, gesturing with his hands. "You have dealt with the Lannisters far longer than the Tyrells. You possess your own judgment. As for my inquiry about traveling to King's Landing, I merely sought your opinion, not a demand. Since you have broached this possibility, I wish to retain Loras at Dragonstone. Should the Lannisters stoop so low as to employ the tactics of eunuchs and women, Loras could rally the soldiers of Highgarden to your side in an assault on King's Landing." Olenna stood up, declaring it was time for her to return to King's Landing. The sooner she concluded her affairs, the sooner she could return to Highgarden, for her frail constitution could not withstand much strain. "Wait a moment, I have something for you to take to King's Landing." Green rummaged through a cabinet in the hall and produced 2 hexdeck light bulbs. This device is called a hex light, an invention of Dragonstone, with an effect akin to that of candles, but brighter, safer, and more enduring. With a gentle push of this button, it illuminates. As he spoke, Green demonstrated its use. It can light up an entire night without the need for ignition, and simply pressing the button again will extinguish it. He handed the hex light to the elderly Olenna. One as a wedding gift for Marjorie's brother, and the other as a present from Dragonstone to Highgarden. Olenna delicately pressed the button, savoring the warmth and glow emanating from the bulb. After a while, she inquired, "Can this be sold?" "Of course," Green replied. "This upcoming union will surely attract many from Storm's End, King's Landing, and the Westerlands. Once the lady showcases the hex light, numerous nobles will flock to see it. Highgarden could possess the rights to distribute these bulbs throughout Westeros, priced at 500 golden dragons each. As for how much Highgarden chooses to sell them for, that is entirely up to you. The benefits of a single light far surpass those of numerous candlesticks, and provided they aren't subjected to heavy impact, they can last for 3 to 5 years. A few bulbs could illuminate the entire hall of the stone drum, an effect that would require over 20 candlesticks. 500 golden dragons seems rather steep, Olenna responded, recovering from her astonishment. While it might be somewhat pricey for the common folk, it is quite reasonable for the nobles. Highgarden could further embellish the exterior, crafting them into various shapes or family crests. 500 golden dragons may even seem a tad underpriced. The Tyrells could sculpt rose-shaped glass lampshades, while the Lannisters could carve theirs into golden lions, and so forth. Highgarden does not possess the Lannisters' gold mines and must settle accounts with grain. I find myself feeling a hint of regret. It seems that planting grain in the lands of storms end would allow Highgarden to acquire even more bulbs. I shall accept this gift. I will ensure it is well presented at the wedding in King's Landing. Marjorie has chosen a fine husband. I hope this good man grants me the chance to meet my great-grandson soon, for I fear my days may be numbered. Where did Marjorie acquire these? Upon exiting the Stone Drum Tower, Olenna summoned a servant to call for her granddaughter. Each day, the Sea Dragon Tower bustled with numerous children and laborers experimenting with various inventions. It appeared that there existed something more practical than the great dragons, known as the illuminating lamp, which required no taming and promised the nobility a novel lifestyle. Highgarden relied on my clever granddaughter's choices to accrue further wealth. It was time to introduce me to the Stark children, as that was of utmost importance. Accompanied by Marjorie, Olenna found Sansa. Sansa, this is my grandmother, Marjorie introduced. After Sansa acknowledged her, Olenna spoke. My dear child, I deeply sympathize with all that the North has endured. At such a tender age, you must confront the harsh realities of war. I have always held great respect for Lord Eddard. Olenna grasped Sansa's hand, expressing empathy while subtly probing. Have your parents chosen a knight or a lord for you? I was previously betrothed to Joffrey, but he murdered my father. If given the chance, I would relish the opportunity to slay him myself, Sansa replied. I apologize, dear child, for touching upon your sorrowful memories. What do you think of my grandson Loras? Olenna inquired. The Knight of Flowers, Sansa exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Olenna confirmed. He is handsome and exceptionally skilled. Women of the realm take great pride in marrying him. At my father's tournament, he even presented me with a rose. Sansa described, her face aglow with infatuation. Seeing potential, Olenna pressed on. Would you like to marry Loras? He has told me you are a good girl and wishes to know your thoughts. Sansa, momentarily taken aback, felt a tumult of excitement and anxiety in her mind. After considerable contemplation, she replied, I need to write to my mother for her opinion. That is only natural. If your mother consents, once the wedding in King's Landing concludes, you may return to Highgarden with Loras for your own nuptials. Marjorie stepped forward to take Sansa's hand. Trust me, the castles of Highgarden are magnificent. As beautiful as your home in Winterfell, adorned with fields of golden roses and towering walls of white marble. Chapter 69. The honor and shame of knights. Upon his return to King's Landing, Jaime made his way directly to his father's hand tower. This appears to be a new sword, Jaime remarked, examining the blade Tywin had provided him. Indeed, since the fall of Valyria, no one has been able to forge Valyrian steel. Currently, only 3 smiths in the world possess the knowledge to reforge it. The most skilled resides in Volantis. And I have summoned him to King's Landing, Tywin replied with evident delight as he observed Jaime scrutinizing the exquisite sword. Where did you acquire such Valyrian steel? Jaime inquired, wielding the sword. From someone no longer in need of it, Tywin replied with a hint of disdain. You have long desired a Valyrian sword as your family's blade. It is a matter of great significance for House Lannister. Even Uncle Kevin remains missing in his quest for the ancestral greatsword, Brightroar. Jaime reflected. I must correct you on one point. There are 2 swords, not 1. 2. Jaime questioned, intrigued. Indeed, the original sword was absurdly large, yet after its reforging, it could yield 2 blades, one of which is designated for you. Me? I already possess a sword. I am aware that you have a blade crafted by the blacksmith. However, it appears you have yet to grasp my intent. The Valyrian sword, I intend to bestow upon Joffrey on the occasion of the king's wedding. The Oathkeeper rightfully belongs to you. Tywin fixed his gaze upon his son. Humph. Jaime scoffed. Oathkeeper? Is this a new rhetorical device for the vanquished? Jaime remarked with a frown. No, I shall not dwell upon the past battles. After all, you merely acted under orders. The responsibility rests with me. What I desire most is for you to relinquish your position in the Kingsguard in return to inherit Casterly Rock. Tywin stared intently at Jaime. The Kingsguard is a lifelong vow, and countless individuals covet the king's life. Jaime gestured with his hands in rebuttal. The king is quite secure in King's Landing. Even during your capture, other knights and guards ensured his protection. Should you return to Casterly Rock, there will still be those to safeguard the king. You need not worry about that. But you are the Duke of Casterly Rock. I am also Hand of the King. My duties compel me to remain in King's Landing to secure greater advantages for House Lannister. Before my time ends, I will have no opportunity to see Casterly Rock again. Jaime tilted his head in resignation and remarked, "You know what the people of the Seven Kingdoms call me. Kingslayer, Oathbreaker. There is no honor in this. Now, to further betray the ancient and sacred vow of the Kingsguard by returning to Casterly Rock with the Oathkeeper to inherit the Lannister legacy is indeed a profound irony. If I inherit Casterly Rock, does House Lannister still hold any glory? This does not constitute a breach of oath. The dissolution of the Kingsguard has precedent. I can have Joffrey issue a decree relieving you of your position in the Kingsguard," Tywin counseled, observing Jaime's silence. Tywin continued, "I can grant you time to consider this. However, prior to that, I require you to undertake a task. Take some troops to the Stormlands. There is a fortune that House Lannister must retrieve. Bring along ample ravens. I shall inform you of the fortune's location and how to bring it back. Is there anything else you wish to convey? If not, I shall take my leave," Jaime inquired. "Bring this sword as well. House Lannister has no suitable candidate to wield it. Even if you do not wish to inherit Casterly Rock at present, the Valyrian sword still belongs to you," Tywin stated as he observed Jaime preparing to depart. After his audience with Tywin, Jaime made his way directly to the Red Keep, eager to see Cersei and inquire after her well-being. "The valiant Kingsguard, my uncle," Joffrey sneered as he blocked Jaime's path. "What brings you to the Red Keep?" "To ensure your safety, your grace. That is the duty of the Kingsguard," Jaime replied with unwavering composure. "There is no need for that. King's Landing is quite secure. The Gold Cloaks, under my valiant leadership, have vanquished Stannis and his vast army. Yet you have not been of assistance to me here in King's Landing, my uncle." Joffrey retorted, "No, your majesty, Stannis remains alive, and the Northmen are organizing a new offensive. We must remain vigilant against the infiltration of assassins. Moreover, at that time, I was preoccupied on the front lines," James said earnestly. "Preoccupied? Preoccupied with becoming a captive? Twice, no less. Did you come to King's Landing to instruct your king on how to survive in the enemy's dungeons?" Joffrey mocked with a twisted smile. "Look at this table, where lies a tome, the White Book, chronicling the illustrious deeds of the Kingsguard throughout the ages. Let us turn to the page of Ser Jaime Lannister." Joffrey began to search through it. "It appears someone has neglected to record your grand accomplishments, Ser Jaime Lannister. Fetch a maester," Joffrey commanded loudly to the guards behind him. Before long, a white-bearded maester entered. "It seems the White Book has overlooked the glorious feats of my uncle. Please rectify this," Joffrey instructed the maester upon his arrival. The maester, upon hearing Joffrey's command, took a quill from the table and seated himself. "Ser Jaime stabbed his liege lord, the Mad King Aerys Targaryen," Joffrey proclaimed loudly. The bewildered maester looked up at Jaime, whose expression remained impassive, then turned back to Joffrey. Noticing the maester had yet to put pen to paper, Joffrey added, "Maester, is there an issue with your hand, or perhaps your hearing? The king can assist you in removing any such useless appendages." With that, Joffrey unsheathed his sword slightly. The maester glanced at Jaime once more, then lowered his head to begin writing. After a while, the maester paused, prompting Joffrey to speak again. "The valiant Ser Jaime of the Kingsguard was captured at the Battle of the Whispering River, and then again a month later at the Battle of the Riverlands." Joffrey cast a provocative gaze at Jaime, hoping to discern any shift in his demeanor. Feeling the ominous presence of Joffrey's sword behind him, the maester dared not meet Jaime's eyes for affirmation, his brow slick with sweat as he trembled while writing, uncertain of when the blade might strike. Seeing no reaction from Jaime, Joffrey leaned in, waiting for the maester to finish, then picked up the White Book and read aloud with satisfaction. "My uncle, the tall Duncan, is recorded over 4 pages, while you possess but a few scant lines. You must strive to catch up in the time to come, so that future kings and knights may gaze upon the glory of House Lannister." Joffrey then looked up at Jaime. "As you command, your majesty," Jaime replied unhurriedly. "Humph." Joffrey tossed the White Book onto the table carelessly and strode out, twisting his shoulders as he went. Chapter 70. The Lions Gathering. "My sister, you remain as enchanting as ever." Tyrion entered the council chamber of the Red Keep and settled into a chair with a casual lean. Cersei cast a disdainful glance at Tyrion, which he noted with keen awareness. Observing that they were alone in the hall, Tyrion decided to quench his thirst. My sister, who has always looked down upon me as a dwarf, is now to wed a cripple. I am most curious to hear what she might say. Tyrion poured himself a glass of wine, sipping as he spoke. Noticing Cersei's lips twitch slightly, he pondered whether Velaris, seated in his wheelchair, matched the height of a dwarf. Tyrion raised his goblet high, gesturing animatedly. He mused, tilting his head and emitting a sound of contemplation as he articulated his thoughts. By the stature of the Knight of Flowers, it seemed the cripple indeed had an edge. He could nestle his head against your chest in his chair like a child. As he spoke, Tyrion let out a sound of enjoyment, as if savoring the exquisite wine that had just graced his throat, or perhaps lost in a nostalgic reverie. Cersei glared at him, stating, I hope when Jaime arrives, you will relay such words to him. Even though he is your brother, I cannot guarantee your head will remain intact. Tyrion, tilting his head and raising his hands in surrender, chose to divert the conversation. He merely wished to return Cersei's contempt with his sharp tongue, not escalate it into a quarrel. As Tyrion fell silent, Cersei remained seated, lost in thought. He regarded the Red Keep while holding his wine glass. After a while, Tywin, clad in a black leather attire and towering at nearly 6 feet 3, entered and took his seat at the head of the table, followed by Kevin, dressed in blue. Upon Tywin's arrival, Tyrion's interest waned, and he too took his seat. I have summoned you all for a meeting concerning the Lannister family, a discussion on the forthcoming war and subsequent matters. The Lannisters must take action, Tywin declared, loosening a few buttons of his cloak. And where is Jaime? Where has he gone? Tyrion inquired. Tywin fixed his gaze upon Tyrion, holding it for a few seconds before responding slowly. I have sent Jaime back to Casterly Rock to assume the guardianship of the West. After all, I am the hand of the king and possess little energy to manage affairs in the West. It will eventually belong to Jaime. The timing is inconsequential. Tyrion grasped the edge of his garment, his fingers gently caressing the fabric. Feeling a pang of disappointment, whether it was due to his father's deliberate disdain or the reality of Jaime's inheritance, he could not tell. Currently, the Lannisters present in King's Landing consist solely of those seated here. Do any of you have thoughts on the impending situation in the Riverlands and potential alliances through marriage? Tywin surveyed the gathered Lannisters as he spoke. Tyrion remained lost in contemplation regarding the veracity of his father's words, his gaze lowered. Kevin, ever the obedient elder brother, conformed to Tywin's directives without uttering a word. Cersei understood that no matter what she said, it would not alter Tywin's decisions, so she too remained silent. Tywin lightly tapped the table, awaiting their remarks. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, Do none of you wish to express anything? Noticing the continued silence among the Lannisters stemming from his inquiry, Tywin's focus sharpened. Cersei, do you comprehend what a union with Velaris entails? Cersei, hearing her name, lifted her gaze toward her father. It is not merely what I previously conveyed to you. The Highgarden selection of the firstborn for the Lannisters opens a plethora of possibilities. You must not only utilize your voice to procure provisions from Highgarden to secure victory in battle, thereby preserving your crown, but when necessity dictates, you may also employ your womb to bear new grandchildren for me. While you are still youthful and capable of bearing children, you embody the bloodline of House Lannister. The heritage of the Westerlands and the identity of Valerion will position your new son to ascend the throne of the Riverlands. What am I? A mere sow for reproduction. Cersei initially intended to maintain a faade with Valerion, relying on binding the Tyrells to a ship of war to ensure victory and uphold Joffrey's reign, only to later cast the Tyrells aside, continuing her blissful existence as the Queen Mother, reflecting on her own forced marriage to Robert, and now being sold by her father to Highgarden to serve a cripple. Cersei erupted in fury. You are a Lannister, and more importantly, my daughter. It is not I who compels you into this union. It is for survival. For you and your rebellious child to avoid being torn apart by the wrath of the North, the Riverlands, and the Baratheons. Furthermore, I shall devise ways to elevate your new son to the position of Lord of the Riverlands. Noticing Cersei's lowered gaze, Tywin turned his attention toward the brooding Tyrion, contemplating methods to mend relations with Dragonstone. Before the Stark family and Stannis eradicate the threat, aligning with Dragonstone is crucial as it could provide weaponry for the Lannisters. Tyrion, lost in thought, responded absently. Tywin's gaze then shifted to his brother. Once the union with the Tyrells is concluded, the Lannisters will still march north. I have already dispatched a missive urging the lords of the Westerlands to muster their forces, consolidating power from the Crownlands and some lords of the Stormlands who lean toward the Iron Throne, while also apprehending a multitude of criminals in King's Landing for military service once the wedding concludes. Kevin, you will continue to lead the troops. The North and Stannis remain on the brink of survival. The Iron Islands and Dragonstone are but fleeting allies. And the Vale still harbors the potential to side with the North. Should the Lannisters falter once more, the Tyrells, having placed their bets elsewhere, will distance themselves from the Lannisters, setting aside their so-called love, friendships, and noble etiquette. Now, Tywin rapped his knuckles against the table. Survival is paramount. The Tyrells have arrived in King's Landing, and the wedding is set for next week. Do not bring me further troubles. I must attend to correspondence from the Vale. Tywin rose and exited. To the north of Slaver's Bay, nestled at the northernmost edge of the harbor, Meereen stands proudly along the banks of the Skazaden River. Enclosed by towering white and yellow stone walls, the city is dominated by a pyramid soaring over 800 feet, comprising 23 tiers, with the massive red dragon banner of House Targaryen fluttering above. The continent of Westeros remains embroiled in chaos, and Dario's fleet has spotted a dragon over Blackwater Bay. Jorah Mormont, beneath the Iron Throne, reported, "A dragon? I require more detailed intelligence. Did Drogon fly to the continent of Westeros?" Spoke Daenerys from the throne. "I shall retrieve that merchant fleet," Jorah declared as he made his exit. "We now possess the strength to reclaim Westeros, provided we can locate a formidable fleet." Balon Swan stated from beneath the throne, "Regarding the devastation of my homeland by treacherous usurpers, I share the sentiment of anguish. However, what is of utmost importance to the Lord is to learn the art of governance. I do not wish to repeat the mistakes of my father. As Meereen is indeed a fitting place for such endeavors, it is reasonable to assert that as Westeros endures increasingly severe conflicts, the yearning for unity will grow. Those false kings will exhaust their resources, and when the time comes, your majesty, with dragons and a fleet, will cross the narrow sea with unstoppable momentum, achieving the unification of the Seven Kingdoms swifter than the conqueror Aegon himself." Old Barristan replied. Shortly thereafter, Jorah entered the pyramid's hall accompanied by several captains. Nodding in acknowledgement to Daenerys seated upon the throne. "Did you witness dragons in Westeros?" Daenerys inquired. "Indeed, great dragons soared above Dragonstone. Their roars were heard by our entire fleet," one captain responded. "Were you able to discern the color of the dragons?" "Yellow, reminiscent of the tiles on Meereen's structures." "It was not the flight of Drogon," Daenerys pondered. She waved her hand, signaling Jorah to dismiss the incoming captains. "We require more detailed intelligence regarding the Seven Kingdoms. Ser Barristan, your allegiance to numerous kings grants you profound knowledge of the realm. I implore you to utilize your connections to establish a network of information concerning the Seven Kingdoms. Your Majesty, to my knowledge, Dragonstone was bestowed upon a young man named Gilwyncrys prior to the War of the Five Kings. He may have discovered a dragon egg there and inadvertently hatched a dragon. Sire, you once served my father. Aside from Rhaegar, Viserys, and myself, are there any other offspring, possibly legitimate or otherwise?" Daenerys inquired tentatively. "I regret to inform you, Your Majesty, that I am unaware of such matters. However, I have encountered that young man a few times in King's Landing. He does not exhibit the characteristic silver hair of House Targaryen, perhaps intentionally dyed to conceal his lineage. I recall the rumors you mentioned regarding Astapor, of a white-haired woman who deceived the unsullied with dragons. Dragons are rare and likely connected to Dragonstone. Either he wed a woman possessing the knowledge to hatch dragons and bearing Targaryen blood, or he belongs to an ancient Valyrian family that, like the Targaryens, survived the cataclysm. Regardless of his origins, he must align himself with the Targaryens here. Should he choose to oppose us, our advantage with dragons will vanish," Daenerys asserted. "Your Majesty, we still possess 3 dragons," Old Barristan replied. "Yet I cannot command them. They merely refrain from harming me due to my title as Mother of Dragons, but show no regard for my feelings." Daenerys gritted her teeth. "They are still but children. They do not comprehend war and politics. In time, they will grow. Moreover, Dragonstone does not guarantee mastery over dragons. Throughout Targaryen history, many dragon tamers have met their demise at the jaws of dragons. There is only one true dragon, and the dragons of Dragonstone will be attuned to that. Let it be so. Inform me immediately upon discovering Drogon's whereabouts. I must swiftly become a dragon rider to ensure our dragons possess the capacity for battle." Dany felt a twinge of resentment towards the wild child, who seemed to have no sense of home. The other 2 dragons were still too small, and only Drogon's size held promise of being able to bear her within half a year, though Dany herself was not particularly heavy. In the great hall of the Red Keep, Tyrion entered and took a seat, propping himself up with his hand. "Sister, you remain as beautiful as ever," he remarked. Cersei shot him a disdainful glance, which did not escape Tyrion's notice. With only the 2 of them in the hall, Tyrion decided to quench his thirst. "My sister, who has always looked down upon me, is now to wed a cripple. I am curious what she wishes to convey, he mused, pouring himself a glass of wine and taking a sip. Noticing Cersei's lip twitch, he wondered if the disabled man in the wheelchair was as diminutive as he was. He raised his glass in a mocking gesture. Tyrion tilted his head, articulating his thoughts. If we consider the height of the Knight of Flowers, the cripple indeed has the upper hand. He could nestle his head against your bosom like a child on a lap. As he spoke, Tyrion let out a sound of enjoyment, as if savoring the exquisite wine or relishing a memory of a past dalliance. Cersei glared at him. I hope you will share such sentiments with Jaime when he arrives. Even if he is your brother, I cannot guarantee your head will remain intact. Tyrion shrugged, raising his hands in surrender, deciding to drop the topic. He merely sought to return Cersei's scorn with his sharp tongue, not escalate it into a quarrel. As Tyrion fell silent, Cersei remained seated, and he surveyed the red keep while holding his wine glass. Moments later, Tywin, clad in black leather, strode in at a towering height of 6 feet 3 inches and took his place at the head of the table, followed by Kevan in blue. Upon Tywin's arrival, Tyrion's interest waned, and he too settled into his seat. I have summoned you for a Lannister family meeting regarding the impending war and subsequent matters. The Lannisters must take action, Tywin began, loosening a few buttons of his cloak. And where is Jaime? Where has he gone? Tyrion inquired. Tywin fixed his gaze upon Tyrion, holding it for several moments before responding slowly. I have dispatched Jaime back to Casterly Rock to assume the guardianship of the Westerlands. After all, I am the hand of the king and lack the energy to manage affairs of the West. In any case, it is destined to belong to Jaime, whether sooner or later. Tyrion fiddled with the hem of his garment, his fingers brushing against the fabric. He felt a pang of disappointment, uncertain whether his father's words were a deliberate slight or if Jaime had indeed inherited the West. The Lannisters present here in King's Landing are only the 4 of us. What thoughts do you have regarding the forthcoming situation in the Riverlands and our potential alliances through marriage? Tywin surveyed his family, seeking input. Tyrion was still lost in contemplation regarding the truth of his father's earlier statements and kept his gaze lowered. Kevan, as always, adhered to Tywin's lead, remaining silent. Cersei understood that no matter what she said, it would not alter Tywin's course of action, so she remained silent. Tywin lightly tapped the table, awaiting the contributions of those present. After a prolonged silence, he noted that several Lannisters remained utterly unresponsive. Do you not wish to voice your thoughts? Observing their continued silence, he shifted his focus to Cersei and spoke. Cersei, do you comprehend what a marriage alliance with House Velaryon signifies? Cersei, upon hearing her name, lifted her gaze to meet her father's. It is not merely what I previously conveyed to you. Highgarden has selected its heir, which opens up myriad possibilities for the Lannisters. You must leverage this betrothal to secure provisions from Highgarden to win the war and safeguard your crown. In due course, you could also bear a grandson for me. While you are still youthful and fertile, you are of Lannister blood. The legacy of the Westerlands combined with the stature of Velaryon could position your future son on the throne of the Riverlands. What am I? Merely a breeding sow. Cersei had originally intended for her union with Velaryon to be nominal, relying on binding the Tyrells to their warships to maintain Joffrey's reign, only to later cast the Tyrells aside and enjoy her role as Queen Mother. She recalled her own forced marriage to Robert, and now her father sought to sell her to Highgarden to serve a cripple, which incited her fury. You are a Lannister, and more importantly, my daughter. This marriage is not a coercion, but a necessity for survival, to prevent you and your rebellious son from being torn apart by the wrath of the North, the Riverlands, and the Baratheons. Furthermore, I shall devise ways to elevate your new son to the position of Lord of the Riverlands. Noticing Cersei's downcast eyes, Tywin's gaze shifted toward the troubled Tyrion, contemplating how to mend relations with Dragonstone. Before the Stark family and Stannis eradicated their influence, allegiance from Dragonstone was paramount, as it could provide arms for the Lannisters. Tyrion, distracted, half-heartedly acknowledged his father's words. Finally, Tywin turned his attention to his brother, asserting that once the marriage to the Tyrells was concluded, the Lannisters would still mount an offensive northward. He had already dispatched messages urging the lords of the Westerlands to muster their forces, while also consolidating the power of those lords in the Reach who leaned towards the Iron Throne and had apprehended numerous criminals in King's Landing for military service. All to be finalized by the wedding. Kevan, you will continue to lead the troops. The North and Stannis were still clinging to survival. The Iron Islands and Dragonstone were only temporary allies, and the Vale could still sway towards the north. Should the Lannisters falter once more, the Tyrells would distance themselves, abandoning their so-called love, friendship, and noble decorum. This is imperative. Tywin rapped his knuckles sharply against the table, emphasizing the urgency of survival. The Tyrells had already arrived in King's Landing, and the wedding was set for next week. Do not bring me further troubles. I must attend to correspondence from the Vale. With that, Tywin rose and exited. To the north of Slaver's Bay, at the northernmost tip of the harbor, Meereen stood proudly beside the Skazaden River. Its white and yellow stone walls encased the city, while at its center towered a pyramid over 800 feet high, comprising 23 levels, adorned with the colossal red dragon banner of House Targaryen. The continent of Westeros remains embroiled in chaos, with the fleet of Lys spotting a dragon over Blackwater Bay. Jorah Mormont, standing before the throne, reports a dragon. I require more detailed intelligence. Did Drogon fly to Westeros? Daenerys, seated upon her throne, inquires. I shall retrieve that fleet of merchants, Jorah replies, taking his leave. We now possess the strength to reclaim Westeros, provided we can assemble a formidable fleet, adds Lord Varys from below the throne. I share in the anguish of our homeland being ravaged by treacherous usurpers. Yet it is paramount for the knight to learn the art of governance. I wish not to repeat the mistakes of my father. Meereen is most suitable for this purpose. Indeed, as Westeros endures increasingly grievous warfare, the desire for unification will intensify. Those false kings will squander their fortunes, and when the time comes, your majesty will cross the narrow sea with dragons and a fleet, achieving a swifter unification of the seven kingdoms than the conqueror Aegon himself, responds old Varys. Presently, Jorah returns with several captains to the hall of the pyramid, nodding toward Daenerys on the throne. Did you see the dragon over Westeros? Daenerys queries. Yes. A dragon flew over Dragonstone. Its roar was heard by our entire fleet, one captain asserts. Did you discern the color of the dragon? Daenerys probes further. Yellow. Akin to the tiles of Meereen's buildings, the captain replies. Not Drogon, Daenerys ponders. Daenerys gestures for Jorah to dismiss the incoming captains. We require more comprehensive intelligence on the Seven Kingdoms. Lord Varys, having served several kings, you are well acquainted with their affairs. I implore you to utilize your connections to establish an intelligence network regarding the Seven Kingdoms. Your Majesty, to my knowledge, Dragonstone was granted to a young man named Grinkries prior to the War of the Five Kings. He may have discovered a dragon egg on Dragonstone and inadvertently hatched a dragon, Varys states. Knight, you serve my father. Aside from Rhaegar, Viserys, and myself, did he father any other offspring, perhaps legitimate or otherwise? Daenerys inquires tentatively. Regrettably, Your Majesty, I am unaware of such matters. However, I have encountered the young man briefly in King's Landing, and he bore no Targaryen traits. He may have dyed his hair to conceal his lineage. I recall the rumors you mentioned regarding Astapor, where a white-haired woman lured away all the unsullied with a dragon. Dragons are rare and should be associated with Dragonstone. Either he was a girl possessing the knowledge to hatch dragons and Targaryen blood, or he belongs to an ancient Valyrian family, akin to the Targaryens who survived the calamity. Varys elaborates. Regardless of his origins, he must align himself with the Targaryens. Should he choose to oppose us, our advantage with the dragons will be rendered moot, Daenerys asserts. Your Majesty, we possess 3 dragons, old Varys responds. Yet I cannot command them. They refrain from causing harm solely due to my identity as their mother. But they show no regard for my sentiments, Daenerys replies, gritting her teeth. They are merely children, incapable of comprehending the complexities of war and politics. As they mature, they will grasp these concepts better. Moreover, it is unlikely that Dragonstone will ever fully master the art of dragon riding. History tells us that many dragon lords of House Targaryen have perished in the jaws of their own beasts. There exists but one true dragon, and the dragons of Dragonstone possess an innate awareness of this fact. One can only hope for such an outcome. Should I catch sight of Drogon, I must hasten to become a dragon rider, enabling our dragons to possess the capacity for battle. Daenerys harbors grievances in her heart towards these wayward children. The other 2 dragons are still too small. Only Drogon is of a size that might carry me within 6 months, although Daenerys herself is not particularly heavy. I have obligations this afternoon and may not return until late. If I am unable to come back, I will only be able to write after 11 o'clock. I hope for your approval of my leave. Chapter 71. The impending union of King's Landing and the Vale approaches, and the Prime Minister shall not wait indefinitely. You must hasten your efforts and provide me with a list, as I shall take responsibility for eliminating those lords in the Vale whose loyalties remain ambiguous. The Mountain, ever the strategist, advised Beric. My lord, given that King's Landing already has the support of Highgarden, the Vale's allegiance will seem less significant to the Prime Minister. Individuals tend to value what they have paid for, disregarding that which comes free. If we exert ourselves to eradicate the obstacles in the Vale now, it would be deemed inconsequential by the Prime Minister. We must wait for a more opportune moment when the Vale's support is truly needed, Beric articulated. The timing of the Vale's allegiance does not conflict with my task of clarifying the stance of the ambiguous lords. They may not currently align with the Iron Throne, yet their loyalty will not be missed in the future. Their castles could be granted to my valiant knights from the west. The mountain, clad in black armor, conveyed his disapproval through a mere glance. My lord, slaughter and oppression will only incite internal strife within the Vale. The Prime Minister, I am certain, would prefer a united Vale, Beric countered. Complete? Is that your suggestion? The mountain's voice revealed a hint of disdain. Yes, my lord, Beric replied, raising his hands in concession. I shall draft a letter for the Prime Minister to consider your insights. The mountain, heavy in armor, departed the chamber. After perusing the correspondence from the Mountain of the Vale, Tywin retrieved fresh parchment, preparing to send word to Jaime in the Stormlands. At that moment, a guard announced the arrival of Lady Olenna Tyrell. Tywin concealed the letter and looked up, his aged eyes gleaming with a spark of cunning as Olenna entered. He approached to support the elderly lady and escorted her to a seat. Olenna nodded her gratitude, and Tywin turned to the cabinet to pour wine for both of them. To the union of the Tyrells and Lannisters, let us drink deeply from this cup. Tywin raised his goblet in salute to Olenna, who sat beside him at the table. Observing Tywin imbibe the wine, she too lauded the Prime Minister's wisdom. During the course of his drinking, Tywin did not fully grasp the implications of Olenna's words. Once he set down his goblet, the Queen of Thorns was not to be outdone. Having exchanged 2 of her offspring for the most formidable allies in the realm, dragons and the Iron Throne, Tywin responded in kind. The most significant point lies in the fact that the grandmother has successfully arranged for her grandson to wed the most beautiful woman across the 7 kingdoms, who is also the mother of a king. Tywin placed the empty cup upon the table and replenished it with wine. Old, too old. As a woman, you should possess a deeper understanding of such matters. I shall refrain from elaborating on certain details. Cersei is already the mother of 3 children, and she is no longer youthful. My grandson finds no allure in the beautiful women you speak of, Olenna remarked, taking a delicate sip from her glass. Old, can you even find a noble maiden whose status aligns with that of the Lannisters to pity your limping grandson? Even if a noble were to grant their daughter to a cripple, I fear your grandson would never ascend to the noble maiden's bed, Tywin retorted. Prime Minister, engaging in verbal sparring serves no purpose. You are more aware than I of how beneficial such a union would be for the Lannisters, after all. Who is truly bestowing favors upon whom? The Tyrells stand to gain considerably from this alliance, and there is no need for further discussion. The marriage is a foregone conclusion. So, what is the purpose of your visit? I hope that once King's Landing has dealt with the North and Stannis, we can join forces with Highgarden to launch an offensive against Dorne. Once Dorne is subdued, it can be inherited by the children of Cersei and Loras, Olenna stated. Regarding Tywin intently, this is due to Dorne's frequent incursions upon Highgarden, yet even Aegon of old never conquered Dorne, Tywin answered coolly. The reasons extend beyond mere border grievances. I understand that the Dornish excel at concealing themselves within the desert, but now we have the dragons and fleet from Dragonstone blocking the skies and seas. Alongside soldiers from the Stormlands and the Riverlands, even forces from the west of King's Landing. Furthermore, the future Lord of Dorne will possess a significant portion of Lannister blood. Prime Minister, you might wish to contemplate this. Such plans are only feasible once the conflict in the north concludes. If Highgarden is willing to provide provisions to the Iron Throne to quell the Stark and Stannis rebellions, I believe the Riverlands would be grateful for King Joffrey's generosity, thereby creating an opportunity to march into Dorne, Tywin replied. Provisions can be offered, but I require Cersei to bear Loras's bloodline, not merely the rumored offspring of siblings. You must keep your son in check. Such slanderous remarks are detrimental to the Lannisters. Just as I am certain you would not wish to hear of your grandson's nocturnal escapades with the false king Renly Baratheon. 2 young men discussing techniques in bed is hardly uncommon. However, the stigma of siblings is a stain that cannot be easily washed away in any corner of the 7 kingdoms. Olenna fixed her gaze upon Tywin. Tywin regarded Olenna for a considerable time. What they believe or say is of no consequence to me. Once we win the war, the survivors will naturally cease their unfounded speculations, and the dead will say nothing. The wedding shall take place in a week's time. I hope Highgarden can provide provisions to ensure the Iron Throne resolves the northern conflict within a year. However, it is crucial whether Dragonstone will agree to join the campaign into Dorne, for the 7 kingdoms have endured far too much warfare, leaving no excess energy to engage in a game of cat and mouse with House Martell in the desert. My granddaughter is far more astute than a mere handful of grandsons. She will know how to capture a man's heart. Congratulations on acquiring the green item pack. Open the green item pack. Congratulations on obtaining the skill selection pack. Unlocking Dance of the Broken Wings, Soul-Piercing Strike, Flash of the Sharp Blade, Gale of War. Blinding Arrow. Let us remove Flash of the Sharp Blade and Blinding Arrow from the selection. Congratulations on acquiring Gale of War. Gale of War unleashes 2 arcs of wind, each extending up to ability power 1 meters, inflicting 25 ability power damage on targets in its path, and at the point where the winds converge. Creates a tornado that lasts 4 ability power 0.5 seconds. Targets within the tornado suffer magical damage equal to ability power 0.01 of their maximum health every second. Cooldown, 30 seconds. After the duration of the tornado ends, a countdown begins. Once the 3rd White Dragon is summoned and Galio's skills are charged, the White Dragon now possesses over 80 ability power. Summon the White Dragon to sit on the ship, steering it slightly away from Dragonstone Island, allowing the captain to lower the sails. Green then publicly instructed the White Dragon to unleash its skills in a designated body of water. As the White Dragon flapped its wings, 2 currents of wind surged forth from its armpits, lifting droplets from the sea like 2 silver serpents, racing towards one another and ultimately converging at nearly 100 meters, forming a towering vortex on the ocean's surface. After a few seconds of howling, the spent water crashed back into the sea. Chapter 72. The Star River Among Mortals. The White Dragon remains rather small. Perhaps after a few years of growth and increased ability power, it will also grow in size. Tossing Galio would be akin to summoning a tempest. According to the lore, dragons can live for centuries. I wonder if I will witness that day. The Sea Dragon Tower on Dragonstone Island, after several days of diligent labor, has finally acquired the capacity for large-scale electricity storage with the original battery. The conditions for setting up the circuitry have been established, and the production of ordinary light bulbs has begun to take shape. Under Green's command, the Legion on Dragonstone Island, having completed their training, has now taken on the task of planting electric poles. The blacksmiths are all curious as they observe the soldiers scorching the straight wooden surfaces, coating them in black oil before burying them underground, only to later retrieve them for planting along the road. This method of creating signposts seems overly complicated, and the posts are rather tall. Do we expect dragons to read maps? One blacksmith exclaimed, watching the busy soldiers. Then you should teach the dragons to read. A nearby fisherman questioned the blacksmith's judgment. I fear I am not up to the task. I can barely write my own name, he replied. Yet these soldiers seem rather dim-witted. Does the absence of the seconds still cloud their minds? They could have affixed the signs to the wood beforehand and then planted them. Now they will have to climb up again to nail the signs after the posts are set. Keep it down. The blacksmith, who was also watching the commotion, warned him. Though they lack such contraptions, the blades and guns they wield are all too real. Should they overhear you, be cautious of what lies beneath you. The idle crowd gathered along the main road of Dragonstone Island observed the soldiers. Aren't the signposts a bit excessive? One at the entrance of each village would suffice. Having one every 20 meters ensures every household knows where they are, a woman suggested. After the utility poles were erected, the following morning, the diligent fishermen discovered soldiers climbing the wooden posts to lay a peculiar type of rope. By the afternoon, as the blacksmith fishermen returned from their labor, a dense network of wires interconnected all the poles. Scholars from the Sea Dragon Tower instructed the soldiers to construct small towers at each village entrance, akin to the size of a privy, housing the completed variable frequency drives within, secured behind wooden doors with locking mechanisms. As dusk descended, several scholars were busy installing freshly crafted light bulbs in front of each village's frequency towers, while curious villagers lingered nearby, reluctant to leave. As the night fully enveloped the land, the moon ascended in the sky, stars twinkled, and the distant sounds of cicadas could be heard. The scholars, holding candles, conducted final checks, and once news of completion reached the Sea Dragon Tower, Sam pulled the power switch. Stars have fallen into his hands, a little girl exclaimed. The onlookers gazed in awe at the source of illumination. The light bulbs shimmered like flames, yet moved with a grace devoid of fire, shining even more brilliantly than the moon above. Marguerite atop the stone drum tower beheld, in an instant, Dragon Rock Island illuminated like a starry sky, radiating brilliance in the areas where villages and structures congregated, more wondrous than magic. Is this what you toiled over days ago? How long will they shine? Marguerite inquired, turning back. Forever, and they will multiply, becoming ever denser. As long as the stars in the sky shine, so too will these lights, Green replied. Although the electrical circuit had been established, it seemed unlikely that the fishermen and blacksmiths would recoup the costs of development and installation from decades of unpaid utility bills. If the charges were exorbitant, the populace would surely revert to candles, for nighttime tasks within the confines of their beds required no illumination. And labor did not extend into the night. It appeared that the only recourse was to draw from the nobles' coffers to fully illuminate Dragon Rock Island. While other electrical appliances needed to be developed, or alternatively, the area might be transformed into an industrial park. Fortunately, the lights offered greater accuracy for vessels navigating towards Dragon Rock Island at night. The next morning, the islanders were still discussing the spectacle of the previous night. Some had even stayed awake throughout, observing that nearly everyone on the island, apart from a few, donned simple attire. No nobles in sight, only common folk. Green, with a sense of resignation, abandoned the notion of extending electricity into homes, opting instead to find protective covers for the bulbs and having the soldiers mount them on the poles to serve as streetlights. A representative was chosen from each village to learn from the scholars how to operate the variable frequency drives within the towers, providing street lighting for the first half of the night, before shutting off supply at dawn. The following day, Soros sought out Green. How did you achieve this? Achieve what? The spectacle from last night. The King of Light descended upon Dragon Rock Island. Do you also worship the King of Light? Soros inquired. Red-robed drunkard, I ask you, what is light? Soros, having indulged in drink for far too long, could now only conjure tricks that ignited weapons, scarcely able to recite even a few tenets of the King of Light's teachings. Upon hearing Green's inquiry, Soros stood still, grappling with his thoughts as if he were awakening from a stupor. Light is indeed a form of power, yet you have never encountered the King of Light. This extraordinary force is not bestowed upon mere mortals. Soros articulated with fervor. You are only partly correct. Light is indeed power, but it does not require divine endorsement as you suggest. The sun breathes life into all beings with its rays, and fire brings warmth and illumination. However, it can also unleash devastation and ruin. Thus, it is imperative for mankind to wield such forces wisely. He continued. Believers often attribute the powers they can control to divine grace, while relegating those they cannot harness to their own lack of piety. However, I must emphasize that humanity is endowed with an innate spirit of exploration. One should not passively await so-called divine gifts, but rather seek out the mysteries that lie beyond. Do you claim to possess the secret of the King of Light? Soros inquired with curiosity. The existence of the King of Light is not up for debate. Yet the power of light is not exclusive to him. Dragonstone Island is in need of an electrician, a role you are well suited for. I shall take you to the Sea Dragon Tower for further training, after which you may assume your position, Green proposed. An electrician? Soros questioned, skeptical. Do you not wish to wield the power of the King of Light? Green asked, placing a reassuring hand on Soros's shoulder. I do, Soros replied earnestly. Then heed my counsel, but you must abstain from alcohol. Serious study is required. Otherwise, you risk being consumed by the very power you seek to command, Green asserted gravely. Soros nodded in agreement. I am quite serious about this. One cannot study while drinking, nor can one be an electrician after indulging in spirits. How could I distinguish between neutral and live wires when intoxicated? The consequences could lead to a multitude of burnt-out bulbs, he remarked. Green led Soros to the Sea Dragon Tower, where they found a scholar to commence lessons on circuit diagrams. Nearby, little Rakan cast a disdainful glance at the inebriated old man who could not even draw a straight line. Chapter 73. The Queen's nuptials. The wedding between King S. Landing and Highgarden was held in the bustling Red Keep Hall, attended by numerous prominent nobles from the Westerlands at Tywin's invitation, alongside several allies from the Tully family of the Riverlands. The Stormlands were represented by the Swan family, and the Ford family of Night's Watch, Sir Philip Ford, who was honored as the new Earl of Night's Watch after single-handedly slaying Briss Carlin in the Battle of the Blackwater. Half of the Stormlands families were present, some loyal to Joffrey, while many others were drawn by the war reparations spoken of by Tywin. In the hall, Garland supported his elder brother, Valerion, as they made their slow approach towards the dais where Cersei awaited. Upon reaching her, Garland passed the cane to Valerion and stepped back. Valerion, trembling, stood before the rigid Cersei, and the bustling crowd held its breath, sensing the moment was ripe as the officiating bishop turned his gaze upon the couple. With the aid of his cane, Valerion pivoted to face the bishop, while Cersei's face betrayed her reluctance, yet she turned under the weight of her father's gaze. In the presence of the seven, the bishop began to wrap a white cloth around the hands of Valerion and Cersei. Two souls unite as one, bound eternally. Please gaze into each other's eyes and recite your vows, the bishop proclaimed, as Velis prepared to turn his body once more. His limp became increasingly pronounced due to Cersei's lack of cooperation. He turned to gaze upon her visage, her golden curls, emerald eyes, and the visage of a woman in her 30s that still retained a remarkable elasticity, marred only by faint pregnancy lines at the corners of her eyes and a rigid smile. Despite being 4 or 5 years her senior, Velis found himself increasingly captivated by her beauty upon closer inspection. Father, blacksmith, warrior, virgin, maiden, crone, stranger, Velis murmured. I belong to her. Yet, he found no echo of agreement from Cersei. After a few seconds, she reluctantly articulated her own vow. I belong to him. Cersei looked at the man before her, a bearded figure whose limp caused his shoulders to sag unevenly, projecting an aura of disdain and revulsion in her eyes. From this day forth, until death do us part. Velis, indifferent to the contempt reflected in Cersei's gaze, had initially sought merely to conclude this political charade swiftly. However, witnessing the discomfort etched on her face stirred within him a twinge of possessiveness, as if a resolution with Cersei could indeed be a favorable outcome. Let the bride don the cloak, symbolizing eternal protection, bellowed the bishop from the stage. With one hand bound and the other propped on a crutch, Velis cast a pleading glance towards Cersei, who was disinclined to reciprocate any sentiments with the man bearing a beard and a limp. Embarrassed, he turned to the bishop, who, understanding the awkwardness of the moment and eager to conclude the ceremony, untied the white cloth and removed the ceremonial robe from Velis's back, placing it upon his recently freed hand while assisting him with the crutch. Cersei turned stiffly, as though Velis's limp were contagious. Supported by the bishop, Velis took a step forward and draped the robe over Cersei. Tywin was the first to erupt into applause, followed by various nobles who echoed his approval. Velis, filled with pride, turned to survey the applauding crowd, while Cersei, amidst the clapping of the Westerland nobles, steeled herself and forced a strained smile for the guests. After a moment, the bishop concluded the ceremony. Your Majesty, my Lord Prime Minister, esteemed lords and ladies, under the gaze of gods and mortals alike, we witness the union of these two as husband and wife, their souls intertwined for eternity. Joffrey, brandishing his knife and fork, jabbed at the tablecloth, and as the applause subsided, he seized the moment to vent his frustration by angrily hacking at the meat upon the table, directing his displeasure towards Tywin. Noticing this, the nearby nobles instinctively distanced themselves, save for a few sycophantic knights loyal to Tywin who remained by Joffrey's side. As the applause for Tyrion gradually diminished, he deliberately continued to clap for a few more seconds. Noticing Joffrey's furious gaze directed at him, Tyrion ceased his clapping, filled his goblet to the brim, and raised it in a toast to Joffrey, whom he promptly drained in one gulp. The echo of Tyrion's voice lingered in Joffrey's ears, taunting, "Look, Uncle has found you a fine stepfather." Enraged, Joffrey glared at Tyrion, who was jovially mingling and toasting with others, and, unable to contain his fury any longer, hurled the wine decanter at him. Whether it was due to the decanter being filled with wine or Joffrey's lack of strength, it failed to strike Tyrion. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, mingling with the noble wine as it splattered on Tyrion's table, drawing the attention of the assembled nobles who paused their feasting. The king has had too much to drink. Someone escort him to rest, Tywin interjected, sensing an impending outburst from Joffrey. He understood that his restraint during the wedding was merely a fade to appease the nobles of Storm's End and Highgarden. The Iron Throne remained a Baratheon domain, not one controlled by House Lannister. The knights present responded to Tywin's command and moved forward. Joffrey retaliated by seizing a roasted pig's head and a leg of lamb from the table, hurling them at the guards, who instantly found their white armor splattered with grease and the aroma of meat. Tywin's gaze shifted to Cersei, who, witnessing the scene, approached to grasp Joffrey's shoulder, attempting to lead her son away from this humiliating spectacle. Joffrey, glaring at Tyrion, was reluctantly pulled away by Cersei until they reached a secluded chamber within the Red Keep. Let me slay that half-man. I loathe his face, his voice sickens me. Joffrey shouted at Cersei. She initially ignored him, casting aside her cloak into the fireplace, watching the flames dance with intensity. For the first time, Cersei felt the weight of helplessness, while she reveled in the shade of House Lannister. She was compelled to pay a higher price to fortify her power. Her son, the master of the Iron Throne, should not be so passive. Behind her, Joffrey continued his tirade, expressing his grievances. Cersei, observing her son's animated gestures, felt exasperated. Enough. Your curses will not draw blood from your enemies. At her words, Joffrey halted his actions. You must treat your stepfather with courtesy if you wish to escape the oppression of your grandfather and the mockery of your dwarf uncle. Highgarden can provide soldiers and supplies. You need to wield your royal authority over them. Otherwise, these resources will either dwindle to Dragonstone or be consumed by your grandfather. Each increment of their strength will only serve to further trample upon the dignity of the king. Chapter 74. The king's remuneration. The queen mother's wedding festivities lasted well into the night, with Varys reveling in merriment alongside several lords from Highgarden, becoming thoroughly inebriated. In his drunken state, he brazenly commented on the queen mother's physique, even feeling an impulsive desire to share a bed with Cersei. Observing her drunken grandson, Olenna instructed Garland to escort Varys away to prevent any unnecessary complications. The following day, Lady Olenna began to compose letters back to Dragonstone and Highgarden. At Storm's End, the prepared Ser Balon Tarly and his son, Dickon Tarly, set forth with the forces of the Reach, eager to claim their rightful share of the spoils. 3 days after the queen's wedding, the hand of the king, Tywin, orchestrated a grand celebration, where nobles from all corners of the city reveled in the opulence of the feast. Notably, Tywin extended an invitation to the lords of the Crownlands and Storm's End. Seated at the head table were Garland, Mace, Olenna, Loras, Cersei, Joffrey, Tywin, Kevan, and Tyrion, arranged from left to right. "To our king," the nobles proclaimed, their voices rising in unison as a melody came to an end. Joffrey, with a smirk, lifted a goblet from the table and drained its contents, swaying slightly as he awaited the nobles' praise. In response, the assembled lords and ladies offered a polite applause, and Joffrey's face brightened with a smile, dispelling the shadows of recent days. As the clapping began to wane, Tywin gently pulled Joffrey back into his seat before rising to address the gathering. "Ladies and gentlemen, under the protection of our king, we are fortunate to enjoy this summer's bounty. However, the wars of the Seven Kingdoms are far from over. The Northmen, led by the Starks and the pretender Stannis in the Vale, continue to wreak havoc, while the Iron Throne has suffered setbacks in the Riverlands. Those brigands have gained naught from their misdeeds. With the loyalty of Highgarden now secured, it is time to strike a decisive blow against those pretenders." Tywin's voice rang out with fervor. Among the seated guests, only a handful of Westerlanders cheered, offering sporadic applause for their hand, while the nobles from the Crownlands and Storm's End remained silent. They understood the grim realities of war. It meant loss of life and depletion of resources. Initially, they had expected the Lannisters to triumph, hoping to gain military glory and titles in the Riverlands. Yet now, their forces had been halved, and the prospect of backing the Lannisters in another conflict was daunting. If they were to lose, they would incur the wrath of the North and the Riverlands, where the last remnants of House Baratheon still held sway, not to mention their own lands remained under the authority of others. The Stormlords and Crownland nobles kept their gazes averted, avoiding Tywin's scrutinizing eyes. The thought of being summoned to express their support was troubling. Should they declare their allegiance without the means to mobilize troops? Would they even survive the return journey from King's Landing? Tywin's promises of compensation seemed little more than empty assurances, perhaps leading to a banquet that might very well come at their own expense. Noticing the atmosphere grow tense, Tywin signaled to the guards behind him and turned to the assembly. "The Lannisters always pay their debts. The king has decreed that Ser Jaime shall return to the Westerlands bearing gold to compensate the knights and soldiers who fell or were maimed in the Riverlands, a testament to their loyalty to the crown. My brother Kevan will distribute these funds according to the military roster from the Riverlands, and you lords may collect your share after the feast." As he spoke, Jaime entered the banquet hall, accompanied by hundreds of guards, who carried large chests in pairs and set them down in an orderly fashion. Jaime surveyed the gathered nobles and noted the presence of a man beside Cersei, presumably Varys from Highgarden. Cersei regarded Jaime's approach with a calm demeanor. The curious nobles rose from their seats. Jaime, snapping back to the moment, retrieved a hefty ring of keys from his waist and, aligning them with the numbered locks, opened the first chest. The sound of wood striking wood echoed as he unveiled the chest, revealing a dazzling array of gold bars. Jaime proceeded to open another chest, revealing yet more glistening gold. The lords, who had lowered their heads during Tywin's earlier speech, now advanced, parting the guards to inspect the gold bars more closely. By the time Jaime had opened 7 or 8 chests, gasps of astonishment filled the air, punctuated by the whispers of disbelief. Even the seated Mace and his second son could no longer remain still, rising to take in the spectacle, while Varys craned his neck to catch a glimpse. "That's enough." Tywin gestured to Jaime. Cersei's expression mirrored the astonishment of the assembly. Her father had previously insisted on her marriage to Highgarden, claiming that the gold of the Westerlands had run dry. Now, within a fortnight, Jaime had procured such a wealth of gold, sufficient to sustain the Iron Throne in the north through a year of warfare. "The eradication of Stark and Stannis will yield even greater rewards for you. This is merely the beginning," Tywin said softly. As some nobles pulled away from the allure of gold, a chorus erupted, For King Joffrey, Philip Florent shouted, and several lords who had previously sent troops to the Riverlands echoed his sentiment. Long live Joffrey! Long live Joffrey! The atmosphere transformed into a contest of volume, each shout seemingly promising more rewards. Joffrey, who had just been dissatisfied with Tywin's interference, now reveled in the loyalty of his subjects, envisioning himself as a king of both wisdom and might. A smirk played on his lips as he fantasized about vanquishing Stark and Stannis, imagining himself as the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, eager to show Tywin and Tyrion the consequences of their past grievances. Tyrion cast a discerning glance at Jaime, tilting his head in silent inquiry. Jaime sensed Tyrion's gaze and instinctively averted his eyes, acutely aware that his clever brother could easily deduce the origins of this wealth. Shifting his focus to Varys, who was unabashedly admiring Cersei and occasionally offering her tidbits of food, Jaime felt a pang of loss. Cersei accepted the attentions with apparent ease, reciprocating Varys's gestures with warmth. Despite the golden bounty Jaime had brought, he sensed the absence of something far more significant, a profound detachment swelling within him. As the weight of the white cloak pressed heavily upon his chest, after the banquet concluded, Kai Feng simultaneously engaged in the task of providing relief while urging the lords to commit to new troop contributions, pressing them to organize letters for the recruitment of new forces to present to the capital. Tywin observed the roster presented by Kai Feng, strategically planning for the initiation of the next external conflict. Regarding the size of dragons, the parameters should adhere to the depictions from the film and television adaptations. After all, the passage of 30 years is rather protracted. To elaborate, a dragon's first year can be characterized as a growth phase, emerging from its egg at a size comparable to that of a chicken, ultimately reaching the dimensions of an Andean condor within a year. By the second year, it attains the size of an armed helicopter, and by the third year, it grows to the dimensions of a small private aircraft. In its fourth year, the dragon expands to the size of a small strategic bomber, akin to the bloodworm from House of the Dragon. By the fifth year, it nearly matches the dimensions of a Boeing aircraft, equivalent to the size of Daenerys's dragon in the final season. The dimensions of the Black Death God remain somewhat ambiguous. The Targaryens boast of their dragon's grandeur without providing a clear reference point. The frontal image of the skull from House of the Dragon is, in fact, quite similar to that of Drogon from Season 8 of Game of Thrones. It remains uncertain whether it rivals the monsters from Ultraman, but based on the size established in Season 8, it could be inferred that 3 Drogons might combine to form a creature of monstrous proportions. If the Blackwater God were to be slightly underpowered, it would resemble a conventional monster, whereas a higher-powered version could be akin to a combinational beast king. Moreover, dragons possessing the banquet ability can automatically amplify their attributes, starting at double the baseline, with a maximum of quadruple, contingent upon the dragon's selectivity in its diet and the breadth of its culinary repertoire. Additionally, as other dragons achieve substantial life points, they might also utilize banquet skills to accelerate their development. For those desiring a more exhilarating experience, envisioning them larger would suffice. As for elemental attributes, dragons should inherently possess corresponding elemental amplifications and resistances alongside a natural growth trajectory. A fire dragon would generate more intense flames, a water dragon would create more powerful waves, and a wind dragon would exhibit greater flight speed, symbolizing the gradual understanding of nature's symbiosis as the dragon matures. Although the narrative of this book may conclude, the saga of a dragon's lifespan and growth could certainly inspire supplementary tales. Runes may represent primordial energy from the world, and if we reach the third volume, dragons could potentially harness the abilities of various elemental deities. The strength of dragon magic primarily manifests in the intensity of dragonfire, as noted in the original text. Older dragons can incinerate stone and devastate castles. Armor and magical resistance are naturally parallel. Armor provides physical defense, rendering human attacks ineffective after several decades of growth, while magical resistance aids in combat against threats such as the Night King's spear or the Horn of Winter, or during battles with demigods encountered around the second volume. Elemental dragons, however, exhibit heightened capabilities through skills and elemental affinities. For instance, a lightning dragon paired with a powerful ally can unleash chaotic abilities, alchemical transformations, aerial assaults, and various other skills, allowing for an expansive realm of creative possibilities in the enjoyment of dragon lore. There are approximately 100 heroes in total, each possessing a baseline of at least 500 in various skills, and if we exclude half of the humanoid heroes with their unique mechanisms, around 200 can be adapted to fit a multitude of dragons. Currently, we have the 823 dragon, if more dragons are desired. I shall reluctantly extract some insights from the original lore regarding dragons. If not, the only option is to commence with 100 chapters, leading to adult dragons laying eggs. The initial volume of this book primarily revolves around the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms, which may lead to a somewhat scattered perspective. It includes partial interactions with the Mother of Dragons, and the climax of the first volume to the early part of the second volume focuses on the main storyline involving battles against the wights, with the Night King possibly undergoing an epic enhancement, alongside local religious conflicts. From the end of the second volume to the third, the narrative will delve into demigods, deities, trade wars between the two continents, and explorations into the unknown high magic of other lands. Future volumes cannot be disclosed at this moment, nor is it necessary, as the first volume may languish after completion. Ideally, the third volume should be finished, and should there be enough momentum, a few additional volumes or side stories about the local progeny could be developed. Regarding updates, due to my busy work schedule, I can only squeeze in time for writing by sacrificing some leisure and sleep. But improvements should be seen after the National Day holiday. Of course, there are personal reasons as well. I was previously blocked for a week, which reduced my updates from 2 or 3 to just 1. And now I find it difficult to return to the previous pace. It's easier to slip into luxury than to revert to simplicity. Chapter 75. The Bloodline Rhaegar Targaryen journeyed east along the Dantu River. Our queen has triumphed in a great war, Rhaegar remarked to his son, who rode behind him on a chestnut steed. Dakin, with his languid eyes, found the expedition rather dull. Initially believing he had joined his father to launch an assault on the Stormlands, he was told after several days of travel that they needed only to claim the western territories of the Stormlands. Why bring so many soldiers if no battle is required? Dakin inquired, urging his horse to catch up with his father. The army serves merely political purposes, Rhaegar explained. Lady Thorne acquired lands through marriage, and we require the fealty of the lords who govern those lands. It may be superficial, yet an army signifies authority. We are merely informing these lords that they have a new master, and the soldiers behind us ensure they heed our words. Dakin hung his head, disinterested in the so-called politics, wishing to avoid the disputes over power. His thoughts were consumed with the hope of seeing several lords emerge from the castles of the Stormlands, vociferously rejecting the demands of the crown, so he could observe his father's command in action or perhaps even execute a disobedient lord himself. Although he had grown under his father's tutelage, he yearned for the thrilling battles his father described, imagining himself as an active participant. Throughout the court, tales of Count Casterly's martial prowess circulated. His brother had been sent to serve as a night's watchman, and he was destined to become the future head of House Casterly. Dakin was determined not to bring shame to his family and was resolute in following closely in his father's footsteps. The relentless march of the troops from the Riverlands brought them to the borders of Dorne, close to the strategically significant Blackwater. Lando instructed the knights behind him to call out to the castle, yet no response came. Even the guards on duty seemed absent. With no other option, Lando commanded his forces to proceed cautiously and take residence in Blackwater. With the Stormlands secured, and considering the Riverlands, they boasted nearly a dozen formidable dragons, alongside fleets from Dragonstone, Driftmark, and the Shield Islands, as well as the vast armies of Highgarden and Dragonstone. Marjorie, upon receiving the news that the wedding had concluded, felt a surge of delight, her lips curling into a subtle smile as her mind wandered. These developments brought her ambitions within reach, offering her far greater advantages than what Aegon had wielded during his conquest of the Seven Kingdoms. Dragonstone also held 2 Stark children, and with her brother wed to Sansa. Should Robb fall, the Tyrells would be poised to claim the north. Her grandmother's letter had also mentioned Dorne, and the prospect of conquering it made Marjorie's heart race. The military strength of the 3 principalities would dwarf that of the northern lords, who had been embroiled in conflict for months. The very thought of such power seemed to place the throne directly within her grasp. Ever since her grandmother had suggested that offspring could be exchanged for dragons, Marjorie had meticulously studied the history of House Targaryen, envisioning a new Targaryen lineage infused with her own blood. Even if the dragon riders were not her direct descendants, they would still be akin to her grandchildren. When shall we occupy the Stormlands? Marjorie asked, her face alight with joy. How many troops does Highgarden possess? Green inquired, casting a glance at Marjorie. At that moment, his foremost concern was to embark on an industrial revolution. The vast expanse of the Stormlands presented endless minutiae to manage. It would be more prudent to have Highgarden contribute more provisions, for the climate in the Stormlands, while not as bountiful as the Riverlands, was certainly superior to the meager yields of the north. Accumulating supplies from Highgarden could only benefit him. Why do you ask? Marjorie replied, excluding the garrison. Dragonstone had only around 10,000 troops, and they hailed from Essos, a language barrier rendering them ill-suited for deployment in the Stormlands. Lacking suitable lords or commanders to oversee the region, he intended for Highgarden to manage it. Highgarden would merely need to ensure the timely payment of taxes to Dragonstone. In return for the opportunity to acquire various products, akin to light bulbs, at more favorable prices. Highgarden was abundant in food and had a considerable population. Besides the existing 30,000 troops shared among the lords, they could potentially muster an additional 20,000 without impacting agriculture. Then it is settled, Green declared. I will release a group of Stormland knights and nobles captured during the recent conflict in the Riverlands. They will carry word back. Any lord willing to pledge loyalty need only respond to Dragonstone. Those unwilling can have Highgarden deploy forces to address the matter. Highgarden may also consider changing the castle's ownership, provided the new lord acknowledges Dragonstone's suzerainty. Marjorie, with her doe-like eyes, pondered for a moment, contemplating the prospect that appeared rather promising. Should an unwise lord indeed choose to engage in battle with a dragon, Highgarden could seize the opportunity to eliminate him, subsequently replacing him with one of its own knights or lords, thus cultivating a cadre of power for herself. After agreeing, Marjorie commenced writing a letter to be sent back to King's Landing, requesting her grandmother to dispatch additional soldiers to Storm's End. Tyrion had previously overheard his father mention that Jaime, upon inheriting the Westerlands, had spent his time, aside from attending weddings and banquets, languishing in brothels. Jaime's existence in the Red Keep was fraught with discomfort. Cersei deliberately avoided him whenever company was present, while he was forced to endure the eager presence of the limping Varys, who pushed his wheelchair behind Cersei, missing every opportunity for a tender moment with her. In despair, he sought solace in drink from Tyrion. I hear you have returned to the Westerlands to inherit Casterly Rock. Tyrion poured a drink for Jaime. Not at all. I remain a member of the Kingsguard, Jaime replied. Tyrion, relieved by Jaime's honesty, recognized that his brother was not adept at deception, nor did he find any necessity to lie to him. Then your return to Casterly Rock is solely to bring gold to fund a second war? Tyrion inquired. Jaime hesitated, aware that such matters were not to be disclosed to Tyrion, and lowered his gaze, consuming the drink in one gulp. Observing Jaime's distraction and recalling recent events, Tyrion refilled his glass. The Iron Throne might absolve its debts to the Westerlands, but it remained uncertain if it could settle its obligations to the Iron Bank, for the Westerlands had yet to provide gold to clear the king's debts. Tyrion lamented the wealth of his homeland, sighing that this prosperity seemed to bear no relation to him. The two brothers sat, seemingly estranged, each grappling with their own sorrows while raising their glasses to drown their sorrows. It was only after reaching a state of inebriation that they began to unburden their hearts, with Tyrion, emboldened by drink, mocking the relationship between Jaime and Cersei. Where's the gold? Jaime erupted, voicing his pent-up frustrations. Tyrion looked at Jaime in confusion, who, fueled by liquor, added, from now on, we shall see no golden lions, only bloodied ones. With that proclamation, he animatedly gestured, knocking over the wine jug, and the crimson liquid cascaded down the table, soaking Tyrion's shoes. Chapter 76. The rascals a troop had raided Seagull Town, and the people of House Grayson sent word that they had seen the Black Hound banner of House Clegane, the mountain. Bronze Yone, in the Council of Eagle's Nest, cast an unhappy glance towards Beric. Trust me, no one would underestimate the Vale's might. The Iron Throne has no desire to lose the Vale as an ally. It could well be Stannis' soldiers in disguise, as they have long been without supplies. Yet the letter from Seagull Town does not seem to clearly indicate the sighting of the mountain, does it? Beric replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Moreover, the Iron Throne has now allied itself with Highgarden and Dragonstone, making the task of clearing the north and eliminating Stannis' obstacles a mere formality. Even in the face of the Westerland soldiers raiding Seagull Town, I shall inquire thoroughly and provide economic reparations to the victims. There is no need for the Vale to overlook the Iron Throne's current power due to a trivial misunderstanding. I shall personally compose a letter to the mountain to ascertain the situation. Dragonstone and Craggle Point have long engaged in trade, with fleets frequently passing through Oldstone, which delights in recounting these tales. Dragonstone, with the aid of dragons, secured victory for the North and Stannis in the War of the Rivers, and the Iron Throne chose to compromise with Dragonstone to redeem its captured soldiers, rather than forming an alliance, as Bronze Yone contended. Beric, with an expression of resignation, acknowledged, as you have stated, the dragons indeed altered the course of the war. The Iron Throne has paid a steep price in Storm's End. However, Stannis and the North are now but shadows of their former strength. The Vale need not sacrifice itself alongside House Stark. It suffices to offer assistance when the Iron Throne is in need, in exchange for tangible benefits. Living to enjoy the fruits of victory as a guest at the table in King's Landing is far preferable to toiling in the North for the sake of misplaced loyalties, especially when the North can barely muster a respectable banquet. Beric turned to Lisa, but at that moment, a guardsman arrived bearing news of a fleet adorned with the banners of storms and that had come to Crab Bay, seeking an audience with Beric. After House Stark's forces retreated northward, they had anticipated a fierce confrontation with the Iron Islands, yet the journey north was uneventful. Aside from the significant plunder at White Harbor, the North's trade wealth had been nearly depleted. After pacifying the local populace, Stark's troops continued their march northward to deliver the news to Rickon Stark, with the Amber family supporting the reclamation of Winterfell. A contingent of over 5,000 arrived at Winterfell, only to find its gates wide open. A young boy clad in leather, with a toothy grin, emerged and knelt before Robb Stark. Robb, puzzled, turned to his mother and Edmure, both equally bewildered. The kneeling youth looked up, his face alight with joy, and spoke. "Your Grace, King of the North, my name is of little consequence. I am but a servant of Ramsay, the bastard of the traitor Bolton. When Lord Manderley sent men to hunt Ramsay, I was captured and brought to the dungeons of Winterfell as one of Ramsay's soldiers. Upon learning of the fall of House Bolton from my cell, I was overcome with elation. I endured inhumane treatment at Ramsay's hands. He smeared excrement on me, denied me bathing, and forced me to call myself a filthy wretch. To compel Lady Donella Hightower to marry him, he locked her in a tower and deprived her of sustenance. Before she was starved to death, the Lady Hightower resorted to consuming her own fingers. The terrified youth tirelessly recounted his tale to the northern forces. Robb, after listening for a time, clenched his jaw in frustration, uncertain whether he could bear to hear more or simply wished to end the conversation. He interrupted the youth, asking, "So, how did you come to be here?" Robb inquired about the traitor Theon Greyjoy, who had seized Winterfell. After the Lannisters' retreat, Theon's Ironborn had dwindled significantly. Consequently, he opened the dungeons, hoping to enlist the prisoners to defend against the North's impending assault. I managed to rally a portion of the inmates and the northern folk to mount a local resistance, driving away the Ironborn and severing several of their heads. Regrettably, Theon managed to escape. The youth expressed his disappointment. As he spoke, he turned to gesture, summoning dozens of soldiers from Winterfell, each brandishing javelins adorned with the heads of the Ironborn. Robb observed the northern commanders surrounding him, and for the first time in 2 months, a smile graced Lady Catelyn's face. "What a delightful surprise. You have performed admirably. Speak your desires. The king in the north shall not withhold his rewards." As is befitting a warrior, Edmure spoke on behalf of his nephew. The young man knelt once more, and the soldiers behind him echoed his call, their voices resounding with clarity and vigor, stirring the Stark army. The hearts of men can be swayed. Robb mused internally as he hastily dismounted to assist the hoarse-voiced youth. The boy, displaying a toothy grin, looked up at Robb. "I wish to venture to the Dreadfort. The vassals there have long suffered under House Bolton's oppressive rule. I shall recruit soldiers upon their lands to answer the king in the North's call to arms." Upon hearing this, Robb promptly elevated the youth to the title of Lord of the Dreadfort, and then led his troops hastily into Winterfell. The boy watched with a wicked smile as the formidable army entered the castle, when Catelyn's inquiry interrupted him. "Have you seen my son Bran?" The youth's smile faded as he turned to Lady Stark. "I regret to inform you, my lady, that I have not. I do not know where the Iron Islands have taken your son. I should have spared one of them for you. My apologies." Catelyn sighed, tightly gripping her left hand with her right. "It is not your fault. You saved Winterfell, and the Stark family is eternally grateful. I can only hope that Bran, as a captive of the Iron Islands, might be spared by Theon for the sake of their shared upbringing," she thought to herself. After settling in Winterfell, the castle appeared even more desolate due to the ravages of war, with the inhabitants becoming increasingly scarce as they sought refuge from the conflict. That night, the youth sought out Robb again, requesting his sponsorship for horses to expedite his return to the Dreadfort. Robb readily agreed, and the boy, accompanied by nearly 100 men, departed Winterfell under the cover of night, heading eastward. Upon awakening the following day at an inn on the outskirts, the young man went to the stable, discovering the cloaked man curled up, sound asleep amidst a haystack. He then loosened his belt and poured steaming, golden liquid onto the cloaked man's face. "Wake up, you wretch. After breakfast, tend to the horses. We must make haste to the Dreadfort. I shall demonstrate my skills to you, for there are many samples there, and I can find tools more suited to your measurements." The cloaked man stirred, water droplets trickling down his face, and began his work, dragging his shackles behind him. Chapter 77. The bandit. Upon receiving the report from his guards, Beric prepared to set out. first to ascertain the origins of the Stormlands fleet, and then to uncover the current situation in Seagull Town. After several days of travel, Beric arrived at Crab Bay, during which he penned a letter to his informant, who had previously served as a tax collector in Seagull Town, requesting precise intelligence. As Beric surveyed the scene, he recognized members of the female mercenary group, the Knights, and the Iron Shield Company whom he had once recruited. Although the leaders of the mercenary bands were not in sight, Beric was familiar with several lower-ranking officers. After all, he had traversed the narrow sea with them and had been responsible for their sustenance during the initial weeks in King's Landing. Approaching to greet them, he inquired about their reason for coming to the Vale. The officers replied that it was by their commander's orders to pledge their allegiance to Lord Beric. When pressed for further details, the officers offered no information of significance. Stroking his goatee, Beric sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the peculiarity. He decided to arrange for the mercenary bands to establish their encampments. The eyes of King's Landing had relayed much about the Iron Throne and Highgarden's Dragonstone, and Beric understood that if these overt allies chose not to engage in battle, he could still leverage his position in the Vale. He opted not to proactively align himself with King's Landing. According to Tywin, the Vale's defense was a matter he could manage independently, not requiring the Lannisters' explicit endorsement. With Lysa under his control, he effectively held the Vale, believing the Lannisters should offer something of greater value. In King's Landing, Olenna received a letter from the newly arrived Lord of Storm's End, revealing that the nobility of the Stormlands had suffered extensive plundering, with many castles reduced to ashes. The towns were rife with corpses, their stench exacerbated by the rain, and many of the deceased bore the marks of violence, their fingers severed of their jeweled adornments. With several noble corpses even missing teeth. From the mouths of the peasantry, it was learned that the Lord of the Stormlands had invited mercenaries from Essos, who, under the cover of night, commenced their pillaging, slaughtering, and ransacking the noble estates. Dragonstone's legions? Olenna pondered, just as she had received a letter from her granddaughter, informing her that Dragonstone had appointed Highgarden to govern the Stormlands. She now found herself reading about the devastation that had befallen the region, as if it had been besieged. Contemplating the situation, she hesitated to draw conclusions about the cause. After considerable reflection, she decided to write to Highgarden, requesting the deployment of additional forces to the Stormlands, urging Lord of Storms in to investigate and ascertain the true state of affairs. She also composed a letter to Dragonstone, advising Marjorie to remain vigilant regarding the movements of Dragonstone's legions, suggesting that if the opportunity arose, it would be prudent to ascertain their involvement in these events. After dispatching the Ravens, Olenna sought out Varys, the intelligence chief in King's Landing, hoping to extract valuable information regarding the Stormlands from him. After exchanging pleasantries, she inquired, "What has the esteemed Lord Varys been preoccupied with of late?" As she strolled alongside him, gently grasping his arm. "Madam, such matters are better directed towards him. Now that your children have united in matrimony, you are far more suitable than I, a mere subordinate official, to inquire." Varys politely declined. The Prime Minister would not divulge his affairs to his daughter, nor to me, an elderly matron of the family. Olenna retorted, "Since when has a lady shown concern for the affairs of the Prime Minister of King's Landing? My sole interest lies in whether my grandson's union with House Lannister yields fruitful results. The Reach cannot afford to squander its provisions. Such matters are not for you to ponder, for King's Landing is embroiled in an unyielding conflict with Stannis and the North. The Prime Minister is undoubtedly preoccupied with preparations for war. If the Reach could furnish more supplies, he might hasten the onset of battle. However, it seems he is also engaged in another endeavor, urging the union between Ashe of the Iron Islands and His Majesty Joffrey. With the Iron Islands incursions, the war in the north could be concluded more swiftly. Rumors abound among the Ironborn that Balon's son has perished in Winterfell, leaving him with but a daughter. Should she wed Joffrey and bear an heir to inherit the Iron Islands, it could decisively resolve the Iron Islands rebellion. The Prime Minister appears well equipped to address the northern conflict. Olenna mused. Yet, such matters are not so straightforward. The Stark dynasty has reigned over the north for millennia, deeply rooted in its soil. Even if Robb is defeated, as long as a Stark survives, the north shall never yield. This would lead to an unending cycle of rebellion and suppression. An alliance with the Starks would be far more conducive to lasting peace in the north, for their bloodline is far more legitimate than that of the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands. Varys gestured in exasperation. But no Stark would wish to wed the murderer of their father, nor would any Stark consent to marry a Lannister. Listening to Varys, Olenna surmised that if they could orchestrate a marriage between a Knight of Flowers and a Stark, the Tyrells could place their bets and secure a position of advantage. Regardless of the outcome, they could even, through such a union, lay claim to a greater share of the loser's assets. I have another matter to discuss. Do you know of any mercenary companies from Essos that possess considerable strength? Varys looked at Olenna, who had posed the question, and she discerned his skepticism. The Reach requires to hire a mercenary company to guard the borders of Dorne. The raids by the Lannister-formed sand snakes are exceedingly troublesome. Now that the Reach has acquired land, it necessitates more soldiers to secure it. The lords of the Reach cannot muster such numbers and must seek alternative means. The Windblown and the Golden Company are both commendable choices. Many mercenary groups have been subdued by the Targaryen girl, and it seems there are not as many formidable companies left. However, not long ago, a certain barrack was dispatched by the Prime Minister to rent several mercenary groups from Essos. They were in King's Landing just a fortnight ago, but their whereabouts are now unknown. If you wish to employ them, you might inquire with the Prime Minister or Lord Barrack about the fate of those mercenaries. I almost forgot to mention, Lord Barrack appears to still be in the Vale and has not returned to King's Landing. Thank you, my lord. I shall choose an opportune moment to inquire with the Prime Minister. Olenna emerged from the residence of Loras, her mind quietly replaying the events. Dragonstone had no motive for plundering Storm's End, and it appeared that Tywin would not recklessly undermine the alliances he had only just forged. To be on the safe side, Olenna resolved to await the second correspondence from both Storm's End and Dragonstone, hoping for more detailed intelligence before subtly probing Tywin for information. As a precaution, Olenna dispatched Garland back to Highgarden, instructing him to station troops in the vicinity of Bitterbridge.